that because a blasted bloik he's following me. So he tells you everything he's doing. It's very tedious. Like me saying sort of woke up, did interview, did in conversation, went back to bed again. Did two in conversations, went back to bed again. So we got the milkman of human kindness, because got to balance these things out at the beginning. You're going to be told off now, Connor. You're going to be told off. You've got to balance these. I'm shouting over the bed. I mean, I can shout over the bed, but I try not to. You know what I mean? So you've got to just ride it at the beginning. Just go with the. Is that the second warning? Oh God, the last. No, one more. You don't want to go the last warning, because then you've got to start playing forfeits. On forfeits, you don't want to do. Not on my shift. Is it his first warning? Oh, that's a shame, really. I was looking forward to the third warning. I thought that could sort of liven us up a little bit, couldn't it, really? Yeah, but it's. I have to shout over it. I mean, I realise that he's coming from downstairs. I was trying to explain today to the driver how many. He said, you really only have 2 studios. So that was quite interesting, actually. It's amazing what people perceive that we've got. He said, well, all the radio stations here have got 2 studios. You don't need any more than 2 studios. One, like heir and a spare. You don't need another person in the royal family, do you? You've got William, and then you've got the other one. And the same here. We have 2 studios, so if downstairs goes a bit pear-shaped, everybody can pop up here and pile into the old Steve Allen studio. But we're still riding the music properly. So just... mind you, better than some people. I've heard some people over... I wouldn't like to say when, but I can't even hear the music. And that's where I get all my feed from. I like to feel the music. Am I facing the wrong way or something? Why are you looking at... exactly. It's got to be just right. You cannot have... It's like an orchestra, We are either, very, very loud, or we're quiet and things like that. I do like a crescendo, but at the right moment. I like the end bit, raise it up, raise it up, raise it up, da-da-da-da, and then it goes ta-da, and I play out to the end bit. I'm singing the wrong theme tune, but it doesn't matter, because it's my show and I can say what I like. Taking the mickey out of me, standing there smiling like I'm some stupid person. I always like to aim to hit the at the end bit, But I like it when it's... I can't remember what they call it. When it's loud in an orchestra, what is it? What's the expression? Forte. Fortissimo. And when it's soft? Piano forte. Pianissimo. So shh. And then but I've got to be able to hear it, because that's where I get my enthusiasm from. I don't want any mezzo fortes coming in here at all. I couldn't eat another one. I've already had 2 this evening. I mean, that's a bit bad enough, isn't it? I've had a satsuma, and I've had some milk. I brought my own milk in today. I don't know why. Full milk. Jersey and Guernsey milk mixed together, which is quite nice. And then there's a piece in the paper today that says if you drink that, you're knocking 4 years off your life. So... see ya. I should have fizzled out years ago, because I quite like that full fat milk. It's quite nice, especially if it's cold. It's good. Anyway, so we're all going away for a nice weekend. Well, we're not going away for a nice weekend. We've got the weekend round the corner, haven't we? What are you doing for the weekend, Connor? There we go. That's the most boring thing under the sun. You wait. Here we go. And you're going to be here. That's so exciting. We'll look forward to that. What are you working on? Which show are you working on the weekend? Oh. Well, he's working on that as well. Oh, you're doing me? Oh, God, how do I get this? Nobody ever asks me these things. And so you're doing Mr. Stadlen and Mr. Castle. How does that work out? Because what are you doing in the middle bit where I am? I separate Mr. Stadlen from Mr. Castle, don't I? You do prep. That's amazing, isn't it? OK, today, Connor, it's double prep. OK, double maths and English literature. Yes, sir. Yeah. Oh, do you know, we used to do that at school. When you get to the beginning of... I remember this the other day, actually. That you used to write down in your little book of where you were at any one day, and then you got it laminated. So you knew that on a Monday it was maths, and if it said double maths, you went, oh, God, that was very boring. Like art. Do you like maths? Oh, I hated maths. You all like maths. Yeah, well, you know what you lot. I hated maths. I really didn't do maths at all. I was better at English. Much better. Surprisingly. I was better at English. I was always the one picked to read out loud at class. So that obviously, I should have seen that as a warning sign, shouldn't I? That if you're picked to read out loud, because not many of them could string two words together in my class. You know, we were struggling a little bit. So I always got to, you know, Stephen will now read. So I stood up and read. I thought it was quite good, actually. What? What's he saying? What did you say? Oh, right. Oh, you weren't. I could tell you weren't. Really, what did you say? Oh, maybe it's a boring story. It's going to be long. Can you make it short? Make it a short story, because it only lasted about 2 seconds a minute ago. You failed the English. I never did any exams. Really? That's what they say in the papers today, that people get bumped up in their exams. Whereas I left school at 15, so I didn't do any exams. And I'm still running the programme. Na, 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 na. And you lot are all sitting in there. Yeah, OK, we did maths and we did all the rest of it. And I got bumped up and I got these awards and all the rest of it. I'm still earning more money than you. I think I'm running it as well. You're not running it. How can you run it? Yeah, but that doesn't determine what comes out of my mouth, does it? I am running the programme. I'm cleverer than you. You see, it doesn't matter how long you stayed at school and how many qualifications you got. I'm still the one, the king of the castle. You're the naughty rascal. Yeah, well, with age comes experience. Ask anybody. When I got in my cab this morning, the driver sort of sat there. And then he went, I can't believe this. What? He went, you're actually in my car. He said, I'm the third generation in my family who listens to you. I said, drop me off at the station immediately. I don't want to suffer with this all the way in. But we had to suffer with that all the way in. Oh, I listened to you all the time. He wanted to know about how old you were, Thomas, and, and how it works. I can't talk about myself. As you know, I'm a shy, retiring wallflower. I find it very difficult to actually acknowledge the fact that this programme is the most popular in the history of the English-speaking world. And, you know, in other countries, Canada especially, they're glued to this programme. They can't get enough of it. Strangely, it's Minnesota I'm very popular in, which is not bad for a London-based radio station, is it? But no, he was a big fan and enjoyed that. He knew everything about the programme, wanted to know all sorts of different things, you know. What do all the people do on it? I thought, there's a big question, isn't it? He probably knew more about it than I did. And then I said, I tell you what, drop me here, I'll walk. And then they closed this road off outside the Garrick Theatre. It's all closed off, going up on one side. So I had to walk just up from Trafalgar Square, and I didn't know what that was closed for. There was no police standing there. They just went road closed. The other side, where the buses come down, was okay, but going up, it was closed just by that memorial thing. Did you know it was closed? Yeah, right. Oh, it happened. Oh, so it's been done for some time. I wonder what that was. Must be an incident, mustn't it? What they call it. Well, look forward to seeing you over the weekend then, Connor. That's, Oh, I won't... Oh, OK. Monday morning, then. OK. Bless you. And you too. Take care. Nice to see you. We're all I did say we're all very social round here. Because he did ask. He said, you all talk to each other. I said, unfortunately, yes, we do. Well, I've just realised I shouldn't be drinking fizzy water. I think the fizzy water made my tummy bad last time round. I'll swap one of the fizzies for a non-fizzy water. I think that's what it is, actually. Somebody said to me, have you drunk fizzy water? And I said, yeah, I have, and I don't normally. And it made me have a jippy tummy. He had a jippy tummy as well the other day. Didn't you? You had a jippy tummy? I had the jippy tummy, and I think it was to do with fizzy water. So I think what I'd better do... No, yeah. The trouble is I like it because it's ice cold. It's lovely. It's really quite delicious, but it's not the best thing I should be having. Anyway, are we well? Are we good? Yes. Are we looking forward to the weekend? Yes. Are we looking forward to some snow? No. And I don't think we're going to get any either. Over in Minnesota, they've got snow. And apparently they could have 12 inches this weekend, which is absolutely a disaster. But they're used to it, whereas we're not used to it at all. Today we've got the unique moment, a leopard appears to befriend an impala. We've seen this before, you know, where they go, oh, look, it's an impala, and the leopard is sort of just basically hanging just under its neck, and they go, oh, it went like that for an hour, and so the producer said, oh, did the sort of Impala get away. It was only a little baby Impala. I said, well, that would only be a snack anyway. And I said, as long as it doesn't run, it should be okay. Because we had a lioness, didn't we, who also befriended a gazelle, and the gazelle sat down thinking, oh, this is okay. Then when it got up, the lion put the paw down on it, and it went down again, because they're only activated, it makes it sound like a machine, but they are like machines, when they run. When they run, that's when the animals spring into life. And so this sort of little Impala is sort of, it's on borrowed time. I shouldn't laugh, it's not funny. I find it quite depressing. I don't like anything like that. I wish they wouldn't show us pictures in the newspaper of stuff like that, because that's the only time I look at it and I think, does it think it knows that its life is about to finish? And the answer is yes, of course it does. Harry and the palace clash over the money deals. He was smiling. So he's still using the palace, considering he wants out. Where does he... I mean, you know, after he's left the royal family, will he have to phone up and go, this is Harry, any chance of renting a room today? And they'll go, no, we're fully booked. Can't do any rooms at all. So at the moment, he just moves into a room and that's it. Shoppers' faces on the Birdseye packets instead of the Captain. I like Captain Birdseye. Always been my favourite. And the growing popular colour for cars is turquoise. Who in God's name has a turquoise? Imagine if I had a turquoise, but you haven't got a turquoise car, you haven't got a car. What are you sitting there pretending for? You don't have a car. You know why? Because the good Lord doesn't want you to drive, Thomas. He doesn't... You drive, don't you? Yeah. You passed fourth time. Fourth time? God, blimey, you're a bit useless, aren't you? I mean, even I passed second time. I passed second time, mainly because I got it wrong when he said, how do you turn right on a motorway? And I said, you indicate and move over. And he said, you can't turn right on a motorway. You have to come off left and then go under the underpass and come back round again. So I failed on that. Mind you, I also failed on... No, you can't turn right on a motorway. No, you can't. It's not only dangerous, it's not physically possible. You're not allowed to do it. But then, unfortunately, I think my pièce de résistance was, as we reversed round a corner, we mounted the curb and nearly took out a postbox. So I think that was the... So I didn't pass. And then the second time, my mother was on the phone to one of her sisters, and I walked in. And in those days, they sort of gave you a bit of paper to say you'd passed your driving test. And so she, Stephen's just come back. Did you pass? And I went, no, and I shook my head like that. She went, oh, he didn't pass. I went, da-da! You know, you do that to sort of quite kind of surprise people. And she went, oh, he passed. And then my father came back and he said, well, I'll go out with you. And they had a little minivan for work, little minivan. And he said, I'll go out with you to see if you're all right, even though I just passed my test. And then he let me go out on the road by myself. Off I went. And to be honest with you, I don't think I should have done, because I don't think we had any insurance. He had insurance, but I mean, they can't have put me on the insurance. But off I went, and all of a sudden it's like Sterling Moss out on the road, G-force. Loved every minute of it, every minute of it. Happy birthday to Betty White, last surviving member of the Golden Girls. She's 98. 98. Many happy returns of the day. And to that woman with the 50th birthday card from her colleagues. Happy birthday, darling, you're 50. Happy birthday. I must get a card. Do you know, I bet you anything. I bet you anything. There's loads of people going, I'll tell you what we do. Let's go and get cards with 50 on, write her name and send them to this, it's a lawyer's place in Salisbury. I'll tell you who it is a bit later. She could be inundated with 50th birthday cards. Can you imagine? She took it to court. What a miserable old bag she must have been in the office, if indeed she's still there. But fancy not acknowledging the fact you're 50. It's 50 is great. In breakfast, it's Friday the 17th of January. Brian says, you ever met or interviewed Hinge and Brackett? Many times. Many times. Shane says, we've experienced heavy downpours of rain the last few days, putting some of the bushfires out. I watched them doing it the other day, Shane. They were having a tractor kind of thing, like a dinkum digger. And it was piling up all the earth. But, of course, from underneath all this piles of rubbish, it was still breaking through. But hopefully the rain will change things, which I think is good. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Somebody says, Nick Abbott was complaining about how you have a larger team than his. Well, I have 6 people working on my... Wait a minute, I have... Yes, what does he mean larger? Does he mean fat? He only has one person. I have... Yeah, not anymore, is it? No. He has one person. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people. I've got 6 people. I think, working on the programme. Yeah, I must have. Yeah, 6 people. I've got you, Nick, Corey, Connor on occasion, Luke, and over the weekend I've got that girl, Maddie, as well. That's 6 people I've got working. 6 people. But I mean, of course, it goes by degrees of popularity. And also, it goes by how much production some people need. Nick Abbott doesn't need any production because he does it all in his own head. Just doesn't tell anybody else about it. And so I've got, in all the programmes I've got quite a lot of people to work on the programme because that's how it works. It's not clever. I mean, some of the other programmes, I think the only other programme that's got as many as I have is Nick Ferrari. I think all the rest of them are just, I think 1 or 2. I don't know how many O'Brien's got. He's got 1. Yeah, 1. It's an AP and a tech op. Yeah. Yeah, but the AP is not permanently for his programme, is it? It's somebody who just sort of swings by. So, I don't know. I don't think it makes any difference how many people you've got working on it. It doesn't make you a better person, put it that way. It doesn't make the programme any differently. It just means you've got more people to sit there and stare at you, which I quite like. I don't mind that. We all sit here, we all get on, we all chat, sort of. Put your chair back properly. Stop being silly because it's Friday, honestly. It's like you are the original show-off kid, aren't you? In the supermarket, the original show-off kid. Come and sit down. Don't want to. Got a bigger mug now. Now I've got to put it back down again because I've got the strength to lift the blooming thing. Anyway, we take all your texts and emails, 84850, steve@lbc.co.uk, and we shall pop them all in to the programme. What was Darren talking about last night, actually? What was he talking about? What was his main knife crime again? Oh, right, okay. Yes. Steve, I don't think your ego is big enough. Of course you're big in Canada and the rest of the world. You're the greatest radio presenter ever, says Simon. I know. It's a cross I have to bear. Can you imagine? Mind you, I have seen people like that on the television, and you start thinking, oh, God, not good. I've got a list of TV programmes for you, not for a favourite or anything like that, but your favourites. Things that, the best programmes of 2010. So in other words, all the 20s, the 2010s revealed. And it's interesting. What was I watching yesterday, which I thought had gone off the boil a bit? Question time. It was very dreary yesterday. It was very boring. I mean, there really isn't anything to do on the programme. They just rehash old stories, so that was a bit disappointing. And apart from that, I didn't watch anything yesterday. There was nothing I thought I must watch. Today I'm going to have a lazy day. We've got David Baddiel coming in. For In Conversation. We've got a good In Conversation for this weekend. Very good In Conversation for this weekend. Details coming up a little bit later on, and we'll have a couple of clips as well. There's also a grandmother fined for giving pigeons a bit of a sausage roll. I find it impossible to eat a sausage roll without dropping bits of it. So whether she was intentionally feeding pigeons or not. But as I pointed out the other day, I must apologise, actually. Yesterday, some poor deluded old baggage wrote in to say that they regularly fed ducks and everything. And I said, don't feed them. They don't need feeding. They're not going to die if they don't get fed. They live on stuff that's in rivers. That's how it works. That's their ducks. But of course, this saddo decided to go out and feed these things and said they're in decline. Well, you're killing them. Because this person obviously thought they were the only ones feeding the ducks, whereas there's about 30 people around our way. We have pigeons so fat they can't fly. They just waddle. And we've got loads of Canada geese and swans and all the rest of it. They don't need to be fed by so-called well-meaning animal murderers. These people are going out feeding these things, and then when they move away, somebody else moves in and starts feeding them. And then all of a sudden a child turns up with a loaf of bread and starts feeding them. They're not supposed to give them things like that. OK? It's like you wouldn't go round and feed next door's dog, would you? Of course, some people probably would. But they have this thing about feeding birds. And yet the only birds that they feed are pigeons. They don't go, I think I'll go and feed the sparrows. You never hear people say that, do you? I think I'll go and feed the starlings today. They don't. They go, but that's for tits. And birds in the garden as well. And you, I'm here all week. eats at all prices. And they have a little bird feeder. But that's not... But the pigeons are just scavenging rats. They're disgusting. They really are. It costs us a fortune to clean up all the mess from pigeons. Thank you very much indeed. And all these people, they go out there. They're a certain sort of person that feeds pigeons. You can tell what they are. You only have to hear their voice once to realise that they're those sort of people. They are God's creatures, and we have to feed them. No, we don't. No, we don't. They don't starve. They sort of forage for everything. You don't need to worry about pigeons or anything else like that. You don't go out and feed snakes, do you? Or you don't go out and feed rabbits. No, of course they don't. It's something to do with pigeons. They're all mad as crew cuts, I think. Steve, I'm pretty certain that Big Ben will bong for Brexit. I do hope not. Also, Darren, invest in jails, mandatory 10 years in jail or the option to join the army if under 25s. Another one here. Somebody says, as you've been a presenter for most of your adult working life and thus rely on your voice, if you lost your voice and couldn't do the talk show, what profession would you have? I'd still do this. I'd just make everybody suffer with a bad voice. Get a lot of people talking like that, you know. Steve, you're number 2. Somebody called... never heard of him. No, there's only one number 1 presenter in this country, and that's me. It's as simple as that. I can't, you know, you cannot deny progress. The other one I've never heard of. Shame, really. And another one here. So if you couldn't do a talk show, what would you do? I'd still do a talk show. I've lost my voice before and I've done a talk show. It is possible to do it. It just sounds slightly peculiar. We've got the papers and we shall run through. Plus, 1 in 4 graduates still given first-class degrees, as we were saying a moment ago. Rochelle Humes has shown pictures of her adorable family. She's obviously decided that she wants to be as famous as the Beckhams, but it ain't going to happen. She's not the world's greatest presenter. Her sister has got the most awful voice I've ever heard. And the other one, I don't know. I can't comment on that. But she's decided to show pictures of her children. What is the matter with these people? Is it some sort of inbuilt they've been knocked on the head that they want to share pictures? I don't understand it. You know, the Beckhams just basically show all of it. You've got Peter Andre showing pictures of his children, but the wife doesn't want pictures of her children with him being shown. So because Pete and the ex-bankrupt Jordan have exploited their children over the years, and it's not up to us to decide whether they do or not, but don't start saying... I mean, at one point, do you remember little Petesy trying to exercise his right as a butch bloke, said, I don't want my children exploited anymore, then promptly put them in all his programmes. Honestly, what a dipstick. Prince Andrew could be stripped of his police protection. Well, that's good news. Why should we have to pay for it? Not a member of the royal family anymore, stripped of all his duties. So let's strip him of the police protection. He can afford to pay for it. He just spent 13 million on a chalet in Verbier. 13 million. 13 million. Plus, Supergran. Her name is Mari. Some bloke, she runs a shop, and he was trying to sell a stolen bike. She wrestled it off him. Fantastic. And then Sarah Ferguson, back in 2009, did an interview over in Canada, claiming there was talk of Andrew becoming the Queen's Canadian representative. I think not. Poor old Sarah, delusional to the last. Delusional to the last. What was the other one that I quite like? Which was, Sandy Toksvix walked away and says, wait for this one, fondant farewells. Very good. I'm here all week. And on Blue Monday, which is this coming Monday, up to 10 million people will be in debt. Well, of course they will, because we're coming to the end of the month, and that's when people get paid. And a lot of people have to pay off the debts with the money that's coming in, so they're back where they started, but at least they can pay the debts off. So I suppose that's something, isn't it? Also, Canada warns the Sussexes, you cannot treat us like a halfway house. Plus, they're predicting now they don't think that Meghan Markle will come back to this country. They say she'll probably stay away now for ever and a day. Also, David Jason is still so popular with the Only Fools and Horses fans, they mob him in public. It's quite dangerous for him. He's an old man now. Also, Stormzy, I mean, really... He's now revealed he once mugged a pizza delivery man and stole his moped. Funny, isn't it? All these people, I'm famous now and all the rest of it. And then it turns out in their sort of dim and distant past, but not so dim or distant, they've been nasty little pieces of work. The Bros documentary, hilarious insight. Little Matt Goss having tantrums every 5 seconds. Well, now the Kemps of Spandau Ballet are thinking about doing it. doing a similar kind of thing. It's all right, isn't it, really? Let's have a check on. Welcome to Friday. I'm trying to hold back my excitement for Friday. I don't know why it is that we like Friday. Somebody said to me once, what's your favourite day? I said, every day. Every single day. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Sunday. I always omit Saturday. I always think it's easier just to admit that. I love the story of the intern. We've done him before on the programme, the intern who discovers a new planet. He just had 3 days on the job and he went, oh, look, there's a new planet. They went, what? Oh, there is. Only goes to prove, you know. Plus, Sir David Jason backs the Darling Buds of May being remade as basically a reaction to vulgar television. He doesn't like these reality shows, so don't blame him. Biggest pile of pants you've ever seen on the television. Love Island being the worst one at the moment. I mean, really, where do they get these dogs' dinners from? They're terrible. Absolutely awful. Also, a pantomime dwarf has joined the cast of Songs of Praise. I love Songs of Praise, but a pantomime dwarf joining it. He's only 3'7" tall, which is quite interesting. Why not? Anybody you can put on it. It doesn't make any difference, for goodness sake. Also, the local boozer is staging a comeback. So, in other words, more people are going to the local boozer, are they? I mean, you should, because that's somebody's living. They always say it was smoking that killed the local boozer because people have to go outside. But most of them now cover over the backyard or something like that. And then you can have, if you go to the Hippodrome, they've got a gambling table up at the top and it's in the open air, but there's a covering sort of over it, and you can smoke up there because it's technically outside. As long as there's an outside bit, doesn't matter who's got a roof over it, you can smoke there. So that's what a lot of pubs do now. But if they're the old-fashioned type pubs, there aren't places where you can go and stand outside when you're sort of having your Coca-Cola float or something like that, or a gin and tonic. But it's the smoking, they say, that's killed it. Well, I haven't been in a pub for ages. I'm not really... I mean, I love pubs, don't get me wrong. It's not that I'm sort of adverse to going into pubs. It's just that I'd rather stay drinking at home. What's the point of paying inflated prices for booze when I can do exactly the same at home and have sort of scampi bites or something at the same time? Much nicer. You paid £6 for a pint. £6 for a pint. A pint of what, for God's sake? Just a beer? That's outrageous. In a pub in London? Was it? In central London? Where? Oh, in a casino. You're bound to pay over the odds, yeah. £6, that's a lot of money. What were you doing at a casino? They know you're not old enough. You're not supposed to go in casinos well, that's all right if you're in the cloakroom, but you mustn't go in casinos. It's not good for you to go in there. We attempt to put money in a fruit machine, and you're not too poor to spend £6 on a blooming pint. I'd have gone, I'm sorry, I can't afford that. I've only got £3 on me. Would you take £3? See what happens. See if you can start negotiating on booze. Imagine. We used to get that, actually. I used to look after... Yeah, I used to work in a bar with some friends of mine in Twickenham, and you'd get certain people who would come in, and they'd go 2 Becks, Budweiser, all the rest, and you'd go £6.60. Give you £3. Seriously, that's what they'd say, and you go, no, it's £6.60. Give you £4. No, it's £6.60, dipstick. It's like The Apprentice. It's like, bidding on blooming drinks. It's very, very stressful. So in the end, I used to give up and go, no. It's like, I used to have to instigate something as well. Somebody would give you like a £10 note. You'd go back, you'd give them the change, and they go, I gave you 20. And you go, no, you gave me 10. And so you'd say, well, listen, I tell you what, write your name and address down. At the end of the night, if the till's £10 over, I'll come and find you, all right? And so up until that moment, we used to have a glass sitting by the till, and we'd put their money in it. You know, they go 10, and you'd say to them, £10, put it in the glass, give them the change. So they could never come back and go, I gave you 20. You go, no, £10, I can run it back on CCTV, and here's your £10 note, all right? You lying little so-and-so. People tell lies. People absolutely tell lies. I was watching one of these programmes the other day. What was it about? It could have been one of these, stupid and we're going to catch you and beat you to a pulp. And it was some woman who claimed she hadn't nicked anything. They went, yes, you have. You've put it inside your bra. She was nicking items to put inside her bra, and it turned out she had a ton of stuff. A ton of stuff. These people, they come shoplifting, and then they pretend, I speak English. Of course, yes, you do. That's why you're shoplifting. Dreadful. Teenagers are being kept out of trouble by playing conkers. I used to love a game of conkers. Cool, blimey. I thought it was banned, though. Did they not ban conkers? Because they said it was dangerous. And there is the chance that children can get hurt. So, why should we be bothered about that? I like the idea. Also, Larry Lamb reveals he's ready for a Gavin and Stacey film. Good lad, good lad. And also chemists to tell customers if they're too fat. There you go, Mr. Shah. Now's your opportunity. Now is your opportunity. Steve, you are too fat. Shane in Sydney says, I pay $5.60 for a schooner of beer. $5. I don't know what $5.60 is, but I suspect it's about £3. I don't know why. Steve, just introduced my Uber driver, Lesek, to LBC and the Steve Allen Show. I think we might have converted him, says Dylan. Oh, Lord. I do get a lot of people, actually. And Mark in Southend says, would you consider hosting? He says, you keep saying 838. No, I don't. I say 84850. I've been saying it for 35 years. Thank you very much indeed. Don't be so stupid. Honestly, nothing worse than thick people. It was like the other morning. Somebody said, have you heard what Steve Allen says about Meghan Markle? And I wanted to write back and go, I'm sorry, what have you heard? Have you got selective hearing? He was fairly ancient. And another one here. Steve. A lot of people ask you about, what would you do if you didn't do this particular job? I never worry about things like that. I'm sure that the company would be looking after me beautifully, which they do at the moment. A lot of people talking about the bongs for Big Ben. They say if Big Ben won't bong for Brexit, they've got, what have they got? It's £125,000 already. What is this rubbish? What is this rubbish of coming up with money to bong Big Ben? Just play a recording. And that's it. We don't need anything else. Are they right to say Meghan and Harry shouldn't be allowed to live there? And this is one of Canada's biggest newspapers, has told the Duke and Duchess that their country cannot become their home. They don't want them any more than we don't really want them at the moment. If they don't want to do it, don't do it. But don't be all drippy and snowflakey. I can't do this. It's all just too much, isn't it? Too much effort to do anything at all. And all he had to do yesterday was try and sort of rescue his hair, which is disappearing very quickly, and then just sort of do a little bit of a kick around and then shake hands with some kids and they take photographs. And that's it. There wasn't anything else he had to do. And pull some balls out of a sort of a converted upside down thing. And that was it. Another one here, 84850. Somebody's talking to Darren saying, get rid of the current mayor and the chief of police. Well, I don't really know what the mayor does. I really don't. I mean, I don't think there's anything you can do. You can't change things that quickly. Good morning. The title of this station, Leading Britain's Conversations. Why do you ramble on? Because I'm having a conversation. Do you not understand the meaning of the term? This is a conversation. You're listening to it. You're listening to me conversing. Okay. Yeah. So why'd you just ramble on? And why'd you write stupid messages? Yeah, and why'd you hide your real name, Paul? Is it because you're embarrassed? We know who you are, mate. I've got your phone number up here. I can see every message that you've sent to people. You need to get some medical help, don't you, actually? You're obviously not the brightest spark in the box. Honestly, some of you stupid people, you really do think we're like, yeah, we're high-fiving in here. High-fiving. We found out who you are and what sort of messages you send. You're a bit of a simpleton, aren't you, really? It's not your fault. Perhaps one day you might find something worthwhile to do, like leaving the country. That'd be quite a good idea. So, 1 in 4 graduates still given first-class degrees. Is that because it doesn't make any difference what qualifications you've got now? Is that the simple, hard and fast rule? That would be it, wouldn't it? Do you need qualifications to get a job? When I actually got a job, nobody said to me when I joined LBC, in fact, nobody asked to see a CV. Nobody asked to see a CV. And nobody said, do you have, what are your qualifications? Because it wouldn't make any difference. I'm in radio. I'm in communication. That's what I do. That's why you get simpletons like Paul, who's a bit simple and a bit stupid. You know, if you could write this, why don't you just ramble on? Why are you still writing stupid messages? But don't worry, not for much longer. Sarah Ferguson and her rambling. She rambles. Unfortunately, nobody bothers listening anymore. And Tilda Swinton is in one of the papers. She's amazing. She is amazing. I was showing them pictures, actually, of Tilda Swinton dressed up as different people. On one of them, she dresses up as an old man. You'd never know in a million years. You would never know. She's quite remarkable. Quite remarkable. Also, how much money means you're in debt? How much? I mean, if somebody said, "Oh, what do you owe? Do you owe £1,000? Would that be considered a big debt, something to worry about, or not? I suppose it depends on how much you earn. So if you take home maybe £1,000 to £2,000 a month, and you're £3,000 in debt, you're in a lot of trouble. You're in a lot of trouble. So there you go. You have to be very, very careful with these sort of things, don't you? Another one here. What were they saying the other day? That's right. They were saying that people nowadays didn't have more than £100 in savings, which basically means you're in big trouble. Not £100 in savings. Whereas a lot of people I know are being better. Even the boys who work on the programme and the girls, they're all far more, canny with their money, far more wanting to save. They're not interested in going out every night and getting drunk and, staggering home with a kebab and all the rest of it. That would be the thing to be worrying about, I suspect. Also, the patients in revolt. About time more patients started being revolting. Hundreds mobbed a meeting to save the village GP practice, and there's a lovely picture in the paper today, and I love it. It's people power. It's the stuff of Ealing comedies. Plus, the milkmen of human kindness. How wonderful are our milkmen? Answer: they're brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. I was talking to my driver this morning about milkmen. And it was they've always just been marvellous. My uncle used to run the dairy out of Bedfont in Middlesex. He used to live in a flat just above the dairy, and that was it. He'd been a milkman all his life, most of his life anyway, and passed on a long, long time ago. But I always remember going there to Bedfont, and you went round the back of the flats, and there was the bit where they had a low-level platform, and the lorries would pull in and they'd offload the milk there, and then he would, of course, pass it on to the milkman. Good stuff, isn't it? Very good stuff. Sado. Steve, I have to say thank you to the NHS. Everybody says thank you to the NHS. I've been in a dark place since my wife died unexpectedly, and I've been referred to the bereavement counselling service, says Nick, and they're very good. They're very good. I was recommending, actually, to a friend of mine who recently lost somebody, and I think they're going to use her as bereavement counselling for other people, because it's very therapeutic for some people to talk about their bereavement, which helps other people. And you suddenly realise we've all got the same experiences. We all feel the same sense of loss. We all feel. The driver I had this morning, he said he'd been in a dark place and had to have therapy some years ago, and that's why. So that's when we sort of discovered the programme. And in fact, strangely enough, and he said something to me which I'd never heard of before, his therapist recommended listening to this programme. I said, yeah, because if you were feeling depressed, you're going to feel kind of worse by the time you finish with it. Not really. Steve, I've got a turquoise Mini, says Lou. I used to have. I loved it. Nobody else did. Turquoise is a very odd colour. I mean, I don't mind the colour turquoise. I'm not sure I want it on a car. Paul, £1.50 for a pint in South Africa. Oh, South Africa's cheap. South Africa is very, very cheap. And somebody says Charing Cross Road is still shut northbound, Shaftesbury Avenue westbound, and Regent Street is closed as well. Oh, crikey. Is it still possible to get old-fashioned milk with the cream on the top? Was it gold top? I'd like to buy some. Go into any supermarket and buy it, mate. It's been on sale for about the past 50 years. Where have you been? Have you been out recently? I'm obviously getting all the people this morning who don't go out very often. I mean, you can go to Waitrose. You can go to Marks and Spencer's. Marks and Spencer have just started doing it in the big stores, and you can go to all the other supermarkets and you can find Graham's milk, or there's another milk which is a mixture of Guernsey and Jersey milk. Some of them have got the cream on the top, some have got the cream mixed all the way through. I used to like the cream on the top. I've given up now. But they've said don't drink it. They said it knocks 4 years off your life. I'm not sure how many years I had left. Donna says you're very popular in Brooklyn. New York as well. I listen to you every night. Good. Is the replay witness for the prosecution in London? Yes. Just check it out. Just put it in on Google. You'll find it. You were talking about Pontins yesterday. How dire is it? Actually, I got a thing from... Can you find that one from Noreen? She sent me an email. She went there some years ago to this one. You know, the one that's just changed from being Pontins... Have we just put it there? Thank you. Where is it? Down the bottom. Down the bottom. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Down the bottom? Oh, I'm on the wrong... Sorry, I'm on the wrong thing here. Wait a minute. Yeah, going back to yesterday, this is from Noreen, and you were talking about Pontin's Pakefield. Is that how you pronounce it? I hope so. She says, how dire it is. We went to a 60s Monday to Friday break. It was horrendous. The food was like school dinners. The music was from 10 p.m, but you had to get to the hall by 5 to get a table. Bingo all evening. If you whispered, you get shh. We lasted 3 days and we conceded defeat. Went home. Also, yesterday on the Little Bit Extra, you gave us a burst of Eloise. Barry Ryan is touring in the autumn. My Eloisa. I'd love... Oh, what's the matter? Here we go now. What's the matter, Henry? Come on. Got the purple look. Is that purple? I mean, are you using up cards that you got for Christmas with sort of £5 on and things like that? You know, take this to H&M and exchange it for a pair of pants that matches your complexion. Very exciting conversation. Oh, you think so? Oh. Well, I'm sure he'll be thrilled to hear that, if not calling HR. You're not allowed to love people that we have in for the In Conversation. But it'd be nice. What are you listening to on your headphones, Matt? And then you were literally... Oh, right. But they're not connected by any wires, are they? Are they cordless? Oh, right. So do you charge them up? Oh, right. And then pair it in to the phone. Is that Bluetoothed? Your light's on. Your light's on. There you go. That's very clever, isn't it? So, oh, right. Oh, I tell you, my battery goes down within 5... Because I've suddenly realised I'm spending loads of time on the telephone. I've only got to go home and I'm down to under half of my normal battery charge. What's the matter? Yeah, you charge your phone every 2 days because you don't know anybody, that's why. Because you've got nobody to talk to. I'm the only person you talk to. You don't talk to your girlfriend. You reverse the charges. That's what you do with your girlfriend. Oh, hello, would you accept a charge from Thomas? No. You used to be able to do that years ago. You could go into a call box and you pick up the phone, you call the operator, and you say, can I do a reverse charge call to, Reading 40623? And they go, hold on 1 second, please. Hello, caller. Would you accept a charge from a phone? Yes, OK. Mum, come and get me. Where are you? I'm lost. Very lost. So there you go. So that's why. Do you think? I wonder if actually Noreen Pontin's has changed to adults only, because they don't want, or people don't want to go to a place with children. Steve, Kevin the Milton was telling us about all the he said, I think the traffic news today should just be a list of the few roads that are still open. Why are they closed? Does anybody know? Does Joe know? Does Joanne know why they're closed? I had to walk. Dreadful. And Sel says the wife suggested we spice things up a bit and play doctors and nurses. So I put her on a trolley in the hall and ignored her for 48 hours. I love it. That's the kind of... See, stupid things like that appeal to me, which is probably just as well. No point in doing anything sophisticated. David Baddiel's touring, by the way. Well, he's touring this building for a start. He's going to see my friend Mr. M, and then he'll be popping in to see me, so Luke will be greeting him. 53 different venues. Oh, blimey. Between now and May. That's a lot. Mind you, because when we spoke to Jamie from Calabro, they're doing the whole of October. But it's quite a lot, actually. It's quite a lot of things. And he's all the way up to Aberdeen. Wow. He's toured before, though, so nothing new. Graham says, I was in Wetherspoons, Montague Pike, is that what it's called? In Piccadilly on Saturday night, and a pint of Doom Bar was £3.15. Fantastic value for central London. Do you know, I absolutely agree. That's blimey, that's very, very cheap. Very cheap. Very, very cheap. Wow, I'm liking that little phone there. 2 more for Christmas presents. These little tiny phones. Well done, Graham. Well done. Okay, 5 to 5 is the time. 5 to 5. So we take all your texts and emails. A lot of people talking about David Attenborough and how he's basically saying, we can't tell you any more. Steve, I suffer from severe anxiety, and the best way for me to deal with it is to tune into your programme. That's good. It's good. That's good. I'm more than happy with that. When insomnia strikes at 3 a.m, says Maria, the prospect of knowing that at 4 I can turn you on and not be alone is so settling. So thank you for brightening up our lives. There is that to look forward to, isn't there? There is that. You wake up and you go, what time is it? Oh, don't worry, he'll be along in about 40 minutes. Cheer me up a little bit. That's what we're here for. We're here for your little ray of sunshine. Not just me. It's the boys as well. The boys can sort of cheer you up. They don't cheer me up, but I mean, I suppose they can probably cheer you up. Me, they actually try and kill with burns, because Luke made a cup of tea and the mug had a distinct San Andreas fault running through it. I mean, it was, well, I couldn't help but notice it. It was pointed out. This is a San Andreas fault. And I thought, I'm going to pick up this mug and I'm going to be left holding the handle, and an entire mug of tea is going to drop down into my lap, and I'm going to be having to go back to the burns hospital again. It's bad enough on the arm, which actually I thought would heal. But it's not really healed. It's the same skin, it's just gone pale. Isn't that funny? You can take away the pigment out of skin. I do it now so that people think I'm hard. So people say it and you go, yeah. And they go, oh, did you get into a fight, mate? And you go, yeah, you want to see the other bloke? You know, that's what I always say to them. And then I've got this thing about walking into things with my legs. Well, I suppose it's supposed to standing on my hands. But my legs are terrible at the moment. Absolutely awful. I looked at it the other day. And I've got marks and bruises on my legs. I don't know where they came from. I get the feeling Teddy's having a bit of a wrestling match in bed with me. I'm sort of climbing into bed and all of a sudden he's twisting my legs and pummeling them and punching them out and all the rest of it. It's definitely not normal. I've got the worst legs even I've seen before. I just don't have great legs. What if you can get them cut? Perhaps I should have some cosmetic surgery. Save up and sort of buy something. Luke's had some cosmetic surgery done, haven't you? Yeah. You've got supermodel legs. Oh, right, okay. I haven't, unfortunately. It's my downward thing. I mean, I could never go on holiday with friends and go and sit on a beach. They'd be looking at me going, what the God's name's going on with his legs? What's happening with his legs? I look like something the Antiques Roadshow should value. So you're never going to see me in a pair of shorts anytime soon. What's my best feature? I don't think I have a best feature. I'm quite sort of honest about that. I don't have anything that I go, oh, I'm particularly good with that. I'm not strong. My arms are a bit weaky. My legs are a bit like something you'd value on the Antiques Roadshow. I'm carrying a little bit of weight. I don't have hairy legs. My feet are not brilliant because I'm a diabetic. I've got no hair. God, I'm depressed. Seriously, this is so depressing. I've got nothing to look forward to. And it's not going to get any better, is it? The older you get, the more it's all going to drop off. What's your best feature? Your hair? You are joking. You think your hair is your best feature? Do they really? No. Blind people say that to you, do they? They run... Yeah, I mean, yes. Does hair make a difference? Yours is your eyes. God, I'm surrounded by egotists. Honestly, you are so awful. My hair's... Fancy actually knowing what your best feature is and then telling me to make me feel worse, knowing I've just told you I don't have any good features at all. I've got no redeeming features, apart from I can do something that neither of you two can do. I can do a radio programme and get a huge audience. I'm here all week. Oh, sorry, it's the end of the week. Oh, I'm even more depressed. There's not even any more days in the week I can exert my talent on the world. Isn't it funny? We were talking about it earlier on. I was going to say, you know, when I first started in Fleet Street all those years ago, if I'd known the way things are going to turn out, I'd have done it differently. I still laugh over that thing. The wife suggested we spice things up and play doctors and nurses. So I put her on a trolley in the hall and ignored her for 48 hours. It's so true. If only it wasn't true. 84850 steve at lbc.co.uk. Do you know that cows vary their sound depending on their mood? You know that? Because cows sort of moo at different levels and frequencies, and apparently that means something. Well, obviously it mustn't it? They can't all be speaking the same language. There must be some cows which are butcher than other cows, and they go moo, and then you get other cows... French cat. Well, obviously they speak in French, don't they? It's like whenever you see a dog abroad and you go, hello, the thing's going to take your head off because it doesn't understand what you're saying to it. Must be like double Dutch. It only speaks the language of that particular country. And so, no, animals don't have the same language. They must all be different, mustn't they? French cows would have... They'd be spoken to in French. Why would they know anything else apart from French? No, of course an English cow can't speak to a French cow. Definitely not. No. You have to wait till they've learnt the language. Well, you do sometimes get translator cows that sort of wander from cows places to other, going, OK, today they earn a lot of money. They're seriously, I mean, those sort of cows are in short demand. You see them advertising in the newspapers, translate a cow for rent. Bring it into the field to teach it Russian or something like that. Well, they must do, mustn't they? I mean, you think about it. Otherwise, there's no point in the farmer speaking to it in English, and it's going to be going, I've got no idea what you're talking about. We're Russian. Why are you speaking to this? It doesn't make any sense. Same with all sorts of birds and dogs and cats and stuff like that. That's why I've often wondered, when people rescue dogs abroad that they've seen and they bring them back, all well-meaning, but of course the dog hasn't got the faintest idea what they're talking about. Not a clue. You have to wait till they've sort of learnt the language, which probably could take ages. I don't know how fast dogs and cats are at learning. Sit, paw. Yeah, but my Auntie Enid did that as well. I mean, she was fairly good at sitting and doing the paw stuff. But then you see dogs are ruled specifically by their stomach. You keep putting food out, they'll keep eating it. That's why you get a lot of overweight dogs and pussycats, because people just keep fit. Cats are a little bit better. They just look at it and go, not eating that. They're very lazy. Cats, even the big cats, lions and tigers, they spend 24 hours a day sleeping. That's all they do. You go to London Zoo and you'll hear them sometimes. If you're walking around Regent's Park on a Sunday morning, you'll actually hear them, roaring and stuff like that. But you actually go there and they then just go to sleep. They sort of wake up, they go, they're gone again. They literally spend and if you go out to the wherever they live, on the savannah and places like that, they spend most of their time sleeping, because there was some buffalo. No, it wasn't. It was rhinoceros coming through, and the lions were asleep and they didn't know. And the rhinoceros were practically upon them, and all of a sudden one lion woke up, turned around, what the? And they were all up and out of there as fast as possible. So obviously they're a little bit frightened by something that can probably kill them quite easily. But they sleep. That's all they do is sleep. Mind you, given the choice, we would probably like to sleep a lot of the time. You do sleep a lot of the time. How many hours a day do you sleep? You do the 9 hours, don't you? 6 hours. So that's a bit better, because that means that this evening, when you go to bed, you'll sleep. You'll sleep really well, because that's quite nice. Oh, I've done 14 hours. It's really bad for you, though. I learnt. It's also, as you get a little bit older and people say, oh, how many hours do you sleep? I go, well, actually, I don't sleep that much, because I always think life's a bit short now. Now I'm into my twilight years, I think. It's a case of, and you feel much more tired. You wake up and you feel a bit groggy. You feel a bit, look in the bathroom, throw cold water on your face. Oh, sod it, back to bed. And so you climb back into bed again. But it does make you lethargic. And it is the case of, I now argue with myself, but I've done that for ages, saying, why are you wasting time in bed? You could be out shopping or doing things or, anything really. Just sort of trying to make full use of your time. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Actually, somebody was telling me, somebody's locked into the Spike, which is nice. And David says, what do you think about Brian Blessed? Saying 90% of people bore him. I agree. Oh, we love Brian Blessed. He's fantastic. I mean, he really is good. Listen, I think if you can actually get to a certain age and you've still got a sense of humour, I think you're in with a winning chance. That's what it's all about. You see all sorts of things around you. It's a miserable old world at the moment, isn't it? Where do you... So I don't get this one here. Should I get this one? Where do you weigh a pie? Oh, sorry, somewhere over the rainbow. Cool. Weigh a pie. Thank you. Do you know that one? Did you get that joke? Where do you weigh a pie? Somewhere over the rainbow. That's really good, actually. I bet that's been nicked. You can always tell. It won't be somebody, weigh a pie. I knew one that happened years ago, and I forget what it was. Something to do with the John Lewis shop, and I can't remember what the dickens it was, actually. It was still very good, though, actually. And it was the way who was that bloke who used to... It's the way I tell him. And it was absolutely true. It is the way you tell a joke. You can get two people who tell a joke, and one person have you absolutely doubled up in laughter. The other one you go, no, it's not the way you tell it, definitely. Deborah says, you're perfect the way you are. Sounds like a Billy Joel song, isn't it? I like the idea. Another one here, and this one says, you're still very popular, Steve, over the country. I like to think so. We like to think, actually, that we're sort of here... you know, for everybody, because it's 5:10 in the morning. Oh, sorry. We just caught Harry working, shaking somebody's hand for about 5 seconds. And welcome to Buckingham Palace. Not for much longer. Your redeeming feature, Steve, is your charisma. Oh, that's nice. I think Flyby bailout is unfair. I now work, says Laura, the happy hostie, now age 63. I now work for my 10th airline. All the other ones went bust. It is true, actually, isn't it? They have actually gone bust. Karen says, I wanted to say, I think you're amazing. You make me laugh when I'm feeling low. And I wanted to say thank you for all the laughs. And my dad, who's 85, listens as well. Well, that's the indicator as far as I'm concerned. So, should we have a look at a paper? Let's just pick a paper at random. Is it The Guardian? Oh, it's The Sun. It's The Sun. Okay. So, was this Harry's swan song? Who cares? Okay, hello. She's back again. She's stalking. She's still not told us anything. And also, if you remember yesterday, are you on tomorrow? No. And then, quelle surprise, here she is back again. How does that work out? That's a very odd one, isn't it? I mean, I'm not saying that we don't enjoy seeing Serena. We do. We love seeing Serena. It's very nice to see her here and all her different outfits and everything. It's almost like... she's going to email... Oh, God, we're going to wait for an email now. Well, that won't happen, will it, for ages? She's getting very cross. Is it not a bonus seeing her? Absolutely not. It's a hindrance, if nothing else. Christmas came round again. Go now. Go while you're ahead. Go while you're still walking. What did she say? Was it very rude? Good Lord above it, I don't think we need to go down that road. Bless her, honestly. Do you know, this is the happiest place in the world. If ever you've seen the film Pollyanna, we're living the dream. We're living the dream. Pollyanna, the glad town. At the end, it's glad, and everybody goes home with a big smile on it. It's like it here. I walk out the front door, I'll always say something pertinent to Courtney or a few other people. Everybody talks to you. Mind you, in my case, they have to. It might be the last time. You never know, really. I'm a bit like Prince Harry. Well, actually, I'm nothing like Prince Harry at all. Never been out with Meghan Markle. Unhappy Sandy Toksvig quits Bake Off, and they say she often hid in her dressing room, sparking tension on the set. The trouble is, if the best thing that you've got is Noel Fielding, I'd give up now. That would depress anybody, I would think. 3'7" Panto star James Lusted is joining Songs of Praise after finishing a season in Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. So... His wife, Chloe, is 5'8". He joins a lineup that includes Alec Jones and Catherine Jenkins. Two gorgeous people, absolutely. Noel Fielding paid a gushing Rolling Stones tribute to Sandy Toksvig because her unhappiness behind the scenes was revealed. She's ever so nice. I have seen her cry. I can honestly tell you. And I bought her some flowers. That made her cry. That made her cry when we were in another building. And, I think she's great. I think she's great. She was the ideal replacement for Stephen Fry. Absolutely. But who could fill her shoe? As in shoe, C-H-O-U-X. Could it be Jo Brand? She has presented a charity special of Bake Off. Could it be Nadia Hussain? Good choice. Good choice. Odds 4-1 on that one. Could it be Susan Calman, the Scottish comic, regular on Radio 4 panel shows? Could be. Sarah Pascoe, the comedian, another panel regular. She does 8 out of 10 cats. Emma Willis, she could do it. Jeremy Corbyn, he's good at handling other people's dough, but most of his ideas are very hard to swallow. He's 100-1. So, in other words, no blooming chance at all. No chance at all. So here's Harry. That hair's dropping out by the second. He was posing for a photo. That's all his job consists of now. Posing for a photo. That's it. That's it. You know, really worrying. Really worrying. Also, turquoise pouring on the way. More water's on the way down. More water is on the way down. More rain. And a couple. Now, I'll have to tell you in a moment, actually, because if you have a cat, or there's another cat that is visiting your place and you're feeding it, let this be a lesson. I'll tell you about the litter of the law. All of that comes up in a moment. It's 5:15. Oh, hear that disaster on the BBC the other day. I so love it. Poor little Evan Davis. He thinks he's talking to one particular guest, and so he does this big introduction thing. I mean, quite clearly amateur time, and it's wonderful and it's marvellous and great to have you here and all the rest of it. And so the bloke goes, yeah, he said, but I'm not the person you think I am. I am not the lawyer. And Evan Davies goes, like that, and you suddenly think, that's what you call shoddy. That's what you call shoddy. He didn't know who it was. They actually got the wrong one. Somebody's head will roll on that, definitely. Anyway, let me tell you the story, ladies and gentlemen, of the cat. This is a couple. This is Jackie and John Hall. They're both 56. Why that makes a difference, I have no idea. We've asked this question before. Anyway, they were furious at their neighbour called Nicola Lesberel for collaring pedigree pet Ozzy and taking him to the vet. So she was feeding their cat. They hired a lawyer pal to apply for an injunction stopping the gardener from letting Ozzy into her house and putting him in a basket or box. Ms. Lesberel settled out of court by agreeing to shoo away the Maine Coon. They're big cats. Maine Coons, very big. She said, it's cost me over 20,000 quid. I wasn't fighting to own Ozzy, just my right to use my home as I wish. It's not your bloomin' cat. But anyway, so she gave £20,000. He started visiting her garden in Hammersmith. Now, the problem is with cats that they will visit. If you feed them, they will keep coming back. That's what cats do. They're just going where the food is. Because a friend of mine had exactly the same. When she lived over here, she lives in Australia now, and a cat from 2 doors down, they didn't know where it had come from, started turning up and meowing, so they actually sort of fed it. And then the next door neighbours came and you say, you haven't seen a cat, have you? Well, in this particular case, this one was visiting. She says, I didn't feed Ozzy at first, and I noticed he was losing weight and needed medical treatment. So in the end, I took him to the vet. In 2017, I put a collar on him. He hadn't had one on for several years. I mean, to be honest with you, she was quite clearly thinking of abducting this cat. Anyway, and once she screamed, this is Jackie Hall, give me my cat back, through the letterbox. I tried to get a lawyer, but most said they couldn't help because the case was insane. Cats go where they want to go. So anyway, she's coughed up. I mean, cats are regarded as property. It would be an offence if the feeder dishonestly appropriated the cat with the intention of permanently depriving the owners. And so the cat, Ozzy, is no longer allowed out of their £3 million home. So they've got 20,000 quid. But you shouldn't feed it. It's not your cat. You certainly shouldn't have taken it to the vet. Big mistake there. Big, big mistake. One of the columns today, Love Island viewers have started demanding Lewis Capaldi replace former contestant Ollie Williams, 3 days, a drip, so he can have an on-screen reunion with his ex-girlfriend Paige. Why would you want to go out with somebody like that? Somebody who looks more fake and plastic by the second on the programme and is about as boring as they get. The whole programme is just dreary. Dreary. Holiday Brits. We're holiday Brits, aren't we? We like being a holiday Brit. They booked a Sunshine hotel, only to find it had been taken over by Islamic owners who banned booze. It was halal food, segregated pools, alcohol was banned, and women have to cover up when swimming. They weren't at all happy. They were scrambling for refunds after the OVA resort on the Turkish Riviera was bought by Zera Hotels. The new owner enforces segregated male and female pools and hot tubs, and they don't serve any alcohol. It boasts of an alternative holiday that's good for your Islamic lifestyle. Unfortunately, Sam Taylor isn't Islamic. He said it was lovely. He said, but now they ban booze, we can't go back. You can't expect a Brit to take their holiday without a few pints by the pool. The travel giant TUI offered all-inclusive packages when it was owned by the Turkish company Tourism Ezel. The resort, where breaks cost from 200 quid a head, attracted plenty of British regulars and were dismayed by the sale. Some have cancelled bookings and want deposits refunded. Sarah Robbins of Hastings stayed regularly with her husband Phil. She said, we even used it as our wedding base. TUI apologised, saying we're contacting all customers affected. So if you are going out there to the OVA resort, it's halal, which actually is no big deal. Segregated pools might be a bit of a problem for you. No alcohol, and women must cover up when swimming. We just cancel the holiday, go somewhere else. You know, if you'd booked for that kind of holiday, well, then you would expect it. But to be honest with you, what they wanted was pints by the pool, boozy evenings, fire shows and belly dancers. They didn't get that at all. And then there's a sad story of a hoarder. He died at home, buried under so much rubbish it took police 5 hours to get his body out. It's a worrying one. However, not half as worrying as a drink-drive mother. This is Nethra Kaur, stopped in the early hours for having no headlights on. God, I see that all the time. In London, loads of cars with no headlights on, but she's been spared a road ban. She's a drink driver. She was 1.5 times the alcohol limit. She told police she'd had just one drink. I mean, obviously, these people who drink like that, they're liars. She was guilty of making a silly error. She admitted drink driving, appeared at Manchester Magistrates Court, but she argued against a ban, saying she needed to be able to drive her children to school. She said her husband was a senior NHS nurse tasked with collecting donated organs from across the UK, and that meant he would be unable to do the school run. Well, I mean, so a drunk driver is allowed to carry on driving. What they asked for was a 28-day ban. Magistrates imposed 10 licence penalty points, and a driver's licence can be revoked if the holder receives 6 or more points within 2 years of passing their test. She lives in an apartment opposite a primary school. Was also fined 200 quid and must pay 115 costs. So she's a boozer. I mean, she's a danger to herself, and she went, I have to take the children to school. But she lives over the road from a primary school. Doesn't make any sense, does it? That's a very odd one. Stormzy, I'm a bit bored with Stormzy. I'm really thinking, yawn, dullard. Sorry, pal, not for me. Not for me. Ollie Williams, the Love Island quitter, 3 days. That's because he was a liar, and the papers found out about him. He won't be showing his face in public. I was wrong the other day. I thought they would actually have him up on the television. They'd put him on there, but to be honest with you, I don't think he knows how to tell the truth, so maybe not one of the better guests that they could have had on this morning. Here's the lady. I do love this story. I think this is so fantastic. Hilary Munro. She's a legal secretary. She's sued for age discrimination after her firm, bought her a 50th birthday card. It was signed by all the staff and it was popped in the post. What a nice thing to do. A lot of companies do that, but she told a tribunal she was a private person with a belief that personal matters can remain private. Miss Munro also said she felt humiliated when a colleague joked about her reaching a milestone age, so she resigned from this practice in Salisbury several weeks later and raised the discrimination complaint. Her claim was thrown out at a tribunal. Its ruling states we concluded that the birthday card was intended as an act of kindness. The claimant's sensitivity about her age seemed unusual and extreme. Miss Munro of Salisbury had been at the firm for only 6 months. It's always the case, isn't it? When she took time off around the birthday in May, when she was away, another legal secretary worked out it was her 50th. The firm marked staff birthdays with cards, but when Ms. Munro returned, the tribunal heard a colleague commented, "It was your 50th, wasn't it? You can't hide it, you know." They'd say that here. That's fun. Miss Munro is said to be utterly shocked by this remark, which she felt was insensitive, humiliating and insulting. She later wrote to bosses, blasting her treatment. Yesterday, her partner called the ruling unexpected. God, 2 stupid people in the same family. They were being nice to you. Not again, Hilary Munro. Not again. Anybody else, thinking of employing her, just be careful. Don't mention the birthday, for God's sake. It's only 50. It's 50. Why not? You get cards now, welcome to your divorce. You get cards saying, congratulations on making it to 90. All sorts of cards. And she complained about the 51. I'm a private person. Well, don't come into the real world then, dear. Stay at home and drip. Honestly. Steve, you're right about cats. A friend of mine was on her way home from work, and just as she approached the house, she noticed her cat sitting in a neighbour's bedroom window. Blimey. That's amazing, isn't it? I mean, is that quite normal? Quite normal to actually see your cat? I told you our cat left home years and years ago, and it had made. I mean, it was about 4 miles away. I was absolutely amazed that it made it. We went to go and collect her. We had to put an advert in the local paper, and somebody responded saying a cat turned up here, and so we went to collect. You could see how disappointed the cat was, because it was a lovely big house they had, and we didn't have a lovely big house. Nice, but not particularly good. Steve, I read something on Twitter. It was absolutely right. Camilla was hated when she got together with Prince Charles. And the hate and abuse she got was far worse than Meghan. Oh, Meghan, you know, who cares? Who cares? But they actually stood there, stared straight down the cameras and got on with it, says Matt the trucker. Yes, I mean, Harry is a bit of a whiner, bit of a moaner, never happy with anything. And yet when you think about it, he's had everything. Absolutely everything. There isn't anything he hasn't had. Lovely house, gorgeous wife, you know, doesn't have to do very much work. He can do just about anything he likes. And yet, moan, bloody moan. Never grateful. So, sooner we're sort of rid, the better. Would you class as any LBC presenters as celebrities? No. I'm sure a few of them think that they are celebrities. I just think that they're presenters. Because I work in the industry. I don't think they're celebrity. I don't know what a celebrity is. I wish I knew. I don't think I really know what a celebrity is at all. Is that somebody who's sort of... I would think that the Kardashians would be classed as celebrities. Not because I'm sort of particularly enamoured with the Kardashians. I just think that that's what it'd be because they're very rich. You know, they're still doing this Deborah James story. Now they've got us sitting on a horse, on a sort of a merry-go-round here. The Bowel Babe, Deborah James. Dear. Does move along, doesn't it, some of these stories. Also, David Jason, still hoping to return to Still Open All Hours, but left hanging by the BBC. And the Bros documentary, which actually was brilliant for Luke, who was the oasis of calmness on the programme, whereas Matt was just this temperamental old bag who sort of threw his toys out with the bathwater every opportunity. He was never happy with anything. Whereas Luke was very calm. Matt just looked nasty. Which is... but anyway, now, Martin and Gary Kemp of Spandau Ballet are thinking of doing the same thing, which could be good. In the Kemps All True, comedian Rhys Thomas will grill the pair and follow their passions outside music. Because Martin, of course, is the father of Roman Kemp. Also, for this joke documentary, they're going to have Anna Maxwell, Martin and Daniel Mays, former Doctor Who Christopher Eccleston, and the Fast Show's Simon Day. So that sounds quite good, doesn't it? If only poor old Matt Goss had just had a bit of a sense of humour. But by God, I'm a boring person you'd be hard pushed to find. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Do you know I watched every episode of Nightcaller with Gary Cole, and I can watch it again because I found it on YouTube, says Connie. It's a great programme, isn't it? It was of its time. Have you seen it as well? Oh, Thomas has seen it. Have you seen it, Luke? No, not a clue. There we go. Sorry, no, it was a series on the television, Nightcaller. No. What's the film you're watching? You think you're what? Oh, Nightcrawler, what the hell's that? Is that one of those sci-fi things? Oh, I don't like Nightcrawler, sounds horrible. I don't like the sound of that. That sounds very... I thought we'd actually seen the last of dreary old Lizzie Cundy, but the poor old baggage is still dragging it out now. This is over... There's always a reason for people having things done. In the case of here, she had an injection. This is after lover's betrayal with Girl 21. They've always got excuses. Always got excuses. Oh, I did this, because of that, because I had low self-esteem. And as in fact, this sort of emaciated stick insect... is sort of somebody who's now railing against the cosmetic treatment industry, which is just as well. If you've seen poor old Lizzie Cundy... I'd like to see what Lizzie Cundy looks like without makeup. I should imagine you'd never find her in a lineup. You could spend ages and ages... Oh, that sounds quite nice. Simple Foods, oaty white chocolate and cranberry cookies. That sounds nice, doesn't it? Wait a minute, is there milk in there? Is there milk? Bicarbonate soda? No, you should be all right with this one, actually. Should be okay. I'm not. But they're not made. You have to make them yourself. I don't make things. Do I sound like the sort of person who makes things? And it's like we used to have somebody who used to work in our office years ago, Thomas, and not you, dear, the other one. And he used to bring in cakes he'd made at home. Well, I wouldn't touch them. Yes, I didn't touch them. Yeah, that was But he used to bring in cakes and make them for all sorts of things, which is quite sweet actually. But I wanted to see a hygiene certificate. I don't think you should be allowed to. In fact, I don't think you're allowed to actually make things and bring them in. Lovely though it was. I think, if it was sort of somebody saying, because we've had loads of things here where people make I can't make cakes. The only thing I could probably ever make, if I put my mind to it, would be pancake rolls. I'd like to make pancake rolls. That'd be quite nice. Just to get some bean sprouts, some phyllo pastry, and then just sort of roll them over and then deep fry the blooming things. I'd like to see if I could actually do that. I think I could manage that. Steve, Camilla's looking very old for her age just lately, says Jackie. Do you think so, actually? Jean says Harry had everything but no mum. Yeah, William had no mum. Charles had no ex-wife. Come on, grow up, for goodness sake. Another one here. Have you had Michael McIntyre for In Conversation? No, absolutely not. I'm not saying I wouldn't. Steve, life was so simple before I got married. I had no idea there was a wrong way to put the milk back in the fridge. I've always got milk in the fridge, actually. There's something about cold milk that I really like. I'm really pleased with cold milk. But now they're saying in the newspapers today, don't drink cold milk. Full-fat milk's really bad for you. But I seem to remember Phil Vickery telling me this ages and ages ago. It's always something, isn't it? Another one here. And I was looking out the window and I said to the wife, looks cold and grey out there. Don't be horrible, she said. Let my mother in. It's awful, isn't it? I still like the simple ones. You know, the bloke who turned up at the Blackpool bed and breakfast, knocked on the door. The woman opened the door. She said, yes. He said, I'd like to stay here. She said, well, stay there and shut the door. Well, yeah, they say, I stayed in this place, he said. There wasn't enough room to swing a cat in the bedroom. So I tried a mouse. Much better. It's the way I tell him, was said by Frank Carson, says Ian with the twins. It's the way I tell him. He died a few years ago, didn't he, really? Also, what have we got? Oh, stars. What do my star signs say for today? Pisces. A study or experience gap that was on your mind can be filled in unexpected ways. Take a deep breath and dive in. That's so exciting. I'm still waiting for the money win of last weekend. What are you? Aries. Okay, Aries. It seems to be you doing all the favours, but you're building lots of goodwill. Helping friends and workmates solve problems in smarter, faster ways could lead to an unexpected bonus. At home, gentle shaking up out-of-date rules is the first step to getting a new treatment in place. That's an interesting one, isn't it? It's for you. It's Aries. What are you, Luke? Taurus. What does it say for Taurus? Sorry, you're just underneath Aries, I notice, actually. It says here, an emotional change from hard work to deep rewards maps out your day. Don't hold back pushing to get a love bond back on track. Back on track? Has your love bond gone off track? Oh, my goodness, it's so exciting. A partnership moon promises a night of new closeness. Single, someone in charge of a wedding's music could be a dream partner. And love calls at door number 118. Your girlfriend's on holiday. There's somebody in apartment 118 who's coming round to see you tonight. You've got to go. I mean, to be honest with you, I wouldn't miss out on that one at all. That sounds fantastic, doesn't it? She's gone on holiday without you. What does that tell you? I mean, that sounds like the beginning of the end, doesn't it, for me? I'm going on holiday. Who with? Friends. You know, that's all you get now. You've got to look, what is that, love bond? But you've got to look at the number 118. That's obviously significant. So that could be, yeah, but it could be 118. You could split that. It could be apartment 118. So in your road, something like that. What you need to do is walk up and down your road, see what apartment 1 looks like in different places, and try and juggle the numbers around till you get what you want. And then move. And don't tell the girlfriend. So when she comes back, she's going to go, darling, I'm home. And back will come, darling, I'm home. Just like an echo. The tumbleweed will come out of the sitting room like that. And she'll go, where's he gone? And you know, and yeah, and you've got a new love bond. That'll be it. Actually, I wonder how much notice we actually take of star signs. If your star sign said to you today, do not travel, would you cancel? Would you cancel a plane journey or a holiday or something like that? It said, my star sign says don't travel. But they don't say that. They're always quite careful in case somebody says that influenced me. And I was quite... and it said do not travel. And then the plane I was going to be on, you know, it could be all sorts of things, couldn't it? So they never offer that sort of advice. They basically say, you know, It would be a good advert if somebody was that clever at it. I can actually predict today you're going to get a bill through your door today that you're not expecting. Okay? Remember that for the weekend. No, not nice. No. It's going to be a bill coming in that you're not expecting, and you'll get it today. That's all I can tell you. My lips are sealed. I'm not at liberty to discuss how I know these things and how the forces of nature resonate with me, and I have a spirit guide. For Thomas, well, you see, the trouble is Thomas is quite a complex case. You know, there are things going on in Thomas's life that maybe will pan themselves out over the course of the next probably 6 to 8 months. I'm having to look a little bit long-term on that one. That's what I mean, call me Psychic Steve if you like. My spirit guide, Teddy, has told me these things, and Teddy knows all. He is the all-seeing, all-knowing Teddy. You know? I mean, believe it or believe it not. But, bet you I'm right. Steve, I tried to remarry my ex-wife, but she figured out I was only after my money. Lovely. No, it says, have you ever sacked a producer? Not until this morning, strangely. Not until this morning, no. I don't sack producers. Good Lord above, you're joking. All my producers are fantastic. They're all lovely. Over the years, I've only ever wanted to get rid of about 2 producers. Anyway, it's enough of that one. Yeah, because you can't, unless somebody's going to, you know, what we're looking for. In fact, I was talking about this to my driver this morning. We are sort of looking for people who sort of come in who want to enjoy what we do. Not necessarily us, but just the business. And you do get that. You do get people that come in and they're very receptive to work. Some people, you feel like you have to push them. You know, come on, try and get a bit excited about doing the job. You know, because it is exciting. Somebody's paying you money, well, some of us, and you're enjoying it. If somebody doesn't enjoy it and they sit there and you think, you're not really helping yourself, are you? Perhaps you're taking the job under false pretenses. So maybe we'd look for somebody else, somebody who's a bit more committed. I've had people before. We used to do a programme years and years ago, about 15, 20 years ago, and we used to have work experience people in. And I could get through work experience people fairly quickly because all they had to do when they came in the morning, the main producer would give them a set of newspapers and say, listen, cut stories out that you think Steve can talk about. And generally speaking, it would take them about an hour. If you've never done it before, you'd be going through the papers and, you know, I mean, I can find stories in here really quickly. So, for example, when I went through the Daily Star this morning, the first story that I hit on was a footballer, Finn Tapp, he's called. I mean, I ask you. And he's with Oxford City. Not anymore. He's decided he wants to be celebrity, so he's gone on to Love Island. So that's one I would go for. Also, teenagers kept out of trouble by playing conkers. I quite liked. The captain, Birdseye, going to Iceland. I thought that was a good story, so I marked that one. The dwarf stepping up to become a Songs of Praise presenter. So I mark all the stories. What was the other one I liked here? Oh, Paris Hilton will have a baby and Donald Trump will be defeated in the US election, says a London-based psychic. Another one of these sort of people who sort of, you might as well say anything, you know. And by the way, a meteor's going to crash from, you know, us into sort of the Sahara Desert or something like that. So that's what, and so we would give them the papers and say, go through and find out the stories. Well, mostly it would take about an hour to do that. I can do it fairly quickly. I could probably do that in about 15 minutes. But this particular bloke, literally 2 minutes. 2 minutes. He'd been, and so I said, have you finished? And he said, yeah. I said, I've just started. How could you have done it in 2 minutes? He'd pulled 2 stories out of the paper. One paper, he picked up one paper and pulled 2 stories, and it was then that I realised maybe radio was not for him. You know, you've got to add a little bit more to it. So luckily, I mean, people have changed over the years. That's what we're looking. Yeah, producer does 3 stories. 3 stories. But I mean, that's what you're looking for. You're looking for somebody who wants to be into it. Not, we used to get people, when I was with United Biscuits Network, writing in going, I'd like to come and work on your radio station because I like custard creams. That was seriously what somebody wrote in. And we all looked at it and went, oh my God, perhaps that's what they think radio is. I like custard creams. I thought, well, we didn't make custard creams here. They made them up in Liverpool. They point righty to us. But and also, they never wrote to the right person. They just went, dear sir or madam. Whereas if you had half a brain cell, you would write to somebody in particular. You would go onto the LBC website, find out who the boss is, who you'd be writing to. And that means it's a lot more personal. You know, dear Tom, I'd love to come and work for your radio station. I've been a big fan for many years. I'm currently doing City and Guilds at whatever it happens to be. And that would sort of get you a bit of a chat. And that's what you need. The rest of it is up to you. And I know it's very easy to sit here and be very glib about it and say, well, that's how you get a job in radio. But it's certainly a start. Certainly a start. LBC, check on the road. There's the time this Friday morning. Don't forget, about 15, 20, 25 minutes time. We got a couple of clips of the guests who are going to be with us this tomorrow morning for In Conversation. One is a chef who's going to teach you how to lose weight. And the reason he's qualified is because he's done it and lost a tremendous amount of weight. And the other one is an actor who's currently starring in Grantchester, playing a vicar. So we'll introduce you to, but both called Tom, ironically, both called Tom. Plus, we've also got this Patients in Revolt photograph in the papers today. Hundreds mob a meeting to save the village GP practice. That's what I call people power. That's what I call the sort of picture I like to see. I thought they were just demonstrating about the practice anyway, but they weren't. They were actually really keen not to lose their GP, which in fact is the same for everybody around the country. I don't want to lose anything like that at all. Oh, look, Mylene Class. I wonder how much she got for that photograph. Every time they take a picture of her and it gets in the paper, she gets a percentage. That's how it works for all of them like that. It doesn't quite work for me like that, but it doesn't really matter, does it? The armed guard for Prince Andrew could be pulled. What's he got an armed guard for anyway? He's an ex-member of the royal family. He doesn't do anything. And they now say, he has a round-the-clock armed guard. Does he? Oh, take it away from him immediately. Can't have anything like that. The Home Office is said to have recommended that his security is downgraded. The Prince vehemently denies any of these allegations, and so he should do. But unfortunately, I don't think we should have to pay an armed guard for Prince Andrew. Definitely not. Thank you very much indeed. And we'll wait and see. A final decision will be reached by Priti Patel and the Prime Minister. A source told the Evening Standard those in charge of royal security can't write a blank cheque for anyone who doesn't have a public role for the foreseeable future. Absolutely. The cost of protecting the royal family is about £100 million a year. 600,000 for Harry. No, you pay for it yourself. You pay for it yourself. And if you want to rent a room at Buckingham Palace, you pay for it. You want to step down from the royal family, you better know what the consequences are. It's as simple as that. You know, we don't think she's coming back. He's apparently now debating whether to fly out there. Is this the longest they've been apart? Because we haven't had any other mention. He looks fairly happy with things. They are still together, aren't they? I don't want to sort of read in tomorrow's papers. They go, oh, actually, they decided to do a trial separation. Angry shopkeepers have stepped in to pay a grand £75 on-the-spot fine for feeding crumbs from a sausage roll to pigeons. Zena Altham was pounced on by council enforcers after buying the treat in a pound bakery. Keely Sylvester from the shop in Accrington paid her fine with another business. Keely said, we're disappointed with the council because it's hard enough to get people to shop on the high street. Zena's daughter-in-law, Alana, who'd been shopping with her, called the shop's generosity a lovely gesture. I think it's Hindburn Council, which uses a private firm for rubbish enforcement, stood by the fine. It said food litter causes environmental problems. I agree. But if you're eating, come on, be fair. If you're eating a sausage roll, you are going to drop bits and... That's why there's pigeons all over the place. They're just sitting there waiting for you to drop food. It's not difficult. I would think it would be very difficult unless you're sort of practically keeping the thing in the package. But if you're not, you just eat it normally. There's bits going to be dropping on the floor. They don't eat a lot, pigeons. They just eat much and varied. I think varied is possibly the answer to most of it. After Byron's headstone snub, the writers of the Mirror reveal their epitaphs. I quite like them, actually. And Freezy does it for me, so read the message. This is Jessica Bolton, the Showbiz editor. Features. Polly Hudson says, I may be dead, but I got the last word in. Brian Reid, the columnist, farewell, drinks a cause for celebration. Rachel Bletchley gets, here was a writer, but nobody's perfect. Darren Lewis, columnist, great chance to go for upbeat reminder. And Ross Wyn-Jones, pledging my eternal allegiance to Labour. One of the very few in the country. That's hardly sort of anything, is it, really? The picture today is of the Ryanair boss, Michael O'Leary, who's accused the government of a grubby cover-up over its secretive rescue of Flybe. I don't think they should have rescued it. I really don't think they actually should have done. If they can't make a living at it, well then close it down. But instead, they've opened up new links and everything else. But they haven't paid their tax bill. Only 106 million. Mere bagatelle. Actually, about 106 million. Good Lord. That's a heck of a lot of money, isn't it? Which reminds me, I must pay my tax next week. I knew there was something I had to do. Labour leadership hopeful Jess Phillips wants the rich to pay more tax to fund the social care crisis. What is it about this, the rich? I mean, what does she call the rich? They say here, it's going to need more than... It's a state of social care for the elderly. It's just going to need those that can chip in for a bit more tax. Well, how about you coughing up, Miss Phillips? You're an MP. You're an MP. You earn over 80,000 a year. You should cough up more. You're classed as a rich person. They always say that, don't they? But she's a Labour leadership hopeful. Although I think it's probably going to be Rebecca Long Bailey, who's going to ballot members to pick her or Keir Starmer. Miss Long Bailey will tonight promise to develop power to the regions. They always say this, don't they? They will say, I mean, I guarantee you, over the years I've noticed, people promise you everything just to get you to vote. And then when they finally get in, they go, well, of course, it's not as easy as we thought it was going to be. David Attenborough, through the ages, look back at the wonderful world of the wildlife legend. He is quite wonderful, isn't he? Somebody said the other day, I heard somebody talking to O'Brien, said they couldn't stand his voice. And he said, but that's the whole idea. It's one of those sort of voices that makes you listen to what he's talking about. I think it's very clever. Somebody says, here, Steve, would you bring Taron Egerton in for an in-conversation? He's my new crush. My new crush. Steve, apartment 118 will be a man with a moustache and a pair of short shorts. For Luke. Yes, well, probably, actually. Probably. And, Steve, do the producers work for Global or LBC? Can they be moved around to different stations? I don't know, actually. Never thought about that. And the answer is, yeah, they actually work for Global on LBC. Yeah, there's a lot of people work for two stations. It would be entirely possible if you wanted to do something like that. If you sort of said, oh, I quite fancy working on a music station or a classical station or a gold station or, you know, an EL station, something like that. But I would have thought, actually, once you'd worked for LBC, which is fairly challenging for a lot of people, why would you want to go somewhere else? Why would you want to go somewhere else? I don't think people get as much out of it if you're doing music. That's what I think. But I mean, what do I know, for goodness sake? Also, the shopper's face on the Bird's Eye packets instead of the captain. So Bird's Eye has agreed to give the slot on its fish finger packs to an Iceland shopper. The winner's face will feature on special packs in its stores. Customers can nominate themselves, a friend or a relative, with nominees offering their best savvy tips on using frozen food to reduce bills and wastage. Brilliant idea, isn't it? It's going to be in Iceland, and then you can decide whether or not your face is on the packet of fish fingers. Brilliant idea. I love the 72-year-old granny. She looks good. This is Mari Parker, and her son Daniel had read on Facebook that this bike, £1,200, Lapierre X Control 310, had been stolen from its 13-year-old owner. So when a man came into Daniel's antique shop asking if they want to buy it for 150 quid, they confiscated it. But when Daniel went out to tell the boy's family, the man returned and tried to take it back by force. Not reckoning on 72-year-old Mari. She gave chase. CCTV shows the 5'3" great-grand clinging to the bike outside the store in Barnsley. The man eventually fled. Mari says we were in a tug-of-war. Must be a bit embarrassed by now. They've got a picture of him. He'll be arrested very shortly. And then we can dispose of him. You know, in other words, we can throw him into prison. Much easier. They did one of those... I'm in the middle of a burglary. You know, you get those phone calls, and this particular lady, her husband and child had gone off, and she was left alone, and somebody broke into the pub. She was upstairs in the bedroom. Anyway, the people, she could see them on the CCTV. They'd already ransacked the jukebox with an axe, and then they started heading up the stairs to where she was hiding in a room up there with the door locked. The police, she's still got the police on the phone, and they'd said, is the door locked? And she went, yeah, the door's locked. She said, but they're actually coming upstairs. They're coming upstairs. So she decided, bearing in mind this place is pitch dark, she decided that she was going to confront the burglars, which is kind of a brave thing to do. And do you know what she did? which frightened the life out of them. She opened the door where she was and screamed and screamed. So much so they couldn't get out of the place quick enough. Luckily, the police were waiting for them outside, so they'll be spending time at Her Majesty's pleasure. But that was the screaming. Can you imagine? It's all very quiet. And all of a sudden, this screaming like a banshee. Brilliant. Well done to her. Frightening. But at least she actually did it. My agent said my greatest asset is my availability. Who says that? Kelly Brook. She'll be in a bit later on today, which is nice. Also, Jeremy Clarkson, 5 years since he punched a Top Gear producer because he wanted a steak and he got the sack. Well, anyway, the Yorkshire restaurant, which eventually served Jeremy an 8-ounce cut of beef, will be holding a special event. That is a bit cheeky, isn't it? A bit naughty. A little bit naughty. Could you get Kate Bush on Conversation? She doesn't do interviews. She's not an interview person. She'll come out to do a show or something like that, and then she just goes back into her hibernating world. It's very difficult to actually get her to do something if she doesn't want to do it. It's amazing, really, isn't it? And it's nice to have your company. Hello, welcome to Friday. It's the 17th of January. I know it gets a bit tighter, doesn't it, money-wise, towards the end of the month, as you suddenly realise that maybe there isn't enough money in the coffers, and you can't wait for payday, which is literally around the corner. You've got just under 10 days before. And if you're self-employed, you've got to cough up your tax as well. I wonder which reality stars will not be coughing up their tax and putting themselves into bankruptcy. I think there should be special prisons for people like that. You know, especially if they've been seen to be wasting their money. Sunil says, could your spirit guide give me the numbers to the lottery? That was the only thing that spirit guides can't do. Isn't that funny? They also never sure about names. Have you noticed with little Sally Morgan? She'll go, a Martin? Is there a Martin in the audience? Or it begins with M, Miriam. You know, and they're sorry, can you not hear your spirit guide? The answer is, of course you can't. That's what people want, you know, so they never get anything right. And so they can never do lottery numbers. Otherwise, Derek Acora could have retired years ago. But of course, as most of his stuff was fraudulent, you know, there is no talking to the dead. There is no contact in the other side. And they certainly don't have the lottery numbers. You know, your spirit guide apparently is floating through the ether and talking to a lot of dead people, right? Well, then why would they have the lottery numbers? They've never got the lottery numbers. You'd think, actually, that, you know, mad old as a broomstick, the one who used to turn up on the national lottery, would know the lottery. She never did. She used to wander the corridors of the BBC. That was the funniest thing. Outspoken rapper who rails against the political establishment and then accepts an MBE medal. Not for me, it's for my mother. We got that old excuse from Janet Street Porter, didn't we? And it's for her mother who, when she came to this country, didn't have this and that. Yeah, no, you just accepted it, dear. Come on, just give us the truth. Don't give us all this rubbish, please. Steve, another one here. Which says, it's my birthday today, says Viv in Suffolk. Lovely start listening to you in bed. How fantastic. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And little one here. Oh, somebody, you can always tell somebody with no followers is a snowflake. Somebody who hasn't got any friends at all. That's the ultimate in sadness. The ultimate in sadness. And they say, you show you're anti-royal. Well, you're quite clear. I've never heard the programme before. Never heard. I don't need to argue with somebody like you because you start with being a base of simple, and I can't take you any higher because you don't have the intelligence for it. So, comes as a bit of a shock to the staff. And off you go. We're getting rid of you. This is Harry, smiling away, obviously delighted. They've just incorporated them into the royal family. But over in Canada, the Duchess visits 2 women's refuges. How do we know about that? Because they release it. And they tell us. So they're manipulating the media. It's designed for them. And, you know, it's all a bit tragic, really, isn't it? 12,000 people are going to be quizzed in a sexual harassment survey. You can't do anything now. You can't... I don't know what you're allowed to say or what you're not allowed to say. Are you allowed to tell somebody they look good? Could you do that? Could you say to somebody, you look really good today? Would that be acceptable, or would that be seen as harassment? Because to be honest with you, I really don't know. I don't know how far you can go with something. I mean, I sometimes want to tell people in this building, you know, you look really good today. But I'm worried they might interpret it as being sort of a little bit, you know, shouldn't really be allowed to say something like that. But I think the 2 boys here look great today. Absolutely fantastic. Not great looking, but, you know, they're just great. They look great. Their demeanour is good, which I like. Also, Lisa Armstrong up in court. Yes, his side say they've settled the divorce with 31 million. Her side say not so fast. I don't think they have done that. And if they did do it, they did it ages and ages ago. But they have enjoyed joint custody of the dog. But if he's got a fortune of 50 million, then 31 million is quite nice. She said it's not 31 million. She said it's not. They haven't said. Normally they would actually say, oh, it's nowhere near that kind of money. Martin in Worksop, he says, seeing as Derek Acorah died recently, no, kidding, really? Do you think he saw that coming? No, I don't think so. But I should imagine he hasn't stopped. I mean, his wife claims she talks to him every day. Two peas in a pod, really, aren't they? It was always good, but they had to drop him from Most Haunted because he was fake. It was as simple as that. But the trouble is, you could say anything. You can say absolutely anything nowadays, and people can't prove it, can they? Or not prove it. And then they've got a lovely cartoon running in the Mail today. Where else? And it's the back of Buckingham Palace, and it's got Harry shaking somebody's hand, and he's saying, if I'm really honest, I much prefer American football and ice hockey these days. It's a Paul Thomas cartoon, which is true. Sarah Ferguson, mused on Canadian TV. She spends most of her life musing, doesn't she? Luckily, they've kind of stopped her talking, because every time she opens her mouth, she throws both feet inside it. But in 2009... about her marriage, claiming there was an official talk of Andrew being made the Queen's representative in Canada, explaining we could have been Governor of Canada living in Ottawa. It would have kept us together, and we'd probably be together now. A grim harbinger for the Sussexes. Absolutely. Poor old Sarah Ferguson. Could she survive by herself? No. Does she rely on him? Yep. And that's just the way it goes, isn't it? But luckily, after all her sort of shenanigans and the embarrassment that she's brought on the royal family, they finally admitted that she just has to be quiet. Has to be quiet. James Earl Jones celebrates birthday today. James Earl Jones was the Oscar-nominated... In fact, he was Oscar-nominated for Great White Hope, but he voiced what? Come on. Exactly. He voiced Darth Vader. And he was also Simba's father, Mufasa, in The Lion King. But as a child, he was mute for 8 years. Did you know that? He was mute for 8 years because of a severe stutter. In 2002, a plaque in Florida that was supposedly to honour the actor instead mistakenly paid tribute to James Earl Ray, the man who killed Martin Luther King. Ray's death in 1998 was also wrongly broadcast as Jones's. Today he celebrates James Earl Jones' 89 birthdays. Many happy returns of the day. David Lloyd George was born on this day in 1863, died 1945. And the girl band in 1998, All Saints, secured their first ever 5 number 1 singles with Never Ever. And then luckily they disappeared, which was probably the best thing that they ever did. What did one rock pool say to the other? Show us your muscles. I'm here all week. Seats at all prices. Plus, Soyuz 4 and Soyuz 5 capsules in 1969, on this day, locked together and brought Russia 3 dramatic firsts. The link-up was the first between 2 manned capsules, and it formed the world's first experimental space station. I'd still like to go, just out of curiosity. I don't necessarily want to go and land on the moon or anything like that, but I wouldn't mind just going up there just to see what the Earth looks like. I've seen the pictures, but it's not the same as doing the same thing. In the same way, I would still love to go down to the Titanic. I think I'd be a little bit frightened. I think there'd be a lot of creaks and stuff like that. That's the only thing that worries me, you know, as the water pressure from outside, which must be intense. It's 2 miles down, but they've done it quite a few times. I quite like the idea of going down to the Titanic and then they turn on the lights and they go, "You ready, Steve? Here we go. 3, 2, 1, flick the switch," and there's the Titanic. Because you'd be seeing something that you'd only ever heard about and seen pictures in the newspaper. So that would be something. That would be absolutely, that would be on my bucket list. Definitely on the bucket list. Going up into space, but not necessarily going, landing on the moon or anything like that. I'm not bothered about that. I just want to go up there and float around for a little bit. That'd be good. On the irony that Most Haunted got rid of Derek because he was fake, says David. The whole show's fake. At least he was entertaining, not like the rest of them. Pile of rubbish. Oh, I agree with you. I'm all in favour of piles of rubbish like that. It always makes me laugh, to watch it, because it's a pile of old rubbish. It really is the biggest pile of rubbish. What they're doing is making all sorts of spurious claims. But then lots of these people do it, don't they? It's very difficult, very difficult. Steve, I managed to get a Steve Allen tea towel on eBay. I'm not sure if it's genuine, but I'm getting it framed anyway. As far as I know, there are no fakes. There are no fakes of the Steve Allen tea towel, which is good. And but of course, if you're coming to the show, we might actually have a couple that you could possibly win. Da, 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 da. Yeah. That's it's news to the producer. I've only discussed it with the producer of the Steve Allen live show. There's another producer for it's another producer. I mean, seriously, I'm getting like a cast list of thousands. No, because it's it's done by our events department. They don't have to answer to you at all. Well, I mean, put it this way, you didn't come to the last one, and I had a dressing room full of sweets. There was a bowl of sweets and fruit and everything else. Had my own ensuite in there. Ooh. When I say ensuite, it wasn't a packet of sweets. It was actually an ensuite bathroom. And then it's nice. If you've not been there before, it's within a minute of the front door of Global, which is in February, isn't it? February, which we're looking forward to, very much indeed. But you don't need to dress for it. You don't need to be all posh and things like that. You're not going to be sort of made to stand in the corner if you've been naughty. Declan says, I wanted to be a psychic, but I couldn't see a future in it. It's so funny, isn't it? You see all these... I told you there was a very famous one called Doris Stokes years ago. I've told this story about 3 million times. I still enjoy telling it because Robert Kilroy's Silk used to have a programme on the television. And on this particular one, he was looking at this kindly old woman who was carrying some weight on her. And she was there in the studio. She thought she was being interviewed. She thought that she was being interviewed about her work as a medium, but in fact he was going to expose her as a fake. And he said, you have a lot of people coming to your shows and they get readings from you about people that they've lost the other side. She went, yes. And she was very believable. She was very believable. She sat there and, yes, nice. And looking as though she was very concerned about the whole thing. And then he said, there's a couple here. And this is, for purposes of this programme, Mary and Alan. And they came to your show, and you contacted their son who'd been killed in a motorcycle accident. And she went, oh yes, I think I remember that. And I'll tell you the outcome in a moment. Doris Stokes is sitting there, and he said this couple here, Alan and Mary, whatever they were called, and they actually came along to one of your shows. And you contacted their son who'd been killed in a motorcycle accident. And the couple said, yes, that was right. And he said, how did you know to go to the show? And the couple said, she gave us tickets. They went, she gave you tickets? They said, yeah, we were contacted by somebody from Doris Stokes's company. And what they'd done is, it was quite clever. I mean, a scam to end. It made Paper Moon like, a walk in the park. And I'll tell you about Paper Moon in a minute. And so what she'd done is, before Doris Stokes arrived in a town, she would go through the newspapers. And as always, with local newspaper stories, there would be somebody who was killed or a burglary or whatever it happened to be. And in this particular case, the couple's son had been killed. So they'd sent flowers and tickets to go to the show. So she was forearmed. She knew that this couple were going to be in the audience. She knew exactly where they were sitting. So she was able to go through the charade of saying, your son's coming through. Did you lose him recently in a motorcycle accident? Well, she knew because it had been in the local papers. She was a right old fraud. And so when the couple had sort of said, no, she sent us tickets for the show, that was it. But do you remember that film Paper Moon with Tatum O'Neill and her father Ryan O'Neill? And they were operating a scam years ago in the Wild West. And they would turn up in a town, they'd go to the local newspaper, they'd buy a copy, they'd find somebody who died recently, and they would go to the boot of their car and they would say, Alviron died the other day, his wife Mavis is grieving. And they would get a Bible and they would print to Alviron, with all my love. And they would go to the house. They'd knock on the door. I only laugh because it was so stupid. And because in those days, nobody knew about things like that. And the lady would answer the door and they'd say, "Oh, is Alviron in?" And she'd go, "No, he passed." And they go, "Oh." And he'd go, "Why? Why, child?" She'd go, "Well, he ordered a Bible for Mavis." And she'd go, "Oh." She said, "Yes, and it was the deluxe edition. It's $2. And but you don't have to have it," knowing damn well that the lady at the door would go, "Oh, that was his last act. I'll take it. I'll take it." And so they would end up with all these, they had a whole boot full of Bibles. I mean, you can't believe that people fall for this kind of guff, but I promise now you could probably do it, and it would be absolutely fantastic. I think it's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Very clever. So listen, my first guest on In Conversation this weekend is an up-and-coming film and television actor, best known for playing Lieutenant Jeremy Foster in the first series of Outlander, and the lead character, Reverend Will Davenport, in Grantchester since Series 4. He's also appeared in Call the Midwife, Casualties, and The Syndicate. On the silver screen, he starred in Film Stars Don't Die in Liverpool. He's one of the lead characters in the upcoming World War II thriller film Greyhound. It's Tom Brittney. Tom came in to talk about the 5th series of Grantchester and how he got the part of the lead character, the Reverend Will Davenport.
I was just free at the time. I got an audition through and went for it, and they chose me. Yeah.
Were there a few of you auditioning?
I think so. I've met a few people who have gone,
said,
I went for that. I was close to getting that.
You went, I got it.
Sorry. Yeah, I think they searched far and wide, and I went in. I was one of the first guys to go in and meet the director, and from what I understand, speaking to the previous executive producer, Diedrich Santa, was that they liked me from the start, but that they felt that they found me too quick, so they went and searched again.
Tom Brittney, who's in conversation with me this weekend. As well as Tom, I'll be talking to a Michelin-starred chef. After initially appearing in several small television parts as a child actor, he decided to attend culinary school at the age of 18. Following his graduation, he worked at many restaurants, including the Michelin-starred Rhodes in the Square and Adlard's. In 2005, along with his wife, he opened the Hand and Flowers, which became the first pub to win 2 Michelin stars. He followed that up with another 2 pubs. One is The Coach, which earned him a further Michelin star, and the other is The Butcher's Tap, which serves as both a butcher's and a pub. As well as his successful pubs, he's also fronted many of his own cookery programmes, and finally in 2018 opened his first London restaurant at the Corinthia Hotel in London. It's Tom Kerridge. Tom came in to talk about his new book, Lose Weight and Get Fit, and his own personal struggle with his weight.
I've always been big. Like, even as a child, I was always the biggest kid. But you reckon, you're in a bad space. But the turning point was an age. I was approaching 40 and went, like, I've got to make a change. So I've got to do something here. I can't keep going the way I'm going, because when you get to 40, when you get there, you'll realise it's a point. Please. It's a point of reflection.
I've got years on you, let me tell you. The trouble is, I thought 25 was the turning point, because from 25, all of a sudden, I used to joke, I can eat everything, I don't put any weight on. 25 was the cut-off point where I remember thinking, it's not going. Why is it not going?
Yeah.
And then it became difficult.
Yeah, well, it was 40 for me at that point of going, I need to make a change. You look at 40 and you think, where have I got to? Where have I, you see it as a halfway point. Do you know what I mean? And how am I going to get, where's the next 40 years going to go? And then, it was the start realisation that, well, there ain't going to be if I keep going the way I'm going. I really have got to make a change. So that was that point of reflection of deciding to make a lifestyle change, and I stopped drinking. I stopped, I'm much more conscious of everything that I eat now. And then get to the gym or do swimming or try and make a happier, more conscious, healthier lifestyle choice.
Tom Kerridge in conversation with me this weekend. Along with Tom Brittney, you can hear me talking to the 2 Toms tomorrow morning from 6 after the best of Steve Allen, and on Sunday evening from 9. Or if you can't join me this weekend, you can listen to the whole thing by downloading Global Player. Just go to the App Store on your iPhone or iPad or Google Play on the Android device. And we go back 7 years. I can't remember what the first one is back 7 years ago on the In Conversations. It might have been called something different. 7 years ago, I'm sure it was called something different. It might have been That Reminds Me. Or as Noreen used to say, That Remembers Me. Which was very interesting, very interesting. I just looked at a recipe in the paper actually today, and I suddenly thought I could eat it now. And it's haddock and prawn chowder with peas, spinach and quinoa. I don't know what quinoa is, but it seems to pop up everywhere. And it seems to be quite nice, actually. And actually is recommended by Professor Roy Taylor. And in case you don't know who he is, he's the diabetes expert. Perhaps we should get him in, actually. He'd be an ideal guest for In Conversation, seeing as diabetes is costing the NHS a small fortune, is it not? Other stories in the papers. What have I done with that? Oh, there we go. Sorry, I thought I'd lost it, actually. This one here, Boffin, cows talk about the weather. Do we really believe, you know, because I could talk to the animals. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. I don't think they talk. I think they do something, though. I think they must do something. They must do something. It can't be that bad, can it, really? Larry Lamb's revealed he's ready for a Gavin and Stacey film. Yep, we are too, Larry. And Ricky Gervais shared a laugh with a rugby legend over his battle with motor neuron disease. The funny man delighted the retired sports star with a tongue-in-cheek roasting of his Leeds Rhino pal, Steve Ward, which is good. Noel Gallagher's planning to renovate his new £8 million mansion by adding a state-of-the-art woodland gym. I'm sorry, the idea that Noel Gallagher's in anything worth about, you know, more than 350,000, I find absolutely unbelievable. Oh, look, there's a little picture of Theo Paphitis urging landlords to cut rents at his struggling lingerie stores. It's, excuse me, it's just greedy landlords. I mean, the one thing we don't want... I mean, when I went to Kingston the other day, I've always said over the last few months down the road from me, it's very nice. I quite like shopping in Kingston. It's got the River Thames running through it and loads of bars and all sorts of things. And loads of boarded-up shops. Not just in the marketplace, which was looking a bit tired and dilapidated, but actually on the main street. I walked out the front door of Marks and Spencer's, the two shops directly in front of me, boarded up. Looked to the left, boarded up. Next shop up, boarded up. So it's not good, is it? People can't afford the rents, because it's not just the rents you've got to pay to the landlord. It's you've got to pay your council taxes, and you're competing with coffee shops, many of whom don't even pay tax. Which is not so good. Love Island hunk Curtis Pritchard reckons he and his Strictly star brother AJ could give Ant and Dec a run for their money. I don't think so, actually. I did see Curtis the other day on the television. A little bit wooden. You know, Ant and Dec have it off as and I should imagine they would also sit back and laugh and go, yeah, right, whatever. They must have had that loads of times from people going, we could actually be better than Ant and Dec. And you think, no, you really couldn't. I know you think you could, but I promise you couldn't. Also, some new love arrivals on Love Island, another sad bunch of degenerates. There's one here, he's a footballer, he's called Finn Tapp. He plies his trade in the 6th tier of English football, and he has a fetish for feet. Oh dear, I think they're better off without him. The ex-MK Dons defender didn't tell Oxford City Chiefs he was jetting off to the South African villa. What a charming piece of work you must be. Let's hope when you come back they go, actually, we don't need you anymore. Thank you very much indeed. Go back to where you came from, mate. Oblivion. Fancy just dumping. We had some girl, didn't we, who'd been on to, might have been on a Love Island, and she'd sort of basically left a West End show. Just like that, just sort of, and you think to yourself, you don't deserve anything at all. You really don't. These people are so ungrateful, so ungrateful. And what was the other one? Here's a picture of reality royalty, Kim Kardashian. They're a very peculiar family, aren't they? Every time I see things about them on the television, I sit there with my jaw on the floor thinking, they're not normal, are they? Drinking full-fat milk knocks years off your life. No fat or semi-skim milk can reduce biological ageing by up to 4 years. Drinking no milk can also help you live longer. It's a study in America, so I'm not sure if we take it with a pinch of salt or we take it seriously. Either way, you know, you say, well, I don't know how long I'm supposed to live for anyway. You know, now we've sort of knocked 4 years off it. Is that good, bad or indifferent? The answer is obviously we sort of worry about everything, so people start changing, don't they? There's also, oh, look, lovely. A coconut octopus. Have you ever seen a coconut octopus? It's an underwater nature photography competition, and they've got diving birds who dive down, pick up things. They've got sharks. They've got, some of them look very scary. But there's a huge prize, 65,000 quid. 65,000 quid, and they've got seahorses and it's just amazing. I love stuff like that. I do. It's actually, I forgot to mention the one thing about Paper Moon that sets it apart from any other film like that is Tatum O'Neill was very young at the time and she was absolutely brilliant. Secondly, the film's made in black and white, and that's what adds to it. It's so clever. They have various scams that they offer. You should get it. It's one of those. It's a nice, what they call a nice little film. Tatum O'Neill acting with her dad. It's quite brilliant. Quinoa is couscous, says Josh. Is that what it is? I don't think I want it now, actually. I told you years ago I went to a macrobiotic restaurant. The most boring time of my entire life. Nick Ferrari is with you at 7 o'clock this morning in about 25 minutes' time. The Met Police have suggested cutting back on Prince Andrew's personal security after he withdrew from public life last year. Does he still deserve taxpayer-funded around-the-clock protection? I mean, personally, I think no. If he's not a member of the royal family, why should we? Can't he pay for something? You know, couldn't he sell the little chalet that he bought? Plus, Nick will get the latest from the Flybe saga after the Ryanair boss Michael O'Leary threatened to bring legal action against the government over its bailout. And Nick will be joined in the studio by the peer who compared post-Brexit Britain to Nazi Germany. All of that and more with Nick Ferrari at breakfast from 7 this morning, right here on LBC. I was going through this list earlier on. We like a list of the biggest shows of 2010s. So all the way up to and including now. Number 25, the sports personality of the year. I just see that as a lot of sort of, footballers wearing posh suits. The BBC News is at number 24, 10.8 million people. 10.8 million people. The royal family. This was in 2010, December the 25th, 11.3 million. Call the Midwife, Miranda, Broadchurch. Mrs. Brown's Boys did well at 11.7 million people watching in 2012. The Voice, which got 12 million. Good blimey. Line of Duty in 2019 got 12.1 million. Still Open All Hours, 2013, 12.2 million. Downton Abbey pulled in at 12.4. Come Fly With Me. I don't even know what that was. Come Fly With Me. But it did very well, 12.5 million people. And then Sherlock, Doctor Who, Planet Earth 2, Britain's Got Talent, I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here, 13.7 million. You have to try and appreciate how big some of these numbers are. Not as big as they used to be years ago, but these are very big. Blue Planet 2 got 14 million. That's what you call a very successful programme. Strictly Come Dancing, we obviously can't get enough of that, got 14.3 million. Bodyguard, Coronation Street, The Great British Bake Off got 15.9 million. That's a 16 million, which is amazing. EastEnders in 2010 got 16.4 million. Gavin and Stacey, 2019, got 17.1 million. And number one, the biggest show of the 2010s, broadcast on December the 12th, 2010, The X Factor, got 17.7 million viewers. I mean, that's a huge amount of people. Huge. Not now. It's tumbled out completely. You notice Love Island didn't feature at all, mainly because it's hemorrhaging audience like there's no tomorrow. I don't know what they can do to bring it back. I think, to be honest with you, drop it. We managed to drop Big Brother. That was a pile of rubbish, wasn't it? The same old people, time and time again. It's, can we find some really stupid people? Yep. And what do we call that programme? We call that The Apprentice. Apparently Come Fly With Me was a little British spin-off. I remember, is it it's not it's not a docudrama, is it? Is it a docudrama? I really don't know, actually. Steve, how do the landlords that charge shop owners out of business manage to make a living on empty premises? Well, it only goes up, doesn't it? It only goes up, and they get all sorts of dispensations. Lou says, what's a macrobiotic restaurant? It's all pulses and stuff like that. And today it would have couscous and quinoa and stuff like that. It was the most boring kind of thing. It's a grain. Tasteless. Mush. But people eat it because they go, it's really, really healthy. Unfortunately for me, it's got to be the Big Bertha breakfast. The Big Bertha breakfast. They were talking about defiant cafe owners have backed the calls to save the Great British Fry-Up. It's only snowflakes between the ages of sort of 18 to 30 who go, we want avocado on toast. No, they don't. They'd rather have 2 sausages, chips, mushrooms, eggs and bacon. And a grilled tomato as well. So they went to a packed cafe at the Docklands Diner in East London. The owner, Mohammed Mo Belchimi, insisted greasy spoons are still thriving. I don't know why they call them greasy spoons. They're not greasy at all. They're really not. Nothing wrong with eating a fry-up as long as it's in moderation. You can have a fry-up every so often. Not going to make any difference at all to you. He says fewer people seem to be enjoying them. Well, let them go eat all that sort of fancy posh stuff, you know. I'm sorry. I mean, you'd imagine going into the Wolsey and going, I'd like a fry-up. They'll probably do one for you. You're paying for it. But you go to the greasy... You can't beat a greasy spoon. It's the smell, isn't it, of the fat or whatever it is that they use. And you can have a piece of bread. And there used to be a plastic dome. You lift it up and you could have one of their rolls. And that was always quite... I used to like stuff like that. I mean, we did in Twickenham, we had one. And it was lovely, and we'd sort of say, oh, could I have this, and this? She'd go, of course you can. We would love it. It was fantastic. Eggs, and cooked it in a little tiny area, smaller than my desk space here. Smaller than my desk space. That's like if ever you go into a Thai restaurant. You know, we used to go to Thai Nice up in Acton. David and Vid were up there, and they used to do lovely food. And they were cooking in a tiny... They used to do something called volcano chicken, which was a chicken that was all cooked, and then they would pour brandy on it and set it on fire. Oh, yum, yum, yum. It was lovely. I love Thai food. I don't have enough of it, mainly because you don't find many Thai takeaways. They tend to be incorporated into Chinese takeaways. Either way, I love it, actually. Love it. Brilliant comedy, Come Fly With Me, Matt Lucas and David Williams. Was it? Oh, Come Fly was about EasyJet. I think there are various programmes that we're talking about here, I'm quite sure. Steve, why would I want to watch a programme about people conning other people? Well, because that's what's so interesting about it, isn't it? It's the fact that it's a film. It's a film. I mean, there are programmes on the television about people conning other people and pretending something is good. You know, you can. It's like if you go up Oxford Street today, I can guarantee you they'll be selling the dodgy perfume. They'll be selling a right load of old stuff. But let me tell you now, all the people crowding round to get the crowd going are in on the gang. Okay, they will buy something. They'll be put it in the bag. They go round the corner, take it out, and it goes back into stock again. That's how it happens. It'll be like 20 quid, whatever they're looking for. It used to be all those fake auction shops that were up and down Oxford Street and Regent Street. Basically, rip-off merchants. You know, bid for this, put your credit card in the air, we'll take your credit card away, charge you 100 quid, and you bought a pile of old rubbish. And that's what, for some reason, people like to go for things like that. I've been to a few of them. I find it absolutely fascinating that you can part people from their money that easily. And especially the people. It's like watching somebody playing the 3-card trick on one of the bridges over the Thames. You'll find most of the people watching it are a part of the gang. Stand there and say to your friends, see how long you last. Evil people. They really are. They're just rip-off merchants. What you really want to do is sort of get somebody to trick them. So you go, wait a minute. Oh, no, it is the Queen. There you go. And they'll go, oh, how did that happen? And really play them at their own game. Because they're just crooks. They've been doing it for ages and ages. Should the bells chime to make the moment the UK leaves the EU, you're talking about £50,000 a bong. Well, where did that come from? And people have just come... I mean, sorry, is it so expensive to ring a bell? Who cares about it? I mean, I'm not interested in hearing bongs ringing. Just stick some big speakers up there. You know, the like of which they use for the Rolling Stones on tour. And you could hear the bongs all over the blooming place. Just get a nice little record. We could play it on LBC and nobody would tell the difference. Nobody could tell the difference. So, the stories which have been floating around today. The weekend brunch, bad for you. But people go for weekend brunch. You can always tell when blokes have been dumped with the kids because they take them to Starbucks or Costa or any one of a number of places and they sit there all by themselves, not really interested in the kids because mum's gone shopping. The patients in revolt, hundreds mob a meeting to save the village GP practice. Also, Prince Andrew could be stripped of police protection. Good. I didn't vote for him. Unique moment that a leopardess appears to befriend a baby impala, not for very long. The super grand Mari stopping the bike thief, the milkmen of human kindness. Milkmen are just the very soul of the earth. They're just absolutely fantastic. We love milkmen. We've got more milkmen listening to this programme than anything else. It's brilliant. Prince Harry thinks he has the last laugh, still managing to do nothing. You know, apart from himself, who doesn't seem to be remotely interested in the royal family. The intern who discovers this planet after only 3 days on the job. I mean, that is just the best story, isn't it? The best story. Are they going, you found what? I don't think so. No, he has. No, he hasn't, of course. He's just an intern. No, he's found another planet, OK? Here it is. There you go. There's the picture. Oh, my God, he has found another planet. I think it's easy to... That's why, you know, whenever you get people investigating, people like Uri Geller, because they're so-called scientists. They're not watching on the same level as everything else. So when he says, I can bend metal with the power of the mind, it's rubbish. It's just blatant lies. You could call it out on the television quite easily, because otherwise, every time he touched anything, it would just be bending. We had so many programmes about it years and years ago. The Magic Circle got inundated. Everybody was doing metal bending. Everybody was doing it, with the power of the mind. No, it's not. If it was the power of the mind, get him to just leave it on a desk. Stick it under a globe or, a sort of a glass case or something like that, and they go on, watch it bend. It won't bend, I promise you. Steve, Come Fly Me was a documentary featuring jobs and staff and passengers at airport like Luton and Gatwick, says Martin. Yeah, that's what I think. Jackie says it'll be interesting to see how popular Harry is when he starts going out again. Well, the funny thing is, don't you think it's odd? She's been over there by herself doing things at the moment in Canada, and he's over here. So when's he going over there to join her? And who's paying for it? Us. It's always us, isn't it, really? Welsh speakers are fuming after it emerged that TripAdvisor doesn't recognise their language. That is outrageous. Everybody, 10 to 7 is the time. Apparently, Come Fly Me With Me was a spoof comedy by Matt Lucas and David Walliams based on Airline, which was a docuseries on life in the airport. How do we know things like this? I thought I quite liked the Come Fly. I'm sure it was on the BBC, the Come Fly With Me. I'm pretty certain. I'm sure it was looking at EasyJet or something like that. Because I know I used to get quite excited about watching it, because I remember thinking sometimes passengers are really stupid and sometimes the staff were really stupid. And once they collided in the middle, it was even more fantastic. Daily Star this morning, a fitness pull-out for you and your dog. It's a bit harsh for the Love Island people, isn't it? Theo's knickers hit the skids. This is because he's got underwear store. I didn't know this. Why do I not know these things? This is Theo Pafitas. His lingerie firm is in crisis talks with landlords because of spiralling rents. You've got to say, when you look at it, and you look at all these little corner shops, and we've got a few in Twickenham, been there for quite some years. Sandy's has been there for years. The framing shop, and he's been down. Stuart's got got Sandy's, and then Paul Cooper and the boys have got Cooper's, the fruit and veg, and there's a few sort of coffee shops. We've lost on the high street Patisserie Valerie. There's another one boarded up as well. I can't remember what that one was. And we've still got Kentucky Fried Chicken. We lost a McDonald's, but we've got a Burger King. I wish I'd taken out a franchise of Kentucky Fried Chicken. That one's it, because we've got a college and the kids absolutely adore the food. So, mind you, occasionally I go for it. So today's Friday. Who knows? Sandy Toksvig stepping down as the co-host of the Great British Bake Off. Apparently she's been wanting to go for some time. The presenter said, as my waistline will testify, Bake Off is all-consuming. And but she liked it, but she's been there for 3 years. Mind you, having to suffer with the deeply unfunny Noel Fielding. I imagine anybody would want to give up, wouldn't they, really? Lisa Armstrong denied this £31 million. It's just rubbish. Paul McCartney is told of his late wife's determination to record her last song, despite suffering from cancer. She was only 56. It doesn't really seem possible. Cops probing quitter Ollie death threat. This is Ollie Williams, real name Oliver Williams. This is the peculiar boy who claims that he's really conserving animals as he shoots them dead. Footballer Finn Tapp apparently has decided wants to be celebrity. Well, we'll be the judge of that. I'm not really interested, to be brutally honest with you. I really couldn't care less about Love Island or any of the people on it. That's the way reality television makes you feel nowadays. You really don't care. Why would you? It's the same old people they had last time round. Nobody different, just different coloured costumes. And they've all got the same old chat-up line. I really like you. They obviously can't find people at all. It's embarrassing. Now he's no longer a senior royal. Do you think Prince Harry will consider having a hair transplant? I don't know, actually. I suppose he could do. He could ask Joe Swash or Davy Boy Beckham. They could tell him about hair transplants, couldn't they, really? We still can't quite work out what David Beckham's hair is. Was it grown on the top of an apple or something? And Joe Swash, that just looks like somebody sprayed cotton wool onto his head. I've got no idea. It is really bizarre. Steve, it's been a while, and yes, it was Come Fly With Me, all about EasyJet. Haha. I loved it. I just thought it was great. Mainly because we actually discovered that there were a few people who'd been on the programme presenting who are listeners. which I thought was sort of quite a winner, actually. Because I thought, sometimes it's very difficult to get programmes. Of course, I always remember the one that the BBC had on, where they had that very campy boy who worked for Aeroflot. That was the one who, it was so funny, because he was so camp, and he turned up on a television programme, but he was straight. And I can remember Julian Clary going, because he mentioned his wife on some quiz show, and Julian Clary collapsed in laughter and went, "Wife?" He said, "Yes." Whatever happened to him? He disappeared, didn't he? Very quickly. And Stuart from Sandy's, the fish shop. They always do well. See, I mean, it's just, you've got to work at businesses nowadays. People who just wander in, do a few hours and wander out again, it's not going to work. That's why you go to Sandy's in Twickenham. They're up and running from, 6 in the morning. Same at Paul Cooper's. They're out at market at like 4 in the morning. You've got to do that if you want a business to survive. Welsh speakers, I agree, are fuming after it emerged that TripAdvisor does not recognise their language. My friend Lynn will be absolutely apoplectic. Also, finalists in the short story writing contest for children will enjoy a day at Buckingham Palace. That's nice. She says, "We've been given the keys." This is Zoe Ball. "We've got an unbelievable venue this year. 5 to 13-year-olds. Camilla Parker Bowles is a judge. An intimate portrait of a troubled prince by the Mail's Rebecca English. She often told me he wanted to walk away from it all. Well, now he's done it. Good. So now he's not a senior royal. But they've let the staff go at Frogmore. God, do you think they might actually have to push her Hoover around? I say push it around. I'm assuming most Hoovers seem to operate by themselves. So it's going to operate with a skeleton staff. Nobody will be made redundant. They just put them somewhere else. In other words, they're now going to be overstaffed somewhere else. So members of staff who are used on an ad hoc basis, such as chefs, maids and footmen, have been told they're no longer required at the couple's Windsor residence. They've got footmen in that little place. Blimey. Honestly. Think of the money we can save on this one if they all sort of opt out of it. What with Andrew and now Harry and Meghan. I mean, God, we could be quids in on this one, if we're lucky. The Sun newspaper, unhappy Sandy quits Bake Off. I don't think she's unhappy. I just think she wants to do something else after 3 years. Daily Mirror, royal showdown. Harry and Palace clash over money deals. So they say. Harry charmed fans at the Rugby League World Cup 2021 launch. It's not difficult, is it, really? You just have to pull balls out of a thing, open them up and go, Canada. The Guardian, hypocrisy of betting bosses millions from the care of addicts, and very few beautiful female actors are working after the age of 40, says Kathy Bates. Love Kathy Bates. Also, The Times, buy now, pay later, the great stamp duty gamble. And then they've got a picture of Prince Harry in a jovial mood. It should be. His hair's, the hair's not lasting at all. And so one of the papers has done very unkindly a view from behind where there is no hair. There must be something running in that family, because William lost his ages ago, didn't he? The Telegraph, Dev Patel, Copperfield, I still haven't read it. And the Big Ben Brexit bongs row descends into farce. Harry sees the funny side of the farewell function. I know, ha, 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 ha. And chemists should tell shoppers to shape up. They should tell shoppers to lose weight, cut the alcohol intake and quit other unhealthy habits. Oh, that's all I need. My chemist shouting at me. I don't think I can bear it. I really can't. And the Express, I'm off. Sandy quits Bake Off. So she's got other things to do. Please don't let my son die. The mother of a stricken Aidan Cochrane last night made a desperate attempt to save her son's life by giving him access to a wonder pill. The family fear he has just days to live. It's a heartbreaking story, and that's on the front of the Express. And that is it for this morning. Thank you very much indeed for your company. And to try and drum up publicity. I don't think anybody's interested. I don't think anybody ever spoke to Meghan Markle. I did agree, though, that, there were some bits in the newspapers where they sort of gave Kate the easy ride, and it's the same bit that's trotted out all the time over the pregnancy and the bumps and things like that. But, so there it is. The Queen, you don't mess with the Queen, and her courtiers, and they've decided, and they will rein them in. They will stop them doing things. If they actually, and I've seen lots of really high-powered agents saying they can actually make an awful lot of money. And if that's all it comes down to, well, then even more shame on them. Even more shame on them that it just comes down to money. I thought they were doing it because they liked, doing things like that, and we looked up to them. Now we look down on them. If they want to go and live in Canada, which they will be for most of the year, good. Go and live in Canada. Is it No, I thought Botswana's been discounted now. They were going to do Botswana, weren't they? And I remember thinking, well, that's good. He has a charity out there. What are they going to do with all the charities? They're just going to ditch them because he won't be HRH. He just becomes an ordinary person. And also, the worst thing, I'm not bothered about where they go to. What are all the Meghan lookalikes going to do? Will they all now sit around and have to sort of be pictured climbing an aeroplane stairs or something like that? Will they have to pay for their own flight tickets? Will they actually have to pay for themselves? About time, isn't it, really? So no more standing at the cenotaph. No more doing... I think, this is my theory, I might be completely wrong. I've been wrong in the past, but only on twice in 40 years. I think she's coming to the royal family, and it's nice. I think they get on very well together. I think he's a bit weak. I think he's a bit weak. He's never going to be on the throne, is he? He's always going to be, oh, Harry, he was the one who got drunk. He was the one who dressed up. He was the one who took all his clothes off in Vegas. He was the one who's lashed out at photographers, you know. But there's loads of other people within the royal family who've also brought shame and discredit to it. And then I think she comes into the royal family. She luckily meets him, bearing in mind she's been married. She came out of a relationship with a boyfriend. She starts going out with him, all well and good, and then all of a sudden they start doing their appearances together, and nobody cared. It was a case of, oh, this is fantastic. So we spent a small fortune on the wedding, which was lovely, and then I think she started coming up, like Diana and a load of other people, against the courtiers working at the court of St. James. And I think she comes up against them and they go, right, you do this is the outfit you wear for this. Sorry? Yes, this is the outfit. This is the cenotaph. You will wear this outfit. It's a black coat, the black cat. You'll stand on the balcony, okay, but the cameras will be on you because they're working to protocol. They're literally working to, this is the way they've always done it. You've got to wear tights. Got to wear tights. Do you? Which is worse, actually. Mind you, I know market traders who wear tights as well, but that's probably for other reasons. But they have to do things by the book. Now, Harry, being always the rebel, is a case of, you know, and she's going to, why are we doing this? And he goes, because that's the way that we've always done it. That's the way it's done inside the royal family. That's why there is a royal family. That's why this... Tea, please, yeah. No. Honestly, the servants are getting worse around here. Tea! Shouldn't have to say twice. Should know immediately. You don't have to look at me to realise I look parched. But that's what I think it is. I think they decided, or she decided, I don't know this, so this is just, you know, any person's opinion. You know, this is my opinion. This is the way I read it, judging by all the stuff that you read in the press. But I don't know, I'm not in there. There's not three in their relationship, or there might be, I don't know. And it's a case of, all of a sudden, there's people telling them what to do. Now, we all know that Harry doesn't like being told what to do. And she... at one side of him is going, why are we being forced to do this? We don't want to do this. They have to walk behind because it's Prince Charles and Camilla. It's the Queen, Charles and Camilla. Then it's William and Kate. And then it's Harry and Meghan. Way down the list. So they're not going to do anything. So he then goes, I just want to do my charity stuff. I don't, to be honest with you, think they're that hard working. I don't think there's anybody in the royal family, with the exception of the Queen and Princess Anne, who actually know what the word work means. Their idea of work is hosting a dinner for 200 people. Harry will now not be allowed to use Buckingham Palace. He can't use the HRH title. If he chooses to go and live abroad almost permanently, well, that's fine. But they're going to stop him, you know, trying to exploit the royal family's name. So they don't want him for anything. Literally nothing at all. They don't want him for any official... ceremonies. They don't want it for trooping the colour. They don't... You have to open the door like that. Thank you. They just don't want him full stop. The Queen has spoken, and if they decide to clamp down more, then they've said that we're going to get the money back that we spent on Frogmore. I wasn't particularly bothered about that. I was a little bit peeved to think that we've actually coughed up nearly £3 million for a place which actually used to be, was it 3 or 4 different cottages? And so now it's a case of it's all one for that, for 2 of them rattling around, and the baby and the staff. Well, they've let the staff go, and they might have to pay for it if they want to rent it. But to rent it, they're going to have to sort of sell themselves out. They're going to have to rent. It's going to be rent-a-royal. That's what it'll be. It'll be a case of... She could do an Airbnb down there. Can you imagine, if they're not using it for 3/4 of the year, why not Airbnb? But it's owned by Crown Estates, isn't it? I don't know if Crown Estates do Airbnb, because if so, I want to stay in Windsor Castle. I've been into Windsor Castle loads of times. It's, like, huge. You know, you could fill up a vacuum cleaner in about 5 minutes, and the army of cleaners in there, it's permanently being cleaned. It's permanently being cleaned. But it is like the Severn Bridge. You get to one end of it, and you start again from the beginning. Why don't they just close it? Make it easier. That way you wouldn't need to waste the paint. You know, it's an awful lot of paint. You'd like to sleep in a turret? Yeah, but you'd have to curl yourself around, wouldn't you? Because they're round. 360 view. There was a house for sale down the road from me, actually. It's got a viewing turret that comes with it. I don't know why you'd want... What's the matter? A viewing turret? What's a viewing turret? It's a turret. You know what a castle is? Castle. And yet they have turrets. Well, it's called a turret, actually, in a castle, but it doesn't matter. You can call it a tower if you want to. And then people go up there, and that was where... Did you ever hear of Rapunzel letting down her hair? She was in a turret, OK? I'm telling you now. She wasn't doing anything else. She was in a... And Rumpelstiltskin was sort of spinning the hair or something, spinning straw into gold. I can't remember. They were all on drugs. I've got no idea what was going on at the time. So that's what I think we are with Harry and Meghan. If they want to go off and do their own thing, that's fine. We don't have a problem with that. You know, you get the do-gooders and people saying, oh, you know, they need to have a bit of... They've never done a day's work in their life. She's been an actress of some note because she only did Suits. You can't find anybody else talking about anything apart from Suits, which is great. I don't care about that. That's what she does. But I think she's the driving force behind him. They always say behind every great man there's an even greater woman. And I think that's actually what it is. That's what it is. But, you know, Zara Phillips has learnt, you know, that she's nobody special, apart from somebody banned from driving for speeding on the roads. Therefore, she's very good at breaking the law. Sarah Ferguson learnt to her bitter experience that keep your big mouth shut, darling, and it won't get you into trouble. You know, the toe sucking and all the other things that go on with Sarah Ferguson. Now they're saying one of the daughters could take over Harry's royal appointments. I do hope not. I do hope not. The only person out of all of this who's actually been gracious, if you think about it, is the Queen. She's caught between... She must be hurt beyond belief that he could actually do something to his grandmother. That's like going, well, why don't you just kick the old lady when she's down? That's what it comes down to. That's why it's so bad. I think so. But, you know, I'm sure the royal family, they've come through these things before, you know, and eventually in about a year's time, we won't even care about Harry and Meghan. They can live in Canada for as long as they want. They can faff around, you know, buy their little 1 up, 2 down, you know, and try and get the Chinese rugs to fit the new home, all that. Because I don't think they've got anything. I don't think they've got furniture, nothing. It all comes with the job. And so if they want to step down from that, the Queen said, OK, you can step down. You get no money from anything at all. We're going to take back Frogmore, and we don't want to see you at any more events, which is good. That's what they want to do. That's their business. But don't keep trotting out the same old rubbish about he did see his mother die. He was very young. Lots of people lost parents in the war. You know, speak to the amount of parents who've lost children, sons and daughters and things like that. You know, the people who were... I remember watching the funeral of Diana, of which was a huge event. £30 million worth of flowers in the gardens at Kensington. Tons of flowers. And I can remember sitting there watching it with a friend of mine, and when Diana's coffin came out, there were people shouting, "We love you, Diana." I thought, she can't hear. There's no point in shouting at her. And that happened all the way through. People who became quite delirious with grief. People who didn't know the person who we were going to bury. They had no idea at all. I mean, it was very touching and very lovely to watch the flowers being thrown on the car. I thought that, you know, the British do that kind of thing very well. But nobody knew Diana, apart from Diana. And then when you heard what her brother said at the funeral service, you saw the royal family sitting there, looking straight ahead, thinking, what do we do? What do we do? He was basically condemning them for the way that they treated her. She had nobody to talk to. And I suspect that Meghan would go exactly the same way. It's just that Meghan had been to think about this for some time. 2 years down the line, it's a case of, listen, if we're going to do this, we're going to do this now. And he's then said, well, do you think we can survive? She said, of course we can survive. You've got 30 million. I haven't. We can look after each other, and we can do all the usual things. And so she has got residuals of Suits. Yeah. Which it's already on, is it? Is it being shown on telly at the moment, Suits? I've never seen it. I didn't even know what it was about. Suits. Top Gear repeats are their Suits. Well, then she will get a little bit of money for that. But they have to live to the certain standard. And he better get used to the fact that we're not all going to start bowing in front of him or in front of her. It's not going to happen anymore because they're now ex-members of the royal family. And that was the only thing. I mean, to be honest with you, you know, I should imagine Andrew's daughters must be sitting there going, I can do that job. I can do that job. Daddy. Oh no, maybe not Daddy. Mummy. Oh, maybe not Mummy. Oh God, who do we go to? Let's go to Gangan. Let's go and have a word with the Queen. She's the only person that can sort of give them these things, but we don't really want them to be part of it. We really don't. I was watching the other day. It was William and Kate's wedding. It was on YouTube. It was very good. I vow to thee, my country. It was all lovely, lovely, lovely. And then as they're standing at the altar with Harry on one side, who kept chattering away for nobody cared. And then as you look through, there's Prince Andrew, and I thought, if you all knew what we now know, you wouldn't be focusing on Prince Andrew at all. In fact, nobody focuses on Prince Andrew. It's kind of, in fact, gradually they are falling apart. The only people that you can rely on are the Queen, the Duke of Edinburgh, Charles and Camilla, and probably William and Kate. I mean, who else is there that we can sort of go to? There's a guy who turns up to do the Wimbledon trophy. Who's that? He's got a beard. Is that RuPaul? Oh, that's right. I know that one, actually, yeah. Is that the one with the Austrian-Hungarian wife or German or something? Yeah, the blonde woman. She doesn't know. I don't think they do, actually. Well, they all thought that Harry was going to actually do a day's work, but it appears not to. How wrong were we there? So I'm working. I have to get up in the early hours of the morning. I come into work because I love it. Obviously, Harry hated every minute of it. And obviously hated being told what to do. And she obviously didn't take to instruction either. So, what do? If it was a very little child, you'd be slapping the back of their legs and sending them upstairs with no jelly and ice cream. Unfortunately, when it comes to adults, you can't do anything like that. Still to come, the world's shortest man dies at the age of 27. Arcadia are going to shut 10 more stores. That could be Topshop, Dorothy Perkins, Burton's, there's quite and Top Man as well. I'll tell you where they are in a moment. Morning, 19th of January, freezing cold. Oh, Lord, is it cold out there? It really is cold. I bet you don't see many rough sleepers tonight. If they've got any sense, they'll be in the shelters as quick as possible. Steve, says James, I shall miss Harry and his party antics. Well, I thought he'd sort of grown up. I was hoping he'd actually grown up, because he did appear to have settled down once he met her. But then, obviously, it's this clashing with Buckingham Palace. It's clashing with the courtiers, the people who decide everything. Absolutely everything. And so they say, I mean, if you actually saw what goes on behind the scenes, you would probably then appreciate it more. But if they say, right, so here we go. I mean, just for Remembrance Sunday, getting all the, I call them outfits out. I know everybody else calls them sort of the clothes of the job. Getting all of those out and making sure they're all wearing the right things to make sure everything is done properly, that takes some organising. It really does. It takes an awful lot of organising. And, if you don't want to do it, then you don't want to do it. And that's what I think is a shame, because that's what I thought he'd been brought up to do. But nobody, as I've said on about 3 million occasions, has ever told him off. His mother died when he was younger. His father didn't have anything to do with him. They were brought up by nannies. And so, consequently, when somebody sort of says, oh, we want you to do this, you go, no, not doing it. A bit like Prince Andrew. A little bit sort of, doing their own thing, but not wanting to toe the party line. And, of course, nobody ever tells them off. The Queen doesn't tell them off. This time, the Queen has shown her mettle, together with the courtiers, and they've said, right, this is what's happening. You've lost HRH. It'll still be around, but you're just not using it, and we shall watch you very carefully. Go and spend some of the money you got sitting in your bank account. You did very well from the Queen Mother. She'd be turning. Very well from Diana. She'd be horrified the way this has turned out, because it's not good. It's not good. Somebody says he was in the army for 10 years. Is that not work? Not really, no. They didn't know what else to do with him. What else do they do with him? It's a case of, you've got the air, now you've got the spare. Let's put him into that. Let's get him doing helicopters. Did he actually fly the helicopters? I was never totally convinced that he flew helicopters. Could be wrong, I don't know. Princess Michael of Kent will take over Harry's charities, says Brenda. No, I think not, actually. I think not. Steve, now that the Queen has decided their fate, the media should shun a reportage. Well, I think we're not sure about that, but are we? Did we not decide last week when we were talking about this that even if they go to Canada and spend most of the year there, do they not think that they have a press there? Do they not think that people will be reporting back? I mean, are they going to stay in this multi-million-pound house forever and a day? Or will they finally get off their bums and go and buy a place, get a mortgage, go to the local estate agent, Go and check out Knight Frank. Okay, we're looking for places in Vancouver. Okay, we've got like $2 million to spend. So do you organise staff as well? Do you know that when they sent the staff over at Christmas, the security, 6 of them were staying in a £4,000 a week place, and you paid for it. For what purpose? For what purpose? You don't need to do anything. Steve, do you have any idea what the view is like from the viewing turret from the house for sale? It's very nice. See the Thames and everything. Steve, you are the voice of reason and the Sussex's debacle. I'm absolutely not. I'm telling you what all the experts are saying. That's what the experts were saying. Oh, and Mr. Derek died. Remember Mr. Derek? Derek Folds, he died. He was with Basil Brush. Basil Brush did a lovely little thing the other day saying, you know, he's going to miss him. He was great. Even though it's the person who operated Basil Brush has gone as well. It's somebody different. But that doesn't matter. Yeah, Mr. Derek went. He was in Heartbeat. And he was in Yes Minister, Yes Prime Minister. He was lovely. Lovely. Do you know whose birthday is today? And I'm only thanking Noreen for this one. She says Michael Crawford is 78 today. Love him, says Noreen. Seen him many, many times. Best was Phantom in LA, most recently in The Go-Between a couple of years ago in the West End. But I always look at him and think, a good to be trouble. Sorry, I had to do it. It's the only impression I do, actually, that anybody ever recognises. Little Jessica. And that was good. He used to phone me at LBC, Michael, because I complained once on air. I'd said, you know, you can't get tickets for Phantom of the Opera in London. And we were just about to go on air. And it was about sort of 12:30, I think, when we were in Gough Square. And the security upstairs, I think it was Bob, phoned down and said, I've got a call for you, Steve. And it's Michael. I went, oh yeah, Michael who? Anyway, I picked up the phone, you know, as you do. And he said, hello, Steve. Had a bit of trouble. It's Michael Crawford here. The Phantom of the Opera is here. And I said, oh, hi, thinking it wasn't. He said, listen, you were saying how difficult it is to get tickets to the show. You're right, but I'll sort them out for you. He said, give me a ring to me. He said, I know you don't believe this is me. He said, but I promise you, he said, I listen to you every night when I get back from the theatre. And I remember thinking, gosh, the start of celebrityism. And he said, I'll sort it out. He said, phone me tomorrow, Monday, in the at the theatre, and they'll put you through to me and we'll sort out tickets. And I went round there, and it was one of numerous occasions that I went to see Phantom of the Opera, courtesy of Michael. I paid for the tickets. I always paid for the tickets, but he was able to arrange row D, which was like you're practically there, except for the one night where I went round to collect my tickets. I've told you this story before. And I had just an open-neck shirt on, my casual ebullient soul. And he said, have you not got a tie? And I said, not with me, no. He said, you're going to need one. I said, oh, right, a tie. Well, never had a tie to wear to go to the theatre, apart from when I was very much younger. Anyway, he said, I'll lend you a tie. So he lent me a tie. And I said, why? He said, Queen Mother's coming. And we sat down, and then all of a sudden we all stood up again, and right in front of me, smelling of mothballs and surrounded in a cloud of chiffon, was the Queen Mother. She came in. It was a birthday treat for her to go and see Phantom of the Opera. And she was only little, which of course was a bit embarrassing, because at the very end of the show, when they got a standing ovation, everybody stood up and she couldn't see anything at all. She was nothing of her. But all I remember is she smelt of mothballs. I don't know whether or not it was because they keep her in the wardrobe. I don't know. But it was a special occasion, very special. And so I didn't mind having to wear a tie. I was more than happy. Steve, here we go. Matt says that his car has just been clinging on, got in the cold, and the heating system's broken down. The heating system has broken down in a car? Mind you, it's not too far to go home. My one heats up really quickly, but it heats up quicker on the windscreen. The Southern Hemisphere. Do you know, something, I was watching one of these, have you ever seen Ice Road Truckers? It's really good, but you wouldn't want to go out there if they paid you. These places are freezing cold, and they're dealing with ice. That's on After Suits, so you get Top Gear, Suits, Ice Road Truckers, Mornington Crescent. Yeah. Too late. Too late, too late, too late. I was trying to explain Mornington Crescent to Nick earlier on, and it wasn't. Thank you. And he didn't get it, and then eventually he went, oh right. So now I was trying to explain to him how it works. Steve. So a 19-year-old car, Matt. Honestly, you must save up to buy something better. You really must. A 19-year-old car. Good Lord. Airbnb, says David in Hampshire. And it's a farce. I went to Vegas only to come back and find my house was a complete state after a university party. Yes, I know people who do Airbnb. There's some houses near us that do Airbnb. And I think there's one place where I live. But we make it perfectly clear to them. There's a way of doing things and there's a way of not doing things. Oh, don't forget. Oh, what's the date today? What did I say? 19. Oh, blimey, it's getting ever nearer pay time to the HMRC, isn't it? I hate it, honestly. Why do we have to pay tax? Why can't I be like a coffee shop and not have to bother paying anything? Because that's unfortunately not the way it works, is it? Gary says, it's my birthday today. God, you're going to have a miserable day, aren't you? I can just tell, actually. Where are you? West Sussex. Cool. Snow. Actually, there's going to be fog somewhere. We got... Woo! Imagine that, fog. People sort of, they stand back in hushed tones. They go, what sort of weather today? Fog. Oh, my goodness me. I've got to go down to my brother's today. Well, I don't have to go down. I could probably cancel it if the weather's that bad. Because I'm going to empty the boot of the car. He thinks this is a good idea. He's yet to work out that maybe this isn't such a good idea. But I've also offered him a kettle and a toaster, which is quite nice. Came in a box. I bought it. I was going to change my one for this one, and then I thought, no, give it to my brother. He's more deserving. And I said, do you want a vacuum cleaner? Because I've got 2 vacuum cleaners that have never been opened. Which one would you want? One is that upright thing that they advertise on the television with sort of some man who's got a dog on the settee, and that looks quite nice. And the other one is a cordless Henry. A cordless Henry, and I don't know which one he's going to want. I don't want. Maybe Frogmore Cottage could be used by Monsieur Macron and Brigitte. Or failing that, why can't they just let Meghan's father sort of have it when he arrives in town? Another one here, which says, what about they're human and have the right to decide? Oh, that was something obviously Matt was talking about. Right to decide what? The trouble is, if you're paying for something and you don't like it, I don't want to pay for it anymore. And I could understand it if they were working very hard. But Meghan has now been off for 6 weeks, now an extra 2 weeks, shows no sign of coming back to this country. Perhaps she's going to stay out there. So in other words, he hasn't seen her for about 6 weeks. That seems quite a long time, doesn't it, really? And Archie's been out there at all. The idea was she flew back into the country with him, and then she flew back out again. Seems a terrible waste of aircraft, but there you go. That's what you can do when you don't need to worry about the money. It'll be a little bit different very shortly. And so she then flies out there because they'd left Archie with the nanny. Then she goes off to do a couple of appearances at a women's refuge, something like that, and still no pictures of Archie. I don't think they've sold him, do you, or something like that? I mean, I just sort of think it's odd. Why is he not with his father? Or, why are they not both together? Why are they separate? And I begin to wonder whether or not there are things, unforeseen going on that we're not aware of. Something like that. I mean, why would she be aware? She's been over there for about 7 weeks now. 7 weeks. Do you think they're doing FaceTime? Hello? I quite fancy a face. Can you do FaceTimes to Canada? I don't know. I suppose you must be able to, mustn't you? You can only do text, I know. They didn't do moving pictures when you bought that phone, did they? I've actually got a camera. In fact, I think I've got 2 cameras on this thing here, which is quite nice. And I do like FaceTime. I'm a big fan of FaceTime. Do you do FaceTime, Luke? Yeah. Don't ever phone me FaceTime. All right, I'm just telling you now. Yeah, call me later. Yeah, please. I'll be in the shower at about 6:10. It is odd. I mean, I do like FaceTime. And the quality is so brilliant. So brilliant. I wish I had sort of Harry's phone number. I could phone him. We could do a bit on the programme now. Come on, what's the thinking behind this? What else has gone on that we don't know about? I don't know. Steve, my name is Anthony Drew. Oh, I know you, Anthony. Anthony is we met years ago. He was the lyricist on Mary Poppins, Half a Sixpence, Betty Blue Eyes, amongst others. He said, I know you're a big fan of Steel Magnolias, and I wanted to let you know that Robert Harling, the writer, is coming over at the end of January for a presentation of a musical based on the film Soap Dish. He was also the screenwriter on Sister Act and First Wives Club, and I thought you might be interested in having him on in conversation. I shall Can you send me that as an email, Anthony? And then I don't know how to transfer these sort of things. In fact, to be honest with you, I've got no idea how to transfer them at all, so I'd be fibbing to you if I said I could do it. If you send me an email, just steve@lbc.co.uk, I'll pass it on to my producer, Thomas, and then we can sort something out. Steel Magnolias. Loved it. But Anthony I met at the theatre. I think it was on the first night, wasn't it? It was on the first night. And I tell you how I remember, not only because I met the both of you, but also, who was that presenter who was on Sky, whose wife died really suddenly? The ex-Blue Peter presenter. I can't remember his name, but he was sitting next to us as well. No, I can't remember his name. It was the ex-Blue Peter presenter whose wife, they literally sort of went in to get a diagnosis. Who? Simon Thomas. He was sitting there, Anthony, in front of us. So I remember thinking, gosh, he's famous. But I remember because Anthony and his writing partner said they used to listen to the programme when they were writing for Mary Poppins. Clever boy. Hope it's made you lots of money. But I know the idea of Steel Magnolias. I love it. Do you know, I was crying my eyes out this morning. I was like, pathetic, aren't I? Even Zora Suleiman said, you're right. I said, I'm watching some sad things. She said, what? I said, I'm watching the Pope. And they had all these different things from the Pope when he was doing a drive-through somewhere. I think it must be current Pope. And there's a baby being held up. And they've given the baby a little mitre on his head. And the Pope saw it and he burst into laughter. He was on his Pope-mobile and he burst into laughter. So they picked up the baby and took it over. And, of course, he did I mean, that's like her being blessed, isn't it? And I suddenly realised I'm only C of E. We don't have anything like that. It's not the same with the Archbishop of Canterbury. I wanted the Pope. But their services go on forever and a day. I don't think I could actually cope with something that goes that long. But the Pope was so gracious. And then there was the things where he goes to this orphanage somewhere. And the kids have been, they've had terrible times. And they do their readings and they break down while they're doing the reading. They're only little children in front of the Pope. And I thought, it's so cute, isn't it? So cute. A coffee morning with pink wafer biscuits. I bought pink wafer biscuits in a couple of weeks ago. I ate 3/4 of them before I realised what was happening. Because the trouble is you put them in your mouth and have you had a pink wafer biscuit? You can have a pink wafer biscuit. Oh, the biscuits we have to bring in, Nick. You'll never believe that Luke can't have. You like that smooth? I didn't bring it in for you. It was left over, okay? And don't get too excited by it. But it had all sorts of things in. And it said vegan was all right, wasn't it, on there? So that was okay. I have to think of these things now. I tend not to think of things, but now I go out especially to buy. Yeah, I have to look at things for you and go, no, he can't have that. Or yes, because if it's got milk in, he can't have it. So I remember that. And apparently meat's a bit of a no-no for some reason. And fish as well, because he doesn't like fish. I don't know. Hopeless, isn't it? But I'm sure you'll make it through life. Let's just see who lives the longest, shall we? You're hanging in there. I thought I was hanging in there yesterday, actually, because it was so cold. It was so cold. I walked outside, whoa, that is a bit freezing. And this morning you will discover it's exactly the same. It's exactly the same. It's very cold out there. And certain parts of the country will be blanketed in fog, which is not very good. So if you're going out driving, just be aware it could be a bit dangerous out there. I've been driving in the fog in London before now. God. And, when you can't see further than the end of the bonnet of the car, and you start thinking, cars could smash into you and they'd have no idea because you can't see anything. So I decided safer not to go driving. Not to go driving. So, Anthony, thank you very much indeed. So that's Anthony Drew. Look at, what are you doing up at this time? You're not just coming in from clubbing, are you? Or something like that. Steve. Her Majesty the Queen had to make a clean cut with Harry. Do you know if their house in Canada isn't bugged? Did she ever have any intention of living here? Well, I don't know how they know this person. That's what's interesting, isn't it? That's the question nobody's asked. So we know that they're living in this 10 million or 14 million pound house. But how do they know this person? Don't tell me they're friends of Prince Andrew. I couldn't bear it. That's always a slight worry, isn't it? Ever thought of it in conversation with Boris Johnson, says Jenny? No, I leave that to Nick Ferrari and other people. Certainly not my sort of thing. Harry and Meghan are set to pay back the 2.4 million for the refurbishment of Frogmore Cottage. Wouldn't you like to see inside it? I would. We paid for it. Although once they've actually given the money back. Where it's coming from, I've got no idea. Good luck to them and Archie. Kate's sanity is what we need to concentrate on. I don't know about that, actually. What you mean? You mean Kate as in William's Kate? Well, she seems to be holding up, doesn't she? Steve, according to the news, the House of Lords is moving to York. Maybe Prince Andrew could get a cleaning job there. He had lunch the other day, apparently, and it was with the Queen and the Duke of Edinburgh, neither of whom eat very much. They don't, they're not like us. I wanted chips the other day. As I was coming into work, I thought, I'll go to the local fish and chip shop. It's only blooming closed, isn't it? I was quite disturbed by that. I didn't want anything else. Somebody says somebody wished a divorce upon Meghan and Harry. Safe to say the caller isn't a fan of Meghan Markle. No, I don't. I mean, if it survives it, good. But I'm not sure once they've taken away the security, once they've had to fend for themselves, once they've come into what I call the real world, it's very interesting. Because it's completely different in the real world from the world that they're in. Every time they go into a place, people sort of incline their heads and things like that and treat them as if they're sort of the nearest thing to the Almighty. So it'll be very interesting when that doesn't start occurring. We shall have to watch very carefully. Steve, another one here. Wait a minute. I'm going to the D-Day Museum in Southsea today with my 3 grandsons, followed by a nice lunch before they go back to Wolverhampton, says Andy. Oh, Lord, can you imagine going back to Wolverhampton? Oh, I was so honestly, can't you keep them longer or something? You're going back. It's like being sent to Coventry. Do you remember at school they'd say, you're being sent to Coventry? I used to go, I've never been to Coventry. And they go, you're being sent there. I don't want to go there. Well, I didn't realise it just meant that nobody spoke to you. That never happened to me, of course, as you can imagine. Everybody wanted to speak to me. Every single person. Even people that didn't want to speak to me spoke to me. Steve, I'm listening via the global player from Newfoundland. Here in St John's, we're still under a state of emergency and had 74 centimetres of snow on Friday. It's a complete mess. Temperatures, says Derwent, -14, wind chill -21. I've been in wind chill of that. And worse. And worse. But what does 74 centimetres look like? It's difficult to tell, isn't it? What does that mean? Is that how many inches is 74 centimetres? Can you find out? Thank you. Just, I'm curious. I mean, it's not going to change my life or anything like that. I'm not going to fly to the moon or something. 29 inches of snow. Blimey, you could lose a chihuahua in that. Never. Dreamt of it, but never actually see. You could lose dogs, cats, rabbits, couldn't you? Could you not? We could lose you, Luke, actually, if we really put our mind to it. I'm sure we could manage that quite easily. If we held you down in the snow. Go on, we'll throw a ball out. Go on, Luke, go find it. Quick, shut the door, move. Always works every time. Steve, it's a completely different world for Harry. Meghan's been there. How will he cope? Well, I don't know. You actually raise a very, very interesting point, because he's never been in the real world. Being in the army... and the forces and going out there, that's not the real world. That's complete. None of us do things like that, so that's why. Loyal Oslo Spikers, Roger, Michelle and Stellan, listening eagerly on your take on H&M. I don't think it's a take. I think all it is, it's just been sort of, it's the way it actually reads out in the press. And they're the front page of every paper. I'm not interested in the snowflakes. Nobody gives a toss about snowflakes anymore. They're completely odd people. They don't have any friends. They literally the sort of people who sort of tweet from sort of hiding behind net curtains and stuff like that. So nobody's bothered about snowflakes. It's just that they are the sad, lonely ones. I've heard quite a few actually over the years. Some very odd people. I heard that peculiar bloke in Liverpool earlier on who got very irate. Very irate, wasn't he? That's sort of one who's... and you think and then he used bad language. It was at that moment I thought, you would be on my banned list immediately. Definitely wouldn't be putting up with any old person like that. Thank you very much indeed. More of your texts and emails in a moment. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. I know you want to know... you don't want to know the time, do you? But I'll tell you now, it's just coming up to... the question time racism row lecturer speaks out. I thought she'd be desperate for the publicity. She asked the question, Lawrence Fox... was the one that it was directed at, talking about Meghan Markle, and he said, she said, let's call it for what it is. You could tell she was after publicity. It's racism. And he went, no, it's not. Are you not allowed to criticise somebody without somebody saying, it's racism? And then she said, oh, you're privileged white. And I thought, why do you think he's privileged? He's an actor. He's an actor, you know, but she didn't. She just went blindly on, and I thought, yeah. And so she's on the front page of one of the papers today. Where is she? Where is she? She'll be round here somewhere. I don't know. I've got so many. I'll find it a bit later on. And is it? Sorry, Observer. Oh, is that on the front? Oh, right. Oh, clever old you. What's you knowing that? How do you know that? You've already. Oh, here she is. Oh, you're right. She is front page. Rachel Boyle. Oh, let's have a picture of you posing, shall we, Rachel? Look at me. Look at me. Look at me. She's a mixed-race university lecturer. Yeah, and she's at Lancashire. Oh, back to Lancashire again. We've got Lancashire all over the place this morning. Since the row, she says she's received a barrage of online abuse, mainly from people who appear to be of the alternate right via Twitter and email. You sound surprised, dear. And you're lecturing in it, and you've only just realised this. Good Lord above. She says, you're going to go viral tomorrow. That's what the lad's sitting next to her. She says, I'm not worried, but I'm going to monitor it closely. Of course you are, dear. Perhaps you'll be doing a charity show or something, or one of those reality show things on the television. We seem to take all sorts of people. She didn't get it. Lawrence Fox was saying he didn't think it was racist. Priti Patel says it's not racist. Loads of other people said it's not racist. And she chose to play the race card in Lancashire. And she obviously got her little moment. Little moment. Steve, don't mention snow. I've got a new fridge freezer. I want to get it filled up before it snows. Yes. Steve, best place to have lunch? Is there a restaurant in the National Gallery? There is. In all the museums and everything, there is a restaurant. Even the Imperial War Museum. It's up the top, isn't it? Yeah. Oh no, they've gone really well now. Really, really well. I mean, at one time the food was a bit sort of limited to sandwiches, but the Natural History Museum's got a very good. Hate to call it a canteen, 'cause it's not really a canteen. It's much better than that. Also, a refectory. The one in the V&A is very good. Very good. It's just you have to plan it carefully because drinks are separate from food. And if you're going to get hot food, by the time you've queued for your drink, it's easier to get your hot food, go and sit down at the table, and then eat, and then go and get your drink. If you can manage to do that, just buy a bottle of water. It's much easier. Because if you're doing teas and coffees, they're the thing, you know. And there'll be somebody in front of you. 2 flat whites, yeah, cappuccino, one with no chocolate. And a hot chocolate, thank you, with whipped cream. And you think, well, that's 20 minutes straight away. There was some bloke the other day, I was standing, not behind him, there was somebody else behind him as well. And, well, people all over the place. It was a queue. It was unbelievable. And he was paying for his shopping in Waitrose, but he was checking the stupid receipt. Going through this, and did I get the disc? Oh, for goodness sake, go away. These irritating people. It's like, I got on the bus, and I think we had rugby in Twickenham yesterday. There were a load of French people. Where they were going on my bus, I've got no idea. There was nothing up my neck of the woods at all, unless they were heading for some sort of le pub, and they'd all be going for some food. Because that's where Victoria Beckham went the other day. She went out, and she had snails. Have you ever had a snail? Oh, disgusting. They really are. All they do is put them into the shells. So the shells are reusable. They're the house that you get it in. So they give you they come on a little tray. So it's for killing snails. And then you've got a little pitchfork kind of thing. You stick it in there and pull the snail out and eat it. Ugh, disgusting. Seriously, not my idea of food. But Victoria Beckham went out. She had plaice and chips, and Dave had snails. Well, I say he had snails. I mean, I was looking at his hair. I don't know what they've done with his hair now. I think they've sort of obviously blow-dried this candy floss that he's got stuck on his head. It's a bit like Joe Swash. You know, if in doubt, stick a hat on and nobody will notice. Will you be celebrating Brexit on the 31st of January? I don't know yet. I haven't quite decided. I might be, I might not be. I never discuss things like that. It's not my sort of programme. I'm light-ent. I keep describing, telling people I'm light-ent. And, Steve, has Harry noticed that virtually all their household is now female and American? So they'll be happy to leave Britain. Well, they haven't found a place yet. They have to find a place to live. It's going to take forever. You can't just walk over there and go, I've got £10 million to spend. You know, if they want to go and live over there, great. I mean, she might have to get used to pushing a Hoover about, and he might have to get used to actually cooking some pasta or something, because I don't think either of them cook. They certainly hadn't managed it up until now. How many... Well, they've got one nanny who's here, but she might not want to relocate to Canada, and she's on about £110,000 a year. You can get them so much cheaper. So much. A friend of mine got a nanny. They come from an agency, and they live in, and they work for about 250 quid a month. I mean, seriously cheap. Seriously cheap. And for that, they do the nannying, and they do the cleaning and all the other bits and pieces. And it's an agency. And they're very grateful to have it. They get so many days off in the course of the month. But when I heard that they were paying that much, and they've already been through a few nannies, I believe that somebody in the household isn't the easy. Because if you look at how many staff they've got through, they don't seem to hang on to them very long, do they? You know, perhaps they need me. Megan goes, Steve, would you like to do this? No. Excuse me, I'm Megan. I don't care who you are. Don't push me around. Dreadful. Yes, I was in Suits. I could have been in Suits if I'd wanted to be. Shirley MacLaine did a TV series in the UK called Shirley's World, available on DVD. Irma La Douce issued recently on Blu-ray, says Andy. Shirley's World. I don't remember Shirley's World, but I do remember Shirley MacLaine because she's still alive. That's a different Shirley, you fool. I loved Laverne and Shirley. One of them died, didn't she, a short while ago? The one, because they didn't get on together. One was the sister of Gary, somebody who does a lot of those sort of shows. The Fonzie and all that kind of stuff was Gary, whatever it was. And Laverne was his sister. But I did buy the box sets of Laverne and Shirley. We're gonna do it. On your marks, get set, get go now. They worked in a brewery, didn't they? Somebody says Vancouver's not cheap. They're not short of money. They're really not short. I promise you, they're not. He's got about 30 million. You know. Have you got the phone number for that nanny agency you mentioned? No, we don't do things like that. I must get Irma La Douce if that's actually out. Steve, had Harry just been an ordinary working class boy, would he have got into the army, let alone become a captain? Well, you can't turn back the clock, so the answer is I have no idea. But he would still be in there because both of them have done their little turn, haven't they? I think they've all done it. Even Princess Anne's got some very odd outfits to wear. I mean, where you look at it, you think, I'm sorry, what did you do, dear? You know, Edward couldn't manage anything. In fact, we don't really know what Edward does at the moment. What does he do? Yes, they've got two. We were surprised too. Mind you, here's the funny thing. Out of all the people in the royal family, the one marriage that they all went, well, that won't last, was Edward. Which is the one that's lasted? Edward. No, you won't hear any scandal. Well, you won't hear any scandal. And his wife, of course, used to work for LBC. She was here. I've got pictures of me with her. Because I hang around with people like that, because that kind of elevates my position. And they seem lovely. They seem very nice. They don't seem to rock the boat. They just sort of get on with it. Unfortunately, I think the boat has been rocked a little bit more than we ever wanted to. Steve, don't they need visas to live in Canada, says Jackie. I think you might find that they can get... somebody will sort... That's what the palace does. The palace will sort it. You don't think the Queen goes down to the post office to go, bloody passport's running out again. OK, name, the Queen. OK, address... just about wherever I want to be. And, Philip, how long do we need a 5 year? No, not whether 5 years. Let's just do a year. And so that's it. No, it's all done for them. You don't think they pay bills. You don't think the gas bill comes in and the Queen goes, Philip, it's another blooming gas bill. How many baths have you been taking? Imagine, can't you? If you sort of walked into Buckingham Palace and sort of encountered Prince Philip walking towards you with a towel round his waist. I don't know why I'm thinking about that. I mean, take it out of your mind immediately. That's far too embarrassing. Steve, breaking. Oh, Harry and Meghan to lose royal titles and to stop receiving public funds. Good. But they'll still get money from Charles, won't they? I think Charles is going to be giving them some money. I mean, to be honest with you, I wish that they could actually look after themselves. I think Charles thinks by giving them money, that exonerates him from doing anything else, because he didn't have anything to do with bringing them up, did he? Not really. Sally in Tunbridge Wells says, will Harry and Meghan be able to guest on talk shows or sell on a TV channel? See them on QVC. Today we've got Harry and Meghan here. Meghan's got an album out, and Harry's got a toothbrush holder. And you can have their images on those, and they're $3.99, postage and packing, £15.60. But that's for as many items as you want to order from the collection. You can't call it the Royal Collection. It's got to be Meghan and Harry's collection. I think it's all going to go pear-shaped. I've just got this horrible feeling that, a year down the line, they're going to be going, we didn't make as much money as possible. What are they going to do about the tax? What about the tax? We want to know about tax. I want to know about tax. Are they paying tax? They say they have to get bookkeepers. They're going to have to pay for all of this stuff. You can't just expect it to be done for you. That's the Bone Idol way. Come on, let's... Penny Marshall was the sister of Gary Marshall. Yeah. Thank you, Carol. I loved it. Your favourite song, Duel by Propaganda, has the ideal title for this, and even some of the lyrics fit the Harry and Meghan situation, Steve. Yes, I loved Propaganda. Isn't it funny? It's about the only decent thing I thought they ever turned out. Did you ever hear Duel by Propaganda? Nick would probably like that. I don't know whether they were a prog rock band or not, but I've got the album. And everybody used to play Duel. I even played it on LBC some years ago. We shan't be playing it this morning, but I just thought I'd mention that now. Anyway, 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Big Nasty, the rapper who loves to chat. Did you see that show? Biggest pile of rubbish I've ever seen on the television. My God. What's the matter with them? Big Nasty. Don't they have proper names? Honestly. Sunday Express, Queen's deal for Harry and Meghan. You can't use HRH, repay the taxpayers for the cottage, step down from all royal duties. Oh, and by the way, the Queen wishes you a happy life. It's kind of like a double-edged sword, isn't it, really? But it's interesting. Andrew then goes to lunch with the Queen and Philip. Yes, what does he do now? Colouring in and jigsaws, I'm led to believe. What else can he do? The Duchess warned not to hit out at Trump. Because she doesn't like... Because if you remember the last time, they've become very petulant, haven't they? We're not going to Sandringham at Christmas. Why? Because we don't want to. OK, would you like to come to the dinner for Trump? No, we don't. Thank you very much indeed. Not the sort of behaviour that we expect from the royal family. Nick Ferrari's doing the column in the Express today, Sunday Express. And who's the real Lord of Downton? Lord Fellows, Lord Julian Fellows. He's ever such a nice man. He's ever such a nice man. But... he says nobody can ever eclipse Maggie Smith's inimitable timing and disdain. She never gives the game away. Her withering looks at people are just absolutely sensational. Atheism is the new religion. Who do I know who's atheist at LBC? Are there a couple of people? Isn't I think Darren Adams atheist? I'm pretty certain. Nick Abbott. Oh, I can imagine Nick Abbott would be. Definitely. I think so. I'm not sure, actually. I like the idea of believing in something. I wouldn't go so far as to say that I'm atheist. I think that'd be too much, because I was brought up C of E. Not that I think it works in the thing here. Is the Spencer family not richer than Queen? No, they're not. Well, are you talking about the Queen and her personal fortune? Oh, no, she's definitely richer than the Spencer family. Definitely. She's a queen. She's got more houses. Although I don't think she owns them all, whereas they own their place. They've got a lovely place in the Mall, which is very nice, which I go past most mornings. Listen, that music indicates we've got the news at 6 coming up this morning on LBC. I'm Steve Allen. I was tempted to say it's early breakfast, but it's not really. It's just Sunday breakfast. It's there's nothing going on in London today. Thank the Lord for that. Except a lot of tourists taking pictures of Buckingham Palace going, do you think we can see the Queen? The answer is no, you can't, dear. Morning, everybody. So I got myself locked out. I got as far as the kitchen and I couldn't make it any further. I was halfway through putting hot water into my cup and then I suddenly thought, do you know, I reckon that news is finished. I'm never wrong. Uncanny, I walk in, they're all looking at me like, where have you been? Where have you been? Anyway, nice to have your company. Welcome to Sunday morning and welcome to another freezing cold day. It is particularly cold. Do you know, I suddenly thought, as I was pouring my cup of tea into the cup, and because it's the front page of all the newspapers, because it's Harry and Meghan, and I suddenly thought, OK, fine. So they're opting out the royal family. The Queen has said, off you go. Bye, see ya, don't come back. And they're going to Canada. OK. So, do you think Harry has ever been an estate agent? Because not only will they have to go and find a property over there to live in, but they're going to have to employ staff. Because that's not going to be done by Buckingham Palace. They're not in the royal family anymore. They've decided to opt out of it. So I tell you what, you do it all by yourself. So you have to become the person who not only will you have to book staff, and they can't keep staff, you'll have to sort out who's paying for them. That'll be you. You'll have to work out who's actually doing the gardening. I mean, you could see the whole thing falling apart. Absolutely. It's interesting. It's very interesting that, you know, there are so many things. We're so far away from what I think they think we'll just move to Canada and then somebody will find us a house. No, you find a house. You'll have to find a house. And I wonder, really, whether or not they're actually capable of doing that. I mean, she's obviously done property. She's in the real world. He's never been in the real world. He's never had to lift a finger. You know, I'm sorry, do we have a washing machine? Washing machine? How do you work a washing... He won't know how to work a washing machine. He can't work out a cooker. So there's going to be all sorts of huge problems. It's no good just wandering around having to sort of meet people, because all of a sudden you're not a member of the royal family at all. Very worrying. Very worrying. Did Andrew take Mum and Dad to Pizza Hut for dinner? Stop it. We can't do the Pizza Hut jokes anymore. It was very old, very dated. That didn't go anywhere, did it? Steve, who'd give up life as a market trader to become a right royal member? I don't know, actually. I mean, did we not discover the other week, excuse me, that she was warned about the royal family? Because she said, you know, let me tell you, you're going into the royal family. They do things differently. You know, it's not just wandering in there and you're hanging around with the Clintons or something like that. I did not have sexual relations with that woman. You know, I wonder whether or not the case is she just doesn't know how to do things. And so everybody's watching you. And they're watching every single thing you do. You put one foot wrong, they're going to be telling you off about it. That's what the press are like. They're no different, the press here, than they are in Canada, than they are in America. They're exactly the same throughout the world. They're always looking for something. So in other words, when you get some bimbo who turns up on Love Island, you can bet, you know, they go, oh, yeah, because I'm, like, really rich. And I say to my girlfriends, have you ever been to so-and-so beach? You should do. I own it. And then it turns out he kills wild animals. These people must think we're stupid. They're going to be looking for people, and they're looking into your past. They're not interested in the old rubbish that you give them now. You know, we're not interested in things like that at all. We're only interested in what was in the past. And in his past, there was a lot of dirt. And a lot of dirt went back to hit him. You know, he won't get a job on television ever again. And some of the other ones, they go, oh, because every so often you get a little thing in there. You can always tell when they've got a new agent. So-and-so's been on Love Island. She's now worth $4 million. Cobblers. I'm telling you, it doesn't happen. They don't earn things like that. They have to practically flog themselves to eternity. Steve, I saw Propaganda last year at Shepherd's Bush Empire. Great song, Jewel. The first cut don't hurt at all. They supported Heaven 17. What was Heaven 17's big hit? Temptation, was that it? Temptation, ba-da-da-da. I'm just repeating what they do. Temptation, ba-da-da-da-da. Oh, right. Oh, I know it. Few. Temptation. Yeah. Oh, right, that was it. Pete says, do you think LBC would give Harry a job? Absolutely. Are you mad? Of course. Well, if you could say, listen, Harry's going to do his message from Vancouver once a week, they'd leap on it. Of course you would. Any radio station would want that. You know, this morning you can see Phil and Holly Willoughby going, and now here's Harry. All right, Harry? Harry's got details of our new competition. You can win £50,000. And Harry will be going, you call us in this number and you can, like, have a go at the competition and you can win, like, a motorboat, which is fabulous. Megan and I have got a motorboat. It's only a small one. Another one here. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Somebody says, I'm of the human race, but I'm trying to work out what I'm mixed up with. Takes me back to the commentator who corrected himself while watching one of Joe Louis' fights. Oh, who's Joe Louis? I don't remember Joe. Is Joe Louis a boxer? Is that Joe? Oh, right, Joe Lewis. Apparently, I don't know. Steve, Michael and Susan are up and on the road at 0500 to try and earn a living. Oh, God. Listen, you need to marry better. If you marry into a sort of a seriously rich family, that would be fantastic. Fantastic. Somebody says Steve Allen in conversation with Harry and Meghan. Oh, kill for that. Kill. Who wouldn't? You'd be the envy of every presenter on the radio. You know, in conversation this week. Do you know, I'd even give them an hour. I'd give them an hour. I say, listen, do you think you could fill an hour? And Meghan would go, no, I think we could probably do that. I go, well, come and have an hour. Come and have an hour. Tell us, then I'll syndicate the interview. And all of a sudden, you know, friend to the royals, Steve Allen, you know, should have listened to me first time round. Could have told you it wasn't going to work first time round. Also, somebody says, I'm pleased to hear there's a restaurant in place at the National Gallery. Well, I mean, there's restaurants everywhere all over London. It's a new thing. It's a new thing. It'll probably take off in your neck of the woods as well, I should imagine. People say, what? It's like, you know, I tell you, I was coming in the front door about 6 months ago, and some drunk staggered past with his mates. Like, they're always big and brave. And he went, what's that, mate? And so I was just about to pull the door. I said, we call it a door. And then just looked at him, and he thought, and he sort of disappeared off. Steve, I think Amy Hart has bought a 7-figure house in Chelsea after Love Island. No, she hasn't. Don't be so silly. Don't be so silly. She hasn't earned any money at all. She only got little jobs here, there, and she'd be a 7-figure house. Wait a minute, what's 7 figures? 7 figures. That's a million. She can't afford $1 million. There's no way she'd be. There's no way anybody would ever give her a mortgage. You're just being particularly stupid. You know, it's like earlier on. You know, people sort of saying, lovely. Another one here. Oh, it's the same old snowflake. Somebody says, you're really sounding bitter and a saddo. If the Queen can give him her blessing... Oh, don't be so stupid. You don't think the Queen's given her blessing, do you? That's what they have to do. That's called protocol. It's a shame, isn't it, really? You're not in the real world. Go away, you're boring. You're snowflake. Wait a minute. Let me get my flamethrower out. Now you're a pot of water. There you go. You've disappeared completely. Another one now. It says, I married very well, thank you. Well, probably in your idea, you probably did. And somebody else says, what else is on the papers? Unfortunately, it's them. And only them. Front page of every paper, inside pages and pages and pages and pages. So if you don't like it, you need to, make another decision of sort of... Yeah, the Observer, you've actually got the lady. This is the Question Time racism row lecturer speaking out. I'm proud of what I did. So they managed to persuade her to do a sort of a posy picture by the front door. Can't you look in the camera, dear? Is something the matter with you? It's like this. Really naff. Sandy Toksvik says she quits Bake Off by royal appointment. The news that Harry is stepping back from royal military appointment does at least end speculation about his role with the Royal Marines. So that's all finished. And then what about all the charities? Well, if he's not living in the country, how can he can't get involved with all the charities? Didn't think about that, did he? Didn't think about that one, which is a shame. 84850. Sorry, Snowflake's back again. Stop being so horrid. Don't be so horrid. Harry is a brave young man. Oh, God, honestly, I tell you. I bet you got a picture of Harry and Meghan over the old piano in the front room. Diana would be so proud. She wouldn't. She'd be embarrassed. She'd be totally embarrassed. Totally. It's nothing to do with a modern young couple in love. Don't be so stupid, honestly. Nothing worse than naivety, They're a bit middle-aged to be a young couple in love. He's pushing 40. What are you on about? God in heaven. You do worry, don't you? Mind you, I've noticed the dwindling amount of people who go to see the royal family now. And somebody says he can fly an Apache helicopter so he can work a washing machine. Of course, they're so similar, aren't they? Many's the time I've actually adjusted my washing machine. I've floated out and just sort of circled Heathrow a few times. God, honestly, the dimwit is out this morning. Steve, it's Ian from Folkestone. He says, you brighten up my day. We brighten up everybody's day. That's why we've got the biggest audience. That's why we have the big... It's almost embarrassing. I can't begin to tell you. I mean, sometimes I feel I could shed a couple of snowflakes because they're just right drivel. They're so sad in their own little world. You know exactly. You've heard them. It's just on my programme you don't have to listen to them, which is great. Stars on The Masked Singer could face legal action if they reveal the identity of the contestants. Does anybody care? Does anybody care? Apparently, that includes all members of the studio audience, Joel Dommett as well. What are they going to do? Take the audience to court? Don't be so stupid. Of course they're not. They've got Rita Ora. She can't keep her mouth shut. Joel Dommett, stretching out a little bit of talent. Davina McCall. Somebody called Ken Jeong. Nobody knows who he is. He's just a little bit over the top. And Jonathan Ross. Jonathan says we have to be careful not to reveal anything. We don't want to because it would spoil it for people. Spoil it for who? Spoil it for who? Nobody cares. Nobody cares. Well, the format is that they put singers, and in different costumes, and then they have to try and guess who it is. But they're sort of coming up with stupid names, like, oh, I think that'll be... And they'll name some huge singer. You think, no, this is a cheap show. They've spent all the money on the panel. Jonathan Ross doesn't come cheap, but he does need the work. And so you have to try and work out who it is inside. I mean, seriously, it's a show, I think, from South Korea. I wish they'd take it back again. Its biggest pilot and rubbish. They get 7 million viewers on a Saturday night, which shows how sad and tragic people must be in this country. And another one here. You like the name Snowflake? Well, because it's you. You're the snowflake. That's why we like it. Anyway, enough of you. You're now barred. A 7-figure house is a house with the number 7 on the front door. Yes. I live in number 7. There's no way she could afford anything in Chelsea. You're joking. She was an air stewardess. She hasn't earned very much money since then. In fact, really, she might have to go back to it, from what we hear. Another one here. Do you know that tea's the best tea I've ever had? That is the best. Not from here. I just made it. I just made that one there. You made the one before, which I never commented on. Yeah, it's okay, but, you know. They do go cold. I've discovered cups are... I've got a cup which keeps things hot, which is quite nice. And that... Did Philip Chrysikos have a technique? Oh, I should imagine he's got a technique. Yes, I would think so, yeah. He always looks to me like he's got a very good technique for keeping it warm. How? He filled it with hot water. What do you think this is filled with? You can't make tea with cold water, can you? Oh, I don't know. I've never thought about that. Is it? Sorry, didn't hear that bit. Sorry. Who did? Philip, did he? Oh, right. He's got to well, I shall have to ask him when we finish. I saw him in earlier on, actually. He's very smart today. Everybody was very smart today. Except Luke. And I don't know what people are supposed to look like on... Somebody was talking to me about this the other day, about radio. And I said, the funny thing is, I said, you don't need to dress up to be on the radio. I was telling Matt Stadlen. It doesn't make any difference, because he was sitting there with his sort of coat on, making it look as though he sort of couldn't wait to escape. And I said, what do you want? He said, because I think he thought it was a good look. He thought it was a good look. And I thought, I don't know, you can't really sit here with your coat on doing a radio programme. It's not that. And also, cold is actually very good for sort of keeping you working. It means you don't dry your throat out, which is... Sorry? What did you say? Oh, keeps you awake. I wonder what you said. I don't know. Don't want to go there. But you're right, actually. But you're supposed to look after your throat if you do as much talking as we do. You know, and if you have to do 3 hours a day, there's nobody else does 3 hours talking a day. You might do yeah, I'm fine. Yeah, it's okay. How much is that? I'll have the newspaper. Do you know, there was one woman the other day, she went through the checkout at Waitrose, same woman who was behind the bloke who checked everything on his stupid list, honestly. I was sort of going, excuse me, can we move a bit quicker? Get very short-tempered. And the woman there, her daughter put stuff through, and then she put through one newspaper. She put through the Mail on Saturday. And I felt like saying to her, couldn't you just put it through with your daughter? And then, would you like a receipt? Yes, she says. Yes, a receipt for a newspaper. What a dimbo. What a dimbo. Steve, Ron says, by going into obscurity, Harry can get a hair transplant before it's all gone on top. They were doing that the other day, weren't they? They were taking pictures of behind him where he's losing his hair. But then his brother lost his hair. All he's got to do is shave it off. Matt Stadlen's the same. He's not going to cling on to his for much longer. Not sure about this sort of tinted moisturiser he's using. What he needs to do is go on a sunbed. But I'm not sure if ginger or red-headed people can go on sunbeds. I don't know if you... Because he probably goes like me, just very red. And sort of, there's no sort of, deep bronzing colour. Do you deep bronze? How lovely. Like, nobody cares. Nobody was asking you. Who cares what colour you go? You're of no importance. Goodness sake, honestly. A friend of mine is permanently the colour of creosote. Dale used to be the colour of creosote. And then there was an advert in one of the gay magazines which says, if you look as orange as Dale Winton, he hated it. He hated people thinking he was orange. It wasn't. It was just that he went into the sun all the time. And he would, if ever you went on holiday with him, of course many of you weren't privileged to, he would move the sun lounge around to follow the sun. Seriously. So if the sun, he said, I'm just moving the sun. And he'd move the sun around, and then back on with the headphones, he'd spray himself with this sort of stuff to make himself go brown. It's sort of an accelerator. And he loved it. But he hated it when people talked about he was this orange colour. It wasn't orange, it was deep mahogany. Deep mahogany, which is lovely. Steve, what qualifies Jonathan Ross to nod sagely and say, nice tone to a masked singer? The only tone he knows is ringtones when he rang Andrew Sachs. Yes, we all remember that. Very well indeed. The other thing is, quite interesting, they must be miming. They cannot be singing inside these suits, because otherwise they're miming. That's what they're doing. So it makes no difference, really, what they're what they're singing, because it's mimed. You can't. Also, an ad break. Good Lord, I knew there was something we'd missed. Why? Because it's... I nearly said early breakfast again. It's not early breakfast, is it? I mean, let's face it, the entire world is coming alive at this time. 6:22 and 3 seconds. Coming up at 7, Weekend Breakfast with Andrew Castle. Come on. What do you think? Well, it's the fallout from Harry and Meghan losing the HRH titles, which is what I predicted last week. And somebody wrote in and went, no, they're never going to... He was born with it. No, they've lost it. as they seek the move to North America, which is going to cost them money to buy the house. They're going to have to staff it, everything. They can't just pick up the phone to Buckingham Palace and go, book us two flights, please. Won't be happening. Police in discussions at the highest level as footage is released of the vehicle on the wrong side of the road near the RAF base where Harry Dunn died. That one's dragging on a bit too long as far as I'm concerned. And the ban on stalkers contacting victims while police carry out investigations. All of that and a whole lot more. The Weekend Breakfast Show with Andrew Castle at 7. Don't they have it? Is it a vicar who does their newspaper review? Is he a priest? I can't remember what he is. On Andrew Castle show, yes. I'm sure he's a vicar or something like that. I know he's a man of the cloth. Well, I'm pretty certain. Perhaps I've got the wrong end of the stick again. I don't know. I'm sure he is. I'm pretty certain. Andrew Castle's paper reviewer is a priest. Is it or an advisor to somebody who's in the church? I bet you. Here we go. Look at that. I'm always right on these things. I can't remember who he is, though. That's what's annoyed me now. Because I like listening to him every week. They nearly had an argument the other day, which was very entertaining. He's a bishop. Former advisor to the Archbishop of Canterbury. There you go. I knew he was fairly high up. Is he still a bishop? Is he a bishop, do you think? Once you're a bishop, once a bishop, always a bishop. There you go. You never go back. No. Once a bishop, it's like once you've eaten chocolate, always eat chocolate. Once a bishop, always a bishop. I listen to every week as I'm driving home. When we go, they're back again now. This programme's mad. He's retired. Oh. They had an argument the other day. They obviously disagreed over something. It was very entertaining. I love an argument on the radio. Majid Nawaz gets some very good arguments going. James O'Brien's constantly having arguments, mainly with himself. Terrible. Do you think when... No, please don't go to that joke. No, we've heard the joke before. I knew you were going to go for it. I could just tell by looking at your face you're going to do a joke. And very inappropriate, ladies and gentlemen. That's the producer. Unfortunately, Luke's only just picked up on that one, so not much hope, is there really? Oh, look! Queen orders a hard Megxit. Royal couple no longer using HRH. But the Queen, we shoot them the very best for the future. They think the Queen wrote it. That's what's hilarious. Apparently you can FaceTime from Canada or anywhere you've got a net connection. Did it last year from Florida. I think it's brilliant. I think it's absolutely brilliant. I love FaceTiming. You can't in China, no. I don't think you can in North Korea. I don't think you can. I think it's blocked. It's blocked. Mind you, not there's anything in North Korea you'd want to FaceTime, is there really? Apart from Kim Jong-un face down in a puddle. That would be a fairly funny little FaceTime, I should imagine. So they're going to spend most of their time in North America and be free to work. They're going to pay back $2.4 million spent on Frogmore Cottage. And then the Queen went, yeah, that's okay. Anything. Also... Coronation Street bosses have relaxed their ban on stars sharing endorsements. This is after Jack P. Shepherd was fined for promoting a hair transplant on Instagram. To be honest with you, I mean, it looks about as bad now as it does on David Beckham's head. A Corrie source said it had been a long-standing bone of contention because they're not allowed to do pantomime or anything like that, are they? I think there was a ban on anybody in Corrie. I thought it was EastEnders as well, but now they have time where they can do things like that, so they can go and earn a little bit of extra money. Harry last night told us a great shame he's giving up his role. He doesn't care. He's not interested in his ceremonial head of forces units. And lost to the monarchy and the military, but not to the UK, say all the experts. And this is Eamon Holmes. This is Piers Morgan. This is royal commentator Phil Dampier, who says, a sad day. I had high hopes for #Harry and Meghan, but if they can't cope doing the job, I hope they find happiness elsewhere. But we shouldn't pay for their security. Absolutely not. No, that's their problem. Andrew Morton says, warm and friendly farewell from #the Queen. All that was missing was the packed lunch. Oh dear, I love it. Also, what do we got here? It says, brazen doctor still practising highly risky cosmetic work. People who want their bums enlarged. As I say, just wait till you get to about 60 or 70. It'll happen by itself. You don't need to worry about it too much. And this is Scott, Barbara Windsor's husband, Scott Mitchell, telling the Sunday Mirror that the actress's Alzheimer's has worsened to the point where she doesn't recognise her own home. She's only 82. She forgets who he is, regularly asks for her long-departed mum, Rose, and at times thinks she's living in her parents' house. But he says she still retains a wonderful humour. They still share a laugh, and watching her old show stirs happy memories. That's what I said before. You know, that box set of Carry On films you could watch again and again and again. Crooks in Cloisters, loads of things. Sparrows Can't Sing. There's loads of Barbara stuff that you can find, and that helps in a little way. He says it's not all confusion, so we send them lots of love. And they've got highlights of 1 Million Minutes Awards on GMB from 6 a.m. on Friday. Scott is going to run the London Marathon to aid the Alzheimer's Society. You can donate at justgiving.com/Scott. What do they call that little bar thing? There's a name for it, little bar thing. Not underscored, it's hyphen Mitchell 33. Scott hyphen Mitchell 33. Lovely couple. Second year running for the marathon. That's what Scott's doing. Yeah, second year running. He did it last time when we had him on the programme. And it's sad because I've been out with them on numerous occasions, and with Barbara on loads of occasions, and it's an awful thing for people to go through. But the good news is, because they've both got the profile, they're able to talk about it more, because there's loads of other people suffering in silence. You know, families who don't know how to deal with things like that. Steve, my understanding is Harry and Meghan retain the HRH title but may not use them in any commercial venture. Well, they've basically taken them away. They've taken them away. They're not allowed to use them at all. Okay. If in future years they decide to come walking back into the royal family because they can't cope, well then that's different. But no, not allowed to use it in anything at all. And I think that the palace will enforce that quite rigorously. I think they have no idea how it's going to happen. But they're miles away from doing anything. Miles away. The poor old snowflakes. Oh, you know, they're a young couple. No, they're not young. He's pushing 40. What are you on about? Perhaps they're a bit deluded, actually. Somebody says Harry and Meghan are set to pay back the money for the refurbishment of Frogmore. Yeah, they will. I mean, whether or not their father pays it, I've got no idea, but we will get the money. Where it goes back to, I've got no idea. Do we physically see it in a bank account, and then we can go, oh, good, look, we got the money. Came in today, 2.4 million. I don't think so. Goes into the Queen's counting house, doesn't it? Yes. She sits there. 1,000, 1,200,000. Oh, it can go on forever. It's every company. I've just thought as well, not only if Harry and Meghan move to Canada, which we know they're going to do, they've got to buy their house, they've got to staff the house, they've got to pay for it. What about Christmas cards? They're going to have to pay. That's all been done by Buckingham Palace. They don't do anything. They literally do nothing. I shouldn't imagine he even knows what a washing machine is. They'll have to work out how to do it. And it'll be a Canadian washing machine. Presumably the staff will be Canadian. Nanny, who they've got over here, she might not want to go and live in Canada. She might want to go, no, I want to live back home. In which case they'll have to find another nanny. Somebody to look after the house. Somebody who's not used to dealing with a royal family. I mean, all sorts of problems here. All sorts of problems. Will they have dinner parties? Who sends out the invites? Do they have photographs? Do they have phone numbers in their phones and stuff like that? I don't know. I don't even know which Canadian celebrity. Who are Canadian celebrities? Is Celine Dion? Justin Bieber? You don't want him. You don't want, I mean, you can't have, I mean, the trouble is, if they're not in the royal family, it makes no difference who they hang around with, does it? But do you think Justin Bieber is going to be, this is Harry and Meghan, royal kind of, you know, the only person who's actually been in the real world is her. He's never been in the real world. He's been in the spotlight since Diana died and before. Jim Carrey's Canadian. Pamela Anderson. Oh, they don't want Pamela Anderson, do they? Not who? Ryan Reynolds? No. Ryan Gosling, yeah. I'm more worried about Pamela Anderson. Do you think that they've seen that little film she made some years ago? Good old Pamela Anderson. Well done, you, dear. Kind of set a trend, didn't she? I don't know what's going to happen, actually. I mean, I really don't know what's going to happen. Will they have normal friends? Will it be sort of... there's bound to be some wrong-uns. Michael Bublé... Well, you can hang around with Michael Bublé. He's a nice person. Alanis Morissette. There was quite a few. Keanu Reeves. Yeah. That'd be quite nice. I should imagine Meghan's looking forward to getting back to work. Probably doing one of those reality shows where they sort of say, and this oven is a dry roasting oven. And then they show you how it works. That could be the kind of thing. I don't know what else they're going to do. What's he going to do? What is he going to do? It's no good saying, oh, yes, they're both going to make lots and lots of money. Doing what? He can't do after-dinner speaking. He's never done after-dinner speaking. He can manage about 3 minutes. Well, that's not... An after-dinner speech can be best part of an hour. You know, there's a lot of work goes into that. Who's going to buy all his clothes, his socks and pants? He'll have to go and buy them himself. He'll have to go shopping. What job? I don't think he's qualified for a paper round. I don't know. He could probably get work behind a bar. He's very good behind a bar, as we know. Or in front of the bar, or face down in front of the bar as well. I don't know. It depends how isolated their house is going to be. They're not going to be buying it in somewhere like Brookside Close, are they? They're not going to be like, oh, guess who our next-door neighbours are? Only Harry and Meghan have just moved in. I can't believe it. Unfortunately, we've now got 24-hour police with guns hanging around the place. So I don't know. The place is going to be isolated. And the trouble is, with all the things that they've done, I don't think they've ever thought about it properly. I think they've just basically bulldozed into it and gone, we're doing that. OK, now we're going to worry about it because now we don't know what to do. So the Queen's helped them out. No HRH, pay the money back from Frogmore, nothing to do with the royal family at all. Still, you know, still part of our family, but you're having nothing to do with the ceremonies, the normal things that you would do in the course of a year, like going out and the things at Christmas and everything else, Festival of Remembrance, nothing at all. All his charities will be suffering, so they'll all be losing out. They basically couldn't give a toss about it, could they, really? That's the hard and fast rules, is that if they thought about it, they'd be going, we really want to still be with our charities, but if they're going to spend most of the year in Canada, what's the point? Perhaps they'll have to pick up on some Canadian charities, Save the Whale, or something like that. Perhaps they can get on one of those excruciatingly expensive aeroplanes that they're so fond of flying around, so their carbon footprint is marvellous. A benefits investigator, I didn't know there was such a thing, I just thought it was television programmes, denied being a racist, even though she called Asian police officers DC Chapati. I mean, this is an investigator, and PC Poppadom. Senior fraud buster Natalie Green admitted using the insults whilst working at the Department for Work and Pensions. So these have emerged at an employment tribunal where the shamed civil servant lost her unfair dismissal claim against the DWP. That's like the woman the other day, the woman who goes to court because the place she used to work at, which was a solicitor's, a nice little place, dared to send her a 50th birthday card signed by all of them, wishing you a very happy birthday. She took them to court because she said it was an invasion of her privacy. I mean, luckily she lost the case because she's a bit stupid. And somebody put down, now we know your real age. And you think, it's a birthday card, dear. That's what they make them for. I'm surprised it didn't come with a badge, so you could actually pin it on your chest and go, look, I'm 50 today. But no, she was so hurt and upset by it, which gives you a rough idea where we're coming from. William Shatner's Canadian. Yeah, I mean, you could... He's 88, though, isn't he? He's a bit old for things like that. So I'm not sure whether that's going to work. So why do they need staff? It's Harry, Meghan and one baby. If you want to lead their luxurious lifestyle to come into the real world, look after yourself. Well, that's what I think is ahead of it. I think that's what will have to happen. They're not going to have the benefit of the backup of Buckingham Palace, because once somebody finds out, they'll be going to the papers immediately. You know, the moment somebody says, oh, okay, listen, Harry's phoned up, can we help them with this? Somebody working in the office will be going, let's phone the newspapers. They had a thing on the television the other day looking at Anne Boleyn. Anne Boleyn, they were trying to get a confession out of her, so they imprisoned her in the Tower of London. The women who were looking after her in there, she didn't realise, were spies working for Henry VIII. So every single thing she said to them, in what she thought was confidence, she was talking to servants, got reported straight back. And that effectively sealed her fate. And I'm assuming that they'll do the same in the royal family. Somebody somewhere, the papers must have people who work for the royal family who will slip them the nod and go, listen, so-and-so has just happened, the Queen's come down, not very happy. You know. They'll do that because they get tip-off fees. LBC used to pay tip-off fees years and years ago. There was a list on the wall. I always remember it because it was tip-off fee. If it was a story, somebody phoned LBC and said, listen, I've got this great story and nobody else had got it, we would pay a tip-off fee. It was quite normal practice. I did a tip-off fee years and years ago to a newspaper, and I got 1,500. Admittedly, it was a very good story, and I can't tell you who it was about because I still know the people concerned. But it was two people having an affair that nobody knew about. Which was... Yeah, I'll tell you in a break. Steve, you say the papers didn't have it in for Markle. No, it didn't. No, I didn't, Marion. Obviously, you've got selective hearing. Go and get your ears syringed. You might be able to hear properly. Another one here says, did I hear you say he's now the Duke of Sussex? Says, yeah, that's the titles that they've agreed on, I think. So it's the Duke and Duchess of Sussex, but no HRH. So there you go. Marion, get your facts right. Nothing worse than somebody who doesn't really think properly. Steve, Meghan's best friend is the daughter-in-chief of the ex-Canadian Prime Minister. Her two boys who carried Meghan's train at the wedding, says Ollie. Oh, it doesn't solve it. We've got two little children. What are they going to be doing? Finding a house for her? They've got to get staff. They've got to do loads of things. And if they can't find the staff, they can't find the house, they're literally going to be like a fish out of water. Not just a fish out of water, but a fish out of water in another country, where they're not going to put up with any little tantrums. The Canadian press can be just the same as our press. Exactly the same. My cousin Joe, says Jimmy, lives in Toronto. If Meghan and Harry call round, I'm sure he can make them up a brew. Well, this is it. I mean, what are they going to do? I mean, they're going to have to get agents. They're going to have to get people who oversee it. They're going to have to get all the tax advisors in. If it's seen that they're exploiting the connection to the royal family, they'll be jumped on. Save the Whale charity? Yeah. Harry could be an Uber driver. You don't need any qualifications for that. I don't think he's got any qualifications. I don't think he wants to be an Uber driver. Do they have them in Canada? Do they have Uber drivers? I suppose they must do, don't they? They have them all over the world, I think. Here we go. Lovely picture of... it's Victoria Beckham wearing another ridiculous outfit. Small wonder this stuff's not selling. It really is. Really is. And here's a picture of Miss Misery out with Dave, who's now started wearing his little hat on his head to cover the hair, because people tend to stare at it a lot. And I was... somebody here, Helena Watts, down the showbiz rabbit hole, says, I was green with envy when I saw her fab trousers. About the first time we've ever seen a pair. The trouble is, she's about the width of a pencil. There's nothing of her. I mean, absolutely nothing. But they went for Men's Fashion Week. Still looking so desperately unhappy. Desperately unhappy. One of these days they might learn to smile. They do it, but I think the idea is if you don't smile, you don't get wrinkles. Because she's had all sorts of things, hasn't she, really? Also, police officer sacked and barred from the profession for behaving inappropriately. There's quite a lot of these recently where we've had police officers behaving badly, and you think to yourself, but wait a minute, you're a police officer, you know what the rules are. You have to be completely separate from these sort of things. But, it doesn't work all the time. Plus. 4 Himalaya trekkers lost. Why would you ever want to go to the Himalayas? They have avalanches. This one here, they've lost 7 people. 4 South Koreans and 3 guides were near Mount Annapurna. This is 100 miles from Kathmandu. 4 helicopters joined the search, but struggled in rough weather. Who was it was telling me? Was it Ben Fogel who said he went over there and he was sort of climbing mountains? He said, you've got to be so careful. He said, some of these crevasses, they're like a mile deep. If you fell in one, which, is feasible, it really is, there's not much chance they're ever going to get you back, I'm afraid. FA probe homophobic abuse over gay team. A gay team? I'll have to look at this one in a moment. It's a gay-friendly football team who complained to the FA. Oh, so right. So this is VMFC, who welcome gay and straight players. It is very male. Must make shower times quite fun, mustn't it, really? Perhaps they have separate showers, I don't know. We'll talk about that. But anyway, Manchester are now investigating the FA there. Interesting. 7 is the time, so here it is, the gay-friendly football team complaining to the FA about players suffered a barrage of homophobic abuse from an opposing side. They were singing the YMCA song, but interpreting their own words. And there's one Village Manchester FC player lay injured after a tackle. He was told to get up, you fairy. Lord above, honestly. That was like somebody, there was a very famous ballet dancer some years ago walking down the street in New York, and he used to have a silver-topped cane and a fedora and everything else and a cape. And as he walked past a group of builders, somebody went to him, fairy. And he turned round and he went over and he picked up his cane and he tapped the bloke on the shoulder and went, vanish. Thought it was brilliant. So this one here, Manchester FA now, this is the opposing team, Chadderton Park First, suspended by its parent club. Oh dear, not very nice, is it? And so they're going to cut down on discrimination. The chairman of VMFC, which welcomes both gay, bisexual and straight players, said, "We could hear the Chadderton players in the home dressing room singing YMCA. What a pathetic bunch of girls' blouses they turn out to be, eh? Ooh, YMCA. Good old Chadderton Park. It was clear some of their guys had issues with us. Yeah, but the proof of the pudding is in the eating, isn't it, when you sort of beat the dickens out of them." Chadderton Park chairman Terry Jennings said the first had been suspended from playing as the club investigated. Blooming well think so too, matey. I should think so too. We'll follow that story very interestingly. Very interesting. I see that Mike Dreary Bushell, one appearance on the television dancing, and the next minute you can't get rid of him. He was always irritating on breakfast. Very irritating. Hasn't changed at all at the moment. Here we go. Your health today. Oh, by Megan's LA life coach. God, honestly, it starts. Also, The Sun. We're going to fork out for security, say The Sun, for Meghan and Harry. They've given up their titles, and it's an extraordinary deal with the Queen. I mean, quite clearly, she's furious. Quite clearly, you can read into it. I mean, money here. I mean, 20 grand was spent on trying to shield the property they were living in from the public eye. Oh, poor them. What, we should dare to look at them? As we could turn to stone. £50,000 went on upgrading the inefficient heating system. You've got to put in a new one for that price. $1 million. That's right, it was 5 properties into one house. There's only 3 of them. £750,000 security bill for the taxpayers. £100,000 the cost of 2 orangeries for the couple to enjoy in the summer. And 50 grand on soundproofing so it blocked out the Heathrow jets. When you go live somewhere else? Oh, wait a minute, they are living somewhere else. So, huge step down, says Andrew Morton. He would know. Also... Rolling Stone legend Ronnie Wood has slammed drug rehabilitation clinics as a rip-off. He apparently has had several stints in rehab. And a reality star called Jess Impiazzi. Never heard of her. But she's got stuck into boxing class. Apparently she starred in, well, she was in, but you won't know who she is, Ex on the Beach, Celebrity Big Brother and Hollyoaks. She moved to LA last year, but she now returned to London. Obviously no work. Hilarious. And Love Island's Mike Boateng is being investigated by his former police bosses over allegations of improper conduct. So they say here. In the latest storm to engulf the show, Greater Manchester Police last night confirmed the 24-year-old was the subject of an ongoing probe. I mean, as far as I know, he handed in his warrant card last year, but he could now face the action of the show if he didn't tell the TV chiefs the full circumstances. I told you, they've all got history. And they all think that they can just waltz through it. And, of course, you can't. You can't. You know, they're going to find out about you. You know, he might, they say, improper conduct claim against him. His family said that he was being racially abused. So let's wait and find out, shall we? Always goes on. Lovely picture of Ant McPartland's ex, Lisa, arriving for an 8th-hour meeting. They reckon she's making £64,583 a minute. God, I bet it's nearly as good as being a radio presenter, but not quite. And here we go. Poor old Ryan Giggs sitting in for laser zapping hair transplant after the stress of playing for Man United made him lose his locks. The vanity of these footballers, it's so hilarious. They've got nothing else to do, have they, really? And 2 models flown in for the Man City Bunga Bunga style party saying everything is paid for as they scoffed burgers and chips. Because they look like they scoff burger and chips. What sort of trash is this? I mean, this is really odd, isn't it? It's not, there's also a train empty. It's set to be axed. For 14 years. Every weekday at 8:15, a train leaves New Haven Marine Station, making 7 stops on the run to Brighton. Fares for the 20-mile journey were advertised in the past, but it's not possible to buy tickets or board the train. Safety for concerns have closed it. So finally, after 14 years, they've decided to axe it. Hilarious. I love stuff like that. It's so good. Stormzy. Oh, God, we're bored with Stormzy. Dreary, dreary, dreary. Amy Willerton. Nope, no idea. Also, anybody hoping to see Harry Styles at Glastonbury? In for a disappointment. He's going to be in America. Also, former Dancing on Ice judge Louis Spence had Jason Gardner back at his first solo cabaret show, In the Closet. And the last thing that Louis Spence is in the closet. And Louise Redknapp, what did happen to that album? Has it gone anywhere? Don't know. Plus, the world's shortest man has died aged 27. He was 2 foot 2 inches tall. And what do they call him? There was some name. Were you telling me earlier on? It was sort of the shortest mobile man, because apparently a lot of people who are very short aren't mobile, but he was mobile. So, yeah. But it's a shame, he was only 27. Not very old, is it, really? Not very... Oh, look, Jacqueline Josser. My God, that's an ugly bikini, dear. And she's on holiday in Dubai. Yawn, yawn. And luckily she took a photographer with her, so you can get a picture of the useless Dan what's-his-face. That's the one that we don't like. Plus, premier clubs wrapped for poor food hygiene. Bit of a worry, isn't it? I remember a friend of mine arguing in some place we went to. He said, your fridge is broken, you shouldn't be keeping food in there. He had a big to-do with them. He said, you can pick up illnesses. And this was in a really, really well-known place. Really well-known place. And he said, look, your fridge is off and you're keeping sandwiches and milk and stuff in there. Not good, is it? Star Salma Hayek on bullying, Botox and billionaire hubby. What was it about the billionaire that first attracted you? I think we all know that one, don't we? Daily Star's got to have a good story in it, hasn't it? Harry gets air dryer of Queen. Lovely. And Free Inside, Love Island's Alex. I lost 2 stone and you can too. Yeah, of course, you were always vastly overweight, weren't you, dear? They must think we fell out of trees, these people. Also, the Love Island copper, Mike Boateng, caught up in this extraordinary race row. Plus, the ban won't stop the partying in Magaluf. It's called... What do they call Magaluf? There's another name for it, isn't it? Tragaluk or something like that. Oh, wait, right. It's the rude word. The rude word, beginning with an S. Sharon Osbourne thinks that Meghan wishes to return to a celebrity life in Hollywood. She certainly wants a celebrity life, that's a fact. It's a shame, if you could sort of think that they wanted to sort of, keep the royal family going, but they don't, so there you go. Plus. Move over Mrs. Hinch, the men cleaning up on the web. Another load of old rubbish, isn't it, honestly? Men who can pick up a duster, I ask you. Renée Zellweger, 50. And Jeremy Vine has hit back at calls to scrap the licence fee. Hugh Dennis, very clever man, reckons that Outnumbered could go on for decades. Let's hope not. And what's this? Beauty treatments. I went up Whitton High Street the other day, which is quite near me, near the rugby stadium, and they've got 2 nail bars right next door to each other. I mean, really is. It's like coming to Twickenham. I talked to somebody yesterday, he said, have you only got hairdressers? I said, yep, we've only got hairdressers. Steve, one here. Oh, sorry, I've already done that one, haven't I? It's the same one that keeps popping up again and again and again, actually. People talking about Harry and Meghan paying this money back, which is good. Regina says, I'm in Biggleswade waiting to do an antiques fair. Please don't get me started on Miss Markle. And another one says, I'm not short and fat, Steve. I have a low centre of gravity. Forget the ginger and honey. If it's early morning, cocaine use you want to address, says Matt in Leighton. Do you know, you're very lucky to be listening to somebody who's never done drugs in his entire life. How tedious and boring am I? I can't think of anything worse. I see them on the television. There was one the other day, they called out one of these police programme things, and it was some bloke who was beating up this woman, and it was her daughter calling the police. So the police turn up to separate them. The woman, who's the one who's having the attacks on her, made by this bloke she was going out with, starts attacking the police. I mean, seriously, druggy. And then, of course, they made the big mistake. They called the police, and the police go upstairs, because I think he went upstairs. I wonder why he went upstairs. He was hiding his stash of drugs and money. You can always tell, can't you? And can you believe the stupid quote of the day from Rose West, a pathetic, evil, nasty little piece of work, says she never thought her husband Fred could be so evil. She told a crime author that she didn't realise he'd go that far. She was also responsible for the murders of 10 youngsters, including 2 of their own children. What a pathetic person. The sooner you hurry up and shuffle off this mortal coil, the happier the entire country will be. That's it for this morning. Thank you, Lysing. He thought it was cold in the studio. I thought it's quite warm, actually. I mean, I'm generally quite warm. I might even take the shirt off later, I don't know. Brace yourselves, boys. It's one of those days today. It's Monday, and I've had a piece of... I had a French fancy, of which now Corey's finished off the box. So not even a spare one for you, Connor. I'm sorry, but have you eaten them all? No, you've left... There's two left. You can have 3. You can have one. There's no calories today. It's a Monday. There's 2 left. Do you want one, Connor? Oh, you snob, honestly. Sorry, 2 above Mr. Kipling, are we? Oh, my goodness me. My mother makes all my cakes. You can just tell, can't you? He probably goes home and there's a tin in the kitchen. Even my brother's got a... Oh, thank you. Even my brother's got a biscuit tin. And when we were emptying the boot of my car the other day, there was loads of packets of biscuits in there, and they went, so exciting, ginger nuts. And so they filled up their biscuit tin. Do you know, I had 15 spare bottles of Prosecco in the boot of the car. I mean, seriously, it's like opening a liquor store in the boot of it. And they're still full. It's still full of stuff. I don't know what... I mean, I'm going to need to climb inside it and start sorting things out. It's ridiculous. 15 bags full of stuff out the boot of my car. Batteries, shavers, you name it. I don't know why. I'm ill. What can I tell you? I think it's an addiction. You know when people hoard stuff? There was a bloke the other day, died in his house. There was so much stuff in there, it took them 5 hours to get through the stuff, to get to his body, to get him out again. I'll be like that. They'll be fighting over the DVDs and all the rest of it. I've got thousands of DVDs. Are you sitting down, are you? Do you pardon? Do I want a strepsil? What sort of bondage language is that, for goodness sake? Do you want a strepsil? I certainly do not, young man. Not at this time of the day. I've got a show to do. I'm here to entertain for 3 hours. Well, how can I do that and talk at the same time? It's all right for you. What's your name? I'll put you through. You know, I mean, you don't exactly have to sort of expend yourself, do you? Very much indeed. I've got to chat for 3 hours and be entertaining. What, sort of put it in your mouth and then take it out again? The retrievable idea, I suppose. Pop it in, take it out, do a little bit of chat. Oh, another ad break. Pop the strepsil. I mean, at some point, the strepsil is going to adhere itself to the desk, isn't it, really? And then we're going to have to sort of prise it off the desk here. Have you seen what I've got in here? That over my clock. We had this. It's been 2 days. I've got this thing over. We don't know what it is. It's crashed. Has it? Good Lord above. Oh, right. It's on here? Oh, right. Why didn't any of the boys know this? Why didn't you know the computer had crashed? Oh, well, I've told them about it. They've both been in and had a peer at it. Oh, is that what it is? It's the computer crashed. Yeah, we know you've sent a complaint. We already discussed that bit. But you didn't say to me the computer's crashed, did you? A window had obscured the analogue clock. They must dread getting complaints. The other day, my wall fell down behind me. I mean, I was in danger of being severely crushed by the LBC logo. What a way to go. What a way to go. I couldn't be happier, you know, impaled by the L and the LBC. But no, they've come and done that, so they have to come back and do this other bit. Apart from that, good weekend, everybody? Yeah? Yeah, your weekend was interesting, I hear. You know what this place is like. It's like... Interesting, yeah, interesting. And, did you go home, Darren? I can't remember if you went home for this, but you know you didn't. You went to Inverness. How lovely. Nern, yeah? Oh, you went all the way up there to show your parents how to use the iPad. Good Lord above. They've just got an iPad. Yeah. How lovely. How old are they? I think that's 73 and 78. That's brilliant that parents can use stuff like that. That'll open up a whole new vista for them. You know, when they're sitting on the bus going to collect their benefits, they can just sort of, you know, you can type in things, you can do your shopping list, you can do everything. LBC catch-up. Must do demo with my show. Fantastic. I hope they're downloading. I'll just be going, oh, thank goodness me, Darren's parents are downloading. Brilliant. I've arrived. Streaming, don't say that. Don't say that. So, what have we got on the programme this morning? I don't want to do Harry and Meghan. I'm almost to the point of boredom. I couldn't give a flying forex. You know, and then he goes out to do this Centre-Barley charity, which is basically a dinner, and you chuck in a 10-minute, you know, him standing up doing something. But he didn't give us the answer we were looking for. Why are you moving? Why are you opting out of the royal family? We didn't get that answer. You know, we assume it's because of treatment at the press, but do you not think that when they move there, they're going to need the press more than ever to publicise the things which they're doing? That's how it works. Well, they're going to have to try and raise some money somehow. They're going to have to try and survive financially. I mean, first of all, they have to find a property, which either perhaps one of their well-meaning... Perhaps they can ask Prince Andrew if he's got any friends over there with money stashed away that they can buy them a house. Then they're going to have to staff it. Do they staff it with Canadian staff? Do they fly over British staff? Is it Canadian Royal Protection or is it British Royal Protection? All this stuff's got to be paid for at some point. I don't want to pay for it. I'm not remotely interested. If they want to leave the royal family, I think that's brilliant. And let them go and do what they want to do. But apart from that, I couldn't care less. It's not going to interfere in your life or my life or anybody else's life around here. Probably Connor's mother won't get as many recipes through for cakes and iced buns and things like that. But, I mean, apart from that, you know, things should be okay. Has he told you about his weekend? Oh, he will. Well, yeah. He's had a weekend and a half. I nearly sent him a little text, but then I thought, I can't. I don't have his number. So that saved him from that. You know. Oh, didn't get... We had... now he will tell you. It sort of developed, didn't it, really? It's sort of... Yeah, I know. Not very good, but there you go. We had a nice weekend. Connor... sorry, I'm looking the other side. That's Connor over there. Sorry, Connor's got his thing, so I don't know what Luke did for the weekend. Working and sleeping. He does a lot of working and sleeping, and what did you do at the weekend? We went to the cinema. Knives Out. What is that, a rom-com or something? Obviously a whodunit, yes. Who had their knives out? Who let the dogs out? Who let the knives out? Could be the kind of thing, couldn't it, really, I suppose? Was that good? Nice? How much did you pay to go to the cinema? This is the frightening thing nowadays, isn't it? It's not cheap. 15... Oh, 15... That's cheap. At the cinema next door here, if you want one of the seats that we sat in for the presentation, they're like 60 quid. Seriously, 60 quid, yeah, because the seat moves backwards, forwards, put your drinks in the arms, you can lie back. But the trouble is you're lying back with a group of strangers around you. You know, which is probably quite all right in some... Yeah, I'm sure it's about 60 quid a seat. It's a lot of money. 40. It's a huge amount of money for the cinema, isn't it? Huge. I mean, it's nice, it's comfy, and I like it. But I'm not sure I could bring myself to spend £40 on a seat. Mind you, the pantomime at the Palladium was about 100 quid a seat. That was very expensive. Very, very expensive. Oh, you got everybody. You've got everybody. Julian Clary. I mean, it was practically a camp fest. It really was. You had sort of acrobats. Julian Clary. There was Paul O'Grady. I can't remember all the other ones. Paul Zerdin, who's got Sam, his vent doll. And, there was everybody. The bloke from the One Show, who was on Blue Peter, Matt Baker, he was in... It's a huge star cast. Huge star cast. Oh, no. They offered me Panto years ago, and I said, I'm a radio presenter. To be honest with you, you don't finish till late at night. You have to be nice to children, you know, which is not in my nature. You know, I'd be a little bit like Paula. Oh, you're standing up now, are you? What's happened now? Something going on? Do you know, you're like a gift, aren't you, to a stand-up comedian on the stage. He'll be the one who turns up late, and and the comedian would always stop the show and go, in your own time, and he'll go, so where are you from? And he'll go, Ilford, and he'll go, right, you're Ilford and you're late. This woman's from Australia and she managed to make it on time. There's always somebody who turns up. Michael Barrymore used to hold people back from the show so that it gave him the lines to take the mickey out of somebody. Whereas with you, we just have to look at the clothing, don't we? And we just have to laugh. We just have to laugh. Oh, yes, you must go and hear it. It's worth it. Did you hear the other side? Oh, I can't. It's too early for the break. But I didn't know that there was another bit to it as well, to this story. Do you know the other bit of the story as well? Yeah, you probably do. It's very interesting. You like it. I like a good bit of gossip round here. See you both later. Take care. Bye. Everybody's very friendly at LB. Have you noticed that? People are very friendly. So the cinema, 15 quid each for Corey and his young lady. That's 30 quid. But then by the time you bought something to eat, and it's quite an expensive evening out. It's 60 quid or so. Leave it. Who would I be in Panto? I can't remember. It was just... But what they used to do years ago is in fact, in some of the Pantos out of London, they use local radio DJs because they get the publicity on, from BBC Radio Shropshire. Grateful for any bookings. And would I be a cameo? That's a brooch. Why would I want to be a brooch? Oh, right. What, just sort of walk across? They go, oh, isn't that Hitchcock? Yes, he was in all his movies. Yes. It was always trying to spot him, wasn't it? It was always a crowd scene. Yeah, I don't want to do things like that. No, I'm too old for Prince Charming. What's the dame called? Excuse me, what are you saying? I don't put on women's clothing, not often. And even if I did, it's got nothing to do with you. Just call me Elsie. I just wouldn't want to do pantomime. I've seen people who've done panto before. It's exhausting. It's seriously exhausting. It's very, very tiring. It's probably very enjoyable, but once you've done, hello, boys and girls, my name's Steve. What's yours? And we all do the song with the word Cadbury's inserted into it because they always give a Cadbury's goodie bag. You open them, of course, kids are happy with anything. 2 bars of chocolate, there you go, and a badge. I went to the pantomime, sponsored by Cadbury's. They were all sponsored by people, but it was mainly for out-of-town DJs. So they could say, oh, I worked with, the Chuckle Brothers or something, something like that. Dana. We did panto with Dana. Don't know why. Right, still to come. The man who wants to go for dinner at a nice restaurant, so he puts down a deposit. Unfortunately, on the day of the dinner, he has to cancel because his father's been taken ill and dies subsequently. And the restaurant won't give him his money back because they've said, we had to bring in special food, we had to do this and all the rest of it. So, no, unfortunately, that's their guarantee. Otherwise, you imagine if they hadn't and they'd kept a table of 6 empty, still waiting for somebody to turn up. That's why they charge money now. They have to. There's too many people just go, I can't be bothered to turn up tonight. So now they go, no, I'm afraid you have to pay for it. Stormzy slammed by a former murder detective for calling his past life of crime normal. I'm a bit bored with Stormzy, I'm afraid. Dull, dull, dull. Plus, why being a mum makes you pile on the extra pounds. And the Love Island new beauty queen. Yeah, she's a new boobies sticking out the front. That's, she says, one of her assets. But she has a way of getting more publicity. And it's not just being a beauty queen and Miss Newcastle 2 years ago. I mean, that in itself can send you around the world, can't it? So what were you? I was Miss Newcastle 2018. Of course you were, dear. Nice to have your company. Monday, 20th of January, my friend Jeff Stevenson is in Fiji. And he said it's too hot. You must be on a cruise ship. You must be, can't see you actually wanting to go to... I've never been to Fiji, actually. I've never been. I just imagine, if I see a picture of Fiji, it's a white sandy beach with palm trees that lean over. And somebody goes, Fiji, and I go, oh, right, nice. Would I want to go there? No, if it's too hot for him, it's bound to be too hot for me. Definitely. I can't do heat. I sit there and, oh, dear. I remember when I went to, Dale had a place over in Sarasota, in Florida, and the heat was unbearable. You would walk outside the door after you'd had a shower. Within less than 30 seconds, you were absolutely soaking wet. You needed to get in the car with the air conditioning on and then drive up. Yesterday, my air conditioning was all over the blooming place. Terrible. Because it was so cold outside and so warm inside, and the two produced steam, which was not very nice. So good old Jeff over there. And over in Canberra, well, in Sydney, actually, Shane is awaiting a storm on its way from Canberra to Sydney. 30 degrees there. I didn't actually get what the temperature was from Jeff. But he is in Fiji. It's too hot. I just don't do it. I can't do it. Eddie says, just drive up the road to Chiswick. Every first Sunday of the month, Chiswick Community School has a brilliant car boot sale. You'll empty your boot in minutes. Yeah, the trouble is, this isn't second-hand stuff. This is brand new. He got a brand new G-Tech vacuum cleaner yesterday, cordless. A brand new Dualit toaster and kettle as well. Plus 15 bottles of Prosecco. Yeah, I gave them to him. I just wanted to empty the boot of the car. And amazing how much faster the car went. I mean, I was able to hit 30, 35, 40, I had to tell the driver off this morning. Another one who can't find the place. It's on a main road, it's not difficult. And he's round the car. I said, you're not here. It took him a good 5 minutes to find it. And then they seem to think it's your fault. It's like you're supposed to go and walk for them. And then he's cruising down the road at under 20 miles an hour. I said, the speed limit's 40. I said, if we could get there a little bit quicker, that might be, to everybody's advantage. Steve, talking about Panto, potential future for Meghan or Harry. What amazes me is that, all they're after is the money. That's all they want is the money. They think if they go to Canada, they can... And Professor Jonathan Shalit the other day was talking about how much money they could make. He wrote to me. And said, they're a little gold mine waiting. He would love that business. Can you imagine? If it was, they went, all right, Jonathan, you can have... He'd love that. That's because I noticed that Andrew said, 25 million. Okay, 25 million. So that's 20% for you. And there was no mention from Jonathan at all, which I thought was so funny. So funny. But they can make a lot. But that's obviously what it comes down to, isn't it? It comes down to how much money they're going to make. So obviously, for doing very little work, just turning up for something, there could be an appearance fee, like there is for loads of other people. They could do the Vienna Ball. They always pay. There's always some multimillionaire who pays for a celebrity to go. He could sort of say, listen, I'll give you £100,000. All you have to do is come to the ball, walk around. They're very topical, and that's it. Then we give you the money. So, in fact, really, there is every opportunity for them. It's just that they're going to Canada. They're not going to be coming back here. He's had to give up things. But we never discovered from this long speech, of which I do have, I could bore the pants off you and read it again, but you've already heard it. I don't think you need to hear it again. Unless you really wanted. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. So Frank Skinner says he didn't help this woman struggling with a suitcase in case she turned round and made some claim against him. And I felt exactly the same when this woman said, can you help me up the stairs? I said, I can't, I'm sorry. There's a lift round there, you must take the lift. I said, because A, I've got a bad back, B, I'm diabetic, and C, I had a heart complaint. And also, can you imagine if all of a sudden she fell? I could be sued. Very easy to do something like that, isn't it, really? 84850 steve@lbc. Shell says, here's something you predicted. The M&S boss said his store profit was affected badly because the store stocked too many slim fit menswear. Yeah, because the majority of us are not slim fit menswear. We're really not. We don't do things like that. It was like, did you hear Uri Geller? He'll always do something afterwards. He said when he, the former Prime Minister, what's her name? Forgotten it already, actually. Theresa May. She went to his house. He said, I actually predict you're going to be the Prime Minister. It's funny that, isn't it? He tells you after it's all finished and she's left, It's like Big Ben stops going and immediately Uri Geller goes on to all the press going, I stopped that. And you go, no, you didn't, dear. Don't be stupid. Grow up. I love people like that. Steve, you could be a genie and jump out of a lamp. They don't jump out of a lamp. There's no jumping out of a lamp. They dematerialise. You've seen it on Star Trek. And there they are. There was one the other day, a shape changer. Have you heard of that? So somebody who starts off as one image and then goes to another one. Steve, is Dancing on Ice so desperate for viewers? Holly appeared to be presenting the show in her underwear, says Paula. Well, I would think that's exactly to their advantage. Mind you, their latest story, the latest story from Dancing on Ice is Caprice, that well-known Z-list celebrity, apparently has disappeared. She will not be dancing with her partner. Why? They never explained it. Oh, hopefully she'll be back next week. Well, I mean, why is she not dancing with her partner? She had one of her tantrums, her famous tantrums. Is it something? What is it? Goodness sake, honestly. And Paul says, I've come over to northern France for a few days, woken up, so checking in on Le Spike. It's actually slightly colder than London here, about 0 degrees. I don't know what our temperature is at the moment. I don't know what it is. I can have a. You can ask. Oh, wait a minute. Hey Siri, what's the temperature in London?
It's 3 degrees right now.
When will I see you again? Da, 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 da. No? Has that gone over your head? Yeah. What? Hey Siri, what's the temperature in San Francisco?
In San Francisco, California, the United States, it's 9 degrees.
When will I see you again? Somebody wrote to me the other day, they think they've sussed out Mornington Crescent. I love it, honestly. Sometimes you can fool people all of the time. 84850, how come the press give her trailer trash dad so much exposure? Because it's her father. It's her father. What are you on about? And it's not a case of that. They've paid him to do the programme for Channel 5. That's how it works. It's a member of her family. Whether you like it or not, it's her father. It's got nothing to do with anybody. Listening to Majid yesterday with this campaign of hatred against him, I thought, all right, so nobody really likes Meghan Markle's father, but it's got nothing to do with us. You don't go and knock on your neighbour's door and go, I think your parenting skills are rubbish. We don't do that. You don't interfere, but people seem to think that they can. So there you go. Somebody says Harry and Meghan should be buying your book on celebrity and read the section on how to prolong your celebrity. They should consult the GC, Cheryl, the Beckhams and the others. I've got a great story about the Beckhams. Fab story about the Beckhams. Really good one, actually, which I'll do a little bit later on. And James says, I'm not pregnant, I'm not a new mummy, but I'm piling on the pounds. Any ideas? Get your jaws wired up. Because it's obviously food, isn't it? It's obviously the intake of food. Or perhaps the wrong sort of food. The wrong sort of food. I don't know what the right sort of food is, but it all seems to be wrong nowadays. Whatever you eat, it's never right, is it? And then luckily we get the experts who tell you how to lose the weight, because that's the secret, isn't it? It's like Victoria Beckham. I mean, hilarious. This isn't part of the story I'm going to be telling you about a bit later on, but it's a case that Victoria Beckham has 2 tablespoons of this sort of apple cider or something to help with weight loss. You think, what, that's stick insect? Do me a favour. Oh, blimey. You want to give it to the GC? She should be drinking it by the tanker load. She's going to be going on the Big Nasty show. Somebody said the Big Nasty better watch out because she's known for her diva tantrums. No, she's not. She's known for being as boring as heck. She's so dull. So dull. Somebody says, I like Mr. Markle. I don't see how you can not like him. It's her father. It's got nothing to do with us. We do not interfere with other people's parenting skills. Otherwise, you'd have closed down half of Newcastle and Birmingham and East End also. I mean, you just don't interfere with things like that. You really don't. Steve. The planet, Steve's either too hot, too cold, too wet, too dry, or you know, it's all got something. Why not globally all different? Well, it is. It is all different. Everywhere you go around the world is different. I love it. I do love all these lovely programmes talking about planet warming. And do you remember years ago it was the ozone layer? I had to stop using hairspray. They said if you use hairspray, and I should imagine Corey's probably used cans of hairspray in his time, and that, they said, was affecting the ozone layer. And I remember thinking, I better stop, because the one I was addicted to was Cossack. Cossack hairspray had a smell all of its own. I didn't backcomb it. No, what I used to do is I used to put mousse on, comb it through, then blow dry it, and then spray it with Cossack. I mean, seriously, it's more wonder I haven't got any hair at the moment. And then so you could sort of go like that, and it all fell back into place again. It was really pretentious. But I used to buy anything. If it was in the chemist, it was mousse. I used to have a turning brush, so you could hold it under your hair at the side, blow dry it, and then take. They do it on the television now on any of these shopping channels. You know, do you blow dry your hair? Oh, you blow dry that, do you? Oh, right. Do you put any... Not really, no. Some... L'Oreal Paris. What's that? Oh, hairspray. Oh, right. Is that the big gold one? Yeah. Oh, okay, right. L'Oreal. Oh. I think I've got... That's the big tall one for women, isn't it? Yeah, they don't do it for men. You use it. Oh, right, okay. Yes, well, it's certainly something. I don't know whether or not you could call it luscious. I don't think hair ever becomes luscious. Lustrous, maybe. Lustrous, but it wouldn't be luscious. But don't worry, it will be dropping out soon. And you'll be going grey. And it'll change colour. In fact, you'll probably find, if people walking behind you, they're going, there's a grey hair. You can see a grey hair, and then people start panicking. You've got a grey eyebrow. Oh, really? I wonder what that signifies. Madness or something, isn't it, really? Yeah. Oh, it's a little bit worrying, really. But never mind, let's say it doesn't matter, because eventually you're going to be white. It's going to go all the way through it. Whereas, very silver fox, yeah. In fact, the younger you go silver fox, the better it is. But I've never been a big fan of that sort of thing. I like to sort of, hold back, as it were. Welcome to Monday. You've had the weekend. You've frozen to death over the weekend. You're going to freeze to death this week. And certain parts of the country are going to be blanketed, they say. When I was driving down the motorway yesterday, because it was still very, very cold, all the fields were all white. There was a frost over everything. It looked really pretty, actually. I was still getting lost. Every time I go down to my brother and his wife's place, I get lost all the time. So they've now told me that the secret to the junction I'm looking for, because I'm following SatNav, but then I thought the SatNav got it wrong. And it turned out that SatNav actually didn't have it wrong at all. Survival of the Fittest star, somebody called Tia Latham. Ever heard of Tia Latham? I never hear of these people, but they sort of pop up on the television. This is... I don't know what she was doing on it. I don't know who she is, but she's a model, What sort of model? I do not know. She was born intersex. Can you find out what intersex? I don't know what intersex means. It does sound a bit... Unless she means she's intersex. I don't know what she said. She's intersex. Anyway, she claimed ITV ripped her life apart. I mean, I don't quite understand. She said she was abused in public after the show. ITV chief sent her for therapy, but only, she says, after a second attack. And so she's complained about this to the newspapers. But as I don't know who she is, I don't even know what survival of the fittest is. So there's three things I don't know. I don't know who she is. I don't know who or what the programme is, and I don't know what intersex means. She says pills she was put on made her suicidal. I mean, why are we getting this now? This programme was ages ago, wasn't it? And she's a model. But what sort of model, I don't know. I don't know if she's fashion model, glamour model. You can't just say you're a model, because that doesn't mean anything nowadays. Hand model, foot model, hair model, there's loads of different models. You can't just say, I'm a model, because it doesn't cover anything at all at the moment. The other story which I was enjoying in the paper today, here she is, Rebecca Gormley. This is the girl who's just gone onto Love Island with her fake hair and her boobies sticking out. And she's a model, and, wait for this, this one's quite clever. She's a carer. That doesn't mean she just cares. She cares for her grandfather, apparently, who has dementia. Although obviously she doesn't care that much because she's jacked him in to go onto Love Island and to tell you the fact she's a carer. And I'm thinking to myself, but if you're really a carer, you're committed to that. What are you doing on Love Island, dear? This is the one who was Miss Newcastle 2018. God, bet that goes down well on the CV. She says, my best feature, my boobs. I mean, seriously, you've now ruined it completely. Is she pretty? Difficult to tell with all the makeup on. She's got loads of fake hair stapled onto her head, and she's got her boobs sticking out, so it's a bit difficult to tell. She'll turn out to be like all the other ones. They think this is a career move. I thought being a carer was supposed to be the kind of thing that you looked on with some authority. And H again, his mission to silence the bigots. Listen, we know you're gay. We know you dance. Enough already. OK, thank you very much indeed. We know what's going on. You know, I asked the Beeb to do same-sex dancing, but they said, no, that's just not us. So now we have to suffer with him. He's boring. He's very, very boring. Also, the actor who voices the Indian character, is it Apu? Because I've only ever seen The Simpsons a couple of times. He's stepping down after years of racist controversy. Hank Azaria, who's white, has performed the voice of the convenience store owner since the character first appeared. He also does... He'll continue voice character on the show. That's what they call it, voice characterisation. And he does Mo, Police Chief Wiggins. Did you say he did another one as well on the programme? He does Home. Oh, he does everything. Good Lord above. Couldn't they find an Asian actor then to voice this character, Apu? The portrayal has long been accused of reinforcing racial stereotypes. So he says, all I know is I won't be doing the voice anymore unless there's some way to transition it or something. So it's obviously not his decision to do it. They've obviously decided after years of doing this character that maybe they should start thinking again. God, blimey, honestly. And who's this turning up the other day? If nobody knows who you are, then turn up looking like a complete and utter dork. And here she is, Billie Eilish. She turned up with... I don't know what she's wearing. But I suppose if you really don't have a stunning personality, wear peculiar clothes. Is she very good? Why is she wearing stupid clothes? Her hair's green. She only about 18 covers it, does it? If you're only 18, you're allowed to dress stupidly and dye your hair green. No, but you don't dress like... I mean, you just dress cheap. You just... Look, I mean, honestly, just... It's not exactly fashionable, is it? It's not fashionable. Yeah, it's very blue. See, I've gone for the other. I'm gone for brick colour. Brick. I think it's quite a nice colour. But also, but you're not dressing fashionably for young people. I mean, if you were fashionable, you'd walk in with a skateboard under your arm, wouldn't you? And go, Steve, we've got a skateboard. You're going to go skateboarding? And you go, I don't think so, no. That's what would happen. We'd all go down the South Bank after and go, woo! Go up and down the ramps and all the rest of it. With a cap on sideways and spray painting everything, with our logo. Corey was here, with Stephen. And Luke, L-O-O-K. Heart shape. Emoji. Hashtag. I could just say that. I mean, I don't know what when you go out in the evening, I'm assuming you wear the same clothes. Yeah, I thought so. So you're not even... you don't dress like her at all. And she's only 18, but I mean, you're a little bit older than that, aren't you now? So, I mean, I shouldn't imagine, to be honest with you, either of you ever was called a fashionista. Ever. Which used to wear a bow tie. Oh, God. We had a kid in our youth club who used to wear a bow tie. He didn't last very long. We got rid of him to the Girl Guides. And, yeah, we used to have all these... I mean, we didn't know what fashion was when we were younger. Even though I used to come up to London, I could never afford to buy anything. I went to Lord John once, which was in the King's Road, and I bought a pair of, we used to call them Rupert trousers, but of course you wear them all the time. They were like check trousers before check trousers were in. Anything to make it look a little bit better. Cheesecloth shirts were fashionable when I was younger, and stuff like that. They were thought a bit bad if they got wet, but never mind. But I suppose you have to be a fashionista nowadays. And what does Brad Pitt want to do? He wants to play Willy Wonka. Because it's such a good film. People like Willy Wonka, don't they, really? They've got loads of other people. Johnny Depp, any one of Angelina Jolie's 6 kids, and Alicia Dixon has been axed from her modelling agency after a row. We like Alicia Dixon. We like Alicia Dixon. Oh, The Masked Singer. Did you see The Masked Singer the other day? They unmasked one of them. Wait for this one. Teddy Sheringham. Who? Who's Teddy Sheringham, for God's sake? 90% of the audience are going, who's that? And they're going, oh, it's... Who is it? The only people who'd know are old people like Jonathan Ross. Even Rita Ora would be hard pushed to work out who Teddy Sheringham is, for God's sake. That's what I said to you before. All these people in these costumes, they'll be the low rent, off the scale people because they've spent all the money on the panel. Ridiculous. Steve, is there any voiceover work for Meghan on Radio Shropshire? I should imagine. There must be loads of stuff like that. 4 degrees in South Wales, says Dorothy. 4 degrees. See, 4 degrees is actually... I mean, we got 3 degrees in London. Donnie says, man of the people, a possible tie for your autobiography. Oh, no, I think that would be dreadfully dull. Don't you? An autobiography of a radio presenter. You know, irrespective of how long he's done on the radio. I think that would be quite boring, actually. Who would want to know? Yes, a book of all the things in my boot. I mean, I seriously, when we took everything out, well, we didn't actually manage to get everything out, but we took out the majority of stuff that we could actually get our hands on, including towels. Must have been about 10 towels in there and all sorts of strange stuff. And then even my brother said, we don't seem to have made any impact at all. And I went, no, you're right. So I might have another go today. It's just ridiculous, isn't it? Do you know when you buy frozen fish? I don't, because if I was going to buy fish, if I was a fish eater, I would go to Sandy's in Twickenham because it's fresh. They go to market every day and they bring fresh fish in. But cod, caught in the North Atlantic and sold by Tesco, Asda and Iceland, they all sell Atlantic, Pacific and Alaskan fish. Where does it go to? China. It goes to China for processing and then it's shipped back to Britain. Seriously, I couldn't believe that either. So it has basically a 10,000-mile round trip. Workers are paid £2 a day to fillet and refreeze the fish before it's shipped 5,000 miles back to Britain 10 weeks later. Unbelievable. An Iceland spokesman said European plants currently cannot match China on either quality or price. Tesco said they were committed to providing sustainable fish. No, what they're looking for is, all of them, a profit. A profit. Do you know who the Stig is? Well, he was unmasked ages ago, wasn't he? The Stig on television? Yeah, absolutely. Monica, my favourite cabbie, 0 degrees in Dartford. Chilly, chilly, chilly. You've got to be careful as well. If you've got a weak heart, don't go out in this cold weather. The shock, they say, could bring on a heart attack. Not exactly everybody's ideal of fun, is it, really? Shane says, I'm a DVD hoarder. My mother came over for a visit. She said, why don't you get rid of half of them? I was shocked. Took me years to collect them. I've got a friend too, does the same. She watches them a few times, keeps them a little bit, and then she gives them to the charity shop. What's the point of spending 10 quid on a DVD and then giving it away? I mean, I would that's why I keep all of mine. Mind you, then sometimes there's so many of them I can't find the one I'm looking for, so I order it again. So on some of my DVDs, I've got about 3 or 4 copies of it scattered around everywhere. It's very annoying. I mean, seriously, very annoying. I wish I wasn't one of these hoarders, but I can't help it. I mean, the boot of the car is a classic example of somebody who likes keeping I can't bear to throw things away. I seriously can't. I'm terrible. So the Queen and Charles's sadness about Archie, because now they're not going to see Archie. If they're going to spend the majority of their year over in Canada, Archie will end up with a Canadian accent. because Nanny, presumably, either is the nanny they've got from this country and she might have to move over there, in which case, she'll be looking for a good deal. And I begin to wonder, really, whether or not they're going to make any friends, or are they going to be people who are going to bow and scrape to them, which luckily you don't have to do anymore. So that's good news, isn't it? Perhaps we can actually come into the real world and be normal. I don't mind sort of inclining my head towards the Queen and Prince Philip and Charles and people like that, but I'm certainly not going to worry about Harry and Meghan, thank you. I wouldn't do it for William and Kate either. And least of all, Prince Andrew's ghastly children. I mean, really not my sort of thing. But they're all saying that they can make lots and lots of money. Jonathan Shalit is in all of the papers, and he's saying they can make a lot of money. Is that what it comes down to, though? They're making money. So in other words, they're not really interested in the royal family at all, are they? They're interested in the filthy lucre. How much money can we make? How rich can we become? Can we be a powerful name with loads and loads of money? That's a bit disappointing, isn't it? So, there's loads of pitfalls. The home that they'll be buying, the security, the schools, to send Archie to school, and everything. I mean, how often are they coming back? Are they staying over the best part? I mean, to be honest with you, as I say, the last time it happened, they went to live in France, didn't it? Not this lot. They think that they might go back to North Saanich or Toronto. But I couldn't care less. Do what they want to do. But I'm telling you now that people, as I said yesterday, will be letting the press know if they try and fiddle anything. If all of a sudden we're paying for their flights backwards and forwards, which we don't want to pay for. If we're paying for their security. Most people don't want to pay for that at all. Why would you? Why would you? But that's it. Do you know kids as old as 13 can't read clocks? Why would you be surprised? Joey Essex can't tell the time. He's allegedly an adult. And he can't tell the time. Is that embarrassing? I've got all these watches, yeah, but I can't tell the time. Because you're stupid, that's why. I don't think there's anything to be applauded there, thank you very much indeed. I wonder if Gemma Collins could do a 24-hour clock. Shouldn't think so. What have we got? We got 4:45. Nice to have your company. Welcome to Monday morning. Welcome to the 20th of January. Do you know, is it my imagination, or is this month whizzing through at the pace that we can't even keep up with? It only seems like a short while ago that we were celebrating Christmas, and everybody was writing in going, oh, don't talk about Christmas. And then all of a sudden that's finished. And then we sort of whiz into the new year. Now we're sort of whizzing a little bit quicker towards the end of the month, which isn't so great, is it? Because at the end of this month, what do you got to do? Tax. Tax, the kind of thing you really don't want to know about. But everybody's got to pay the tax bill at the end of this month. And we're matching today. Look at that. Henry is in to do breakfast this morning, still with those same headphones. Difficult to find things to match with your headphones, isn't it, really? There can't be that many items. They are salmon colour. No, they're not red. Definitely not red, fool. You see, the light on my microphone is red. No, they're salmon colour. Oh, honestly, it really is. I'm sure if we put it to the vote, it would be a case of that would be salmon. They're very nice, though. Don't bring them in. I don't want to know. I really don't want to know. What are you listening to, as a matter of interest? Are you listening to me? Oh, oh, you're all caught up. Oh, I'm a bit disappointed now. Ian Dale's... Oh, dear, I can't publicise Ian Dale's podcast. I mean, that's outrageous. What does he talk about? Does he do my showbiz stuff, or does he do something else? He does... him and Jackie. Oh, right. That's got a name, hasn't it, that podcast? For the Many. It's nice, isn't it, really? It's nice. It is a bit panto, isn't it? Little bit panto. Actually, I can see Ian Dale in panto. He'd love... If he was offered panto, he'd do it. He really would. He's on that... what's that quiz show on the television? Pointless. Wonder how he did. I think he's a secret nerd. I think he knows all sorts of things about all sorts of things. And he's the sort of person that you would want on a team. I'll tell you the one person I would always want on a team, if they were doing a quiz, would be Fred Housego, who won Mastermind, the cab driver. Do you remember? He used to be on LBC years ago. And he knew everything about everything. It's either that or anybody off Eggheads. Anybody off Eggheads, they seem to know everything. Or the Chase. I'm quite good at certain things, yeah, I can remember certain things. But on the Chase, what would be my chosen subject? Oh, now you've asked. It could be lots of things. Lots of things. I mean, off the... Probably music from the 70s and 80s, I would think. Bollywood. I could do London, history. I can do theatre, musicals. So quite an eclectic mix. But basically just a load of old rubbish. It's just something that you absorb, and then I'll be talking to somebody and I'll be doing something on the programme, and all of a sudden I think, wait a minute, I know about this. And I'll watch something on the television, and I started quoting the other week, you know, the ex of Henry VIII who was executed, but she didn't realise she was being set up, poor soul. And of course, in those days, unlike today, when they execute people, there was no any sort of drugs to make them look as though they were sort of a little bit sort of getting ready for this kind of thing. And they did it all over the place, didn't they? There were lots of executions, and we were quite bloodthirsty. But I remember history. I remember a lot. I'm quite good at remembering history. Well. Yeah, divorced, beheaded, died. Divorced, beheaded, survived. Yeah, the last one was Catherine Parr, wasn't it? Catherine Parr. But which was the one that they had a problem with, that they got Holbein to paint a picture of her? And Henry VIII went, oh. And then she turned up and she was ugly as sin. Ugly as sin. They were all very disappointed. I was like, this isn't the woman in the picture. Oh, it is, Your Majesty. That's the way Holbein saw her. Ugly. Ugly. I think that's the only reason she survived, probably. You imagine, though, if the worst thing was in those days, if the king got your eye. The one thing you didn't want to do is it's not like Love Island where they'll go with just about anybody. You know, I mean, in those days, okay, so avoid his eye, bring that wench over here. It's like when Charles saw Diana, do you remember, in the field? Mainly because her skirt was see-through and you could see through her skirt. She was standing in a field, I think, holding a child or something. And Charles went, pretty little thing, you know. She was only about 16. Mind you, when Elvis Presley saw Priscilla, I think she was 14. She was 14. There was sort of, you know, people tended to grow up a little bit in those days. But I think you'll find that Diana's family have got more royal connections than the royal family. It'll be interesting, won't it? I'll have to watch this one very carefully. Somebody was asking the other day, what would Diana think of this? And the expert, the acknowledged royal expert, said, I think she'd be disappointed. Very disappointed. Steve, it's 1 degree in Leicester, says Rachel from the original Facebook Spikers group. Phil in Streatham says, I tried to make a shirt out of cheese, but fromage frais. You ever heard of Robert Opie in the Museum of Brands? Absolutely. Yeah, my brother went up there when he was in London last time. I went to see Robert, and he spent time visiting the museum. Fantastic exhibits, including some biscuit tins with Andrew and Fergie on dating. And there was also a supermarket sweep game. I've got it. I've got the supermarket sweep game. It's a boxed game. It's sealed in plastic. I don't know why he gave it to me. I don't think it's sold anyway. He also had some CDs out. And I've probably got those as well somewhere, but I can never find everything at the same time. Do you think, Steve, Harry and Meghan would fill in for Holly and Phil when they go on their holidays? Well, I think so, yes. I see no reason why not. Although, actually, having heard him doing his speech at the end of the Centre Barley thing, he's not a great after-dinner speaker. You've got to stick in some jokes, some gags, some quick one-liners. You know, some things which are going to bring the house down. You know, I'd like, you know, please take my wife, somebody. You know, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, huge round of applause, and you bring them down with a gag. But this was a bit more serious, wasn't it? Really, Steve, it's Edith and Alan. My son got me a DAB radio to listen to your show. I can tell what age you are, Edith. I can tell by the name Edith. Surprisingly, that's well, as you know, I've got an auntie, Enid. Well, I say I've got her. I mean, I think she's sort of twixt this world and the last one. I was watching something the other day. What was I watching? Oh, I was watching another YouTuber. I've got this obsession with the popes. What's the matter with me? I'm having an epiphany. Well, in fact, I had an epiphany a short while ago, but that's my business. But I was sort of thinking to myself, don't go there, Steve, don't go there. And I'm now fascinated by the Catholic Church in all its shapes and forms. And so I was watching the thing about the Pope, where everybody gathered when Pope John Paul II was dying. But, of course, they don't know when he's going to die. And he's in this room, and they don't have a lot in the Pope's room. There's just a bed, a place where he can kneel and pray. But, of course, he couldn't get out of bed because he was too ill. And he was lying on his side, and they were sort of talking about it. And, of course, he knew that, I mean, outside the window, there were hundreds of thousands of people, and they're all watching and waiting. And they'd been there for goodness knows how long. And then eventually he dies. And then, unfortunately, for all the popes, they then have to display them in the basilica. So right in the middle of the basilica, and I've been into it, it's huge. It's a huge place. And it's right in the middle. And that's where they display the popes. They sort of lie there, and then they literally kept it open almost 22 hours a day. 2 hours was for them to sort of clean up and everything else. And then people filed past. 20 hours people queued. 20 hours. And I remember thinking that sort of devotion. But if you watch on some of some of them have got nice faces. I thought Pope John Paul II had a nice face. And I'm not Catholic. I just sort of think to myself, it looks fine up, but some of the services, God knows they go forever. But there was something about it that I thought, you know, there's all these people will do anything for this man. And here he is, you know, breathing his last. But it's the kind of thing you share with everybody. It's shared. But when they meet people, I mean, there was one particular senator in America who couldn't contain himself. He was obviously a very devout Catholic, and he was crying meeting the Pope, and the tears were. You think to yourself, it's an awe-inspiring experience. Really is. Greetings, says little Julie from East Sussex, because she's moved. Move went very well. Very stressful week dealing with solicitors, but got there in the end. So a big thank you to all the members of the original Spikers Facebook group for all their support over the past week. I bet it's cold out in East Sussex this morning. I've just got a feeling it is. Ron says Billie Eilish is performing at the American Super Bowl in a couple of weeks. I bet that pays good money, doesn't it? Pat says Teddy Sheringham was a footballer. Was he? Well, there you go. Anne of Cleves, Henry VIII's fourth wife. Henry was impotent by the time he married her, says Gaynor. Isn't it funny how we know all about him? And you can go to Hampton Court Palace and walk the same cobbles that he would have walked. Not very often. Not very often, because they didn't use the palace as often as you think. Another one here. 2 degrees in Durham. That's the joke, isn't it, really? Isn't it? Pink Panther. Durham, I think. We recently saw, says Juliet in Perth, Six the musical. Yes, my friend went to see it the other day. She said it was fantastic. Fantastic. She says it's the musical based on the 6 wives of Henry VIII. Of course, I've heard of it, as I say. My friend went to see it the other day. A few of them went. The wives come back as 20th century pop stars and tell their side of the story. Big hit in the UK. Just saw it at the Opera House in Sydney. Highly recommended. Yes, it's on over here. And she raved over it. They sing, they do all sorts of things. So it's the 6 wives of Henry VIII. Check it out. Check it out. Perhaps given your religious epiphany, Steve, you should start the programme with a prayer. Oh, believe you me, I do every day. In fact, all of us do every day. You know, and do you know what the prayer is? Come on, you should know the broadcaster's prayer by now. So many should adhere to it. Oh, Lord, help me to keep my big mouth shut until I know what I'm talking about. There you go. That's the broadcaster's prayer. I use it all the time. Secretly, I do it. Mind you, I've started talking to myself in the car. Quite a lot, really. But, of course, luckily enough, people sort of drive next to me, and they obviously think I'm on the telephone. I'm not. I'm just talking to myself. And at the moment, I'm getting answers. It's fantastic. I'm absolutely loving it. Steve, I've got an idea, says Mark, for a one-off TV show. Eggheads versus the Chasers. The Eggs players contestants on The Chase and the Chasers players contestants on Eggheads. That could be good, couldn't it? Oh, the orchestra's in. Here we go. As we head up to the news at 5 o'clock on a Monday morning. On a freezing cold Monday morning. I hope wherever you are, you're nice and snuggly-buggly under the duvet. It's very chilly. Very, very chilly. So wrap up warm today. In Up Holland, it's 3 degrees, Jimmy. Oh, positively warm, I should imagine. Heavy company. Apparently today I'm going to... where am I going? Montego Bay, which is very nice, courtesy of John in Shoreditch. He says 35 degrees. I shan't be getting off the plane. Can't think of anything worse. Although I do enjoy the song, Montego Bay, by Bobby Bloom. There was a reggae version done of it. One of my favourite songs, actually, strangely enough. Steve, do you know why Caprice and Hamish have parted ways on Dancing on Ice? No idea. No idea. Perhaps she's had a tantrum. Perhaps something... I don't know. I've never heard of anything like it. We saw them in the opening credits, and then they just didn't appear. So there must be some reason, mustn't there? But they're obviously not telling anybody, which is a bit... Mind you, she was always a bit tedious anyway. Steve, Michael in Hitchin likes BBC local radio. Well, you go and enjoy it, mate. I'm commercial radio. I don't want to fund it anymore. It doesn't get any audience. Pitifully small audiences. Waste of money. Complete waste of money. I'd be the first person to axe it. You know, I don't want to pay for something like that, thank you. Steve, have you seen Only Fools and Horses at the theatre? I'm going next Tuesday. You'll love it. I haven't seen it. Monica says, I've just moved to Bexley. -1 degree. Mind you, we've had what did we have the other day? We had -30 wind chill factor over in Minnesota. -30. That's where you go outside and it's like, oh, good Lord, it's terrible. Alison says, I often talk to myself. Sometimes I argue with myself. It's when I lose the argument I worry the most. I know the feeling. And Billie Eilish is doing the musical track to the latest Bond film. She's got the finances rolling in. Yeah, well, as long as she keeps it going. The trouble is, not many people seem to survive in these businesses now, do they? It's very, very difficult to sort of make a good living. I mean, I think gone are the days, whereas years ago we had boy bands assembled every 5 minutes and girl bands. Now, it's all a little bit formulaic. So in other words, you look at people like One Direction were formed out of 5 completely different people, and they went, we'll put you in there, and they turned them into a global phenomenon. I mean, I remember going out of this building when they were here doing an appearance for something, and there were thousands of girls all over the place. Mind you, we got the same for Harry Potter in Trafalgar Square. Hundreds and thousands of people all over the place, just desperate to see the cast. But for One Direction, it was amazing. Absolutely, I mean, really something to behold. I mean, I quite like it when they do all of the premieres in Leicester Square, because you get to see them build things. You suddenly realise how much money is involved. I've seen everything built out there, from Dickensian villages to 50-foot robots to, you know, I think at one point we had nearly 200 stormtroopers in the square, which was a sight to behold. I loved it. Absolutely love it. Have you seen The Two Popes? No, but I'm a big fan of Anthony Hopkins and Jonathan Pryce. Elaine is an original Spiker. Steve, do you prompt the orchestra that leads up to the news, or does your producer start it to warn you to stop talking? No, I actually do all that kind of stuff myself. It's amazing, isn't it, how people think programmes operate now on the radio. I'm always quite surprised by it. I mean, I do conduct them. In fact, if you actually went outside here now, you'd see that they're all fairly old. It's a little group of old ladies who sort of turn up and they do that, and then they sort of they do violin. We've got 3. Maisie. Sorry, Maisie's the lead of the orchestra. She's got how many violins? 4 violins. It depends whether you can get them out of bed and strap the hot water bottle to them. And Corey's done a little bit on clarinet himself, hasn't he? I had no idea that you were sort of accomplished in that debate. Mind you, I've heard you play and you're not. But at least you make a contribution. Agnes at the back of the track, she only features once in the whole thing. She sits there, she has to get out of bed, get herself dressed, you know, put her thermal stuff on. And then she sits, and then ting, and that's it. And that's it. That's her entire career. But she's well paid for it. She gets the same as all... The others don't know how much she gets paid, but she's doing quite well. Wouldn't it be funny? There was... can't tell you the name of the song now. But it was on a Sex Pistols album. And it was an orchestra. Oh, that's right. It was EMI was the track. EMI. They had a few other tracks on there which weren't mentionable. But, I mean, EMI was very good. And I always imagine a bunch of little old ladies. And I always wanted to do something with little old ladies. When we did a show at the Fairfield Halls in Croydon, I wanted to open the music with... it's the theme from Queer as Folk. And it's with steel drums. And I wanted to start off with sort of, you know, the music builds up and builds up and builds up. And then all of a sudden the curtains part and there's all these little old ladies banging this tune out of these steel drums. Little old lady, all dressed in black with little sort of pillbox hats on and everything else, and really and I thought that would be just amazing. And then I thought I could come down from the ceiling on like sort of a jet-propelled rocket with sort of sparks shooting. I mean, we had to do away with all of that. It didn't work at all. It was way too expensive. They wouldn't let me do it. Freddie Notes and the Rudies, says Simon, the reggae version of Montego Bay. Isn't it funny, is it? All these songs you remember from your childhood. Steve, what's the best way of getting theatre tickets for London? Go to an agency. Best one's here in Leicester Square. Make sure you go to the right one, OK? There are lots of touts around Leicester Square. They will tell you half-price tickets. They're generally bad. There's one place at the, they're all around. All around these agencies. The half-price ticket booth is directly opposite our front door. That's the only official one. OK? All the rest are selling, you know, you pays your money, you takes your choice. But I see people queuing for these things where they should be here at the official half-price ticket booth. What else we got in the papers today? And, oh, here's this Miss Newcastle, Rebecca Gormley. And so she's been volunteering for the Alzheimer's Society after taking on carer responsibilities. But let's face it, we're throwing all that to the wind because we're going on Love Island. Really. It's just, you couldn't make it up, could you? So we don't. So anyway, I was reading... Have I got enough to... Yeah. I was reading a bit in one of the papers. No, it wasn't. It was online. It was online, and it was about Victoria Beckham and how her and dreary husband, with that odd hair on his head, going to Men's Fashion Week somewhere, and then they dragged along Brooklyn because it's one of the days that he wasn't trying to learn how to make a cup of coffee. And then they were talking about Victoria Beckham's favourite restaurant, which seems to vary depending on how it's done. And so they then said they went out and they had snails. And I'm looking at this photograph of this food on the table, and there were two things that struck me. Firstly, she doesn't eat anything. And there was enough food to feed an army of about 15 people on the table. And also, who in their right mind takes a photograph of food on the table? Nobody, unless you're Chief Chav. And that would be somebody else. And then I looked at this picture carefully and I suddenly realised this is a posed picture. This is quite clearly, either they got the meal for free, because, I mean, who sits there, the two Beckhams, with an empty restaurant? The restaurant was completely devoid of anybody. Not a waiter in sight, nobody sitting at any of the other tables. And I then thought, I don't believe a word of this. I don't believe a word of it. It's as simple as that. It's like when we saw, was it Davy Boy attempting to carve a turkey, and we suddenly realised that they can't cook. She burns Weetabix. It's as simple as that. 84850. Michael, don't write stupid things, OK? Goodbye. Go away. Boring little bit. Can we just make a mental note to ban that one there? It's another one of those stupid people who say, oh, read out my whole... Oh, go away. Goodness sake, honestly. Listening to in bed in Antigua, says B, with the air conditioning on because it's 28 degrees in the daytime. Yes, I mean, the trouble is in Florida. It goes down at night. All you can hear in Florida is frogs. The noise from the frogs is absolutely unbelievable. But the heat, it's almost like you open the front door and it's a wall of heat. It's really bad because it's all built on swamp, isn't it? Ron says, I remember as a lad arriving at Heathrow when the Osmonds arrived. There must have been 10,000 girls screaming. Yep, all those groups that used to get it. Well, the Beatles got it years ago at Shea Stadium, but you used to get the Osmonds. The Bay City Rollers got it. Bros got it for a little while. Not so much now, because all the people who shouted at Bros are now sort of fairly ancient. May not be all plain sailing for Harry and Meghan, says Richard, as clearly they'll be in competition with the Beckhams, who already are well established. Yes. I mean, I suppose what they're going to do is they're going to end up, just stockpiling the money. As long as they pay for all their stuff, I couldn't care less what they do. They can go make cupcakes, as far as I'm concerned. But I think they might be a little bit surprised at the treatment at the hands of the press. In America, they like her. They're not. They sort of, let's face it, they took to Sarah Ferguson. It's as simple as that. Sarah Ferguson is a classic example of somebody who milked a connection with the royal family. But terribly, terribly grand. And I remember thinking, you're just the woman who lay there and got her toes sucked and then tried to sell Andrew and then all these ghastly things that went on. And then, what was somebody saying the other day? Oh, I think they've decided that when Harry goes, who could take over his responsibilities? Wait for this one. Mike Tindall. Excuse me, a convicted drunk driver? Are you serious? We don't want anything like that. Mike Tindall, I thought him and Zara, also banned from driving for exceeding the speed limit, were going to go and live abroad. Good. Go and live abroad. But Mike Tindall taking over from Harry. A convicted drunk driver. He's off the road for like 2 or 3 years. It was quite hefty. An idiot. Stephen from Glasgow. He said, you never fail to amaze me in your zest for life. Love life. You should be compulsorily pumped into NHS hospitals. I think we should be on buses. I think we should be on the tube. I think we should be pumped into hospital. OK, you're going into the operating theatre, but don't worry, Steve's just started a rant. Oh, that's good. I said, so should we give you an injection? No, just drill away. See if we care about it. So So I've heard that from people before who've been in hospitals going, you kind of cheered me up a little bit, because to be honest with you, you're lying in bed, you've stared at the ceiling, okay, you've done that bit, now you look around, then you look at the people in the other beds, and you think, well, they actually look a bit iller than I am, and then they go, ready now for your operation? Yep, but I'm taking the radio with me. I think when you get on buses, because buses sometimes are quite quiet, aren't they? You should have it piped in. Tube trains. Trains at a Waterloo station, every single one. There should be some deal. You know, you've got the Steve Allen show being pumped in, so you're all standing there, and nobody says a word on trains. Have you noticed? Everybody's on their phones, but nobody says anything. We could actually get people talking on trains. That'd be nice, wouldn't it? Yeah, why not? Why not? I'm going to go and buy something today. I don't know what I'm going to buy. I'm inspired by Luke's top. I'm going to go and buy some of those in different colours. You know, so each day a different colour. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Sorry?
Match.
It matches. It's not the same colour at all. Yours is light blue, and that's... Oh, God, what's it? Are people colour... Where was Henry earlier, and he's colour-blind as well. He thought his headphones were red. They're salmon colour. You can see it's salmon. I know what salmon looks like. I just had to throw some out the fridge. I didn't realise I bought it, and the sell-by date was the following... But I didn't check that. That was stupidly. I thought salmon lasts forever, so I had to throw out 3 packets of salmon. Broke my heart. I sobbed all the way. Do not worry about the heat of Montego Bay, says Heather, my Norwich nurse. And an original spiker. She says, as your podcast persona will be coming with me to Cromer. As I'm working at the hospital there today, you won't be needing your swimming trunks, it's freezing. Do you know the one thing I remember about Cromer? Oh, sorry, I don't know what that was. I've got no idea. Could be anything, actually. Yeah, Cromer, I always remember, I've never been there, I don't think we have, the lifeboat station at Cromer. There's some reason that's in my mind, perhaps Blue Peter raised enough money to get a new lifeboat or something like that. 2 others, says Anthony, that got the scream. Steve, David Cassidy. Oh, absolutely. Could it be forever? Or is it... Do you know, I couldn't believe it when he died. I really couldn't. I interviewed him a couple of years prior to that. He was in the musical Time, and he was pretty boy. And the Partridge Family was great. I think I love you, but what am I so afraid of? He was great, David Cassidy. I told you, best friend was Alice Cooper. You couldn't actually sort of put them together at all. Chris in Chadwell St Mary. Where in God's name is that? Chadwell St Mary. I've heard of some different places, but we're always intrigued when we get a new name that we haven't had for a little while. And here it is. It's in the authority of... Oh, it's Thurrock. Oh, it doesn't sound as exciting now, does it? Now it's Thurrock. One of the traditional parishes in Thurrock and a former civil parish. The residential areas are on the high ground overlooking the former Thameside marshland. That sounds quite nice, doesn't it, really? Chadwell St Mary. So it's basically... Oh, yes. Bits of it are quite nice. The Cross Keys. There's probably a housing estate now, I should imagine. The parish of Chadwell St Mary Church, which is very nice. Another picture of the Cross Keys. So far we've discovered it's actually got a church and a pub and some bins. Sorry to mention the bins. Actually, I'm looking at that thing there where it says history of Chadwell St Mary, and it's got history houses. Can you see that one there? No, over. No, come back slowly. Left, stop. What's that? What is that building? Includes Tilbury. What is that building? It's called Tilbury Fort. The entrance gate. Good Lord, I didn't know there was a fort at Tilbury. But that was it. I love it when these things stay there. I do, because that's your history. That's your history, isn't it, there? It's very nice. Don't want to go there, but I'm just sort of telling you, it looks quite nice. It's quite nice when you're sitting in a nice, warm, cosy studio. There's a lot of bins. So, Chris, he says, not a bad idea, playing out Steve Allen on the buses. Might actually be less crime. Be a good experiment. He says, my girlfriend's called Selena. Tell her to get out of bed. Not my job to tell people to get out of bed. I'm not getting involved in that. Oh, there were 3 in our relationship. You know, Steve Allen started telling my girlfriend to get out of bed. Joe Swash could stand in for Harry, says Jackie. Yes, if only you could string 2 words together, which isn't very likely, is it? And Alison says, I used to be a bus driver. We weren't allowed to have the radio on. It'd been great to have you there to help the morning along. You could put in headphones. Couldn't you? You could listen on a pair of headphones. Something like that. I mean, as long as you didn't control it. Perhaps people could put a shilling into a slot and then you could play out the radio, but it only played out Steve Allen. On the Underground, that would be brilliant. Wouldn't it? That would be a brilliant idea on the Underground, because that's pretty boring. The journey's there. It's just, mind the gap. That'd be it. Steve, standing on the train during rush hour, suddenly a fellow passenger standing burst out laughing, loudly reading, probably a punchline from his book, bless him. He's not among the miserable brigade. I don't think anybody should be miserable in the morning, but I appreciate the fact that some people wake up and they go, I really don't want to go to work today. And you're thinking of excuses, whereas I have to sort of get myself, I don't have to have any encouragement to get out of bed at all. I bounce out of bed, and once I'm up, I have my first cup of coffee, watch a bit of television, try and catch up on the news just in case something has happened, and then sort of slowly get myself ready. But I love every minute of it. But then when I walked outside this morning, I thought, blimey, it's freezing cold out there. It really was noticeable. And I didn't bring my gloves either. So, Prince Andrew, he's pictured, he's apparently been a rock for the Queen. I bet he has. We haven't got anything else to do, has he, really? And where is our village gone? There's a picture in the paper. It's a mystery. Covered in mist. Yesterday, because the two temperatures bounce off and then you get the mist everywhere. When I drove down the motorway yesterday, it was lovely. At one point, I had to put the visor down because the sunshine was so bright. So bright. The Lord's set to move to York. You've heard that story over the last couple of days. And the drag convention for RuPaul, so busy, they had to turn people away. They said that there's no more room inside. It's obviously drag is the latest thing, I should imagine. Also, Stormzy slammed by a former murder detective for calling his past life of crime normal. Yeah, I'm a bit bored with these people who go, oh, it used to be a life of crime, and you think to yourself, don't really care. The charity that can help you beat. Today is Blue Monday. Blue Monday. Why is it Blue Monday? Because traditionally you feel a bit deflated. Apparently, cup of tea. Cup of tea solves all your problems. If you have a cup of tea, you feel more kindly disposed to the world. You've got a cup of tea. I've got a cup of tea. Wait a minute. We shall have a... It's a bit weak and watery. Yeah, do you feel better having had I think, do you know, a cup of tea... Do you know, the two things that make you feel good in this world? A bucket of KFC, some Warburton's pockets, and a cup of tea. You can't beat it... And a cosy bed. Yeah, I like cosy bed. But also, when we went to Southend years ago, we took the godchildren there when they were quite a bit younger than they are at the moment. And the best thing about it was the place where Jamie Oliver films his programme halfway down the pier on the left-hand side. And we had a cup of tea there. Do you know, it was the best cup of tea I'd ever had. We'd walked. Had we walked? No, we got the little train. You get the little train that goes on the pier. And then we got there and we went, let's have a cup of tea. We had to queue for a little bit because it was all really busy. And then we got the, you know, and it's like you get the kids go and hover around the tables, start intimidating people if they don't look as though they're going to move. And then and we got a table and we had a cup of tea because once you've got the table, then you can go and get the teas and the drinks and everything else. And it was lovely. We had a piece of cake and we just sat there and it was just perfect. Southend. You've been to Southend? You must go. It's very chav. You'd like it. You'd fit in. Almost immediately, I should imagine. It is full of a lot of people. And you do get, you know, there is a pier to go on. There's the Peter Pan playground. They've got, you know, roller coasters. It's a proper British seaside resort. Proper British seaside resort with all the usual paraphernalia that goes along with it. The amusement arcades. I'd love to own an amusement arcade. I never thought about buying one. I just sort of thought that must be quite nice. And then you could stand outside every night with a packet of chips in one hand. That'd be good, wouldn't it? Salt and vinegar, packet of chips and a sausage in batter. My God, your life could not get any better. Then there's the story of the groom. He gets married to this girl. Anyway, within a short space of time, he ditches her, moves in with her mother. Well, that's a bit odd, isn't it, really? Very strange. Also, how to get your life back on track. If you feel that you've missed something in your life and you need that little boost, a hobby. If you have the time, a hobby is the thing. And you know what they say? Train sets. And that's always been my ambition, to have a train set in the loft. Unfortunately, I don't have a loft. But, you know, if you had one of those big houses and you had a loft, get it all done and then start buying train stuff and put in little... I mean, I saw the Rod Stewart one. I mean, that was took it to another level. That was brilliant. Steve Allen, not the heat in Florida, the rain. Really? Oh. I mean, we never had any rain when we were in Florida at all. Didn't know what such a thing existed. It was just boiling hot. I remember in Universal we saw a little cloud. Suddenly the park was empty. Then the rain came. I've never had the rain there, Georgia. We just had heat. I suppose actually after the rain comes the heat. We went to a place called the Outback up there, which is like it's sort of burger and steaks and ribs. And obviously must be very popular because lots of fat policemen went in there. You know, the ones that you used to see in the telly programmes. And they really were. I mean, their trousers were skin tight. Their shirts were tucked in but bulging out all over the place. Living with a hoarder, says little Julie. We've been sorting through his stuff and deciding what's staying and what's to go. We don't need 3 ironing boards, especially when he doesn't even do the ironing. I do. But apparently it's always handy to have more than one. But this is a fresh start for us. And sorry, Dave. It might be a bigger house, but you don't need to fill it. I know. I'm looking forward to seeing my my godchildren's new house. Because I think they'd ordered lots of settees and things like that in it. Can't wait to see them going down Saturday, which is nice. Because now I've emptied the boot of the car. The car bombs along really, really nicely. 0 degrees, 0 degrees in the city of Newport, says Jet. It is cold this morning, isn't it? No matter where you are, I've got pockets at the top of my coat. Sort of, not the deep pockets, but the ones, you know, halfway up your body, sort of nearer the top of you. Bruce Jones says he's sick of being called Les Battersby. Well, such is the impact that the character had. That's a testament, isn't it, really? So everybody goes, hello, Les, you all right? Because they think he's the character. But, of course, he's not. He's just playing a part. What was the other one? Oh, the web surfers at work. If you surf the web to buy stuff, apparently, you could lose your job. Never heard of such a thing. And the gay rugby clubs that are springing up to tackle discrimination. You don't have to be gay to play for a gay rugby club, in the same way that you don't have to be straight to sort of... I don't know what I'm talking about. But I mean, you don't have to be gay. That should take anybody, because otherwise it would be discrimination. Davina McCall's show this time next year has been axed, but they have had 3 series. And as I said earlier on, the hidden celeb in The Masked Singer turned out to be Teddy Sheringham. Well, I should imagine 90% of the audience are going, who in God's name is that? Why would they know? All right, he was a footballer. It was ages ago, wasn't it? I don't even know what he does now. Obviously, puts a thing on and goes on to a programme like that. But as I say, because nobody knows who he is, it's not cup of tea, it's cup of tea. No, it's not. No, it's absolutely not, Susie. No, it's cup of tea. Cup of tea. Apples and pears, stairs, cup of tea. All right, okay. Cup of Rosie Lee, love. Don't be such a pretentious little madam. Good. January, Ian in Wellingborough is building a hotel for his model railway. So he's building a hotel. That's quite good, isn't it? I always wanted one of those railways that went round your garden. You know, where you can sort of sit on it. That'd be quite nice. You see them at garden centres. Moya says, we don't want the House of Lords in the north. We do not have large enough dormitories. But they have to go somewhere. It's all being done up, isn't it? Best place to shove it in York. That's quite nice. I think so. Brenda says, where are you going for your holidays this year? Nowhere. I don't do holidays. I'm not a holiday person. You couldn't entice me to do a holiday. Thank you very much indeed. I'm just really not holiday. There's nothing about holidays that appeals to me in the slightest. I don't want to lie on a beach. I don't want to lie by a pool. You know, I've eaten other people's food in the park. You can buy it in supermarkets here. What's the point of going to Spain? You can buy paella. You know, I don't want to go anywhere else. I can buy it. If I go to Turkey, I can buy everything here. And if I want to see somewhere, I just buy a DVD. You know, Rome in an hour and a half. You know, that's it. So I've been to Rome. I know what it looks like. I've seen it on the DVD. And you see much more things. They had a thing the other day. Well, actually, it wasn't the other day. I lied. About a year ago. And it's some bloke who goes to Rome, but he goes under the city to see all the... Would they be aqueducts or something? Whatever it is, the water system under the... And they've got various bits of the city where you lift up what looks like a manhole cover and they lower you down, because all underneath Rome is all sorts of things. All these channels, there's room, there's everything. You've never seen like it. It's like another city was built underneath. And underneath the Colosseum, that's where they used to keep the animals and everything else for them, because the only thing that the Colosseum was used for was killing people. They hardly sort of say, let's have a dance for May, waving bells and, you know, coloured handkerchiefs and things. No, they don't do that. It was for killing people. So in other words, if you were a robber or a mugger or a thief, you went to the Colosseum and you pitted your luck against the animals that they had for you, or the gladiatorial fights. And unfortunately, of course, you never won. You never won. I mean, there was no chance. I mean, at some point, I think they used to tie people to a stake, cover them in tar and just set fire to them. The Romans would they thought this was entertainment. I mean, they really did. They would set fire, or failing that, they just push them into the ring. They would come, and the animals would come in through all the different trapdoors and all the rest of it. And it could be everything. From elephants to lions to tigers, and they would starve them deliberately. And of course, these people didn't stand a cat in hell's chance. And all the time, people would be sitting there eating their sort of, pork scratchings or something, whatever they had in the Roman days. Probably a lot of nuts, I suppose. And that was it. The train at Southend Pier's going, and a new panoramic view train is coming next year, says Andy. What for? You can look out the window on this one. You just look at. You don't need a panoramic train. What's the point of that? What a waste of money. Dreadful. Another one here. Kevin the Milkman says, sorry, little Julie, I'm on Dave's side. Us men always find a use for what you ladies misguidedly call clutter. I know. I get friends of mine threatening to come round to clear. Seriously, they go, I'm going to come round. Ooh, no, I don't think so. Definitely not. Steve, I'm glad I paid extra for a good fan, not one of those cheap ones that don't last long. I've got one that's like a fan off but it's an industrial one. This thing takes pictures off walls. It's sort of, it rotates. I can't stop it rotating, it just automatically rotates. It's huge. I can't remember when I bought the blooming thing, but I've had it for years. Also, I quite like the father of two, looking for a dream runabout vehicle. He buys a fire engine for 1,500 quid. I mean, I should imagine parking, it must be a nightmare, but you can get through traffic lights really fast. Really, really fast. Ramsey's Kitchen Fight Mare, his son, is going into Forces. I think he's going into the Forces. He's doing something like that anyway. And what was the other one that I quite liked, actually? The Drag Convention, Frank Skinner, we did that one. Lawrence Fox is in the paper. Poor old Lawrence, honestly. He's now blasting black actors who play the race card. He's quite controversial. He was in with us a short while ago, actually. Corey's not got over it. He's just very traumatised by it. Some people are different, aren't they, really? Because I looked at his face and he wasn't a happy bunny. Steve, I think Teddy Sheringham's other claim to fame was that he once lived with Danielle Lloyd. He did have the good sense to part from her after the Big Brother debacle. Yes, the racist Danielle Lloyd, that would be, wouldn't it? But Teddy Sheringham, yeah. But I mean, when you're looking at celebrities, they're supposed to be identifiable, but I was watching Coach Trip the other day. 80% of the people on it, I've got no idea who they are. Just being on, The Only Way is Essex for a few miserable appearances, and sort of talking about how I want to go out with him and all this kind of thing. And that's some of the established old bags on there. I mean, they've got some really ancient people on there. Lydia Dim's still going on about the fact I'm single, like having baby and all this kind of stuff. I thought seems a little bit dated now. Wouldn't fancy a holiday in Las Vegas, says James. I do like Vegas. I do like it. But if I was going to have a holiday there, I mean, apart from the fact I'm not so into gambling. When I went there last time, we went to see loads of shows. In fact, we saw about 5 shows. Very, very... Why are you smiling? What's the matter? Oh, right. You like Vegas? Have you been... Oh, absolutely amazing. Absolutely. I like the idea that you fly into Vegas and you land right next door to a hotel. I mean, it's how they ever miss, I'll never know. But I liked it over there. I liked the whole thing about it. We went to, where did we go? We went to some restaurant which was in our hotel, and it's it could be TGI Fridays, and they did like Kentucky Fried Chicken strips. It was delicious. You could just keep eating these things. So the actual gambling side of it, I'm not particularly bothered about. I mean, I might have it at $20 here, $20 there, but some people go there specifically to gamble. Also, I'm not necessarily going there to get drunk. I want to get drunk. I can get drunk here. I don't want to go all the way to Vegas for it. But I just thought it was like adult Disney. Adult Disney, but they've got the same old rubbish on the streets that we've got here, which is, the statues, or somebody sort of hanging on a piece of wire, down in Trafalgar Square. You get about 3 or 4 Yodas every day. It really is appalling, absolutely dreadful. But there you go. And my brother says thank you for the boot raid yesterday. It's what we call it now, the boot raid. Hasn't made any difference at all. And so he's trying to sell his flat at the moment, so good luck to that one. But they took so much stuff, but even he said afterwards, he's had a look in the boot that hasn't made the slightest difference. I might have to go through it again today to see what else I can clear. Steve, I went to the Colosseum, and from the moment I got there, I had a really horrible feeling, says Trish. Couldn't get around the place quick enough. Yes, I mean, the Colosseum didn't sound too different to Love Island, says Andy in Gloucester. Oh, dear. Sula says, Lawrence Fox is not controversial, he's normal and says what most people are thinking. Yeah, but you know that audience, I mean, it all started with that woman on Question Time and people booing and all the rest of it. It was obviously all a set-up, wasn't it? Because they know what these people are going to ask to start with. We're better than York for the House of Lords. They have the shambles, says Liz. They do. They do have the shambles. Steve, with the number of billionaires in the world doubling, can you tell us what it's like to live that sort of lifestyle? Same as everybody else's, just you can afford to eat better. You know, you end up buying a very expensive loaf of bread. I don't know. I mean, would you be any different? I mean, if you won, you know, millions and millions of pounds on the lottery, would you be any different? Would you behave any differently? No? Oh, you would. You'd absolutely be a nightmare. Nightmare. You'd buy a house in Spain. What for? What do you want to go to Spain for? What's Spain? It's full of Brits. Yeah, you don't want to go where all the Brits are. Go somewhere different. Benidorm's very popular. Very popular. You'd like Benidorm or Torremolinos. All these other places. I think I'd probably go and live in France. I think I'd probably go and live in... No, actually, I don't know where I'd go and live. I don't know. I'd like to have a house in Pall Mall, round here. Definitely. So you could just walk back after the programme and sort of, you know, and sort of make yourself toast. I thought that would be quite a nice day. But a big house, you know, something like 25, 30 million quid. I don't have 25 or 30 million, so it's just purely a fantasy, I'm afraid. Steve, I grew up in Tilbury for my sins. I went to school with a lad who lived in Tilbury Fort. Elizabeth I gave her body of a weak and feeble woman, heart of a lion speech there. The TV series Sharp used it for filming. Oh, there you go. Now we know more about Tilbury Fort. It looks quite nice. It looks a bit isolated down there. I liked that. I've never been to Tilbury. Never been to Tilbury. There's loads of places that we haven't been to. We're very lazy, aren't we? But I'm not going to do anything this week. I'm going to have a lazy... Well, I think we've got a lazy week. I think we might have one or two In Conversations to record. Hopefully one tomorrow, and then you can put your feet up for the rest of the week, which is quite nice actually. People say, "What do you do?" And you go, "Well, sometimes nothing. I go out and do a little bit of shopping. Sometimes I didn't even have tea yesterday. I got back sort of too late, and I looked at the clock. By the time I'd made my phone calls, I thought, oh, it's too late to eat and then go to bed. Steve says here, Teddy was a great footballer, not like your team, Up the Villa. Excuse me. You could put anybody from Up the Villa on that, the secret voice singer thing, and hidden in a costume, and everybody would know who they were. Everybody. They really would. I mean, Teddy Sheringham... Who the God's name knows who Teddy Sheringham is? They unveil him, and you can imagine... They've obviously said to the people on the panel, Teddy Sheringham... OK, and they've said, oh, and they've gone, it's Teddy Sheringham, you know. You can't imagine Rita Ora having the faintest idea, or that bloke who's at the end of the panel who's a bit sort of campy. You know, Teddy Sheringham. Who? Teddy Sheringham, I know. That's the best they could get. You wait till you see some of the other... I mean, let's face it, they must be scraping the barrel at Dancing on Ice, because when it was Act's first time round, because they ran out of celebrities. Who do they end up now with? Some poor old biddy from Love Island, and Caprice, and Joe Swash. I mean, all the off-the-scale people who don't, you know, they're not celebrities. Dear me. Steve, if I won the lottery, I would change. I'd almost certainly do all my shopping in M&S. Not a lot in there I wouldn't buy. Yeah, you see, so life wouldn't change for me. Because I use Waitrose and an M&S, and that's it. I mean, sometimes I just go in there and buy a few little bits and pieces. I bought bacon yesterday. Because apparently somebody was saying, oh, bacon's, like, really expensive. And it wasn't, actually. I didn't think it was very expensive at all. You get quite a lot of bacon on a pig, don't you? Oh, you don't eat bacon, do you? No. I wonder why you were looking sort of fairly vacant about, you know, I bought some bacon yesterday, thinking it was the highlight of my day. But unfortunately, Luke, who's vegan, and you know why he's vegan? Because he tells you he's vegan, and on almost a daily basis. You know, I offered him a little cake earlier on, and because he has to walk around the desk and he has to check on the back of the packet what's written on it. Oh, I can't have that. Eggs. You go, oh, okay, eggs. It's either that or milk. Milk. How about a great prize, Steve, for a charity auction? Grab all you can from Steve's car boot. Well, it was very good the other day, I'm telling you. Really very good. I mean, it was everything. We had the G-Tech Hoover, the vacuum cleaner, cordless, and I'm assuming by now they've started unpacking all the little bits and pieces, and the vacuum cleaner is on charge. Kevin, the expat, says the Roman underworld are catacombs. Quite amazing. I know. I find it amazing that things are there. Find it absolutely amazing that stuff is there, and that's why I'm interested in history. I'm not a geek, but I'm interested in history. I like to know about places. I want to go to, is it Waddesdon Manor, which I think is owned by one of the big banking families, and they've apparently got fantastic stuff. That's what I want to go to. And another one here, it says Frinton would be a nice place to go on holiday. Actually, you're quite right, because Frinton's not changed, has it? I think Frinton is one of those places where it's roughly the same, which I think is okay. Mind you, something that varies on it. Here we go, Frinton-on-Sea, a small seaside town in the Tendring district of Essex. That's nice, isn't it? And they've got pictures of Frinton. They've got a pier at Frinton, which is lovely. Look at this, hardly anybody on the beach. And they've got little, they've got nice bus shelters there and everything. Windbreaks. They were called groins, weren't they? The windbreak things, they're groins. They're quite nice. Again, a little bit defeatist there on the Luke front. We're not too sure what a groin is, but never mind. And, that's always quite nice. Yeah, let's all go to Frinton. Let's open a fish and chip shop. Oh, my God, they're up in arms. I don't think they've got a fish and chip shop in Frinton. I think they all voted against it. They didn't want it, or anything like that. Anything that spoilt the quaintness. Good for you lot. Of course, it might have changed a little. Steve. The Roman underworld catacombs are quite amazing. That's the second one I've had on that. And then somebody said, Steve, if I won $1 million on the lottery, I'd spend 990,000 on drink and women and squander the rest. Thank you, Nicholas. And Steve, maybe that could be your Make Some Noise fundraiser. Bids for the contents of Steve Allen's boot. And Jacob says, have you seen the Tutankhamun exhibition at the Saatchi Gallery? No, but my brothers and Marion, his wife, are thinking of coming up to it. They've already checked out when it sort of runs out. They weren't aware of it, actually, but I'm sure we talked about it on quite a few occasions, because there's a few items, quite a number of items, which you've never seen before. Steve, I love the way you deal with the fools. You never fail to make me laugh. Had a loss in the family, feeling sad, but always managed to listen. There you go. That's what it's all about. Lawrence. Oh, sorry, no, Marilyn, sorry. I was jumping around all over the place, actually. And there's a lovely fish and chip shop in Frinton, and we should get rid of the House of Lords. And well done to Lawrence Fox, says Marilyn. And you're wrong about the windbreaks in Frinton. Groins stop the sand and shingle from being washed away. John says you're not right all the time. Yeah, well, I'm right on this one. La, 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 la. As long as it winds you up, I don't really care. The old local saying is Harwich for the continent, Frinton for the incontinent. Might be a clue. I know, they all say that, don't they? Never joke about incontinence, really. Steve, they do have a fish and chip shop in Frinton now. Been there sometimes. Still can't get an ice cream along the seafront, though. I want one of those bicycles. You know, where you've got the fridge thing on the front of it, and you open it up and you go, somebody comes up and they goes, 2 orange lollies, please, and a lemon fizz. And you go, wait a minute, I'll have a look inside. Oh, I've just got one left. I think that'd be brilliant. I like that idea. Stop me and buy one, it used to be. I think they use the same thing, actually, on an advert for condoms. Buy me and stop one. And so it all worked. All the old jokes, honestly, they're the oldest ones. So how many people are interested in drag? Fright to ask them next door. But, I don't know what they do when they leave here, I've got a rough idea. And so they all go to this RuPaul thing, which was at a huge venue. And it was so oversubscribed, nobody could get in. They filled it up. And people got turned away, and of course they get very unhappy because they really, really want to go. The London Eye is marking its 20th year of towering over the capital. I remember when they floated it down the Thames. And, as if you're from out of town. And it came in, and then they pulled it up. And I remember looking at it thinking, and now they're all over the place. You can't move, can you? It came down from Battersea, which was just up the road. Battersea's a lovely place, very, very expensive. Not everybody can afford to live there at all, actually. And Clam Common, that's very popular as well. All these different places. You can have fun in London, can't you? Nobody can pronounce anything. The amount of times I get stopped by foreigners, never. And they'll always sort of ask you, do you know which bus takes me to Frinton? No, of course I don't. It's like when they always stop me when I go around the corner to try and get a bus, and to be honest with you, it's an experience and a half. And they sort of say, would you like to buy a ticket on a bus, an open-top bus? And you resist the temptation to say, I've worked in London for more than 45 years. I know more about London than you can write on your granny's grave. And they always look at me now and they sort of go, he's not going to buy a ticket. Not going to buy a ticket. And of course, it takes them ages to get on these buses. You think they just pull in, show them the ticket and get on the blooming thing. Oh, no, you've got to check through the ticket. Now they've all got these plastic passes around their necks, as they head off to the Tower of London. And go there, and we've seen the execution. It's really great. Is Queen Mary still here? No, dear, she's not. No, she died some years ago. Yes, Morning Tarn Crescent. Thank you so much. I'm here all week, whether you like it or not. Steve, it should be called Overdraft Monday. I'm counting the days down to payday, says Ben. Everybody is. Everybody's counting the days. And what's the date today? So the 20th. So you've got to wait about another 5 days, about another week, and then you should be okay. But don't forget, if you're self-employed, you got to pay your tax. Got to pay your tax. We do it online. We just transfer. You put it in. It's fairly simple to do, apparently. Steve, you've lost me. Last week you said the lads weren't even in the same building. Then a day later they came in to show you their wallets. No, well, we've got a little conveyor thing. It goes underneath this building and pops up in Holbein. And very popular place for tourists. They always go there. We have a kebab, and which is equally nice. So kebab and chips. Thank you very much indeed. You're hard pushed to find English food in this capital. You really are. I mean, it's Kentucky fried stuff as well. I always think the boxes would have been better if he discovered different animals. But obviously it was chicken. He started off just doing a few little chickens, and then look at it now, £multi-million everywhere. But Overdraft Monday, don't go into overdraft. Joe is down the road in Colchester. And he says Frinton-on-Sea does now have the fish and chip shop. What you won't get are any locals texting in, as there's no phone signal anywhere. Oh dear, is it one of those places that time's forgot? Excuse me. When you sort of you go to Frinton, you go, it is like stepping back in time. See, I see that as a plus point. I don't see that as a down thing. I think that's a plus point. To go somewhere where time has almost stood still, I think is brilliant. I love that idea. It's just, I don't think I'm very good in the modern age. Steve says, Little Julie, original Spiky Group member Sanjay has asked what tea we enjoy drinking. Yorkshire is the clear winner. I think I'm doing Yorkshire as well. I'm not sure if I am, but I'm having a rough guess that I could be. OK, Daily Star, come on, what hot political news have they got? Oh, Queen of the Villa. She's a new fake-haired one who's moved in there, and her best assets are her boobs. And the fact she's a carer for her... for her grandfather, but obviously she decided to dump him so she can find fame and fortune and showing off her boobs to everybody. So she's moved in. It's a bit dreary, and but that's the best she's ever going to get. And she's got that sort of vacant look about her. And her name is Rebecca Gormley. Sorry, I do beg your pardon. And here's a picture of Rochelle Hume's sister, Sophie Piper. The worst voice you've ever heard in your life. Where do you get a screechy voice like that, apart from Sally Jacks on Ideal World? But she'd been coupled up, Sophie Piper, with a coffee salesman, but model Connor Howard stole her off the lad. I mean, really, it's just tacky. How sad that that's the best you can do to try and get yourself noticed. Obviously no talent in any other department. So Caprice has vanished from Dancing on Ice after parting ways with her partner, Hamish Gaiman. Now, I don't know why. The hosts, Holly and Pip, revealed the news at the start of the show following a group dance, which the model was not part of. Holly told the viewers, Caprice and Hamish have parted ways and will not be skating this week. So Hamish remains very much part of our professional team, and we hope to have Caprice back on the show next week. Do you think somebody told her off? You might get that, actually. The partnership just wasn't working for either of them, therefore they decided to part ways. She's a right pain, isn't she? He's a professional skater, quite clearly, and she obviously thinks she knows everything. So they were second on the leaderboard last week. And so what have we got now? Last night's show, newsreader Lucretia Millarini, who nobody's ever heard of. Oh, seriously, I mean, why is it newsreaders think they're celebrities? You're reading autocue, dear. It's not complicated. But Lucretia says these series have been so much fun. Fabulous, fabulous. Christopher Dean, Jane Torville and Ashley Banjo opted to save Kevin while John Barrowman voted to keep Lucretia. But she went. Goodbye, goodbye. Best Job Blues, or Beat the Job Blues on Misery Monday. I don't know why, because, well, they say the weather's grim, the credit card bills are arriving, and many of you won't get paid for another 10 days. Well, you will. Well, it depends, actually. But if you're frustrated in your job, do something about it. Sort out your CV, get on social media, be tech savvy, and build your network. Oh, honestly, it's far too confusing, isn't it? It takes so long to do these sort of things. You don't want that at all. You know, it's amazing. Don't forget the Tetley Tea folk, Steve, says Donny. Wow. We like the Tetley Tea folk. Jane says, we live not too far from where Prince Harry and Meghan stayed. We've been listening for years. We're very excited at the prospect they might be moving here. They will be most welcome and will respect their privacy. You won't when you've seen the security that comes with them. And another one says, I recently started listening to you again and must have missed the brief. Could you explain the Mornington Crescent thing? Well, actually, it's not mine to explain. I'm not allowed to explain it. It's somebody else's. I don't know whether it's copyrighted or whatever else. It's just, it was a fun thing to do on the radio. And it involves putting together, and it's a bit too complicated to explain. I just know that you come up with various things like Simon Conway, Nick Ferrari, Global Awards, Steve Allen, Mornington Crescent. You see? You get it now. I'll do one more for you. Freezing weather, high pressure, fatal attacks, Mornington Crescent. None the wiser, are you? I can tell, actually. There's a vacant look playing around the nation as people are going, what on earth is he on about? It's been going for ages. Stormzy, bit of a bore. Couldn't hang on to the last girlfriend. But he says violence, stabbing and even robbing the pizza delivery man were bog standard when he was growing up in Croydon. How charming. How charming. What a wonderful example you must be to so nobody. Coming up very shortly, the orchestra's started, so that means we must be heading towards the news at 6 o'clock this morning. It's Monday, the 20th of January. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. You're very welcome. It is cold out there. I would wrap up. I see the most amazing people at the station. Well, the 20th of January, it's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. You're very welcome. Brett says, enjoying your trip around London, but I have to correct a few things. Clapham is South Chelsea, and not far from St. Wreatham. Once an estate agent, always one, says Brett. Brett, that's a butch name, isn't it? Honestly, Brett. There was who was that? Was it Roger Moore? Was Brett Sinclair, wasn't he? I haven't heard anybody called Brett for ages. Probably won't again. And Chris in Hertford says, my mum, Sue, is a new listener in Frinton. Good Lord, we found somebody in Frinton. There's no end to the excitement. She loves your show and probably wishes she tuned in years ago. Well, we were here years ago, and you can download and you can go back years to listening to this programme. Frinton's a lovely place, says Chris, especially for walks along the beach and groins. Yes. I do like a walk along a beach, but to be honest with you, I mean, sometimes it does get you down a bit, doesn't it? When you're sort of ploughing through sand. You have it. I remember doing it when I was sort of youngster, and my parents would always go, well, it's my mother, she'd go, let's find a place, shall we? And there's a whole beach, nothing in a mile in each direction. Where do we go? We trek forever and a day just to find a place. And you put up the windbreak. The windbreak was there, so it was breaking the wind, so you didn't get sort of blown away. And it was all very lovely. It was all very nice indeed, but we were the only ones on the beach. There was nobody there, nobody to play with. So you end up sort of, because you'd be walking along the beach in your flip-flops, then eventually you just go, I'm taking them off. You can't walk on a beach in flip-flops. It just doesn't work. Heather, the Norwich nurse, tea in hand. She says, 1 Scottish loose-leaf tea, 2 boiling water, 3 heated teapot, 4 china mug, 5 slurp. No bags here. Yes, we used to have a teapot. People had teapot. There are people listening now. There will be lots of people of a certain age who would be making pots of tea. Seriously, a pot of tea. Well, you have to put the tea strainer on there to get the bits out again. And then my mother would save them and put them on the garden. Your mother do that? No. That was very good for the garden. We didn't have loads of chemicals in our shed. It was all sort of normal stuff. Soot was very popular. And broken eggshells to keep slugs off things, because they can't go over anything that's cracked or anything like that. Rips them to pieces. I never liked slugs. Never liked them. Sometimes you'd see them on your plants, chomping their way through something you just planted. Seriously. Get metal to... Well, I was always taught to get rid of ants, apparently, you do a chalk line. They won't cross a chalk line. It's very easy to confuse ants, actually. I saw the movie about them, called Ants. And they're very organised. And they speak English. They speak English, like the Lion King. You know... Sorry? A true story, absolutely, without a shadow of a doubt. And in The Lion King, the reason that film got so many awards, because they actually taught animals to speak the language. Because up until then, they go... like that, and... That was obviously a bit butcher, but in this one, they speak English. You try training a lion. I'm telling you, it's not the easiest thing to do. A lot of people thank me for that bit of information. Would you like an Andrew and Fergie biscuit tin, Steve, shaped like a heart? I don't think so. I
found this on the web.
Oh, goodness sake, honestly. Look, what's she come up with? This thing's got a mind of its own. Inside Fergie's unusual arrangement with husband Prince Andrew. I don't think we want to know about that one, thank you very much indeed. Bad enough seeing him grinning. Really, not so good. What else did I find in the paper today? I was trying to find... Oh, the Glastonbury organiser, who's called Emily Evis, has been named this year's Godlike Genius at the NME Awards. Well, I mean, they've turned round festivals, haven't they? Turned around festivals, amazing. But she'll be following in the footsteps of her dad Michael and Liam Gallagher. So, huge honour, she said. Well, they've turned it around. Here it is. Celebrity friends have started a campaign to make Mike Tindall king following Prince Harry's abdication. They said the fun-loving, convicted drunk driver, ex-England rugby union star who's married to, also banned from driving for exceeding the speed limit, Zara, could introduce karaoke nights at the palace. You know who one of his friends is? Brian Failure McFadden. I mean, dear Lord above, you don't want to take any notice of him, thank you very much indeed. Married at one time to Kerry Coke Toner. Poor old Brian, honestly. But they're now starting this sort of campaign. Mind you, Zara is 18th in line to the throne, so the good news is no chance there, thank you very much indeed. Organisers of RuPaul's big UK convention apologised because fans couldn't get in. Thousands bought tickets to the London Olympia show, hoping to meet the stars of RuPaul's Drag Race. But some ticket holders were told they couldn't go inside over health and safety fears. Organisers later tweeted, "We apologise for the wait, as health and safety required us to slow the flow of people going in." Amazing, isn't it? I used to go and see drag in London years and years ago. People like Mark Fleming, the Firebirds. I mean, there were so many good drag out there at the Black Cap in Camden Town. And Dale and I'd go up there, we'd watch all these people, Mrs. Shufflewick, all these legendary people. I mean, really, really good. It was an evening's entertainment for free. You just sat there having drinks, and then sometimes be a sing-along on a Sunday. Great fun, actually. Shane says, in Sydney, the storm has just hit Sydney. Dark, and the thunder made me jump. Listen, I mean, is that going to help over there, having a storm? I would like to think so. Simone, wishing you a very good morning. Quite agree with you. I too dislike holidays and yappy, screechy voices of that presenter on the shopping channel. I've just checked what you're like in Google. You look nice. Don't go by the photographs. It fooled Henry VIII, but you don't want to befool yourself on me. And also the picture, I mean, literally, you know, it's just a picture of me. There are loads of pictures of me, actually. Loads of pictures of me. Well, in fact, there's actually quite a few. There's also a picture of a very elderly person, also called Steve Allen, who died some years ago. But, so, he was in radio, yes, he was a radio presenter. That's what people say to me. I've just Googled you and I thought you died some years ago. I think I'm actually quite good looking there. Do you know I don't even possess that jacket? It was a borrowed jacket. There's all sorts of things, isn't there? Pictures. It's a nice shirt. I've still got it. I nearly wore that shirt today, but I thought, you can't wear a Hawaiian-type shirt in the middle of winter. It just doesn't look right. But it hangs well, as they say. It's the only good thing they say about me. That's my sparkly. I've got 10 of those, all in different colours. Lots of sparkly jackets. Lots of them. Why are they all purple? Oh, that's a nice one. Steve Allen's a little bit extra. Very good picture. Very slimming, I think. And, it's amazing. Oh, look, it's a picture of Ian Dale. Not as attractive, of course, but I mean, at least he makes the effort. I like these sort of things. There's the red jacket. We've got the red jacket. And, I also feature on the Chris Moyle show as well. On quite a few occasions. It's funny, isn't it, when you actually sort of go onto the internet and you, apparently, Who is it who does it? Oh, Jordan does that. She Googles herself. I've never Googled myself. I've never been that desperate, actually. Other stories, here they are. The real-life trotters making a fortune. And this is a jewellery business. Trotters Jewellers is run by Judd, who's 27. They obviously don't know how to dress at all, really. But it's a multi-million-pound international operation with celebrity and sports stars customers. They always say that, don't they? You know, it's the only way you survive nowadays. Oh, yeah, we have celebrities coming in. Who? Loads of people. Like Chiltern Firehouse, isn't it? Oh, we had celebrities in. Who came in? Oh, we had some people from Love Island. Woo! Avoid. Thank you. This, I don't even understand this story here. This is staff caught browsing online retailers could face the sack following a landmark ruling. A tribunal has backed a decision to fire an employee for searching sites including Debenhams, Ryanair and Shoeaholics during work hours. The assistant at a law firm had her claim for unfair dismissal over web usage rejected. Employment judge Sherilyn Warren ruled that this solicitor in Liverpool acted within the law to sack the worker, identified as Mrs. T. Hall. She'd worked there for almost 24 years, made hundreds of searches on sites, including shoes and clothing outlets and budget airlines. She was allegedly involved in a foul-mouthed bust-up with a colleague in which she used a rude word. She was fired for gross misconduct. So, is it gross misconduct as opposed to fired for sort of using... Because I go onto the internet all the time. I do it at home, I do it here, if I'm sort of checking out things. Sometimes I'm checking out things that I've heard about and I want to know a little bit more about. So there you go. Bright shirt in the middle of winter. Never been a problem for me, Steve, says Donny. And the Huddersfield CJ says, I visited Frinton for the first time last year as my partner grew up near there. It's stunning. Beautiful village and beach. Have a look at the houses. You'd love them. Some amazing properties. Yeah. I like looking at things like that. And Steve, don't tell me Elfin safety officials have made it to the drag world. I'm surprised the Vivian didn't tell them where to stick a mascara wand, says John. Yes, even at the drag world, there are health and safety issues. Steve, cold morning, says Grace. I make pots of tea every day. I even bought some Lady Grey tea bags, but I prefer Earl Grey. I do breakfast tea, Lady Grey, Earl Grey, and I can do Yorkshire tea. I can do most things, actually. I could do most things. I'm not sort of a tea expert, not by a long stretch, but I do like a cup of tea. Steve, I remember last week I told you you'd be my one news feed while skiing in Bulgaria. Had 5 minutes on the slopes on Thursday, been in bed since with a torn calf muscle, says Chris in Bedford, but now currently residing in bed in Bulgaria. That's why I don't go skiing. Too many accidents. Too many serious accidents. It's, but you do get some people who are brilliant. And they absolutely love skiing. It's never appealed to me. No, it really hasn't appealed to me. I've seen it on a few They did it in a Bond film once, the opening thing where they're skiing down the mountains. That was quite nice. And they did it when we went to see Father Christmas. And that didn't appeal to me either. Really didn't. Grime legend, Big Nasty... Not really a legend at all, I'm afraid, is going to come face-to-face with Miss Nasty. Gemma Collins has signed up to be a guest on the new series of his Channel 4 chat show. God, you're about to realise just how dull and boring she really is. The reality star from Essex is famous for tantrums and rude outbursts. No, she's not. No, she's not at all. She's famous for a lot of concocted old rubbish. Oh, no, definitely not. Definitely. I remember her saying once, I think that Steve Allen fancies me. Think again, dear. Think again. And here he is, ex-England footballer Teddy Sheringham, totally unrecognisable. Nobody would know who he is, and he loves his tree outfit. He wants to keep it for special occasions from The Masked Singer. He's been hiding inside the tree disguised. But the trouble is, because nobody knows who he is, they have to tell you, it's Teddy Sheringham. It's like when they do Through the Keyhole. You ever seen that one? That's always quite entertaining, isn't it? Where they go and through the keyhole, and you get that poor soul doing it who's not half as good as all the other ones. Undenies 20 years. I can't believe it's been 20 years. Blimey, thought it was going fast from Christmas. Now, 20 years since they floated it down the Thames, and then they sort of pulled it up like that, and then we all went, oh, lovely. I've been on it a few times. I've done interviews on it, and I quite like it. I quite like it. I mean, it's now sort of part of the... I didn't even know it was going to be permanent. But it's part of the skyline. 32 capsules, which represent... Come on, what do they represent? Because I didn't know this. The 32 boroughs. They get millions of passengers a year, owned by Tony Blair. But because of the capsule clutch problem, it didn't open to the paying public until March 2000, so it took them a few months. And now it's resident. In fact, there's so many major cities, aren't there, that have got these huge Ferris wheels, apart from the one in Brighton, which they had dreadful troubles with. Whether it's working now, I've got no idea. David says the mention of Frinton reminds me of the old comic Freddie with his drunken slur and broken cigarettes. A good old-fashioned music hall act. That's what London was full of. Good old-fashioned music halls, which we love. Do you remember Dockyard Doris, Tony Sinclair and Dave Lynn? Legends on the circuit, absolutely. Absolutely. Dockyard Doris, I remember sitting down with somebody, I can't remember who it was. It might have been a friend of mine, actually, having a chat. And very interesting, very interesting. You know, drag goes back years and years in London because, of course, in Shakespeare's day, it was lots of cross-dressing. They didn't call it drag. They had sort of boys who dressed up as girls. In fact, it was mainly boys dressing up as girls. But, drag pubs were fantastic. The Cricketers at Battersea, Royal Oak in Hammersmith. There were loads of drag pubs where you go there to get a good night's entertainment with some really good stuff. Really, really good stuff. How about providing tours of London, says Howard, in your car? Additional passengers placed in the boot. Now you've cleaned it out. Oh, I wish I had cleaned it out. Unfortunately, I haven't. It's still got stuff in there, even though we took out so many bagfuls. Seriously, my brother will tell you, tons and tons, and it still looks exactly the same. Sarah in Hastings says, morning, Steve and the Groovy Gang. Loving the show this morning. I was explaining the Mornington Crescent game to my friend, and she's hooked. So she explained it to her son, and now he's hooked. There was only one thing for it. We had to go up to Mornington Crescent. Oh, too late on that. You missed it. No, I'm sorry. That almost sounds like an apology. That's Sarah in Hastings. My God, that's God's waiting room, isn't it? It's Hastings. Blimey, at Hastings, I used to drive down there to do a gig in the Aquarius Ballroom, and I would play to two people. Seriously, I'd be on a stage at one end of this huge thing, looked like a football stadium, playing, and they'd come up to you. And if they were tourists, they used to get a lot of overseas students. They were listening to completely different music to what we were. They were into heavy metal. Of course, the one thing I didn't carry was heavy metal. And so you get two people standing there who paid like 50 pence to come in. And it was the most depressing thing I'd ever done in my life. So we don't go there anymore, thank you. My favourite Methodist pastor, Jake, he's over, as you know, in Minnesota. And over there, they had a huge snowstorm over the weekend, 12 inches of snow. 12 inches of snow. Had a scary drive from Minneapolis to Appleton. Whiteout conditions. Couldn't see the road or 20 feet in front of me. Church services cancelled on Sunday. Oh, good grief. See, the trouble is we don't get snow like that. There must be certain parts of America that really get deluged in this stuff. And we look at the pictures and it is that whiteout, isn't it? Which we don't use as a phrase over here. We just call it dangerous. Because I have driven. London used to have smog years ago, and the smog was so bad. I remember driving at one point very near where Sky is now, and I could not see it. I knew I was coming up to traffic lights, but until I was actually on them, I couldn't see what colour they were. It was that thick. It was a real pea super. We don't have them now. We haven't had them for years and years, but London was like that. Accidents all over. You can imagine people going down the motorway when it was foggy, and it would roll in over the fields. It was cool. Frightened the life out of me. It's like driving in snow conditions. I don't want to drive in snow conditions at all. I thought it was I thought my life is a little bit better than trying to end it quite quickly. In Shakespeare's time, says Monica, my favourite cabbie, women didn't work as actresses, so men were playing both sexes. Yeah, and they had lots of boys as well. It was quite normal for people to dress up in women's attire. I don't know why, actually. I can't remember why that started, because sometime later they did have female actresses, but yet you're right. In Shakespeare's day, it was all completely different. I was just checking my star sign a minute ago because it's the beginning of the week, and I thought, what does it say? It says, if you're keen to try something new, don't wait for permission. Yeah, right. It says, unlock the thrill of the moment as changes that are occurring look set to make your life more exciting. What could that be? How can life be more exciting than this? What could it be? Don't tell me I've just won a lifetime supply of KFC or something like that. Warburtons are going to be sort of prizing Hot Pockets for me every day. I got a thing the other day. I have to tell you this. I can't tell you where it is, but I've obviously reached the dizzying heights of celebrityism. I get the car washed probably about normally once a week. Sometimes it could be twice a week, but not very often. And I went in the other day, and apparently it's turning into a celebrity car wash. Andy Peters gets his car washed there, and Nasty Nick gets his car washed. Not obviously as nice as my car, but it's a celebrity car wash. I must be the third celebrity, in inverted commas. Steve, to attend your show on Feb the 16th, are Hawaiian shirts compulsorily worn? No, I've always said on any of our shows, as long as you don't turn up naked, you should be fine. But no, we don't have any dress code. Mainly because not shorts, no. No, we don't. It's freezing cold. Who's going to turn up in short, apart from the people in Twickenham? You know, we have a college in Twickenham that sort of trains people who want to go into physical education. You know, to be, the school... Oh, Lord. The school PE teacher or something like that. And, I've just been liked by my friend Rosie. Well, she's not my friend, but she is my friend now. I got very carried away the other day. A friend of mine has just been nominated for an award. And I put down, very, very clever boy, because it's not his first award. They've actually had a few awards. And I said, he's got this award. I said, that's the winning combination to actually have awards, to enjoy doing what you're doing, and be good looking. Well, that just hinged it on that one. There you go, it's back again. It's non-stop. Rosie loves my show as well, which is quite nice. Thank you very much indeed. I quite like it too, actually. That's why I say, what is this thing around the corner, which is going to make my life even more exciting? Don't tell me I'm going to lose half a stone between now and Friday. Is it possible to lose that much? No, I don't think so. The big wheel in Brighton, Steve, was taken down a number of years ago, but panic not, sunny Worthing, which is along the coast, now has the Worthing observation wheel, the wow thing in the seafront from spring until late autumn. Tickets are very reasonably priced at £8, and the views over the sea in the South Downs are fantastic. Highly recommended. I couldn't tell you how much it costs to go on the London Eye. I really don't know, because when I went on there, I was doing an interview, so each time it's been for work. And to be honest with you, I don't think we paid. It says, hand on heart. I can't remember. It was quite a few years ago, and I didn't sort of worry about things like that. I just sort of quite enjoyed the experience, and it's huge though. When you go on, if you come to London, there are certain things you've got to do. You've got to do the Tower of London. You've got to walk down the Mall to Buckingham Palace. Okay, you have to do these things. The Tower of London, definitely you have to do. You have to go to the Wheel. You have to go and have a look at that. You have to do a riverboat cruise on the Thames, so you can take it from Charing Cross Pier. If you're an Oyster card, I believe there's a discount if it's a senior Oyster card. And you can go all the way down to Greenwich, get off, have a pizza, have a look at where Nelson's body lay in state, and then sort of come back at your leisure. But interesting watching London, because you go out of London, all of a sudden, the houses are spread out, there's loads of flats, people all over the place. People all over the place. But that's what you have to do when you come to London. And also, you have to go to Westminster Abbey. You have to go to St Paul's Cathedral. There are certain places that you have to go to. So when you go home, people say, so where did you go in London? Look at this, the Queen's smiling. Unfortunately, so's Prince Andrew, and we don't like him at all. He yesterday accompanied the Queen to church. He's spending a lot of time in church. Obviously, better to talk to the Almighty than some of the other people he's been talking to. Also, Frogmore Cottage was an incentive to stay. The Queen feared the pair would quit the UK forever. Well, as I say, guaranteed their son Archie's going to be speaking with a Canadian accent. No two ways about it. He's going to grow up there. He's going to go to school there. So, there you go. Also, will Archie go to school in Britain or Canada? In Canada, what are they going to do? Shove him in over here? No. Apparently, Meghan left a wardrobe of clothes in Toronto before the London move. See, it's been planned for ages, this one, hasn't it, really? There's a lot more going on behind the scenes than we probably ever imagined. Also, what have we got here? Oh, this one here. The village which has disappeared in the mist. It does look beautiful, I have to tell you. It does look stunningly beautiful, but maybe not. And also, tell us who's behind the grooming betting giant MPs have demanded. And this is a story that you can read in the Daily Mail today. Let's have a chat. At 7 this morning for breakfast on LBC. Boris Johnson has said the whole country will want to wish Harry and Meghan the best as they give up their royal duties, while Thomas Markle has accused them of cheapening the royal family. Who do you agree with? You can have your say on that and the plans being looked at by the government to potentially move the House of Lords to York or Birmingham. Plus, you'll hear reaction to the news that British experts could be sent to Libya to monitor a proposed permanent ceasefire, and closer to home that Met officers will be able to use enhanced powers to deal with stalkers. All of that with Nick Ferrari at breakfast from 7 this morning here on LBC. Some more of your text and emails in a moment. Firstly, this is a story. I mean, when I first read it, I was a bit shocked, actually. This is a grieving son. OK, his name is Martin O'Grady, and he slammed a Michelin-starred restaurant, hailed as the UK's best pub, for not allowing him to change a table booking whilst his father was dying in hospital. Martin handed over £660 as prepayment for a birthday meal for 6 people at the award-winning Fordwich Arms near Canterbury and Kent. 4 days before the meal on New Year's Eve, his father had a serious accident abroad and a family member attempted to change the reservation. The request was refused, as was a refund. Mr. O'Grady's father died on the day of the planned meal. He wrote on Facebook, "We're utterly disgusted by this experience, not to mention £660 worse off, and just feel compelled to share this horrifying story with anybody ever considering making a reservation at this establishment." In response, the Fordwich Arms head chef Dan Smith said he was sorry to hear of Mr. O'Grady's loss. He said the prepayment was taken due to premium, expensive ingredients being purchased specially and covering the wages of 16 staff. Because if you remember, it was booked for New Year's Eve. Now, New Year's Eve is when a lot of restaurants do very well, but they bring in ingredients and you pay for it. If you then cancel something, it's, you know, they'll sit there with an empty table. It's too late. Anyway, he actually said, this is Dan Smith, who's head chef, that margins are very tight, as always, in restaurants. But Mr. O'Grady claimed their rationale is about economics. The human aspect seems entirely lost on these people. He said he'd not wanted a refund and merely hoped to change the date of the booking. The Fordwich Arms has got a Michelin star and named the UK's best pub by GQ magazine. I know I wasn't sure which side I was on this one. First of all, I thought if this was a normal day and it wasn't New Year's Eve, because I think New Year's Eve, Christmas Day, all these places, they rely on people there. At short notice, the chance of them selling that table might have been a bit, you know, dire. We don't know, although I would have thought there would have been a queue of people saying, if you get a cancellation, we'd love to come. And so that's why. And they don't hand back refunds. They just don't do it. They have to do it a lot in London, probably where you are as well in the country, because a lot of people just don't bother showing up. And so you've got a table for 6 or 8 booked, or whatever it happens to be, or 3 people. It doesn't matter. It's a case of we've now got an empty table. That should be making money. They work on tight margins. The biggest places that close, restaurants. Restaurants, they close. Because, you know, people say, oh, let's go somewhere differently. You know, so it was very sad that Martin's dad died. Unfortunately, things like that happen. But in this particular case, it was a combination of he died after an accident, and it was New Year's Eve. That was the big problem. So, I mean, they do have a Michelin star, UK's best pub by GQ magazine. Does this change anything? No. But they just can't move the booking to somewhere else. It just doesn't work like that. I mean, it is sad, whichever way you look at it. Not very good. Also, Corbyn, Jeremy, yes, he's still around. He faces now a backlash over a bid to get Mr. Bercow a peerage, and he wants one for Tom Watson as well. Mainly because nobody else wants to give them one, so there you go. Plus. Oh, birthdays today. Kirsty Gallagher, married to Kirsty, whose sister Laura is married to Russell Brand. They've got him down as a comedian. I'm sorry, are we mistaking Russell Brand for he hasn't appeared anywhere for ages, has he really? Also, guess who else is boss? I guess it's me to stay. Heaven, forget what you're looking for. Okay, come on, who's put real? It's Take That, and who's the lead singer? And it's his birthday today. He's 49. 49, it's not possible. But Simon Cowell considered signing them, but admitted, I said I'll sign them without the fat one. That was referring to Gary Barlow. He was the one who found it difficult. However, the bloke from Cheshire has notched up 16 number one singles, 6 Ivor Novello awards, and in 2011 invited by Cal to be head judge on The X Factor. Also, the person who was born on this day in 1910, she died in 1980, is Joy Adamson. You remember Joy? You might not remember, but I remember her very, very well indeed. She was born in what is now the Czech Republic. She reared Elsa, an orphaned lion cub, told in the book Born Free, and turned into a film with an Oscar-winning song. She was murdered aged 69 by an employee, and her husband George was killed by poachers 9 years later. But they left the film. You have to watch the film Born Free. It's really lovely, and that we remember very, very well indeed. Other stories running in the newspapers for today. Trying to find something that's happy is a blooming problem on a daily basis. You know, it's all recipes. It's all recipes for sort of, you know, people to say, oh, you know, if you actually sort of eat this stuff, the weight will fall off you. No, we all want the miracle. We all want the miracle, which is you go to bed, you take a tablet, you wake up in the morning and the fat's gone. But unfortunately, where do you think it goes? It goes nowhere. A bit like Harry's hair. Where is Harry's hair going? We don't know. We don't know at all. But he says, I want you to hear the truth from me as much as I can share, because there's obviously restrictions on what he could say or what he can't say. The British hero of the bushfires in Australia, it says Alex Newcomb, originally from Cardiff, has been a volunteer over there for about 20 years, not just wandered over, and he's the hero. He's the hero, so good for him and all the other people doing the work. It's not just humans who are left or right-handed. Guess what? Squirrels. Squirrels can be left or right-handed. So they favour one paw and then the other paw. I don't know how that works. However, it's believed to make human brains more efficient. It's not the case with squirrels. Those who demonstrated a paw preference were actually found to be worse at learning new tasks. Who'd ever... I mean, can you believe they've actually got people wasting money on discovering whether a squirrel is left-handed or right-handed? I mean, I would think it would matter whether or not it could reach the brakes in the car as it was driving down the road. Not worrying about whether it's left-handed or right-handed. Goodness sake, honestly. We do waste some time. Not wasting time on model railways. Very good for you. I tell you what else is very good for you, to get your life back on track. If you think there's something missing in your life, apparently a hobby is very good. I mean, do you know, you could have a cheap hobby like collecting train numbers. You don't see that so often now. You used to years and years ago. You see kids standing at the end of platforms writing down the name of trains. But of course now you can't get to the platform because you've got to go through the ticket barrier. And years ago they used to have a ticket that got you just onto the platform, which is quite good. And then you could stand at the end of platforms. Kids would take photographs, of the train, and then they'd write down the number of it, and they'd... You know, it's like people... If you go up to Heathrow Airport, on some of the outer roads, on the main road there, there's people with these radios listening to the pilots going, we're coming in to land on platform 33. Sorry, runway 33. They were coming in on platform 33, you'd be running like hell, wouldn't you? Run! There's a bloody plane coming in. Quick! Goodness. But you get people up there listening to the pilots talking in, yes, the Z Victor 1, and yes, looking forward to a little cup of tea when we land. Runway 13? We thought you said 3. Oh, God, we're on the wrong runway. And people do that. You can do all sorts of things for free. You can also collect car numbers, can't you? That's quite exciting. I like looking at car numbers, personalised car numbers. I'm always fascinated with. I'll try and work out what the person's name is. I'm never right. Jill in Shipston on Stour says the term drag is an acronym from Shakespearean times. It was a stage direction written on the script, literally meaning dressed as girl. Well, there you go. We learn something new every day. Hey, everybody. Just got a retweet from Nazanin Gaffar. Thank you very much indeed. I always like people who do the weather because it's blooming freezing at the moment. I don't want to be in the part of the country where it's snowing, and I'm sure there's going to be some wintry showers, aren't there, at some point today. Always makes the car look so dirty. Well done to the lady in the high-vis jacket at Strood yesterday who dealt with all the confused commuters who ended up there following bus replacements and then a fatality at another station. She clearly told everyone where they should go or wait for their different journeys. She's a star, says Dean. Yes, I like people like that as well. Do you know, I got blanked the other day. Not blanked. I asked for... They're trying to get rid of all their Christmas carrier bags at Waitrose in Twickenham. I don't want a Christmas carrier bag, thank you. So I asked for the other one. And they look at you like you're stupid. I'd have a couple of carrier bags, please. I had a few little bits and pieces. And so I said, not the Christmas ones. And so she said, do you not like Christmas? We've had Christmas. Don't start arguing with me over Christmas. Cromwell outlawed women actors and theatre, says Dave. Didn't know they had theatres in Cromwell Day. Steve, the musician Prince, when asked would he move away from his hometown, responded with, I will always live in Minneapolis. It's so cold it keeps the bad people out. Maybe there's a blessing in the freezing temperatures for our pastor in Minneapolis. That's from Heather, the Norwich nurse. Jeremy says the only good thing, old gag, about snow is it's the only time it makes everybody's garden look the same. True. Archie will grow up with an American accent, says Nicola, as I bet they'll move back to LA as soon as they can. Yeah, I mean, I don't know about that one. I don't remember that one. Niall says, why should the restaurant refund him? It's not their fault that sadly his father was taken ill. I know, they didn't want the refund, apparently. They just wanted to move the booking, but then they're left with a table for 6 people on New Year's Eve. Imagine how bad that is. So it's unfortunate, and it's, you know, 1,000,000 to 1 shot. Eddie says, I collect bus numbers, but I don't have a life. Oh, that's sad, isn't it? That's sad. What, he doesn't have a life or collecting bus numbers? Well, some people like to know where I don't know. What are you asking me for? I don't know. He collects bus numbers. I don't know. Well, you write the bus number down. They've got bus numbers on the actual side of it. It's like a little plate that goes in with. You can cheat. Yeah, but people don't cheat. They're honest when they come to collecting bus. There was a film years ago. I think it was made by the Children's Film Foundation, and it was something to do with a man who wrote a story in a kid's comic. But in fact, he was really detailing a burglary that had taken place. But the kids in those days wrote down car numbers, and they remembered seeing the car, and that helped them catch the baddies, which was good. James says, you mentioned Freddie Frinton earlier. Are you aware he stars in a show called Dinner for One, which has the record as the most repeated programme, shown every New Year's Eve in Germany? Really? See, you learn something new. Out in Godalming, Rob and Luke delivering bread. Listening to you makes the day go a little bit quicker. Yes. It must be quite nice. It's never too heavy, is it, bread? And Paul says, I was on the big wheel in Dubai before Christmas. It's bigger than the London Eye, but the views are better in London. Well, there's not much to see in Dubai, is there, really? Just sand. Sand and water. Front pages of the papers. Guess what? Guess what? Yes, devastated Harry, why I had to go. But he didn't tell us why he had to go. He didn't say because of the treatment by the press. He didn't say anything like that at all. The Northern Powerhouse, the Lords set to move to historic York or Birmingham. I mean, because at some point they're going to be spending all the money, aren't they, on doing up the House of Lords and Commons. That was on the Express. The Mail today, Duke and Duchess of Netflix, after hard Megxit deal, they want to set up a production company, and TV giants are already keen to work with them. So that's all it comes down to, is it? It just comes down to how much money, how rich can they become? Isn't it a shame? How shallow. Stormzy slated for robbery. I'm a bit bored with Stormzy, thank you very much indeed. One former murder detective slammed him for calling his past life of crime normal. The ex-cop fears fans could copy the grime star who says robbery was rife. Well, it might have been. Try and grow up a little bit, please. Daily Star puts this girl on the front page. She just moved into Love Island. Her big feature is her boobs. She says that's my best feature. Obviously, you know, intelligence doesn't come into it. But she's a carer. Well, not while she's in the villa. She's just leaving her grandfather. It's in all the papers because she's a carer. The Daily Mirror, Harry, $1 billion battle. Professor Jonathan Shalit thinks that they could make an awful lot of money. You know, an awful lot of money. Queen and Charles' sadness about Archie. A couple make a fortune. Palisades insist don't use the Sussex Royal brand. I mean, they're just motivated by money. Is that all it comes down to? How awful. How dreadful. The Sun, Harry and Will's Meg peace. Apparently they've ended their 2-year feud after holding secret peace talks to save the family. I don't think that's going to work, do you? They agreed to cut out toxic individuals around them and put aside their differences over Megxit. And came as Harry last night told a charity he's going back to Canada this week. Who's paying for that? I want to know everything. The Guardian revealed how the Princess of Angola built a $2 billion fortune. Harry and Meghan, Netflix eyes deal with couple. To do what? To tell their story. Well, there'll be lots of things they can't talk about, so in fact it's not going to happen, is it? I don't think so. In fact, they've already said there is no way that they're going to be doing anything like this because Professor Jonathan Shalit knows about these things. He reckons that Oprah Winfrey would probably pay them $25 million. $25 million just in for an hour interview about everything. But they would have to vet everything. Everything would have to be vetted. You can't ask this, you can't ask that. Also, the MP for Rotherham has criticised South Yorkshire Police for being unable to identify an officer in an investigation into complaint by a child abuse victim. They're closing ranks, aren't they? That's what you get the feeling it is. Plus, dangerous drivers who kill on the roads that have faced life imprisonment. Yeah, I mean, at the moment, using a mobile phone, speeding, if you cause a death or something like that, 14 years rising to life. But what does life mean? Does that mean life? Proper life, not just pretend life, which, can be anything really nowadays, but it certainly doesn't mean until they die. Also, the Eye this morning. New procedure will save thousands of lives for the cervical cancer screening upgrade, which is good news. Also, the House of Lords moved north. Does it make any difference where it is? Does it really make any difference? I mean, it's obviously inconvenient for the Lords. From Megxit to Netflix, what the future holds for the Duke and Duchess. Everybody's speculating on it. I think we'll have to see. The number plate, says Mark in Shoreham. Thank you. Was Hue and Cry. A classic Ealing comedy. Hue and Cry. Do you remember Simon Marks from Gough Square days? He said he used to work for LBC and IRN. He was recently in the studio with Ian Dale. Yes, absolutely. And somebody says here, people from all over the world benefit from world-class education that Britain offers. It seems strange that Harry and Meghan are turning their back on the opportunities for their son. A selfish decision. Steve, did you get your producer on the rides at Winter Wonderland? We never went. It was too wet. And that was the only problem. Harry can't tell us why they had to leave, as they're probably saving that for an exclusive Oprah interview, says Chris in Windsor. Yeah, well, they've said that they're not going to do an interview. They've said that that's not going to be happening. But quite clearly, the whole thing revolves around how much money they're going to make. Good. Well, that's fine. Don't really care, actually. It doesn't make any difference. What we don't want is anybody sort of replacing Harry. Thank you very much indeed. Because that's going to be ridiculous, isn't it? Somebody like Mike Tyndall, that little guy, that had to be a joke. Why you'd want to put a convicted drunk driver replacing Harry, I've got no idea. Steve, train spotters can buy platform tickets at 10 or 20 pence, depending on where you go. There was a man who came into a showroom, collected car tax discs. So we gave him any that were out of date, but not still in date. Well, nowadays it dies with the car, doesn't it? Which I always thought was quite interesting. So if I've got a year's tax on my car, when it goes, you can't transfer it or anything like that, but they give you a cheque for the remainder that you've not used. You get a new tax disc. Anyway, what do I know about these things? Heavens above. That's it for this morning, for a freezing cold morning. Harry flies off. In the meanwhile, William and Kate throw a gala. I mean, I'm not sure whether they were throwing the gala for Harry flying off. Do you know, I bet you anything, Harry's going to get out there with Meghan in Canada, and he's going to say to her, I said to you, we do it, we do it, we do it. Like that song from My Fair Lady. It's a case of, wouldn't you love to be a fly on the wall at Harry and Meghan's place? Wouldn't you like to hear those opening conversations? Do you think they have secret phone calls? Without people being able to listen in? Do they push a little button like they do in the James Bond films? Wait a minute, I'll put it on safe. There you go, and that does that. Do you think they have those little conversations? But anyway, I couldn't really care less. Darren couldn't care less. Loads of people couldn't care less. I'm really not bothered by it in the slightest. It never bothered me in the slightest before. That's a bit better, yes. A little bit better, yeah. Just try to keep your... I know that it's difficult when you're standing on the side of the lock, shouting to your mother in her coracle, the other side of it. Mother, row in now! You can't hear us from Holborn? No, I never heard that bit. You have to explain to Darren the Holborn thing. He doesn't know the Holborn thing. With the offices, yeah, because the boys are in Holborn. You knew this, didn't you? Poor Darren. Every day becomes more confusing. It really does. The boys are not actually with me in the studio. They're in our Holborn offices, and they're doing the programme from there on video link to me. Whatever gets you through the night. It's okay if you want a drink, that is fine. We're more than happy with that. You can't see no, we have a little conveyor belt that goes on a little railway under the building and sends stuff backwards and forwards, like cups of tea. Somebody pointed that out the other day and said, how do you get your cups of tea? I said, well, they arrange to have it sent in. That's how James O'Brien comes into the office. You know that from Mount Pleasant, there's a little railway which goes to Buckingham Palace. That's how James O'Brien gets in here for free. He goes down and he jumps on one of these little trains, and then it just drops him off at Mount Pleasant, and he just walks down the hill. That's how he does it. That's why he looks the state he does in the morning. I mean, seriously, he is Stig of the dump. He is. He comes in here, seriously. I thought he was dragged through a hedge the other day. I looked at him, what? Do you just wake up in the morning and say, is it like Wallace and Gromit? He just stands in the clothes, and they pull the clothes up on him again. That's what he looks like, seriously. He makes you look absolutely a piece of sartorial elegance, I might add. But of course, if you come from Scotland, I think you're a bit hardy anyway, aren't you? I think we have somebody out on the news desk who, Dom, isn't it? Who's sort of, I think he's from up north. He was quizzing me this morning on because I said I was feeling the cold, and he said to me, and I haven't quite worked it out. He said, I thought you'd be feeling the cold. What does that mean? What does that mean? Was he casting a slur on me or something? Was he saying I was weak? Fighting talk, I'm telling you. Fighting talk. And I'm wearing a skimpy top. Do you know, I don't think in my dotage I could ever be accused of. Do you know, there's a man in Twickenham, I have to tell you this story, because I see him on a regular basis. He's very old, and he was married, but his wife had this curvature of the spine, so she was walking around like that. There's a name for it, I can't remember. And she died, and as he gets older, he's going more and more downhill. But he always wears a straw boater. His trousers don't fit him properly. Yesterday he walked past and his collars were up on his shirt, so he hadn't folded and it's like he doesn't know how to do simple things. Now, I don't know whether he's got dementia or whatever it is, but anybody who lives in Twickenham will know him because you see him and he's got a smart tie on, but it's all a bit skew-whiff. It was all there years ago. And I looked at him and I thought, do I say something or do I not? And then I thought, no, I don't really. It's a bit sad though, isn't it? He might be happy, or he might not know he's happy, but he is happy. Yeah, it's just that I looked at him and I thought people are going to look at you and they're going to go, but he's got all the right outfits, the straw boater. If ever he passes ladies in the street, he raises his boater. You don't see that very often, do you? Anywhere. Unless it's in. It is quite endearing, isn't it? But because he's getting older now, he doesn't buy clothes anymore, so all his clothes are really old. His shoes look as though they've seen really much better days. Anyway, just thought I'd mention it. Just to put myself in perspective on this morning's programme. But apart from that, I'm having a very nice time. I won't be when I contact the... do you want the Microsoft code? Well, I can't read it out to you, can I? How can I read it out to you? Everybody else will be able to do it. OK? There you go. Because we have this news. Do you have this? Do you have this as well? Every time you go onto the internet, not all the time, but if you're using another thing, it sends me a code to my telephone saying this is the code that you put in for verification. And so I had to then read it out to Laughing Boy next door, and he then puts it in, and then it means that he can read all my secret missives that I've sent to people. I trusted. You know, strange enough, I do trust him with the code. I do. There's nothing that... See, I don't use my company emails for anything. I get emails in on it, but I don't write to anybody. I don't know how to do that bit. I haven't learned that bit. So when he sort of says, can I go on to it? Yeah, I'll let him go on there. I realise... I can imagine. I mean, put it this way. He sends emails. I'm not surprised I get some of these emails. They go, I just recently had a missive from you and something like that. Somebody said to me the other day, thank you for following me. I don't remember following this person. I didn't even know who they were. Is he emailing the boss? Oh, he's like that. Saying, Thomas deserves a raise. You like that, Corey? You're omitted from that missive. It only just comes from him. Thomas deserves a raise. No, the boss. I had a mug. I've lost it. It's on my desk. I had a mug that's got the boss written on it. I'm keeping that one. Just, every so often a mug turns up in the building, and I always think that's going home. And see you tomorrow. Have you not got a coat? I can't believe you're going to walk. Seriously, it's seriously cold outside. It really is. You've got no coat. You're a Viking. Well, I think I was probably a Viking in my dim and distant past. Obviously not. Why could I not be a Viking? I could be a... Of course they did. Vikings popped up all over the place. On the Thames. They'd have rowed down there. I distinctly remember my Auntie Enid was leading a longboat. She was the one who beat the drum at the beginning, and then they all... I'm sure the Vikings ended up in Richmond. Well, the Romans knew the Vikings, didn't they? Didn't they talk to each other? You think I'm a Norman? You'd be a serf. I know you'd be a serf straight away. I'd be the one in the car, and we go, Serf Corey's here to see you, my lord, Alan. And there would be Corey with his little sort of bearskin thing on, with a pail of milk. I don't know why I think that anyway. It just looks like he's a reject from some of these films made years ago. So, they were here. I thought they were here. I've got photographs. Me with the Viking longboat racing crew in the 830s, Twickenham branch. I've got a badge, as they say. I thought the Viking, they must have done, yeah. We've got Hampton Court and places like that. Do you know they've just found at Hampton Court? They found the old jousting ground there, which is part of the gardens, but it was the jousting ground. I'd love to have gone to jousting. That was very exciting. Very exciting. I think Henry VIII tried it and then fell off a few times. Wasn't probably killed the horse. He fell off it because they were worried he was going to die. The great myth about the Viking. Here we go. They didn't have horns. Oh, right. Where did the horns come from then? Was that was added? I tell you what I wanted to look at this morning. There was a picture in one of the papers today of the Sutton Hoo treasure. Do you remember the Sutton Hoo treasure? It was found in a field. They started digging and they found, I think it was a Viking longboat with packed full of treasure, including masks, helmets, the most amazing things. And it was all on this farmer's land. I think it was the wife who said, let's dig here. Now there's a tower. You can look over the whole site. Sutton Hoo treasure. Very famous, I remember, when I was younger. And it's got absolutely everything. And I'm pretty certain it was all Viking. Pretty certain. We'll have a look. There you go. There's all that stuff. Look at it. It's just amazing, the stuff. I mean, some of it's in the British Museum. It is quite... Do you know, the funny thing is, if you go to the V&A Museum, they've got a section in there of Japan and the Japanese soldiers, what they were wearing at about this time, and the armour was frightening in the extreme. These face armour that went on there, the only thing, of course, that was visible were your eyes, which I would have thought is what people aimed for. But this Sutton Hoo ship, they found stuff most beautifully preserved, the treasure ship, they called it. And you're right, though, it does look a bit creepy, doesn't it? And that's the actual ship. There, you can see it. I mean, it's just amazing that stuff like this is still being... There still must be tons of this stuff under our feet, everywhere. And they literally excavated it, and there was that treasure ship under the ground. Huge site. Huge site. They found coins and masks and belts and stuff like that. Absolutely amazing. I must go. Yes, you must go. Seriously, honestly. Probably a bottle of gin awaiting you or something. I don't... No. Whiskey. Right. That's that amazing. So if you're checking out Sutton Hoo, the ship was enormous, but it was still there. And you think to yourself, now that's what makes an interesting programme. Richard says, I'm looking forward to summer, best day of the year. Yeah, exactly. And Stuart says, James O'Brien looks like he's been dragged through a hedge. It's a very old gag, actually. Gerard says, I know you love a good gossip, but I'm sure this will make you laugh. Rumours are circulating that Tupac is alive. I can't remember who Tupac is. Was he a rapper? I think. He was a rapper. Was he shot dead or something some years ago? Yeah. There was another rumour circulating the other day to do with Harry and Meghan. And I can't remember what it was, but a few people said Tupac to Harry and Meghan is a hell of a jump. It really is. But yeah, this one here says, another cold day in Minnesota, -32. I was telling my driver this morning, actually. Driving, spun out on the ice and got stuck in a ditch. Friendly farmer pulled me out with his tractor. Ugh, what an evening, says Jake. You see, but that's the good thing, you see. You're nearer to God than I am. And I would think that God was probably looking at, do not go out in the snow and ice. OK, it's dangerous, very dangerous. We'd rather have you with us than not with us. Thank you very much indeed. Jack is in Angola, says, I've had a digestive biscuit and a protein shake. Oh, it's not very exciting. Do you know, I discovered a chocolate milkshake the other day. Oh, I've got a drink for you both. I've got you a nice drink. It's the innocent drink. I was in the supermarket and I remember thinking, I'll buy that. I looked at the price of January, freezing cold outside, freezing cold. So another member of the royal family sells them down the river. Who is it this time? Peter Phillips. Oh, my goodness me. Yes, that's Princess Anne's, isn't it? So she's got one who has just been banned from driving. She's got the husband of the one banned from driving, a drink driver, and now Peter Phillips advertising milk, being described as a member of the royal family. But of course, you remember Peter Phillips, don't you? He's got an agency, which is the one that looked after the Queen's barbecue, what do they call it? Picnic on the Mall, I think. And he made a fortune out of that one. And people were saying, excuse me, why did he get that gig? And the answer is because that's the way the family operate, I'm afraid. Not very good, is it, really? So you've got now Harry, who's disappeared off. Hope he's paid for his own flight. I don't remember the John Warrington phoning me saying, oh, by the way, Harry's just booked a ticket. I don't remember that bit at all. And Steve, the Sutton Hoo treasure was discovered in 39 at the time. How old were you? Yeah, but honestly, here we go, snowflake time. They discovered it then, but it didn't see the light of day until many years later when they took it all out and then it was distributed around. So that was it. And Steve, you're better than I am with the mobile phone. I don't know how to send photos. Oh, it's quite easy. You just literally go to, wait a minute, camera. Or failing that, if you I don't know the words. Yeah, you just put in the Steve Allen Twitter address, and then on one side of it, it's got a picture of a camera, and you push on that. You take the picture of the camera, and you push send, and then it sends it. But I have to open it up under another app. We can't actually. Have you started eating those things already? What are you eating then? You're eating those things already? I just offered him some things. Oh, that's right. Blame. Oh, you wanted to. Yeah, but it doesn't mean to say you have to eat them as well. Crunchy Rocks, they're called. And he said, oh, I'm not allowed to. I'll have them for later. Blow me down, he's opened the blooming things already. It is later, admittedly, than when you first picked up the packet of them. You two should be buzzing away then this morning with all the amount of sugar you've had. God, we should have a fantastic programme, shouldn't we? It should be a really, really good programme this morning. Baron Burko, I hope not. That means we'll have to put up with Sally the Burke as well. And then the poor woman who goes into her bathroom to discover an 8-foot boa constrictor wrapped around the taps. Well, that would be enough to give me a heart attack. Definitely. Could Brad and Jen be together again? I hope so. And the hunt for the Devon turnip tossers targeting cars. They're throwing them on motorways and things like that. They will find them. They'll turn out to be children, as you can well imagine, without realising that if somebody dies, they'll be in court and they'll be removed to a young offenders institute so fast their little stubby feet won't even touch the ground. The YouTube pranksters behind the breaking wind noises at Wimbledon, they think they're going to start doing it all over the place. So they've got one of these little machines that go, like, that sort of thing. It's sort of very, very childish. It'll be something a bit simple. Somebody a little bit simple. Also, the William hosting his first big gala as Harry disappears. I don't care whether they say they're talking. I don't believe a word of anything that comes out of the family anymore. It's just lies after lies after lies, isn't it, really? Man United Stars Hotel. This is Phil Neville, I think it is, in Manchester. It's 79th in the Cities League. Not in the country, in the Cities League. 79th. And then I was watching Four in a Bed yesterday. I love Four in a Bed. This is where a lot of really odd people decide to run B&Bs. Some of them are quite cheap. Some of them work out about 50 quid a night, including breakfast. And the Blackpool breakfast from two guys yesterday was apparently the best ever. A £5 they charged, but they knew what they were doing when it came to a cooked breakfast. And everybody gave it 9 or 10 out of 10 because it was so good. But there was one woman in there, she thought she was posh. She just sounded like chav to me. She was running places in Colchester. They weren't hers. She was just managing them. And their breakfast practically got 0. They didn't do at all well. The chalets were quite nice, but it is Colchester. There's not really a lot going on in Colchester. And it was interesting because she thought that she was criticising everybody else's place, and then it came right back and bit her on the bottom, which was good. Steve, the Sutton Hoo treasure is actually Anglo-Saxon rather than Viking. Is it? Is it Anglo-Saxon? Wait a minute, I'll have to try and find it again now. Is it get me the Sutton Hoo up on Wikipedia. And the grave of the East Anglican king Raedwald. It's in a beautiful setting in Suffolk. The treasure, though, is in the British Museum. Not all of it. So, yeah, it's Woodbridge. And a wealth of Anglo-Saxon artefacts. The site is in the care of the National Trust. I mean, the helmets are amazing, aren't they? I mean, don't you think they're just... If you had people coming towards you wearing that... The ship burial, they think, dates from, I think, early 7th century, excavated in 39, but in fact, archaeological campaigns, particularly in the 60s and late 80s, have explored the wider site and many other individual burials. They've got all sorts of things. They've got a lyre, a helmet, shield and a sword, and many pieces of silver plate from the Byzantine Empire. I mean, it is just amazing. I'm fascinated. I'm convinced totally that somewhere under London is another London. A secret London. Secret London, you know, the underground bit. But it's about 11 kilometres from the North Sea. South of Woodbridge, there are 6th century burial grounds. Little Beelings, Tuddenham, St Martin and Rushmere. Aren't they great names? Aren't they fantastic names? But it looks lovely. It looks lovely. Perhaps I'd like to go to it. We used to go to Salisbury Hill, Salisbury Hill, and they weren't sure about that one. They thought it could have been a burial place, but they've tried every excavation under the sun and they can't find anything in the middle of it. But there are lots of these long barrows and short barrows and medium-sized barrows and everything else. Did you have a lady coming on every week and talk about Secret London? I did. Diane Burstein. She wrote to me a short while ago. She still operates the London Walks. I think it's called Diane Burstein Secret London. You'll find her if you go on to YouTube, and she does walks through London. She'll do Jewish Old London. I think she does Jack the Ripper as well. She's a Blue Badge guide. She's very well qualified. She's been doing it for a long time. And what you do is you all turn up at the designated place and you pay your fee and off you go. And so she's actually taking you to the places that feature in the talk. It's not like sometimes, you know, the original places are still there. Some of the places in Fleet Street are as they were years and years ago. We went to... When we were in Fleet Street a long time ago, we had our party in the Cheshire Cheese. And the Cheshire Cheese was very famous. It still looks exactly the same as it did in the early days when Dr. Johnson used to live in Gough Square and walk round to the Cheshire Cheese. And it's the same. Sawdust on the floor, little tiny front bar. I mean, it really is. If you want an atmospheric pub, you've never been in a place like this before. But down in their cellars, that's the place you have to go to. It looked like an old church, like an old crypt. Amazing place. Absolutely amazing. So. Oh, the stunned church... I've got to read you this story later on. The churchgoers who got an ear bashing from the vicar's wife at the end of the service. Plus, the mum left fuming after being groped by a Domino's driver. Domino's, I mean, and apparently they just offered her a free pizza. And she said, well, you know, it's not good enough, I think. Not good enough. And so she complained. They said, oh, I'm sorry, he was an inexperienced driver. Is that what you get with Domino's? A bit of groping going on. Don't want that kind of thing, do we? Because I tell you what, I've noticed the proliferation of at the moment. Little learner-driver scooters everywhere. Nobody bothers to take lessons, and I bet you anyway half of them have been driving for more than a year. You can tell you're not supposed to do that now. You can drive for a little while, but you've got to apply for your licence. That's why, all these places, they employ them because they're cheap and they're cash in hand. Biggest fiddle going. But they've all got them. McDonald's in Richmond has got people who turn up and they come and deliver your McDonald's. People are so bone idle, they can't even get off their fat bums and get out there. And they all do it. Kentucky Fried Chicken, everybody. Little thing. It used to be just the pizza drivers, didn't it? The ones who used to jump the red lights. Terrible. Another one here says, the hot summer weather. Says Shane is back. 30 degrees in Sydney. Actually, what you did, you actually got the dust storms, didn't you? You got the dust storms, which came rolling in. I was sort of watching it, and I was sort of thinking to myself, my God. I mean, they actually kept the camera running, and the dust storm enveloped the camera. It was just unreal. It was absolutely fantastic. Another one here, which says, have young Master Corey fetch you a steaming mug of tea, says James. Well, Master Corey did get it. And I also got myself a nice cup of tea as well. So it's on the conveyor belt. It arrived, admittedly, coming from Holborn. It takes forever and a day now. Mainly because, the drone is a brilliant idea. I'm glad the management forked out for that. Do you know I found a drone in the boot of my car? I was going through the boot when I emptied the car the other day for my brother. 15 bags full of stuff, and the boot looks as full as it always did. My boot is huge. It could put you and Corey in my boot, and you could shut the lid quite easily. It's huge. It goes all the way under the back seat. 15 bottles of Prosecco. I've still got another 4 in there. 15 bottles, because I'm running a bar. It's a mobile bar. So I pull into a lay-by, lift up the boot, and it's got Steve's Prosecco bar, and you just pull in for a quick glass of Prosecco. It's a brilliant idea. No, I don't. Well, like, seriously, we filled up one big bag of rubbish, of stuff that, really we didn't need anymore. And he said, your boot looks exactly the same. And then I went to Costco yesterday and I filled it up again. I've now got Oreo eggs, Cadbury's cream eggs, boxes of biscuits, Jaffa cakes, Kit Kats, all the stuff I'm not eating. And then I treated myself to an Aberdeen Angus cottage pie, which was fantastic, $2.95. And I took a fork. They don't provide spoons in Costco. They just give you forks, which I find incredibly difficult to use. And so I sat by the car, loading the car up, every so often having a mouthful of a cottage pie. It was delicious. I love a little cottage pie. I don't know what I'm going to have for lunch today. I haven't thought about it. I feel like scampi. I like scampi. Luke hates scampi, doesn't he? He just doesn't do anything like that. I love it. I might have to go scampi. Might have to push the boat out a little bit. I don't normally like having fried things. I try and stay well away from fried things. But my driver this morning, who I think was called Mohammed, I might have got that wrong, we were talking about diabetes because he's diabetic and I'm diabetic. And he's going back to Pakistan very shortly. And he's going to bring me something back which goes in my shoes because we've got to look after our feet. So I was quite looking forward to that, actually. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Try and weave in every single one of the texts that you send in, because that's how it works. That's how it works. Never miss any out. In fact, you ask anybody here, I'm the only presenter on LBC who reads out every single text that comes in. I mean, I'm very fortunate in that, actually. Very fortunate that I read them all out. Why are you looking like that? Well, apart from the ones who are stupid, we don't bother with them anyway because they don't go anywhere. We don't even hear about those ones, do we? But every single thing I read out, every single thing, good, bad, or indifferent, because I'm good like that. Apart from some poor old soul the other day, a right moaning little Mary she was, and complaining about I didn't read all of the text out, mainly because it was so boring after line 1. Plus, do you remember we did the story on the programme, the Yob who gave a Hitler salute at a remembrance service at a cenotaph? Some sad degenerate. He's been spared jail. And I couldn't work out why either, but there you go, that's the justice system in this country. It's 2:05, it's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. It's lovely to have your company, great. So, what else do we have? Oh, the precious metals found in mountains in Scotland. We found out it's actually not too far from where Thomas is. So his mother will be doing Airbnbs for people digging up the ground to find... But you might find in their back garden they've got a gold mine, a veritable gold... Can you imagine? But actually, I have a feeling you don't own that, do you? Is this not a law that came in some time ago that if it's under the ground, isn't it owned by the Crown or something like that? I have a sneaking feeling I'm right on that. I think I'm right. So in other words, you might think that if you dig down, but I think any mineral rights or anything else... that's owned by the Crown Estate. I'm pretty certain. I'm never wrong on things, as you well know. But I'm pretty certain. What helps you feel better about yourself? Doing what helps you feel better about yourself? Go on, what do you think it is? It's a fairly simple thing. No, exercise doesn't make you feel better. How many happy joggers have you ever seen? Not running around London. They look exhausted. No, dogs would be quite... I like that dog that Philip Schofield's got in that advert. That is so cute. That's like... I used to have a dog like that you unzipped his tummy. It was only pretend. And you kept your pyjamas in there. And he looks... And that little dog is looking at him. And they were doing a thing on the telly yesterday where they were rescuing dogs from a Filipino dog meat farm where they rescued 200 dogs. 200 dogs who were destined for people's tables to eat. And we don't like that kind of thing. We do other stupid things, but we don't do anything like that. And so, consequently, they rescued 200. They brought 8 back to this country. And it took them a little while, some of them, to realise that they weren't going to spend the rest of their life in cages. That one of them had never seen grass before. Never seen grass. And so he was sort of playing on the grass, and then all of a sudden, one of them went down to Roger Mugford's place. And he's got all sorts of animals. He's got sheep and lambs and horses and everything else. And this little dog, who he's called Lucky or something. Anyway, whatever it is, he's lovely. And he just follows them all about now because he can't believe his luck. One minute he was destined to be taken out, strangled, and then put on a dinner table. And now Actually, he's free. There you go. Under the common law, all mines and minerals which lie beneath the soil of the land owned by the landowner belong wholly to the landowner. All rights in petroleum, including mineral, oil and gas, found under a landowner is the property of the Crown. There you go. Crown property. Steve, I used to live in Basingstoke. Oh, goodness. The town museum had a complete Roman soldier skeleton. Well, actually, if you go down to... Is it Portsmouth, where the Mary Rose is? They've got the Mary Rose's dog from the ship, skeleton. And they've got all sorts of things, bowls, they've got longbows, everything. It is like, it's the trip through history. You go today. If you don't have to do anything at all, go today. Because it's well worth it, well worth it. Jeffrey says, do they have spoons in Costa? Because I eat the ice cream sundae with them. No, they don't. I think they give you a spoon or something like that. And then Ron says, don't you find the car parking space at Costa are too small for a big luxury car like yours? No, absolutely fits perfectly. Absolutely fits perfectly, yeah. It's geared for... Well, it's not geared for poor people, is it, Costco? It's geared for rich people. People pull in their tanks and buses and fire engines and stuff like that. Blackheath in South East London is named as such. It was the largest available burial area after the Black Death, says Lee. Do you know where the biggest air raid shelter is in London? I've done this one before, so you should know the answer. The biggest air raid shelter in London is... Come on, put your hand up if you know the answer. It is Clapham. Clapham Common. Clapham Common. The whole of the common, if you go round it, you'll see there are doors which go in. It's used at the moment for car storage, but that was a big air raid shelter in London. There's another one up Tottenham Court Road on the left-hand side. It looks like a peculiar shaped sort of building, like a weird thing, isn't it? Amazing, isn't it? There's one in Camden, yeah. They use it, the one in Tottenham Court Road is used as a repository for books now, and there's all these other air raid shelters in London which you wouldn't know about. They fit into secret London. They're well worth saying, but the Clapham Common, I've never been to Stockwell. Never been. Is Stockwell nice? Is it a nice place to go to? I suppose it must be. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And so Blackheath. Isn't it... there you go. There you go. That's the Stockwell one, is it? They were huge. The deep level shelters. Have you got the Tottenham Court Road one? Show me the Tottenham Court Road one. Because that was a big one as well. They were basically there. I mean, I know a lot of people stayed on the underground stations during the war, so they would ferry people down there who slept on the platforms. But Tottenham Court Road is a deep level shelter. It was for sale a while ago, actually. It was for sale an awful long time. Well, I say an awful long time ago, but not really. And I'd love to see what the Clapham Common one looks like. Definitely. They're fascinating. In fact, actually, I think there are two in Tottenham Court Road, one on one side of the road and one the other side of the road. I'm pretty certain. There it is, yeah. Proctor family, London, blah, blah, blah. Interesting, isn't it? I love stuff like that. London is full of these little hidden gems, and that's why, it's a good idea. If ever you get the opportunity to come up to London, go on one of Diane Burstein's walks, and you'll be then telling people all about it for years to come. You'll be saying, see that there? That is so-and-so, so-and-so, so-and-so. That was on the site of a very famous music hall. There's one in the Strand, the Coal Hole, on the site of a very famous music hall, because music halls were all over the place in London. So that's Belsize Park. They've got loads. It's huge, actually. Huge. Each shelter had 2 tunnels, 1,200 feet long. Each tunnel is subdivided into 2 decks. 10 shelters could hold 100,000 people. 10,000 people in each. So the moment the siren started, off you went. Grabbed your gas mask and all the rest of it, and off you went. Amazing. There'll be people listening at the moment who go, I remember going down. I can remember being there. After the war, I think the Goodge Street shelter was used by the army until a fire in 1956, after which the government decided the shelters weren't really suitable for use by large numbers of the public or the military. So the Goodge Street ones, Tottenham Court Road, yeah. It's like the train tunnel, the Kingsway train tunnel is there. And you can see it when it comes out, and it's got tram lines in there and everything else, and that's where they used to keep the tram. Also up at Camden, the Kingsway Telephone Exchange features prominently in the apocalyptic horror novel Domain. So there you go. There's all sorts of places that you can find. And you go down. I've been to look at these places. They're enormous. They're absolutely enormous. Tunnels and doors. I've been to the secret bunker in Essex. That's it. My godson Nathan hated it. He got frightened, but he was only little when we took him down there. I think he thought we were going to leave him, poor soul, but we didn't. So they've got here, Kingsway's got 2 entrances. One is next to a shop front, 32 High Holborn. The other is a goods lift on Furnival Street. A third access point, a combination of towers and a passenger lift at Tooks Court, was demolished in 2001. I don't think they should be allowed to get rid of all these things. Yeah, in 2008, Telecom announced the tunnels were for sale. I'm not sure if I could live beneath ground. If you go into our toilet at the end of our floor, you can hear the underground trains running underneath. Seriously, it's quite interesting, because I mean London is full of them. Yes, that's in the big tube that goes across Sloane Square Tube. And in fact, when we were in Fleet Street, the River Fleet was diverted underneath our building. We were in Gough Square, and you could lift up a manhole cover in our master control room, and there was the River Fleet. They just moved it because the River Fleet in Fleet Street used to run all the way down the middle of it, and people would throw bodies in, dead dogs, effluents, everything. And then they diverted it, and it went under our building. So that's why we used to get rats occasionally in. They didn't last very long, I have to tell you. But that's what it is. But if you go to Sloane Street, there's a big, huge metal pipe that runs across as you're going to go down, and that's the diverted river. We're good at doing things like that. We can move things around all over the place. You probably find under this building there's all sorts of strange things. In the middle of Leicester Square, of course, we've got an electricity substation. A huge one. It goes down 3 levels, right outside the front door. Just before you go through the gate, there's a big manhole cover. You lift it up, there's a set of stairs that go down. That's another good one as well. And round the other side of the square as well. But it's an electricity substation. Good, isn't it? Stuff you learn, honestly. It's only Tuesday. Look at this, Tuesday, and already we've imparted more information than you could shake a stick at. There's a lovely story about the Titanic. You know our fascination with the Titanic. They've now preserved bits of it. So in other words, it's a treaty, I think, between us and America. You cannot remove stuff from the Titanic without express permission now. They have removed things before. They've been able to go onto the bits of the wreck that are still there. They think there's a third section of the wreck. I watched a programme on the television the other day, and I think there's a third piece of it. Whether there's anything in it, I don't know. But they found, and they're restoring it at the moment, one of the ship's whistles. It's about 5 foot tall and about 4 foot wide. Absolutely enormous. So what else have we got? Who's in the running for the BBC top job? They were all guessing this one the other day. I don't think it ever makes any difference. Does it make any difference to us? I shouldn't think so. As long as they axe BBC local radio, everybody will be happy. It doesn't get an audience. They just have it there because it's a good way of the BBC wasting your money, which is what they enjoy doing. Sperm can now be taken from the dead, say scientists. Tom Swarbrick did a whole programme on that the other evening. I nearly fell out of the shower. Caprice. She's, we couldn't work out why attention-seeking Caprice, never a supermodel, just very ordinary. Apparently, she'd split with her last partner because he was pushing her too hard. Imagine. Imagine how weak and feeble. Stacey Solomon hangs bags of crisps up in her kitchen cupboards. Oh, she's got to put a pole in there and hangs the crisps on it. Slightly peculiar. And also the Beano fan, who gets the comic every week and has done for 53 years. 53 years. My cousins used to save and buy comics because we didn't have comics in our household. We didn't have anything like that. I don't think my mother thought they were particularly good reading for us. But, you know, I quite liked it. Another one here, which says, your earlier listener's wrong about Blackheath. I only know this because my daughter did a project about it in primary school, and I thought it was a burial site too. The name Blackheath was recorded as early as the 11th century, often believed to have come from its reputed use as a mass burial ground for victims of the Black Death. But it's wrong. It probably comes from the Old English, meaning dark soil, so it's a corruption of bleak heath. Yes, there were loads of places which were used as plague pits around London, where they used to... I was looking at the execution of some... Oh, God knows why. Of some particular king, and he was beheaded. But when they buried him, they covered his grave with quicklime, so it would sort of destroy the body a little bit faster. But I think around London, plague pits were quite common. And again, they would literally... They had the people who came along saying, bring out your dead, and they had a cart, and they threw people on there. It was all a little bit matter of fact. And then they put them in the plague pits, and they covered them over with lime, so they were never to be found again. But I think they are well documented now, so people can actually find all these things. Have you been to Chislehurst Caves? No. No, sounds quite good though, actually. And they were used as shelters during the war. They've got lots of memorabilia. And they hire them out for a party, says Amanda. So I quite like that one. Gary tells me about the Clink. I know about the Clink, actually. Another London restaurant, very unusual. It's in a prison. It's part of... so they've... all the staff, waiters and chefs are prisoners. It's amazing. There is a pub in London, isn't it? That's not the Clink, is it? Which is the pub that if you go down into their cellars, they've got cells. And you can ask to go and see them. Whether or not they show them to you all the time, I don't know. But it's a place in London where they've got cells underneath this pub. You can go and visit them. Because in those days, if you actually got into debt... Oh, I tell you, do you know, I wish they'd bring it back. Love Island would be fantastic. What do you mean you're in debt? Chuck her in prison. Chuck him in prison. Throw them in prison. Just leave them there. Much easier. Catacombs in Paris are good. No, the ones in Scotland are better. Have you seen the catacombs? Is it in Edinburgh or Glasgow? Edinburgh. Oh, that's like another world. Gary's on his way to Heathrow. Well, somebody's got to be. No, unless you knew. I watched a programme the other day about Billy Connolly, who was having his portrait done and stuff like that. That was quite an interesting little programme. You get sort of a documentary about it. You mentioned Waddesdon Manor the other day, Steve, says Dan. I think the house is closed until the end of March for refurbishment. It's on my list to go as well. Apparently they do it up for Christmas beautifully. Can you imagine having that much money that you can afford to buy everything? That was like Randolph Hearst, wasn't it? The newspaper magnate in America. He bought everything. He bought complete buildings and had them shipped out to America. There's a warehouse in New York which is full of the most amazing... It's like discovering Tutankhamun's tomb again. Full of fantastic things, which he bought. Rooms, everything. Amazing. Mind you, go to the V&A Museum. You will find houses that have been dismantled and put up again in the museum, including the Pindar of Wakefield's house, which was at the front of it, is still there, wood, and it's in the V&A Museum. Well worth going to. It's not... The museums are not stuffy, which they used to be. We used to dread them as a child. You know, they say... My mother would say, your father's taking you up to London, you're going to go to the museum. You say, oh, God. But now, the museums are fantastic. V&A is amazing. They've got a great... The jewellery room alone is worth going to see. They've got jewels like you can't imagine. They're fantastic. They've also got, I think, Kylie Minogue's dressing room, which has got all her costumes in, which is fantastic. You must definitely go there. But you don't need to pay. I know that I think tourists pay, not us. We live and work in London. I'm taking a break. I'm doing it now. I have to tell people the time. Company, to have your company. Nice. It's the 21st of January. Oh, God, it was cold this morning. I mean, I really promise you, it really was very cold. I live in Gravesend in Kent. Do you know where the name comes from? Yes. People are buried there. You know who's buried in Gravesend, don't you? Pocahontas. Pocahontas is buried in Gravesend. Why are you looking at me like that? What, do you think she was a Disney creation? You think she was... Why would she not be buried there? She came back here, yeah. Oh, you can check it out, actually. Pocahontas. No, don't believe me. I don't want you to just accept everything I say as gospel, even though it always is. Just check out the Pocahontas. But I'm sure, because didn't people ask for her bones back or something? What they're going to do with them now? There you go. Yeah. That's where she's buried, Pocahontas. I don't know if it's a marked grave. I think it is, actually. I think it probably is. We did all sorts of things in those days. But that's the end, isn't it? Gravesend is... That's why. It was the end of where you could put graves unless you threw them into the sea, I suppose. Shooters Hill, says Monica, my favourite cabbie, has a more interesting history. Popular road to London frequented by robbers. Name me one that wasn't. Hounslow Heath had its own gallows at the front of the heath, and they would execute, robbers, highwaymen. They would hang them. Didn't seem to be a deterrent at all, really. Also, there's a maze of tunnels under the Barbican estate. You can access the tube line, says Lee. I don't think there are. I'm pretty certain there's not. But I tell you what there is at the Barbican. I tell you what there is. Come closer. Come closer. There used to be a very famous place in London called the Egyptian Halls. The Egyptian Halls were just down from the BBC. And they used to put on lots of magic shows there, big magic shows. Maskelyne and Devant used to play there. And if you go to the Barbican, to their museum, ignore the museum, but you go down a ramp, OK? The ramp will take you to the service area. If you turn left at the bottom, there are these two enormous Egyptian things by their back door. And they're from the Egyptian Halls. They're from the Egyptian halls. It's amazing, really, the stuff you find. Oh, blue today. We look as though we're going to school, don't we? We look as though we're about to go and... Yes. Now, you look as though you actually... We have a school in Twickenham that wears that colour blue. And then you can sit behind your little desk with your your thing, just sort of write your lessons out. You've caught... What do you mean you've caught the cold? You started the cold. I've never known anybody infect people as quickly as you do. Thank God I'm separated from you by a window. But you've now got the cold, have you? Oh, God, honestly. Is it Dave's fault? Oh, let's blame Dave. It's Dave's fault. Dave's got a cold. The trouble is, I'm quite lucky, actually. Do you have central heating at home? That's why you've got it. That's why you've got it. Because if you've got central heating at home, it's a case of that exacerbates the situation and means that it breeds a little bit quicker. I promise you. It's central heating. I have the windows open. I pull the duvet up right under my chin, and it's all warm and snuggly buggly, and I don't get a cold. No. But have you not had a flu injection? I've got one with me. I'll give it to you later. You don't trust my flu jabs. You might wake up in Brazil called Monique or something. The fun we could have with Henry. Right. You mentioned... Oh, we've done that one, haven't we? Steve, booked my tickets for Sunday, Feb the 16th. Well, I should imagine you should have booked them ages ago. It sold out back in last year. I can't even remember we sold out the tickets for the show. Another one here says Beau Desir is reputed to have been slain on Peckham Rye Common. I'm not believing that one, actually. Boudica, I don't think so. And prison, the Malmaison Hotel is in the old Oxford prison. You sleep in the cells, no joke, says Richard, who's in Dubai. Actually, there is a hotel opposite where New Scotland Yard used to be. The hotel over there is, I can't remember, but you could lift up their staircase and there's a tunnel underneath. I know this. There was also there's the Playhouse Theatre down on the Embankment. There's a secret tunnel from the hotel over the road, so that the king could go from the hotel and arrive in the royal box without being seen. Didn't have to go in the front door. You just remember these things, don't you? You just remember. It's a kind of... In Washington D.C. apparently there is special Hilton Hotel. Well, they've got all the presidential sort of... Oh right, the conference things. Yeah. Special door that only the president and vice president can... Really? There is a hotel in Huntingdon. It was a coaching inn, and one of the rooms upstairs, you look through a little spy hole and you can see Dick Turpin's hat and cape in the room. Dun, dun, dun. I don't believe that one, actually, but you definitely have to look through a little hole in the door. Steve, I have a faint recollection of there being a fun fair with the Big Dipper in the Battersea area. Yes, well, it was in Battersea Park. It was famous. It was closed down because they had a fatal accident on the scenic railway thing. It was an old wooden one. It was either that or it was the Big Dipper. I can't remember which one it was, but whatever it was, the only thing that remains is the stairs, the concrete steps that went down to the ticket offices so you could go to Battersea Fun Fair. Big day out for Londoners. Whew, definitely, even in my lifetime. Steve, is there something interesting under Fulham, says Wendy. Earth? No, I don't think there's anything under Fulham, actually. It's all on top of the ground in Fulham, isn't it? No, I don't think there's anything... I don't think there's anything under Fulham at all. There are certain areas that we use for things, but nothing there. I'll tell you where you want to go if you can go there. Go and have a look at the enormous cinema, the Kilburn, the State Cinema in Kilburn, which is last place that Laurel and Hardy worked in this country. And if you go into I think it's a church now, but I don't think they'd mind you just going and having a look. It's got the best staircase going into a cinema in the days when they were picture palaces, in the days when they were absolutely stunning. And which is the one that you go to, which is like, wow. Oh, it's in... Is it Streatham or Tooting? The big cinema there. It's very... They have it open on open days. It's the most beautiful place you've ever seen in your life. We went there as being a tourist in London, thinking that if you're going to talk about something, you might as well go and visit. So that was quite nice. Somebody says, can you make your programme more boring? Oh, I'm trying desperately. It's not easy, actually. Steve, where the Sydney Opera House is, it was a large tram depot. Same as Camden. Camden here, if you go to Camden Market and you go out the back to the interchange, in the ground you'll see big round ventilation things. They used to keep the horses that pulled the trams underground. The stables are still there, and that's where they got their air and their little bit of light. Otherwise, the horses used to spend most of their time in total darkness. So that's all up there, which is worth going to. The Gala, that's right, the Granada Tooting. Have a look at pictures inside the Granada Tooting. Go on, have a look at pictures inside the Granada Tooting, and you'll go, oh my goodness, Steve. It really is. There you go. You'll see it, and you'll go, look at it. It's absolutely unbelievable. It is. I mean, it's like going inside a Gothic cathedral. It is the most amazing place you will ever see. And it's got the big, wide corridors and everything. They have... And now it's bingo. I think actually now, I'm sure it's been turned into a church like lots of these places. But look at the interior of it. I mean, just amazing. Have a look at the State Cinema Kilburn. We like looking at things like that. Have a look at the inside. State Cinema Kilburn. OK? And again, you'll look at another place which has been done out inside, the like of which these were picture palaces of epic proportions. Epic. The Gaumont State Cinema. You look inside it and you think, oh my God, they were huge. It's bigger than that thing next door, which we thought was big. There's books on... I know you can get people who are aficionados of cinemas and stuff like that. But in the early days, I remember going to a cinema in London where if you sat on the right-hand side, you could smoke, and on the left-hand side, you couldn't. And at the end of the film, they played the national anthem. And people stood up for the national anthem. God, I can't remember the last time I went to the cinema and you had the national anthem. But it was when the organ used to rise out of the ground. And that would be the intermission. There would be somebody playing the organ for you. And that was, like, really amazing. Proper... I think they've still got an organ here. I'm pretty certain. They used to go into the ground, then it would sink back down again, and the trapdoors would... Good morning. Only a little history lesson. We don't like to... I'd just like to make sure that if you're coming up to London, there are things that you can see. And you don't need to pay for them. They're absolutely free. And you should do it, because if you live and work in the capital, or if you're just visiting, you can go back and say, you won't believe what we saw. For example, have you ever been to the Silver Vaults? No. You go into Fleet Street. Do you remember the magician Paul Daniels? And he used to say, stood here. He pinched that from Fleet Street. If you go to the Law Courts, a little bit further on, in the middle of the road, there is a statue, and it's got written on it, stood here. But over the road from the statue, on the other side, on the right-hand side, heading down Fleet Street, is Childs Bank, owned by Royal Bank of Scotland, as are all the big banking firms like Coutts and Drummonds, owned by the Royal Bank of Scotland. You go into Childs, it's not changed in ages and ages. I mean, really, really interesting. Really, really interesting. But within 50 feet of Childs Bank, in Fleet Street, which, if you remember, well, you might not, but we were in Fleet Street when Diana got married at St Paul's Cathedral. And all the way along Fleet Street, there were people hanging out of the windows. There were seating that was built up in a couple of empty spaces where they'd knocked an office block down or a shop or something like that. But on the right-hand side, just past Childs Bank, there's a big, big door, a big black, almost like something leading to a prison. And there's a little door next to it. You go through there and you are transported back in time. You're back in the time of Dickens. All little offices. You've never seen anything like it. Nothing I could ever say could describe it to you, to sell it to you in such a way that you're going to think to yourself, do you know, I'll get the bus. You can get off at the Law Courts, cross over the road, go through there and just go, oh my God. It is like a trip back into Dickensian times. You can imagine the snow coming down and all the bewigged people still doing exactly the same thing. But that's where all the offices are of the solicitors and their assistants and all the other clerks of the court and stuff like that. It's worth doing. Worth doing. Tom says, State Cinema in Kilburn is my local church. Very impressive venue. It is absolutely an impressive venue. But that was the last place, I think, that Laurel and Hardy worked in this country. Steve Satvinder says, I'm type 2 diabetic, only 43. And on Sunday, 13th of Feb, 2020, which, of course, is actually quite clever because we haven't actually got to February yet. So I don't know how you're doing things in advance. He says, do you mean last year? You probably mean last year, which would be 2019. You can't have had it almost. He said, went to A&E 4-hour queue, wife told me to stay. Luckily I did, as I was diagnosed with appendicitis. Then whilst waiting on a drip, the appendix burst. Excruciating pain, breathing hard, lucky where I was, put on oxygen, operation conducted soon after. Still in hospital. So well done to the hospital there. Never seen anybody taking a break. Oh, they do. They have to take breaks, otherwise they'd be driven themselves mad. Kevin the Restaurateur says, Steve, rather than tea towels this Christmas, produce the Steve Allen Secret London Guide. So like hotcakes. Well, it's a toss-up between that or the Steve Allen Christmas songs we love, which I think would be fantastic, wouldn't it? That'd be nice. Christmas songs we love. Could be all sorts of things. I was playing it's not a Christmas song, but it's one of my favourite bits of music. And I play it every so often. I really want to get myself going. And it's by a group called Propaganda. And it's called Duel. D-U-E-L. If you manage to find it, enjoy it. Steve, how about the Welbeck Tunnels? Now, there is a house up the country somewhere, and the owner of it, big country mansion, he didn't want people to see him exiting and arriving at his property. So he had a huge tunnel built. The tunnel still exists. It was used during the war. Soldiers were stationed there. And it runs for about 1.5 miles from inside his country house down in the basement. And it's big enough to put a carriage and horses in. And so he could get in the carriage and they would go all the way through the tunnel and emerge the other end of it. And it's still there. The tunnel is still there. There's also, we have an underwater ballroom round my way. What they did was they actually dug a huge, huge hole and they put in something that looked like an upside-down goldfish bowl. Okay? And it had a tunnel leading to the door in it. And it was all glass. And then they flooded the area. And so you've got an underwater ballroom. So you can go into it. I don't know if it's even open to the public anymore, but there's all sorts of places like that. That's what you need to do. So, the Welbeck Tunnel. Shall we have a look at the Welbeck Tunnels? Let's have a look there, actually. Just in case. Many artefacts there. King James I, many artefacts there. And lots of national treasures shipped out from London. So here we go. We have a look at the Welbeck Tunnels. You can play along as well at home. There's Welbeck Abbey. There you go. There's the corridors and the Welbeck Tunnel. There it is. There it is. And so this is Welbeck Abbey. Now, I don't know if it's the same place, actually. I'm not too sure. But lots of these houses had... Yeah, but lots of these places had these tunnels so that you could store things down there. They're amazing, aren't they? I mean, we really are absolutely chock-a-block with stuff like that. And you could walk down these tunnels, but it was big enough to take horse and carriage down there so that you could go and have... When you look at some of these places, when I look at some of the houses that were destroyed on Park Avenue, in Park Lane in London, big country mansions with the most beautiful interiors. But I like stuff like that. So Park Lane, major road, haunt of writers and artists. It was very expensive to live there. And you look at the lost mansions of Park Lane. They were absolutely stunning. Big house. One came up a short while ago. Only 60 million. I thought, if I'd won the lottery, I'd have bought it. You look at the staircases and the money that people had. The Lost Mansions of Park Lane is a book that you should get hold of. And you looked at the staircases and the things that they had. People must have had loads and loads of money in those days. Loads and loads of money. Quite beautiful. Quite beautiful. There you go. That's just the way it goes, isn't it? Somebody sent me in a picture, actually, of them holding up my tea towel in Australia. I think it's on my emails. It came in, I think, the other day. And it's got a photo of him holding up my tea towel travels. My tea towel travels. I'm very impressed by this. Very impressed. Very impressed. So thank you very much indeed. The State Cinema in Grays used to have the organ come up onto the stage during the intermission. I can remember, says John, seeing all the smoke belching up from smokers in the light of the film projector. Yes. And Amanda says, highly recommend the Jack the Ripper walk. Did it a few years back now. I found it very interesting. Leaves from the Tower of London tube station. Should definitely go on some of these walks, especially if it's somebody like Diane, who is a blue badge guide, and she'll show you the places. She'll show you the places where the dirty deeds happened. Now it becomes, of course, an entertainment, but it's really a lesson in history. It's like the lamp outside the Savoy, isn't it? The gas lamp. It's fuelled by the sewers. So it's sewage gas which is fueling the light. There's still loads of gas lamps in London, still loads of them. I still like seeing things like that. I'm a bit of an aficionado for silly... I like looking at silly things and then trying to remember. I told you there's a place on the Strand where there's part of a cobbled street in London underneath their building. You can see it if you go to their theatre. Because Giles, my former producer, got married there. And I think he was the one who told me about it. And I remember thinking, cool, blimey, amazing. And another one here. Working years ago, Steve, as an operative at Smithfield Market, we had cage lifts that went below ground for the freezer units. Saw some very strange things at times whilst counting my fillet steaks. See, it's underground London, which is the thing that fascinates people nowadays, isn't it? They always say if you're driving around London and you're going around places like Holborn or the Strand, look up. Don't look down. Down is all the modern bits. Up is where they haven't bothered changing anything. That's why it's nice. That's why it's nice. We're still going on about HS2, aren't we? I couldn't give a forex about it. Do you know the cost? 106 billion. What a waste of money. 5 years late. Northern leaders say the project must be completed. Well, what would we do if they close it down now? Can't do anything about it. Here she is, attention-seeking Caprice. Yes, Caprice Barrett, apparently now laughingly calling herself a supermodel. No, she's not. She was just a very average model, and I can't remember the last time she actually did any modelling. You don't see her in fashion shows or anything like that. Health campaigners want a tax on Alco-Pops. Do you realise I've never had an Alco-Pop? Should I have had an Alco-Pop? Should I have had something like that? Probably, but not very good for me. I've got a story in the papers today, which is very interesting, because it's how Britain gave kids hope after horror. This is the concentration camp children of Windermere. I'd never heard of it either, but this is at the end of the Second World War. 305 Jewish orphans who arrived at Lake Windermere at the end of the Second World War had nothing. Their families were all dead. They had no homes to return to, and years of malnutrition had taken its toll. Some feared they were beyond fixing, but after 4 months in Windermere, with food, beds and plenty of outdoor activities, they had something they never had before: hope. Well, speaking all these years on, 75 years on, Eric Hirsch, who spent 6 years in the death camp, says, I felt like living again. Harry Ulmer, 92. Sam Laskier, 92. He'd been Auschwitz-Birkenau. He later settled in Manchester and started his own business, but he says he'll never forget his time in the lakes at the end of the war. And it's on BBC One at 9 p.m. I can only heartily recommend The Windermere Children. The Windermere Children. They've got people who are playing these people who are still alive. They're in their 90s. The oldest is 92. And it's at 9 p.m. on BBC One, which is Holocaust Memorial Day, which marks 75 years since the liberation of Auschwitz-Birkenau. And they've got a picture of the group in Prague before the airlift. And these people, in their 90s, they look in very rude health. Very rude health. And they've got actors who are playing them in this. So make a note. The Windermere Children, 9 p.m. on Monday. Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. 18 minutes past 5 is the time. Resurrecting a few memories, I think, today for Jeff Stevenson, who actually, when I mentioned the Gaumont State Cinema, he says, I performed there when I was at Barbara Speak's stage school. It held over 4,000 people and is still one of the biggest Wurlitzer organs in the UK. Do you know, it's my big regret. One of my big regrets, that I could never play the organ. I always wanted it. I used to look at all the keyboards on some of these huge Wurlitzers, and I used to think to myself, I've seen the one at the Blackpool Tower Ballroom, and now there's a place you should go to. If you want to see what Over the Top looks like, this would be that place, but I love it. And these organs would rise out of the ground, and it was just da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da, and all these different things, and buttons, and lights, and flashes, and whizzes, and smoke, and everything else. But I never could. I never could play the organ. But it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. We all have different talents, don't we? And, in fact, Jeff Stevenson is a comedian who seems to travel quite a lot, actually. I'm not sure whether the old joke is, to start the car. Jeff Stevenson is a UK comic, and we've known each other for a long time. I'm glad everybody's retweeting me saying it's a bit nippy out there this morning. Do not blame me when you get out there and you go... Terrible. Terrible, terrible, terrible. Not so nice out there. Other stories which are running in the papers today. It's very interesting, actually, because the department store chain Bealls has gone bust. Now, I don't remember going to Bealls, but apparently there's more than 1,000 jobs at risk across 23 branches. They opened in Bournemouth in 1881. They're going to keep the stores open whilst the review is carried out. They're going to acknowledge all the, the vouchers that people have got and stuff like that. So don't panic. But I mean, House of Fraser and Debenhams have been hit by the high street downturn. Mothercare closed all their stores. It's a disaster on the high street. It really is, and it's online shopping, isn't it? That's what they're blaming it on. Mind you, they blamed pubs closing down because you can't smoke in pubs anymore. But I don't think that's it. I think, nowadays people go and stand outside of a pub and have their cigarettes. Gary Neville's swanky new hotel is struggling. The ex-Man United star and former teammate Ryan Giggs have sunk a fortune into the Stock Exchange Hotel, but it lags behind a travel lodge at £25 a night and a £32 Premier Inn. The Dakota was at number 1. A Saturday night after a match in the cheapest room at the Stock Exchange is £308. Now, I think that's too much. Suites cost up to £1,750 a night. I think that's too much. It's Manchester. It's too much money. The hotel's Bull and Bear restaurant in the former trading room is overseen by Tom Kerridge, but visitors complained about sport being screened on big TVs. One wrote, "I'm still shocked. Why ruin a beautiful open space with large screens showing different sports channels?" Nobody at the hotel was available for a comment. Which is a bit embarrassing, isn't it, really? Come on, give us a comment. We like a comment. We like a comment. Thank you very much indeed. But you don't get it actually there, which is a bit of a... Oh, I've got the wrong place actually now. Sorry, wait a minute. I had something in a minute ago and I've just found it again actually. From lovely Phil Vickery. He says, "Morning. Was in Windermere last week. Beautiful place. Absolutely. I've never been, but we used to have placemats. Do you remember placemats at dinner time? So you didn't mark your dining room table, and they had cork backs on them, and we had Lake Windermere placemats. In fact, we had Lake Windermere, Coniston Water, all sorts of different places. And I remember thinking at the time, you'd sort of look at it, but of course you'd only ever see it when there was no plate on it. The moment your plate was on there, you never saw the thing again. And then at the end of lunch, you'd pick up all the placemats and put them back on the sideboard. I've still got that sideboard. Which has been with us in our family for 50, 60 years. It's almost an antique. I've still got it. I wouldn't throw away anything from my parents. Can't do stuff like that. That'd be a terrible thing to do. So nice to have Phil back. But I get so worried, honestly, if I don't hear from him. But then I think he spends most of his time tiddling about all over the world, doing different recipes and everything else and having a bit of fun. But they've had a bit of a disaster in the family. But hopefully things are getting back to normal for you and the gorgeous wife. And to everybody else who's had bereavements in the family, it's never the easiest time. I know, I've been there on many an occasion, and you just have to stay strong, not for yourself, but for other people who might need that little bit of help. Stacey Solomon hangs... You'll love this one, Phil. She hangs her crisps up in her cupboard. It's a curtain rail to hang up crisp packets. It's not normal, is it? Why would she do that? She got mice or something? I can't imagine why else you'd be sort of hanging up packets of crisps. It's on little loops with little crocodile clips on them, which is very odd. I think that's a really peculiar thing. But Phil lived in the lakes. Do you mean by the lakes or in them? For 5 years, apparently, in the early 80s, have a deep association with the area. How lovely. Imagine waking up to... I've always wanted to run sort of like a hotel, for sort of people of a... gentlefolk. I saw some flats a short while ago. They were in Country Life, and I forget where they were. They were in, I don't know, Wells or something like that. But it said a flat has become available, blah, 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 over 55s only. Now, at one time, I'd have laughed at that and gone, good Lord, flats full of old people. And I suddenly thought the advantage, if you're over 55, you don't want kids running around all over the place, do you? But that's what it said. It said over 55s. I thought, how embarrassing. I now qualify for being the over 55 person there. Nice and quiet, though, wouldn't it be? But getting back to normal now, says Phil. Good. I don't think it ever goes back to normal, but it's as good as it gets, isn't it? As good as it gets. 5:25. I'm only telling you that Because somebody told me off the other week, not that I generally take any notice of anything like that at all, saying, why do you not give time checks? And I thought, well, you can read a watch. Surely, you know, it's like sort of somebody else said, we didn't, I remember years ago, do you remember I said, somebody complained, why doesn't Steve Allen give us the weather? I said, well, at one time they used to come out of the news. They still do it now and they read the weather for you. But of course it's different wherever you are. And so if I say, you know, the weather today is going to be, look out the window. Open your front door. You'll feel the chill. Goes right through to your bones, and there's Darren turns up in a T-shirt. You know, I mean, even Thomas, who's well used to, you know, the mist rolling in off the Highlands and frozen ponds and skating and stuff like that. Even he's got his little sort of Scottish outfit on, designed for a much younger person, and he's got a T-shirt on, and a T-shirt. What? Six Nations are coming up, are they? What's that? The Six Nations. Is it rugby? Oh. Up the rugby. Up the... No, not up the Scot. Who else is playing? Who else is playing? The Six Nations are Scotland, England, Wales, Ireland, rugby, France. Rugby, France, Italy, France. I can't remember everything. That's the Six Nations, is it? Who cares? I'm boring. And you think that's something worth celebrating? So you're wearing an outfit in celebration of the Six Nations. It was like I said yesterday, bad enough listening to Majid, who was having a go at Markle's father, and sort of basically telling him how to run his family, which I thought was a little bit inappropriate. You know, it's got nothing to do with us how Mr. Markle treats his daughter or how she treats him. It's like knocking on the neighbour's door and going, I heard your kids crying yesterday. Were you hitting them? You know, you don't interfere with other people's parenting skills, whether you agree with them or not. But he was sort of getting people going, oh, I'm not going to watch this Channel 5 programme. I thought, well, that's going to make a lot of difference, isn't it? 3 people say we're not going to watch that programme. You think, yeah, I'm sure they must be really scared at Channel 5. Ooh, 3 people. 84850 cbwc.co.uk. A comic fan. Did you ever have comics, boys? Did you have comics when you were little? You had the Beano? You had Beano as well, did you? Did you get free gift? I used to like the comics with the free gifts. It's like when we used to go around the supermarket with my mum, she'd say, right, we'll get some cereal, we'll get some cornflakes. You'd go, Mum, can we have sugar puffs? There's a free diver that you put in a bottle. Then you put the thing on and he sinks to the bottom and then comes up again. Or he's got a parachute. You throw it in the air and he parachutes down. Or you lose him over next door. My mother would say, no, you have to pay extra if you want the free gift. So we ended up buying all these things but didn't have free gifts in. But mind you, we did get packets of Brook Bond tea. And in the packet of loose-leaf tea, there'd be a card stuck down the side. We'd be ripping the thing apart to get the card out. We never saved them. But my Uncle Alan, he had all these, which I think his mum, my nana used to collect, cigarette cards, very popular. And you'd get all sorts of cigarette cards. They'd a box, I think a box full of all these cigarette cards and stuff like that. And so you'd buy a packet of cigarettes and there would be a card inside and you would save them. Then the idea being that you would stick them into albums. Didn't always work like that. We didn't do anything like that at all. I just started saving Confederate money. Confederate money. Oh, by the way, they've got a picture here. After the wildlife infernos, dust and everything else, the east coast of Australia has been pelted by hailstones the size of golf balls. You've been hit by a hailstone. Dreadful. Also, what was the other one that I quite liked? Oh, J.D. Wetherspoon's marking Brexit by slashing alcohol prices in pubs. And, what was the thing? I forgot to tell you, didn't I? What was the thing that can cheer you up? Producer came up with a dog, and then we sort of got a bit sidetracked. It's not a dog. Well, it's sort of a dog. They reckon teddy bears help you bear up. Teddy bears. So you get teddy bears, and even though they're all the same, you know, if you buy the Harrods Christmas teddy bear or Selfridges, they're all the same. Your one will look different. They've either got a different look in their eyes or something like that, and you go, that's my bear. That's my bear. And it helps you out of a fix. People cuddle teddy bears. And I've got one in the car called Bentley Bear. And my brother and his wife bought it for me for Christmas a while ago, a few years back, actually. And he sits in the back of the car. Nobody's ever taken the mickey out of me for having a teddy bear in the back of the car, because he's dressed up as a mechanic. He's got a little Bentley baseball cap on and a little outfit with Bentley written on it. So cute. But he sits in the car. And nobody's ever said to me, don't you feel a bit childish having, Bentley Bear in the car? I go, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Good heavens above, I know people who've collected all sorts of things. My mother, strangely enough, had a penguin I bought her years ago called Snowflake. I don't know where he is now. My brother might still have him. Perhaps he's gone to the great snowflake place in the sky. He had all these sort of cuddly toys and things like that, which my mother had on the bed. People like things like that. I always remember she had a doll which they bought from Spain. She was a flamenco doll. And I always remember she was plastic, but she had one of those nice skirts on and a mantilla and all this. It was really lovely, actually. I like that. 2 stories about vicars. First of all, one vicar whose wife stood up at his last service and lambasted the congregation. And another church pair jailed for stealing £200,000 left by a worshipper. We'll name and shame on this programme the other side of the news. Let's have a check on it, shall we now? A little story here, and this is the story of a man called Darren Buckler. Darren Buckler has a little 4-year-old called Eugene. Eugene spent 5 weeks in hospital with kidney disease in December, but his daddy, Darren, who's a self-employed landscaper, made a miniature 4-wheel drive with an aluminium body big enough for a child to sit in and fitted it with a 24-volt battery, adding flashing safety lights, and he can control it. So his son, Eugene, can now sit in this wonderful remote-controlled lorry and ride around the local park. Oh, fantastic. There's a lovely picture of it. And he spent 12 hours constructing this £600 replica of a Mercedes Actros HGV in his garage. Oh, it's his nephew. It's not his son. It's his nephew, Eugene. And it's so good. The trouble is kids grow so fast. They grow so fast, but that's such a nice thing to do, isn't it? All the papers talking about Friends reunited, Brad and Jen getting touchy-feely. Could be back on again, couldn't it, really? She's looking at him like, I want you. And he's looking at her like, you can have me. And that's quite nice. I quite like sort of a good thing. Paul Gascoigne broke down in tears on telly. He's done a lot of that, actually. He spent a lot of that on the pitch, didn't he, really? As he paid tribute to the fans who've helped him survive alcoholism. They didn't help you survive it. The hospitals helped you survive it. The troubled football legend admitting relapsing over Christmas, and he forked out 20 grand. If you remember, he actually got phone hacked, so he got loads of money. I thought, oh dear, I wonder what you're going to be spending that on. They say he's blown a £20 million fortune during his booze hell. Well, I mean, I drink, but by God, I couldn't get through 20 million, even if I tried. Robert Downey Jr. is remaining tight-lipped over his rumoured appearance in the movie Black Widow. It's been reported he will reprise his role as Iron Man in the Marvel prequel. I've never seen any of these things at all. Never seen any. I don't know anything, but I do like Robert Downey Jr. Also, Catherine Zeta-Jones stunned fans with her fresh-faced new look. OK, this won't hurt a bit. OK, there you go. Now you look 10 years younger. Fantastic. Also, they've done a piece in the paper today after Stormzy rapped by a former policeman for branding his past life of crime as normal. They've got, all the people here. Well, a few of them. One being Cardi B, who admitted working as a stripper and then robbing and drugging men. Fantastic. Tim Allen was in prison over drug trafficking charges. Jay-Z involved in an altercation at a nightclub where he ended up stabbing a record executive. He got 3 years probation. Gino D'Acampo, a 21-year-old waiter when he broke into Paul Young's home, taking his guitar collection and a platinum disc. Gino was caught after his DNA matched tests on cigarette butts in the star's bedroom and was sentenced to 2 years in prison. It was fairly serious. And then he went on to I'm a Celebrity, and then he contacted Mr. Young to apologise for his actions. A bit bloody late by that time, I would have thought. Traumatised. Another picture of dreary old Caprice. They call her Dancing on Ice star. She's barely been on the ice. What are you talking about? Right, rubbish Peter Dyke. Thank you very much indeed. They say it's the first time in the show's history that the partnership has ended that way. It's a good idea to get some publicity for yourself, isn't it, really? OK, let's make up something. I don't know if it's true. I couldn't care less. I'm not remotely interested. The whole thing has been a bit of a disaster. It really has. Also, what have we got here? Noel Gallagher and the feud with Louis Tomlinson. I thought Noel Gallagher just sort of feuds with everybody, doesn't he? As if anybody cares. Billie Eilish has called the James Bond franchise dope, and she admitted she and her brother, Phineas, have been trying to write the soundtrack their entire lives. It's got to be right. It's got to be right. We're hoping to have her in the studio very shortly to talk about that. Plus. Oh, there's a car that's all smashed up because it's Manchester United star Sergio Romero. He had a miracle when he crashed his supercar and still went to training. Yes, I don't think you're just allowed to walk away from a crash, are you? He appeared to walk away unscathed when his white Lamborghini left the road and went through a crash barrier into trees. The impact wiped out the front of the motor and debris was strewn across the road, but they can rebuild it, I should imagine. I wonder what speed he was going. Plus, a 7-year-old boy who ate nothing but Vegemite sandwiches for a year has been cured after being hypnotised. His mother, Michelle, of Camberley, struggled for more than a year to persuade her son to vary his diet. But she turned to a hypnotist, and Ethan's life has now been transformed. So he now eats most things. But before, it was just Vegemite. I've never had Vegemite, I don't think. Isn't that the Australian equivalent of Marmite? Same sort of thing, I think. Same sort of thing. Plus, here she is, a vile old bag. This is a carer stealing from a dementia-stricken owner. Sheila Wade's son, John, put cameras in her home after cash went missing. He was furious after they filmed Caroline Bastable taking the 82-year-old Swarovski jewellery and Cartier watches. John says you could clearly see her pocketing cash, jewellery and perfume as Mum slept on the couch. This Barnstable woman is going to be sentenced next month after admitting willful neglect and 2 counts of theft. What is it with these thieving old people who steal from people with dementia? Seriously, I mean, you know my thoughts on things like that. I'm not very good at it, actually. Also, Lisa Faulkner shows she's thrilled to be on her belated honeymoon. She's with John Torode, of course. They tied the knot back in October. She said, it's my honeymoon and I've just done my back in, falling off a wakeboard. What's a wakeboard? I don't know what a wakeboard is. Perhaps it's something I'm not supposed to know about. And the Yob, who gave a Hitler salute at a remembrance service, has escaped jail. Adrian Norman is his name, 56, caught on camera making the Nazi gesture. The offences took place as crosses were laid in a garden of remembrance. He was convicted of making a threatening and abusive sign, likely to cause alarm and distress by the magistrates, fined 250 quid and given a 2-year criminal behaviour order. He absolutely should have been thrown in prison. Absolutely should have been thrown in prison. What is it with these people, these sickos? Honestly, oh God, not more Vicky Patterson. Dull, dull, dull. Go away. Boring, boring. Plus. What have we got here? In Between a Star, Blake Harrison, heading back to his comedy roots. They all do it, don't they? I mean, I speak to more comedians than probably most people. And I love them all. I think they're really interesting. I was sort of watching. I watch all the programmes. I have to. I end up talking about the blooming thing, so I have to sort of... You can't talk about something unless you've actually watched it. Oh, look, Meghan posing for the cameras again over in Canada. Because obviously they think you go to the other side of the world and there won't be anything like that. And there you go, India Reynolds. Who is she? Any ideas, anybody? Go on, give you a quid. No good cheating. Nobody here knows here, and the boys would be straight up for this one. She's a former Love Island beauty. And what's she doing? She's posing in her knickers. I mean, seriously, love. Let's set the movement back, shall we? And she's opted for a lacy number. No, she hasn't. She was told what to wear. But while on the show, she coupled with a baseball player, but their romance didn't last. Big surprise. Big surprise. So here she is posing in her underwear, you know, giving the impression, to all intents and purposes, of setting the movement back about 500 years. Very embarrassing. Also, stalkers can now be slapped with court orders to stop them in their tracks whilst they're investigated by police. That's good news, isn't it? And why they call Caprice Bourrette a supermodel. She was never a supermodel. Never anywhere near a supermodel. Just very plain and not very bright. I think that kind of covers it. Also, the phantom vegetable thrower. Still being hunted by police after a car was hit by a Swede. They will find you. It'll be children, unless it's somebody who's slightly left of centre. And what was this one? Oh, I can't do that one. Priti Patel will unveil a crackdown to put an end to soft sentences for terrorists. Good. Ali Ross talking about H for historic. Nah, it was H for holier than thou. Yeah, the most boring person in the entire world, the most irritating person. So he was irritating in steps. He's even more irritating going on about he's gay. Yeah, we get it. We get it. We've read the story. Okay, we know you're gay. We know you're dancing with a man. Get over yourself. God. Blimey, honestly. It's hall change at the BBC. You can have a guess at who you think is going to replace him. I've heard of a few people going, I could do that. Can you imagine if you were put in charge of the BBC? The fun you could have. What would you axe first? What would you axe first on the BBC? I don't know. It would be, I mean, I think you'd go in there, you go, right, you push the button, on your desk to get your secretary to come in. You go, right, we're going to have a very, very large mug of tea, and now let's go through the schedule. I don't know what would we axe first? What would you axe on if you were given the BBC and they said, right, Steve, it's now your BBC, what would you axe? What would you get rid of? What would you, at the risk of alienating your fellow Scots, the producer, BBC what?
BBC
Alba, what's that? Gaelic Channel. Oh, right. How many people watch that? 3. I should imagine. Is it, oh, right, Jen. Is it all in Gaelic? Almost all. Well, that's just a waste of money. I get rid of 6 Music. I get rid of all of these sort of things. It's just a complete waste and time, and of money. And then you can free up money to make other things on the television. Bargain Hunt would have to go. Yeah, that's very irritating. Do you know the fun you could imagine? They'd be going, the Hatchet Man has arrived. Steve, who used to be a radio presenter, is now in charge of overseeing. I tell you what, I was looking. I looked through the. They were showing a thing the other day about the news at the BBC, which is unbelievably biased in so many different instances. And you looked at how many people were in their newsroom in London. You start thinking, what in God's name do you do? Are these people really working, or are they in there just on a freebie or something? Dreadful waste of money. I'd close down BBC Local Radio immediately. First one would be BBC Radio Shropshire. That'd go immediately, as that's been our sort of our target for many a year now. But you don't need it. You don't need local radio. You really don't. We are commercial radio, and it works beautifully. We offer everything that BBC does better and much cheaper. My friend Ian says, imagine if somebody who ran the BBC actually knew how to operate in the real world and use their huge budgets properly. Yeah. Huge budgets for all sorts of ridiculous things. When you think, no, that can't be right. We definitely wouldn't be covering any more royal weddings. That's a fact. I've been caught on that one or 2 times. In a minute, I'll tell you about the Rev's missus getting Vickers in a twist. Yes, Amanda Zamet. Ooh, dear. She stood up. I bet they were all going, oh, sit down, stop showing off and being silly. So we'll come around to that in a moment. Here with the check on the road and the rail at quarters. The vicar's wife story, OK? This is stunned churchgoers. They got an ear bashing from the vicar's wife at the end of his farewell service. Angry Amanda Zamet, she looks like she's angry, got up to deliver a blistering 5-minute attack. Reading from sheets of A4 paper, she blasted locals for not visiting her husband, the Reverend Mark Zamet, when he was ill. She also berated them for listening to gossip and for caring more about fundraising than truly belonging to the church. About 100 worshippers listened in shocked silence. One said people were thunderstruck. Former milkman, Reverend Zamet, spent 5 years in charge at St Michael and St Helens in Almondbury, West Yorkshire. But congestion, the congregations had fallen, with some locals unhappy with his style and upset he didn't give an honorary title to the organist, Malcolm Cruz, when he retired after 36 years. One said, I've been a churchgoer for over 50 years and I've never heard of a vicar's wife berating the congregation. The vicar just sat there at the front with the choir looking impassive. He's a rather distant figure, and some of the opinions he avoided opportunities to make friends. Another said it's a very, very sad state of affairs. Mr. Cruz said, it wouldn't surprise me if these Zamets blamed me for the publicity, but I didn't spill the beans. Reverend Zamet has now taken over at St Nicholas's Church in Lincolnshire. He and his wife declined to comment. We don't have any comment at all. You can't do things like that, though, can you? I mean, it's not up to people to be berating the congregation. Put it this way, desperate enough to try and get people into the congregation, to actually get them into the church. That's why they all close. Or they turn them into property. I've seen some lovely church conversions. I've always fancied living in a church. If I had the money, I'd love to live in a church. That'd be quite nice. There was one for sale a short while ago, I told you. And I quite fancied the idea. Unfortunately, I was a little bit short of the readies. When I say short of the readies, I was very short of the readies, like sort of £8.9 million short of the readies. But it doesn't matter, does it, really? Really doesn't matter. Emma Weymouth went down to fashion... Oh, no, she is, actually. Holly Willoughby and Bradley Walsh are to make a new series for the BBC, which is good. And what was the other one? Must watch Crazy Delicious. Channel 4, 8 p.m. Cooks must come up with bonkers dishes to impress Heston Blumenthal and 2 other food gods. The show sees them forage for food on the edible set. Lovely. And footballing legend Teddy, nobody knows who you are, Sheringham. I should imagine the sort of people who are watching that voice mask singer thing are going, I'm sorry, are we scraping the barrel? The answer is, yep, you're scraping the barrel. Teddy Sheringham. I mean, seriously. Oh, what does it say for Pisces today? Dun, dun, dun. It says, Mercury, planet of thinking, gives you a huge advantage in the game of love. Whoa. Mind you, it was like that the other day. Do you remember it? I mean, apparently I'm looking forward to sort of taking on different things. Oh, sorry, I picked up the wrong paper. Hang on. Wait a minute. And I'm sort of thinking to myself, do you think something really... It said something fantastic is around the corner. I couldn't think what it was unless it's sort of my own KFC or something like that. I couldn't think of anything else that was that exciting. So here it is, front of the Daily Mail. Yes, here he is, Royal Peter, flogging himself as usual. British royal family member Peter Phillips. This is from the Chinese advertisement where he's using his position to sell milk. He appears in 2 adverts for a state-owned dairy firm. And has anybody knocked him back? Where's Princess Anne on this? What is going on in the royal family? What is going on? Not right at all, is it? Not right. Lots of messages hidden in Harry's speech. You know, I also know you've come to know me well enough over all the years. We don't know you at all. Well, we thought we did. We thought you were a fun person, but unfortunately not. And then he says, to trust the woman I chose as my wife upholds the same values as I do. And then he says, I know I haven't always gotten it right. I think actually on a lot of occasions you haven't got it right at all. But there again, now we've got Peter Phillips up there flogging milk to the Chinese. How much more of the family can you dilute? The Queen must be sitting there going, what the God's name is going on? He says, the media's a powerful force. When I lost my mum, you took me under your wing. No, we didn't. We didn't. We don't know you. But this way, we don't know you in so much as you got Frogmore Cottage, but you've done everything to deliberately keep the public well away from you. Don't the neighbours have to sign something to say they won't talk about you? What sort of relationship do we have? Anyway, it doesn't matter. He's flown off. He flew off last night. He went to have a word with Boris Johnson. What they've got in common, I've got no idea. But Richard Kay says, as the Duke brusquely rips up the royal unity again by saying the deal is not what he wanted. They don't please him, is he? Talk about ungrateful. This would be Harry. For the Queen's sake, when will Harry start to think before he acts? He doesn't. And how will they pay the £2.4 million Frogmore bill? Do you think anything's going to change? No. Absolutely not, I'm telling you. Nothing will change. And they're trying to... have we not done anything on that particular thing? I think the courtiers at Buckingham Palace will be making sure it does. But I think Charles will still be giving him his money. How much? I've got no idea. All this, coming after. All they want to do is make money. That's all they're interested in, making money. It's evil, really, isn't it? Evil. Also, 3 men who were stabbed to death in a street brawl were builders who became embroiled in a drunken row. In fact, it was an ongoing feud. You just give up, don't you? And this is at a railway station. This is Seven Kings, isn't it? Or something like that. But please say the men were all from the Sikh community and originally from India. I mean, it's just, this was Seven Kings station near Ilford, just after 7:30 p.m. So, becomes a bit cheap now, doesn't it? Very cheap. Very, very cheap. More pictures here in colour for the first time. This is horror in a vivid new light. Auschwitz, 75 years ago, with the own tragic tale of loss and cruelty. They've got photographs here of Orthodox Jews realising that time is running out as they see their families being herded away. I think we all knew the stories. And then they've got a picture of Lily Jacob. Lily Jacob, in a photograph taken with her brother Israel. They perished along with her 3 other siblings and their parents, but she survives. She survives. I mean, what What ghastly memories, really. So in this documentary, Holocaust survivor Judith Altman, 95, who was arrested in 1944, transported from Czechoslovakia to Auschwitz, says, I've seen it and I can't erase it from my mind. We were wearing colours, we were not all in grey. So that's why they've now got this picture of people in colours, because before it just looked even sadder than you could ever imagine in a million years. But there'll be lots of people talking about that today, and lots of families remembering the people that they lost. 84850 steve at lbc.co.uk. Lord Heseltine. Probably for the best that Prince Harry's great-grandmother is not around to witness his abdication from royal duties. Is he not strong enough? Is it? I mean, now he's gone over there. You watch. Next thing you get, there'll be pictures filtered out, which is sort of Harry over there with Meghan and the baby and all the rest of it, proving that actually they worship the ground the media work on, because they have to actually have that. Still to come, the church pair jailed for stealing £200,000 left by worshippers. The doctors who told a girl with a tumour it was just depression and anxiety. And what was the other one? Oh, the cocktails in a can. I've never heard of cocktails in a can, but I'm assuming it's some, you buy a gin and tonic or something. 9 spoonfuls of sugar. That's an awful lot of sugar, isn't it? I didn't realise that there was that much sugar in canned. I've never bought anything like that before. Not really that sort of person. Plus, selfie takers are frozen out. The village that it was based on, they're now inundated with. They don't want people there. They really don't. They just want to carry on living their life as well as they can. And so now they have to sort of put up with it, because all these visitors, I think it's gone from like sort of, a few hundred people to thousands of people turning up at this village because they're so obsessed with Frozen. Which I have to be honest, I thought was pretty cool too. I'm not sure what Frozen 2 is like. I don't know if that's actually got enough things going on in it to make it sort of better. I want to go see 1917, but I'm going to wait till it comes out on DVD, because I'm not good at sitting in cinema. I just go to sleep. The moment the heating's turned up, you sort of sit there and you think to yourself, "Oh, I'm not so sure actually." What would Henry VIII have made of Meghan and Harry? Oh, I think you know. Of course, the interesting one would have been Diana or the Queen Mother. Love to have found out what the Queen Mother would have thought of Meghan and Harry. I just think it shows a weakness. They want to go and bugger off and live somewhere else. All right, go. But all this, we want to be self-sufficient. Well, you can be self-sufficient. You've got $40 million sitting in the bank. How self-sufficient do you want to be? Or do you want more than that? I suspect probably. And how are your charities going to fare? Will they just be dumped like the royal family? What are they going to do now? Do you think you're actually going to come back and see your brother? Maybe your father? That'd be nice, wouldn't it? Maybe bring Archie home before he develops an accent and introduce him to the rest of the family, or are we not bothering with that at all? Do we just want to live in a magnificent £30 million house and basically just do a few little things, get some endorsements in, and just sit back and, drink your way into oblivion? Who knows? Either way, though, the press will be out. And they'll be followed about it because they love the attention. That's what they do. People get addicted to that thing called fame. It's very difficult to avoid when every time you move, somebody takes your photograph. They could have actually gone to Scotland and had roughly the same kind of effect. I don't know why they didn't. I don't know why she didn't take off the HRH titles or even the Duke and Duchess. What does that mean to people in Canada? Nothing. I'm sorry, this is a Duke and Duchess. What does that mean? Nothing at all. William, on the day that Harry flies out, hosts his first big gala at Buckingham Palace. They're determined to try and get it back, like they were trying to sell us the other day, the fact that Prince Andrew has been a rock for the Queen. Yeah, right. Whatever. And the Titanic, they're bringing stuff up from the Titanic. It's disappearing fast. Hence the headlines, Rust in Peace. Rust. And Baron Bercow, I think not. Thank you very much indeed. Plus, what was the other one that I quite liked? I quite like Stacey Solomon and the Bags of Crisps. I think she's slightly mad as a broomstick. But there you go. And who's in the running? Could it be a woman who runs the BBC? No reason why not at all. Perhaps you might get different programmes, but I don't want any more. And freezing cold Tuesday. It is so cold out there. It certainly was this morning when I set off, so I'm hoping that it might warm up a little bit for you. It's the 21st of January. which is good news as we head towards the end of the month, because you're probably suffering financially, as everybody is, because you've had Christmas. We tend to forget about Christmas and how much it cost us, which was very expensive this year. And so you probably spent all your money. You probably looked at your credit cards going, oh dear, we've maxed out a bit on those. If you're self-employed, it's a case of, oh dear, we've got tax to pay at the end of the month, and the tax man will be waiting patiently for your money to arrive in his account. And if you miss it, then they fine you. So it's never the best thing to do. I'm waiting to see who actually is going to be declaring themselves bankrupt, because there's always going to be somebody, isn't there? Somebody who you've probably seen as a high-profile person declaring themselves bankrupt because they've wasted all the money. I mean, there is one particular person here, a cocaine-snorting man of 74-year-old cokehead, has been fined £120 after a 13-year-old cyclist was left fighting for his life in a horror crash. He was 4 times over the drug drive limit. I wasn't aware that there was a limit for drunk driving, but that doesn't equal the couple who stole almost £200,000 from their church to pay for gambling and cars, have been jailed for 5 years. This pair of pond life, ladies and gentlemen, go by the name of Gillian Rainford, who abused her position as church treasurer to siphon off funds that had been bequeathed by a parishioner. She transferred the money into her own bank account and that of her husband, Gregory Rainford. She's 62 and he's 66. Bournemouth Crown Court heard over a 2-year period she frittered away £192,000. She gambled online, gave both her grown-up children a windfall of 20 grand each. They bought 2 cars. They were exposed when Rainford was replaced as treasurer of the Spiritualist Church in Bournemouth, jailed on Friday for 3 years and 2 months, and her husband for 19 months. They were left £222,000 by a parishioner. That's the trouble. People are well-meaning. That was Vera Lawrence. Instead of allocating the funds to repairing the leaky church roof, she moved it into her personal account, you thieving old bag. Honestly, the theft lasted from 2014 to 2016. Then they were arrested by police. She'd been president and treasurer of this century-old church, which has 50 members. Hardly sort of, one of the biggest churches, but they said it was an opportunity and an opportunistic crime, albeit dragged out over a period of time. She's consumed by shame. Yeah, I bet she is. You rot in hell, darling, because that's where you're going straight away. I mean, the church desperately needed the funds. They've jeopardised the future of it just because they wanted to line their own pockets. Imagine the greed of this vile couple. Ugh, disgusting people, honestly. Judge Rinder's mum. This is the Lake District story again, which we did at the beginning of the programme. If you don't know about it, this is people who were rescued from the concentration camps, and they took them up to Windermere, and they gave them that opportunity of life. It helped heal the orphans of the Holocaust. And Judge Rinder's mum is keeping their family story alive. You must watch it. This is called The Windermere Children. It's on BBC Two. Why it's not mainstream, I've got no idea. Almost an insult in itself. And a memorial stone dedicated to Harry Patch. You remember Harry? Britain's last survivor of the First World War trenches has been found 2 years after it disappeared from a plinth in Belgium. Harry died in 2009. He was 111. He paid for the memorial stone and was at the unveiling near Ypres. The stone, which marks the spot where Harry went over the top, disappeared in 2018 and was replaced following a fundraising campaign. Last month, a Belgian lorry driver said he'd taken the original stone after a local farmer had reversed his tractor into it. So it's going back where it came from. Thank God for that, honestly. It is dreadful, isn't it? Plus, this is somebody from the Bake Off. I don't know who that. Why do we call people, a Bake Off star? They're not stars, they're just people on the television. You don't know who any of them are. I certainly don't know who any of them are, but they laughingly call them stars in this day and age. They go, Love Island star, and it'll be somebody you've never heard of and never likely to or even want to hear again. Thank you. Also, what was the other one that I quite liked? Do you know, what was introduced in Wimbledon in 1986? 1986, introduced at Wimbledon. So, come on, what would be introduced? What do you think? Sorry? Strawberries and cream? No. It's something that's changed colour. Something that... No. 1986, they introduced yellow tennis balls. Up until that point, they were white. They introduced them in 1986, yellow tennis balls, and we played with yellow ever since, apparently. Traditional white balls have been used up until then. I've never really looked at the colour of their balls. Did you ever think about that when you were watching? I never thought. All I remember is a lot of shouting, wasn't there? People sort of trying to get the, just go tap, it goes over the net. I don't know why they make such a big deal about it. It's not difficult. Hit the ball over the net, the other person has to find it and hit it back to you again. And they're putting so much effort. Well, they shouldn't put so much effort in. It's to put off the other person. It's to frighten them. They might as well go like that. That would frighten them. Go, oh, I'm frightened. That's what they used to do years and years ago. Love Island's beauties are being offered in decent proposals. No, they're not. Nobody would pay a penny piece for some of these ones. One of them called Tyne Lexi Clarkson. As I say, really, I mean, it is just an embarrassment, the whole programme. They're being targeted with messages on social media from escort agencies. Yeah, they're in joking, though, dear. They don't mean it seriously. Please, come on, grow up. Canada, hit with the worst blizzard in half a century. 30 inches engulfed the town of St John's in the province of Newfoundland and a place called Labrador. Seriously, it's enormous. Front doors were completely covered. And, I'm sure that both Harry and Meghan will love it out there. Canada, just the place for them. Just the place. You can enjoy it out there. It's quite a nice place. 84850 stephenlbc.co.uk. Why does Amazon keep it keeps recommending things for me? It's always the most bizarre. The latest one that's come through is a Black & Decker handheld filter. I mean, there's another one that's come through. What is going on in this world? It's all very, very peculiar things. I'm being targeted by Estee Lauder, but I don't mind that so much. Actually, all those people waking up this morning, is your windscreen iced over? Oh, God, that's a pain, isn't it? I've got one of those fast heaters in the car, which does actually clear the ice very, very quickly. There's gold in them thar Scottish hills. They think it may spark a frenzied search for the precious metal. That's what we're hoping, actually. But it could lead to the biggest gold rush in the area since 2000. Apparently, they found 2 high-grade samples of gold. Well, that's what they say, but I mean, you can plant this kind of stuff. Can't you go, oh, look, I found gold. Pushes up the price of the land. It's always a good one, isn't it? Pixie Lott is finally out of hibernation and is finally back at work. Got to work for your money nowadays. Got to work for your money. So, 2.5 miles down is RMS Titanic, the subject of the most documented maritime tragedy in history. And they've done a treaty between America and this country, which gives the countries power over licences to remove artefacts from the ship. Yes, there's certain things which you can probably take out and certain things that you can't take out of the ship. Either way, it's still fascinating. We're still, all these years later, it sank in 1912. We're still talking about the Titanic. There's been loads of other ships that have gone down. Loads of other bits and pieces. Cuddling a teddy bear before bed to get a better night's sleep, that's the way forward. A fashion graduate says the childhood toy triggers feelings of comfort and safety. I don't know, have you seen the ones at the fun fair? Sort of an 8-foot bear could fall on a child and cause them serious damage. And Hull Council want to pay all their residents up to £100 a week, even if they earn a fortune. They want to introduce a universal basic income. So they want to pay all the residents? It'd be paid by the government and effectively replace all welfare payments. Oh, right. Whether you're rich or not. If you're rich or poor, you still get the money. It just get blanket to everybody. That'll be nice, won't it? Slime. Did you ever play with slime as a child? Disgusting stuff. You go like that, and then you'd be having a whole handful of slime. Disgusting. It's being used in schools now to help children beat stress. We used to take our balls and throw them up against a wall. That was the most popular thing to do when we were younger. That was sort of like at Wimbledon, exactly. But they make a big deal about Wimbledon. If they just, like badminton, tap it over the net. I mean, if they actually had swing ball, that would be a lot more entertaining. Then nobody would want to sit there listening to sort of people expelling, and rude. I mean, did you see that rude old bag from Love Island went onto the Dancing on Ice and used the F word? That's what you call tragically common, ladies and gentlemen. Tragically common. Also, Britain's loneliest man. Oh, he's in a love appeal. He spent 15 unlucky years trying to find love. I've looked at a picture. He's going to spend another 15 years, I can tell you, still looking for it. They say he's the loneliest man and he fears women shun him. Well, there's always somebody for everybody, isn't there? Doesn't matter who you are, there'll be somebody out there who finds you attractive and interesting. I mean, not all of you, obviously. I always do that at my shows. I always go, it's nice to see so many good-looking people in one place. There's a few unattractive people. I'm not going to point you out. You know who you are. Because you know if you're good-looking, don't you? You know if you look in the mirror and you go, I am hot. You know, but, a flick of the hair and a flick of I'm a hot person. So there is nobody who can sit down and say, I haven't had a date in 15 years. You can always find somebody. There'll be somebody somewhere who'll want to go out with him. He actually can't chat to new women. I mean, I think you just have to go, listen, I am known as the loneliest man in the country. I've tried to get a date for 15 years. Want to go out with me? It's like being on Towie, isn't it? I mean, you see some of those poor desperados on there, and they couldn't pull if their life depended on it. Chloe Sims, she might as well just give up now, build a shelf in the corner, spray herself with cobwebs and give up. It's the best way. Really nice to have your company. Welcome along to another freezing cold morning. Actually, I think this week is going to be generally cold everywhere, cold across the country with light frost. But so far, the good news is they haven't said snow in London, much as though there's a few of us like to see it because it looks quite pretty for about 5 minutes. And then we all go back to all the other stuff that we had, which is rain. I don't know what's the lesser of two evils, actually. Is it rain or is it snow? I don't know. I can't remember, actually. I don't mind seeing snow. If I was inside looking out of a window and it was nice and warm and toasty, then I wouldn't mind looking out at snow. But, you know, if you've got to drive in it, and I've got to drive down to the Godchill this weekend, so I'm praying. I mean, I don't mind it raining. I can cope with rain on the motorway, but I certainly can't. I can't cope with sort of snow. It's far too dangerous. Do you know the majority of haggis is sold where? Where do you think haggis? I mean, obviously, it's a little bit of a silly question, really, isn't it? Really, where is the most haggis sold? Sadly, not Scotland. No, not China. No, not China either. Not America either. No, not even Canada. Yes, the most haggis is sold in England and Wales. I mean, that's a bit of a blow, isn't it, for the economy? The Burns Night dish is now being sold in veggie forms. There's a veggie haggis. James Lamont of Tesco says it's been the case for quite some time that more haggis is sold in England than Scotland each year. Was it invented for Scotland? Did they sort of invent it? What was the reason for haggis? You know, it's like Cornish pasty, I understand, because that was made, you know, so that people can go out and have a meal. But, oh, right. So you take the bad bits of sheep and make it nice. I've never had it. I wouldn't want to eat it. No, thank you very much indeed. No, it just look. They pipe in the haggis. They talk to the thing. That's how mad it is. Mad as broomsticks. Although somebody wrote to me a minute ago and said, what have you got against broomsticks? Equal rights for broomsticks. If I'd learned to do Quidditch, I'd be fine. I'd be way ahead of the game, wouldn't I? There's a stay-at-home mother in the paper. Actually, I read this one the other day. Her name's Octavio Lamb, and she started posting about her family's daily adventure on a whim. She's now racked up more than 24,000 followers, and so she's bagged £20,000 worth of freebies. She says here, I've been given £20,000 worth of gifts in exchange for posting about the products. I also get paid up to $250 per sponsored thing. Well, that's disgraceful. Don't think that's disgraceful? It's like trusting anything that Jordan says. I wouldn't buy anything that Jordan endorsed, or in fact anybody from Love Island or anything else. I think it's absolutely dreadful. Coronation Street, am I watching it? No. More on Teddy Sheringham. Teddy who, they're asking in the business. I mean, they've really scraped the barrel on this one, haven't they? Poor soul. And now they're trying to work out who is the voice behind Queen Bee. Is it Kylie Minogue? Of course not. It'll be dreary old Louise Redknapp. She's trying to flog an album, so she'll turn up for the opening of a fridge. In fact, open the fridge, she'll do 20 minutes for you. She'll probably sing the entire album, because I think that was released the other day. Where it's gone to, no idea. Years ago, you could make a joke about albums. If they didn't sell, because they were made of vinyl, you could say, we made it into a nice fruit bowl. I remember years ago, I did leave some albums on the back, when I trusted people, on the back ledge of my car at the time, and the sun melted the thing. When I came to play them, they were all warped. And that's when the needle bounced all over the place. It never worked properly after that. I was a bit disappointed. That's right. We need that cup of tea this morning. You need something, soup. If you've got a neighbour, an elderly next-door neighbour, you have checked on them, haven't you? You've checked they're all right. Because some people don't, they don't think about it. It doesn't take anything to go and make a nice cup of hot soup for somebody. You can buy packets of it and sort of pop it in a cup of hot water and give it to an elderly person, because they'll feel the cold more, but they won't know they're cold. That's the problem. So, why are voters in the north turning to the Tories? There's nobody else to turn to, is there? They can't turn to the Labour Party. That deserted them ages ago. They're trying to get it back again. So what are they running now with? Is it Keir Starmer? Would that be the multi-millionaire Keir Starmer? Oh, yes. Wasn't he helped out by Baroness Scotland? Doesn't she have history? I think so. But yeah, multi-millionaire Keir Starmer, he's got loads in common with the Labour Party. Not. Plus, what would you do if a snake turned up in your bathroom? An 8-foot boa constrictor. It must have come through the toilet. It can't have come anywhere else. That's why some people, especially if you've got a ground floor flat, you know, then these snake... I mean, people do keep snakes. I mean, I know it sounds frightening. I mean, if I opened the bathroom door and there was an 8-foot boa constrictor in the bath, I think I don't know who I'd call first. RSPCA, I suppose. I can't think of anything worse. I mean, it really is. It's quite frightening, isn't it? But she was very good. She just took pictures of it, which made her feel a little bit better about the whole thing. Comedy star shows off her abs. Oh, there you go. Prince Harry has now been pictured arriving in Vancouver to begin his new life. Who'll be doing the removal? Will that be Pickford's or something like that? So Harry couldn't resist making clear that his hand has been forced. It's a case of either you do this and that's the deal. We're not messing around with this. So he says, you know, he's had regrets. Also swiping at the media. And yet, of course, he'll be revelling in every bit of media coverage. You know, every bit of it. But then they have to sit down and try and work out how they're going to survive. You know, perhaps he might have to break into his bank account. That'll be a first, won't it? Royal family spending money. Doesn't happen very often. They can generally get it through various ways. Ask Prince Andrew, he's well versed in things like that. Or Sarah Ferguson, she knows. The Duchess of Cornwall broke her silence to say the couple will be missed, but she paused before answering. Yes. She smiled. Somebody said, you know, how do you feel about them leaving? You know, will you miss them? And she went, of course. And you think, I don't think they will. That was after a half-second delay. The clip was shared by Chris Shipp, ITV's royal editor, who advised followers to watch Camilla's face closely. It's a case of, this is a trick question. Will you miss them? Of course. It's that pause. The pause gives it away, doesn't it? The pause gives it away. And Richard Kay, the editor-at-large, you know, Harry complaining about everything. But how are they going to pay £2.4 million? Are they doing £1 a week, do you think? Do you think they'll actually plead poverty? I mean, you know, somebody says here, perhaps he could earmark it for a specific project, such as a school or a hospice, and perhaps not invite the media to it. You know, because that'll be it. Because they're now going to face a fight to use the Sussex royal brand. And I think Buckingham Palace will clamp down on them very quickly. They think that by flying away to Canada, they can just do everything. Would you not have wanted to be a fly on the wall when he arrived back and they went into the house, wherever they're staying? I don't know what house they're in at the moment. Are they still staying in that one that's been gifted to them, or are they paying for it? Never too sure, are we? Never too sure. Allow men to donate sperm after they die. That's got James O'Brien written all over it, hasn't it, I think? And cocktails in a can, fashionable cocktails, these ready-to-drink tipples have been soaring in popularity. They've got all sorts of things. Tesco's froze strawberry daiquiri. Sounds quite nice, doesn't it, in itself? Alcoholic frozen sorbet had the most sugar, 14.4 grams, equivalent to 9 teaspoons. And Archer's and Lemonade had 13 grams of sugar, whilst a can of Coke... Oh, that's more than a can of Coke, actually. While a classic combination of pink gin and tonic had 11 grams. Of 202 drinks, nutritional information was only on 63, whilst 14 displayed their sugar content. Wow. That's an awful lot, isn't it? But mind you, anything that's got strawberry daiquiri written all over it. I mean, I quite like a strawberry daiquiri. Although, to be honest with you, I can't actually remember whether I've ever had one, but I like the idea of something like that. And also, did you see that dreadful story in the paper? It's a disturbing moral dilemma. Would you push a fat man off a bridge to prevent a train killing 5 others? A bizarre study suggests almost 3 out of 5 people in the UK would, which is almost double the percentage of those prepared to push him off in China and higher than the level in 23 other European countries. Lord above. There's a story that came out of China the other day. They've just launched a new theme park. And to celebrate, wait for this one, and to get publicity, they pushed a pig off the top of a tall tower. That apparently was how they celebrate in China. They've been roundly criticised and they've had to backtrack and apologise, saying, no. I think it went on a zip wire or something. They bound its legs together. And you think that's almost as bad as the park in China where you can pay to feed a live animal. Everything from a pig... feed it to the lions, to a cow. A live cow. Who's going to take over the BBC? Who's in the running? Dame Caroline McCall, been ITV Chief Executive since 2018. Sarah Sands. Dame Sharon White, about to start a new job as chairman of the John Lewis Partnership. Jay Hunt, Apple's creative director. Alex Mann, executive of Channel 4 since October 2017. Tim Davie, chief executive of BBC Studios. He's 52. They always put their ages down. Like that makes a difference. James Purnell, the BBC's current director of radio and education. And Charlotte Moore. She has been controller of BBC One from 2013 to 2016. She's 51. I see no reason why it shouldn't be a woman. You're going to get a much better deal, aren't you? Much better deal. It's amazing how many people are rushing around the BBC going, I'm going to stand for it, I'm going to stand for it, and then people requesting that they stand for it, which shows a complete act of destiny. At 7 o'clock for breakfast this morning on LBC, Tony Hall has announced he'll step down as Director General of the BBC following 7 years in the job. You'll hear analysis of what'll come next for the broadcaster. Plus, it's confirmed the disease, which has killed 3 people in China, can be transmitted by human-to-human contact, with cases reported in Japan, South Korea and Thailand. And as some of the world's most famous politicians and business people descend on the Swiss resort, Davos, for this year's World Economic Forum, Nick will be asking, is there still a point to the summit? All of that and more with Nick Ferrari at breakfast from 7 this morning here on LBC. Do you know the one person who's remained extremely quiet throughout this Harry and Meghan thing? Prince Charles. You'd think he'd be wanting to say something. Yeah, wish them all the very best, stepping down, upsetting the royal family. The Queen is really upset. But nothing. Absolutely nothing. But somebody suggested to me that, why don't we just leave them over there? They can tiddle around, they can have sort of people in Canada crawling all over them. We've already done it. There was nothing really that Harry, did in his life that sort of endeared him too much to the British public, apart from basically being a bit of a so-and-so, because he liked messing around, he liked getting drunk. Nobody ever told him off. I said that was the big problem in the royal family. They don't seem to have any guidance apart from you don't upset the Queen, which, of course, he's successfully managed to do very quickly. He's only been married a couple of years, for goodness sake, and already he's managed to upset the royal family. Who'd have thought it? Who'd have thought it? Little Harry and his sort of drunken escapades in Vegas and in various nightclubs in London, and the dressing up bit and the lashing out at photographers. There's obviously something about him. He's a bit like Andrew, an arrogance, which sort of belays somebody who's in the royal family who's totally out of touch. She's, as I've said before, far more in touch with the real world and outside. Apparently she's got her eyes on a £30 million house. Good, well, buy it then. Spend some of your money. But I bet you anything they'll find a way round it, that we'll end up having to pay for something. That'll be interesting. Either that, they might as well move into sheltered accommodation. Because I don't know. So he's moved over there. I mean, when do they start work in this new world of theirs? Do they start work tomorrow? They've got a few gigs lined up, appearing on maybe QVC, flogging some stuff, doing like sort of a Sarah Ferguson and cheapening everything. Could be that. I don't know. So he's gone over there. But will they be packing up Frogmore? Will it be arriving, in a shipping crate? We don't know, do we? Has he taken all his clothes with him? And somebody already packed those up, all the staff? Who's paying for them? Is he paying for the staff? We want to be self-sufficient. I don't think they know what the word means. I don't think they really have any idea what the real world is. Harry's just used to pick up the phone and go, we need that doing and that doing. And there's an army of people around him. Not in Canada, there won't be, unless you're going to pay for them. Nobody will have to bow and scrape to him. Doesn't mean anything now. He's not a member of the royal family. He's been kind of sort of sidelined to Canada, out of all places. Not a place where he wants to go. It's a place where she wants to go. But everybody's predicting, whether you're right or not, I don't know, that they'll move to LA. They'll get far more bowing and scraping over in LA. The Americans fall over themselves. And they do it. In this case, they fell over Sarah Ferguson. Mind you, quite an easy thing to do. And they'll sort of do the bowing and scraping thing. But I think here, it's finished. So, the Titanic. I absolutely love it, but it will be protected. So what's the state of it? This is as of this morning. So it split in two, but we now think there's a third section of the ship. The bow was remarkably well preserved, 470 foot of it. Salt corrosion and the rust-eating bacteria have seen its condition deteriorate. Eventually it will just fall in on itself. You won't hear it because it's 2.5 miles down. It was discovered in 1985, Dr. Robert Ballard. They think now about 140 people have been down to the liner in private and commercial dives using robotic and manned submersibles. So what have they recovered? The ship's bell, a whistle from a funnel, champagne and jewellery. I mean, hundreds of bodies were pulled from the sea in the days after the sinking. All traces of human remains had long since vanished by the time the Titanic was found. And what's the legal status? Well, the legal status, little could be done to deter looters. US courts had granted exclusive salvage rights to the private firm, RMS Titanic, Inc., which has raised about 6,000 items. Only in 2012 was it designated a protected site under UNESCO rules. The dive licences now will only be granted if excavation can be justified on educational, scientific or cultural grounds, or if artefacts are threatened by further decay. Anybody convicted in this country of operating an illegal dive to the Titanic could face an unlimited fine in court. Well, it'll be nice to see that being implemented, won't it? I'm all in favour of that. I mean, some of it have been picked over larger. The best thing was that Into the Abyss, the Disney film, where they actually went onto the ship and then they recreated the bits they were going along, and here's what it looks like now. I mean, that was just amazing. The lift doors were still there. The chandelier was the first thing that we saw, still hanging eerily 2.5 miles down. That's a long distance. Long distance. But they reckon that the whole ship will disintegrate within 80 years. 80 years. And those famous front pictures of the stern, the 470-foot bit. I mean, it's just, it is absolutely amazing. I mean, it's a major breakthrough. There's, 1,500 people lost their lives. That was passengers and crew. And we're still talking about it. Still talking about it because we're so fascinated by something called the Titanic could actually vanish. Birthdays today, Phil Neville, he owns Salford City. I don't know what that is. I think it could be a football club. But anyway, he's also trying to sell his property. His triple-level Manchester penthouse is up now, and he's knocked 500,000 off the £4 million asking price. But I mean, a penthouse in Manchester, we're not sure it carries the same weight as something here. Gina Davis, the American actress, known for her role in The Accidental Tourist, and then she was in Thelma and Louise, of course, is 64 today. And 1969... John Noakes, on January the 21st, of the BBC children's television programme Blue Peter, was knocked out by a marrow during a rehearsal as he practised the sport of marrow dangling. He recovered enough to go on with the show, but was later admitted to the Hammersmith Hospital in London for observations. The one thing I'll always remember was him breaking down on television, talking about how Shep died, and then he climbed up Nelson's column on ladders which were strapped by rope. I felt, in fact, even talking about it, I feel ill. You get a tingle in places you shouldn't have tingles at this time of the morning. And he climbed up the outside to get to the top and then lifted it. Oh, God, he lifted himself over the top. It was dreadful. Dreadful. Also, in 2017, protesters, on this day, which is the 21st, January, 400 US cities, protesters took part in a women's march on President Trump's first full day in office. So there you go. Also, born on this day in 1922, he died in 1994, Aristotle Savalas, better known as Telly Savalas. He was the bald lollipop-sucking New York catchphrase, Kojak with the catchphrase, "Who loves you, baby?" I met him, only the once. He had 6 children by 4 women. Television doesn't need another cop show, that's for sure, but this one is a very interesting comedy. They're showing it in the afternoon at the moment on my television. I've got an old television. It's showing all those old sort of things. And I remember watching it thinking, do you know, that's brilliant. There was something about Telly Savalas. He fitted the part. He was marvellous. He came in, he used to stay in the Royal Garden Hotel. And I told you we had a programme where people would come in and bring us food in and everything else. And the man who came in from the hotel said, we've got Telly Savalas staying there. I said, Telly Savalas? He said, would you like him to come down? Are you serious? And he phoned, and Telly Savalas walked in to my studio. And I'm going, I don't even know if the interview still exists in the archives. I wish it was still around, actually. Wish it was still around. Who loves you, Steve? I do. I love me. Firebrand Fox, they're now calling him a firebrand. This is Lawrence Fox. Now he's taken a pot shot at Sam Mendes. Gets better. He is the gift that keeps on giving. We love Lawrence. I love him, seriously. I know that people don't like him for various things. Oh, that's a nice recipe. Pina colada baked rice pudding. Didn't even know there was such a thing. Creme brulee. Could eat creme. That's just custard with a skin on it, isn't it? Plum and almond bread pudding. Preparation time, 5 minutes. It just involves almond milk, slices of white bread and plums. And you just shove it in the oven. Ooh, that looks delicious. Creme brulee, sir. And how about this one? This pina colada baked rice pudding. I love rice pudding. I'm not sure I'm supposed to have it. And hash browns, but because you fry them in low-calorie spray, they're much lighter. Breakfast muffins sounds quite good. Or maple and bacon French toast with fruit. Do you think Harry will have to learn how to heat up a tin of soup? He might have to learn to cook over there, unless they've already engaged, people to come in and cook for them. Yeah, they'll have Uber, won't they, or something like that, or Deliveroo, or something like that. Megan, you want to try this Kentucky stuff? I mean, all this must have been done behind the scenes, mustn't it? Because it's not happening anywhere else at the moment. Plus. What was the other one that I quite liked? I still like the story about the woman berating all the parishioners for not coming to her husband's aid when he was stricken down with something. I don't know why. Steve, I like the construction of your cake on Channel 5, says Connie. I know. And then Lionel Blair ruined it. Ruined it completely. I couldn't believe it. I was so disappointed. So disappointed. Let's take a short break, 7:15. So, yet somebody else selling the royal family down the river, this time Peter Phillips. Well done, Peter. I love to drink milk. He's advertising a Chinese state-owned dairy firm. This is Mr. Phillips, who grew up. His mother is Princess Anne, of course, and so he's selling himself down the river. Love to know how much he got for that, actually. He's no stranger to controversies, Peter Phillips. You'll remember he was one who sold his wedding day photos to Hello. And then, strangely enough, he had another uncomfortable spell in the spotlight when his company was paid £750,000, I told you this one, to oversee the Queen's 90th birthday street party in the Mall. The contract given to his company to organise the patrons' lunch was just £12,000 less than the amount received by 291 charities. At the time, he insisted he'd not won the contract because of his links to the Queen. He did admit to privately having discussed the matter with her, and so now he's advertising milk. Should we contact Princess Anne? Do they speak, the royal family, or are they too embarrassed about all the other rubbish that's gone on? In between Princess Anne's daughter, who's just been banned from driving for speeding, got a son who sells the family down the river, and they've got sort of a butler bringing a bottle of milk to him. Can't he manage to go and find milk in the kitchen himself? They're filming at Longleat. And so the footman serves him milk on a silver salver. It reminds me very much of To the Manor Born, where they asked Richard de Vere to advertise this thing, and they got his butler, until Audrey Forbes Hamilton pointed out that de Vere wasn't anything like landed gentry. And Philip then takes a swig of it, Peter Phillips, looking out over the Shanghai. I mean, really? Honestly, don't you think somebody should contact Princess Anne and go, are you sure this is what the Queen would approve of? Somebody advertising milk in China? In between, and then, of course, you remember, Zara Phillips' husband, drink driving. Doesn't get any better, does it? In between that, Sarah Ferguson, Meghan and Harry. I mean, the whole thing is just descended. I mean, literally, in a matter of a few months and weeks, it's all gone a bit pear-shaped, hasn't it, really? Also, the Chelsea Flower Show, which I quite like, but I prefer Hampton Court, will introduce a houseplant category this year in a bid to appeal to a younger generation. I don't think it's a case of appealing to a younger generation. I mean, people go to the Chelsea Flower Show and they go there because they enjoy gardening, and it's not as many young people as we think. Young people do that, but I mean, the houseplant section's a bit boring, isn't it, really? You go there to wander around in a crocodile with loads of other people and eat strawberries and cream and stuff like that. It's a bit like Wimbledon. It's apparently traditional, which we do, but Hampton Court Palace is so much better. Same people. It's just it's bigger. There's more spaces to move around. I mean, at Chelsea, it's a nightmare. You can't even park anywhere. So that's Peter Phillips embarrassing the royal family. God, the Queen must be waking up every day dreading what she's going to read in the newspapers. According to The Guardian, the true cost of a £10 manicure. So I'm always interested, actually. Also, Jonathan Pryce, on his first Oscar nomination, it's only a prize. That is typical of Jonathan Pryce. Lovely man. Perilous times ahead for the BBC as the Director-General says he will quit. Residents of Parkes in New South Wales in Australia who'd hoped for rain were caught up with these dust storms. It was huge. I mean, seriously, look at this dust storm. You can't believe it. Daily Star, Friends reunited, Brad and Jen getting touchy-feely. And also pranksters behind the rude noises at the Masters snooker are threatening to hit more top sports events to brighten people's days. You get some really stupid people, don't you, nowadays? They all seem to go to these sort of events. Priti Patel says terrorists won't be freed early, and Brussels puts off Brexit negotiations until March. Anger as EU drags feet over trade talks. Plus, back to business for William and Kate. Well, they've got to take the heat off the fact that Harry's tiddled off, haven't they? So they're running an event. Meanwhile, Meghan out with Archie, beaming as she's being photographed. They just enjoy the photography side of it, don't they? They just enjoy the publicity. They enjoy the fame kind of thing. So Harry flies back to the family. And, as I say, he can stay there, and we don't know what they're doing. We don't know when they start work. I mean, is it like starting a new job? Do they go, well, tomorrow you're opening a supermarket. The day after that, you're flogging mugs on QVC. And the day after that, you've got nothing else in the diary. Do they have an agent over there who's handling all their stuff? I mean, what sort of things are they doing? How will this be approved? You can't trust them, because they might be doing something which is against the Queen. They've issued quite strict guidelines from Buckingham Palace on what you can do and what you can't do. And I think their idea of stockpiling billions of pounds in the bank might be going out the window a bit shortly. Are they still in the same house? Are they renting it? Are they paying for it? What are they doing? Why aren't they booked into a hotel? Who are their staff over there? All these questions need to be answered. You know, we're going to be self-sufficient. Yeah. Your idea of self-sufficient and ours, completely different. Who's paying tax? How is your tax being worked out? Is that being done by part of the Queen's staff? And so far, your father has said nothing. Not a word. I mean, the most you can get out of Camilla is, of course we'll miss them. You know, but sort of said like a bit tongue-in-cheek, I think. But the Wessexes, and oh look, there's Princess Anne. That's the one with the daughter who's banned from driving. And she's been done, hasn't she, as well, Princess Anne? Dangerous Dogs, wasn't it, or something? And Zara Tindall, banned from driving for speeding. And now the son, who's flogging milk in China. And they put him down as a member of the royal family. I mean, really. It really just gets worse and worse. The phantom vegetable thrower being hunted by the police after a police car was hit, which is not so good. Brad and Jennifer, friends reunited. I mean, the look, to be honest with you, says you know, we kind of fancy the pants off each other. So I suspect that might be a goer. I would think so, actually. I would like to think so. What was the other one, actually? Oh, yeah, the Joy of Sussex. I bet Meghan's sitting. I bet she can't wait to see him to go, told you we could pull it off. I bet that's what are they going to be saying? Well, you didn't get very much out of your grandmother, did you? He's going, no, don't worry. Murderer's shock claim, Bamber. New evidence gives me an alibi. He said he was outside the horror house with the police while the killer was still alive inside. Top Gear host Paddy McGuinness, that's the one with the desperately sad wife who is so attention-seeking it's almost dreary. He says he never gets nervous before doing a hair-raising car stunt because they don't tell him about it in advance. And Daniel Radcliffe avoids watching drama on television because if they're good, he feels jealous about not being in them. We like him. We like him a lot. Rob Goldstone is over in... Thomas is the producer, Rob. He's in Vietnam at the moment. Do you remember Rob? He's got a book out. Do you remember that Trump thing? Well, he's in London end of February. And he says, who is your In Conversation producer? It's Thomas. But he's in Vietnam. Well, Thomas isn't in Vietnam. That's where Rob is. Vietnam. I've never been to Vietnam. No, you can send it. I don't know how to do it. There's no good asking me to do things which you know I can't do. I'm hopeless on things like that. Anything that involves sort of something difficult. Social media can earn the millions. We know that, actually. But we just don't know. Well, I mean, Harry, you know, have they thought this through? Probably not. Probably not. So much easier not to. And also, flooding can affect mental health. For years after the event, victims of extreme weather have to have a 50% greater chance of suffering issues such as PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, stress and depression. Unbelievable. It is unbelievable. Here she is, Caprice, the one that nobody'd ever heard of for years. You know, they laughingly call her a supermodel. She was never a supermodel. It's just Caprice. That was it. She was always a bit sort of Z-list, I think. But she's now, they've had to find her somebody else to dance with. She fell out with the last one, obviously a bit temperamental, because he pushed her too hard. That's what it's about, darling. You have to work for your money. We're not just giving you money for sitting there tiddling around doing nothing at all. Swearing and sex on television, such a family turn-off. Well, you can't have sex on television. You fall off, don't you? That was the old joke. But, and cinema as well, says Darren Lewis, writing in the Mirror today. Love is biting the hand that once feeds them. And Meghan Markle's dad, Thomas, criticising the Sussexes for quitting the royal family and trashing his own daughter. But that's his daughter. That's what he wants to do. He's the father. You know, we don't have any say in things like that. Richard Osman says, wishing luck to every showbiz agent in the UK, currently trying to get one of their clients the Bake Off gig. So true. So true. And Nicole Scherzinger, the only bad workout is the one you don't do. They do talk rubbish, these people, don't they? I mean, seriously. Back at the other end of the pond, darling. Plus 4 out of 5 who retire early don't really want to. Oh, I've got to go. I'm very, very late.